this lurk here. Shui can win the round right now. He's right behind them all. Drops the AWP, follows up. Shui with a double.
Flit though from over the stairs. Suddenly it's all eyes on Shui as he's the last man standing. Walk on the smoke. Shui gets it down to the 1v1. Electronic low on health. No charge. Shui clutches up. Oh God.
Oh.
Electronic's farming. Naf, the V player, the only guy left, but not for long. Electronic.
Money in the back pocket. Oh, a knife kill. Love that. Just as many CTs as Ts here on A. Okay, Matcher, wild. Galil, he's on for the ace. There's the shot. Yes, sir.
Here they come, right up towards the top of the B-ramp, but Lucky combining with Body and now coming through the CT. Smoke Device gets a double. Over the top, Device eradicates them all.
Nobody's watching. All right, quick trade.
Oh, there's a bloodshed. Sensu now off the mark finally, but Jacob once again. However, here we go. This is where the Mongols' skill is going to shine bright. How though? Oh my God! 2-1 tucked with the Tech 9. Are you serious? And he gets a third as well.
I'd want to criticize that, but the problem is Apogee have been winning so many aim battles against the Mongols that they probably do feel like it's doable. Oh my God. They managed to just walk almost right past each other. Hypex, he's going to fake it once, trying to buy himself maybe one more kill if he could, but now he has to go for it. He can't delay any further. Techno trying to climb up through the fire. Got to be careful here. Again, low health. I think he faked the audio of running into Hut just to hope that they weren't going to be showing up. He knows that they're there. It's one more headshot down to the 1v1, and he swings and catches Techno. It's unbelievable.
Rare Adam, hot to the trot here, fast into the 4v2 retake attempt. The Galil in sight with the first on the window. And you've got bodies coming out from tunnels. Careful, Mob's fire just killed somebody. And now it's him versus Child King 1v1. He's got him isolated, stopped, and now been dealt with. Monacy to be leaving.
You know, it's really important for them to play well because they might have like the most strong pull in terms of nice shot.
We're gonna get a CT position here from Mobs. He'll try to spam as he did in the pistol. They do get by, but they walk right into Hunter. Triple kill out mid. That doorway, the end all.
He's not
quad
done.
from Hunter.
Kitsang gonna try and lead this charge. Oh, that's clean stuff up in the ZTR. But these crossfires were ready, and Slend might be low, but you wouldn't know it. Look at that, a whirlwind.
Flank. 4 players flanking. And we are just gonna waste. Just gonna eat them all up. How does he do it? He's got the AWP now. Do it all. Kingston could win this round. No cap. Gonna cap. 10-2. Oh, it's cooked. Oh, Rez has 2 kills.
This is where if you spend too much time marveling at the individuals on GamerLegion, you forget that this is attack. Rez being very, very loud about his presence. Oh, well, bye, Magisk. And he's going to get the info. Dexter's here, but the B-play not needed. Rez too hot.
I think they're running out of time here. 8 seconds now. Elysian in the corner. Fantastic spray. The headshots are coming through. Escaping the AWP. He knows that David is right around the corner. It's awkward. It's a headshot as he runs through the flames. NQC just completely broken down and now goes for the fight. It taps it away. David Days is dead and gone and frozen with a massive clutch.
Grim is still fighting, doing everything he can. JT's turn, but he's got nothing. And it's Nyx with the anime gun, looking for an anime finish, jumping through the sky.
Stop.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it, but he has to wait, and Yuri walks right into him. One tick of damage onto Cello, but it... Oh my god. They're right beside each other. Hello, Cello. Grim and MongolZ to try and close out a 2v5. Cello's killed his own teammate and fallen, but he's followed up and made up for it. Here's MongolZ's turn. To the Glock he'll go, but just too many targets. Felt like there was enough time.
Yeah, but everyone's sticking around.
He came off it, bro!
Oh.
No! That's worse than Carrigan. At least Carrigan was understandable, but bro, what have you done?
All right, then. It's time, folks. PGL Bucharest, day 3. Huge Byron. How you doing, bro?
Pretty good, Harry. I think this tournament's shaping up to be a bit of a wild ride so far. We've had some crazy upsets. We've had some impressive runs. I think Apogee is someone we have to shout out there for taking a win yesterday as well over the Mongols, who are 0-2, as are the Falcons on their last run of this roster, so it seems. It's been a pretty crazy couple of days. Let's get ready for some more upsets, I say.
Yeah, the 0-2 region is shaping up very interestingly.
It's a word.
Right? Liquid down there after taking a couple of L's. Pain, interestingly enough, alongside them.
Yeah.
The Mongols, that's mad, as you say, losing Apogee just yesterday. And then Falcons in there as well, who have looked pretty dire here in Bucharest. I don't know. The 0-2 side, I think, is the most interesting part for me because of some of the teams down there finding themselves just one game away from elimination.
On the flip side, you've got Liquid 0-2, but you've got Complexity 2-0, right? Obviously, they ran.
Yeah, true. That's also pretty bad.
But look at yesterday. Like, they took down FURIA, and sure, they lost the first map, but they then stomped them out back-to-back maps. Graham Pitt with 100% win rate as coach, online, on LAN. He's done it all, Harry.
Yeah, it's impressive. That much is for sure.
And they're playing G2, who, like, don't get me wrong, G2 definitely favorites, but not unwinnable. Far from unwinnable for Complexity, given the uptick in performance. Aurora v3D Max as well for the 2-0. Could be fun. Over on the B stream, let's look at our games for the day. We have Legacy versus GamerLegion. I don't really know what to expect for this. I haven't seen Legacy
I think it has potential to be like a sleeper banger of a game, right? Like, because you look at the two team names and you're not looking at it going like, oh, damn, this is going to be straight heat. But I actually think it will be. Legacy domestically have been playing great.
But could they get banged out, though? Because GamerLegion look really good.
They do, but let me talk in favor of it. So day 1, Legacy beat Team Liquid. And I know, now we know everyone's beating Team Liquid, so that's maybe less impressive. It was in the game versus Aurora. They came close on both maps. They were very competitive, right? That's a team that have had a fantastic start to the year, been able to make it to every playoffs. They've been really, really good. So you've liked what you've been getting out of them. And Legacy, sure, they did lose 2-0, but it was, a very close series nonetheless. And so I think, GamerLegion will have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy game for sure for the likes of GamerLegion, but I think if we see the individual moments that these guys had yesterday, it's going to be a hard game for Legacy because popping off PR, an absolute monster. Slen's also had 2 very good games, even on a loss as well, and Rez had that crazy highlight as well where he got the look-up window on Mirage. Obviously, it was against Falcons, dead team nerf, and so we're going to be calling it. But Yeah, GamerLegion, without a doubt, favorites for this one, facing up against a new-look Legacy who have some familiar older faces that were meant to be young prodigies, young stars of Brazil who you never really saw make that jump into Tier 1. Well, now they've got a stronger roster, a little more long-standing roster, and a roster that has been winning, as you said, domestically. They qualified to this event, they qualified to Dallas as well, they won Challenger over in North America, so they've actually had a pretty good string of runs, have Legacy as of late, and I bet they're keen to prove it as well at a top event. So yeah, I haven't got to cast them yet. Excited to see what these young Brazilians are bringing to the table. Dumao and Lato were always guys that you were looking to be a big deal. Remember when they were playing back under Taco, back in the online kind of era, towards the end of the online era? They actually looked really, really sharp at CSGO. So glad to see that sticking in CS2 as well. We have the vetos in. Our first Anubis coming through. GamerLegion, of course, go for their classic Inferno pick. And Ancient, a nice middle ground map to decide. Interesting. Where's this going, Harry?
I mean, I think one of the things to bear in mind here is that, like, Legacy have just been playing a hell of a lot, right? They have a lot of reps in on every single map, with the exception of Train, and as a result, you know, I think they're going to feel fine with wherever this ends up. For example, Inferno, the GamerLegion pick, is a highly played map for Legacy, and one they've got a good track record on. They're going to have a lot of ideas on. So yeah, I think this will be one of these series where every map is pretty close, whether it's a 2-0, whether it's a 3-0. I'm interested in a kind of keen head-to-head. I want to see. You mentioned Dumao already, right? He is the top performer right now for Legacy. Yeah. He's at 2 fantastic series back-to-back. Finished top in the charts in both of them. He's the 6th highest rated player of the event right now. He's having a very, very good showing as Dumao. And so having him, I think, versus PR, super cool head-to-head, right? Kind of these riflers that can dominate a game, that can take charge. Also, now that we get to see Inferno coming back out again for GamerLegion, I'm excited to see, because if you remember last time they played it, it was kind of PR and Slend dominated show. Torsen wasn't really super evolved, yeah. But I think we're going to get more out of him in this series today. But look, we're already live. Holy, we're in. Pissed around live on Anubis, and it's off to a rip-roaring start. Yeah. Straight in through the window, into a B split we go.
GamerLegion not slowing down, even though they meet some resistance. Dink in the corner, they chase him down. Nice kill. Also with the plant. Legacy locked out of this site. This is going to be an interesting game, because I want to see if GamerLegion have some surprising strategy on this T side, some cool ideas. We know they have some tactical masterminds in this team. Legacy, it's their pick. They've got to prove it on this CT side. GamerLegion getting jiggles, but we're running out of time here. They've got to get these kills quick, and that should seal the deal. Sad's in. 1v3 looking for exits. Playing very late. And we'll get nothing from it. PR with a double, and GamerLegion with a pistol. Ash is loving it. Of course, GamerLegion picking T-side again. They've been doing it on a lot of maps, Harry. They did it on Mirage against Falcons. They've done it here, obviously, on Anubis, far more common. But I think they are liking to be in control of their own destiny in a way, you know? Even though you always favor the argument, oh yeah, you can come back easier on T-side. Oh, now, you know, we have a rough first half, we come back. I think they're looking at it like, hey, if we can dominate that first half, get them right where we want them, 7 rounds, 8 rounds T-side, then the game is in our hands.
Well, so
great half to get warm on as well. Sorry.
Yeah, something that's interesting about this map, right? For Legacy, it's kind of their go-to, right? They play this one a hell of a lot. Their track record here is good. GamerLegion, meanwhile, have only played it twice this year. They've had 1 loss. That was to Hester.
Well, doesn't count.
But 1 win. That was over Spirit at Katowice.
Any game against Hester doesn't count, win or loss. We just ignore that game. For obvious reasons. So they've had 1 game this year against Spirit.
Against Spirit, and so they won.
Also kind of, I'm not going to say doesn't count, but, you know, fair enough for losing. Well, they won.
They won.
They won.
They won.
How did they do that? What score?
13-11.
Blimey. I mean, don't get me wrong. Spirit's like outwardly disliked map, but that's still pretty crazy.
Yeah. No, the thing that was interesting there as well is they picked it in that series, obviously, as a punish to Spirit being the heavy
And
underdog.
everyone does that and regrets it, by the way.
Yeah, and they did it. They pulled it off back at Kato, and it's not like it was a map they play a hell of a lot outside of kind of tailor-picking it to Spirit.
Yeah. And that was a series, I think that was the series for playoffs, perhaps, that they lost. It was the last game of the group. Might be off here, but they lost the series. That was a one map they got.
Oh, yeah, you're dead on.
Damn, dude. Yeah, because I thought GamerLegion were actually going to go to playoffs after watching a couple of the group games, but obviously they had really hard draws. Alright, I'd be a bit worried if I was Legacy. It's a nice creep out under for Dumao. No idea for Torsen. But that second player might give it away. Gotta be careful. Dumao up to no good. There is no idea that he can be here for GamerLegion. Like, sure, you can call a timing, but feels an unlikely move on this A split. Torsen might drop in to Dumao. Now they hear GamerLegion in A. Yeah, can you blame him? Body shot will do it, but there's the hunt. So really no issue here. GamerLegion getting this anti-eco converted.
And I mean, this is already like a powerful position for GamerLegion to be in, right? Like, pissed around on Anubis carries a lot of weight. I think more so than many other maps, just because for CTs in particular, it's kind of where you could look to get the bulk of your first half rounds. You know, like you win the pistol, you convert, 3-0 up, CT half is great, but that's not something Legacy have been able to achieve. And so GamerLegion kind of robbing those rounds away now means Legacy have to earn it in the rifles. This first one becomes very important to Legacy. They don't want to be off on this slow start, 5-0 down, bringing out the guns again. So let's see how they do.
You push through that bubble in your throat, Harry.
Yeah,
you push
bro.
through really hard. I thought you were going to reset.
Nope, not going to happen.
Oh, what a double nade. That's some damage right there. Good understanding from GamerLegion of what they're up against. And really painfully slow on this default right now, waiting to see if Legacy make a move. Mid control does come in. The double mollies, classic Anubis utility. And they have a flash to push Rez even further forward. Control, GamerLegion's Legacy with eyes off now as they pull back through Temple. 3 players B, 2 A. It will be that A split for GamerLegion.
Walking on up, this mid-lurk still not known about. So they're going to play right through the smoke. Might not even be needed because of the success out of Torsen. Yeah, Rez will eventually get to play his hand. That's the round. It's already over. There's kind of no attempting this now if you're Legacy.
I really like that for GamerLegion. They just take mid, they smoke camera, and then they wait. And because the camera smokes down, Legacy don't want to fight middle. They just choose to watch it from Temple. As soon as the camera smoke fades, that's the timing to make the A split happen. And Legacy didn't make any moves in that moment. They froze. GamerLegion couldn't piece it together. They've got a 3-2, and they know they can just split A with a 5-on-2 essentially. So that's the kind of mid-round moment where now if we see GamerLegion do something similar, Legacy are going to have to make a move. And Legolas will have to make a move.
What about Gimli? What's Gimli doing in all this?
I haven't watched this. I can't make any jokes. You know this. But we have to see like a B main push or an A main push from that.
Because if you don't, you end up Aragon.
Exactly. This is what, Lord of the Flies?
Yeah, Lord of the Flies. That's the one with the
pig.
Gimli, Pigman.
And they're on an island.
Love Island, in fact. GamerLegion 4-0. nice and easy thus far.
I think this is going to be a very
something
good
else
half.
that's really, really fun here is that Rez currently having a great game. In that Spirit match, if you remember, he went huge, bro. It was like life game from Rez. He was the guy in the server versus Spirit on Anubis back in Katowice.
Understood.
Apparently, Rez just loves Anubis.
That's what the papers are saying, Harry. You can't always trust the media.
This is his map, bro.
Okay.
It reminds him of Oakland all those years ago. Not that this is how Oakland looks.
Not yet. Oh. Nice nades.
Okay. Good stuff to find PR.
Gonna get him out. There's a bit of a get out. Oh, he's playing with them. That's more like it. Legacy make a move. They make something happen, but they're still losing on the other side of the map in this walk through the smoke. Oh, this is crazy. But they've got 2 players. Is it crazy with 2 players? Probably not.
I mean, look at the pressure Satin's feeling. Wrapped on by ZTR and Rez. Slend is still picked up in the meantime. That was the bomb as well. Getting away from GamerLegion. Legacy making these moves, make the round happen.
That's more like it. They don't just sit in their bomb site. Obviously, that was more of a split you're calling on the fly off the back of, hey, they're 3B. They've just made a play. Let's try it. We've got this mid-controller. Let's try and take A. Satin does, I'd say, very well to get one. He also blocks with the Molotov, buying a few more seconds. And Legacy continue to flank. They push E-Box, Con, Dark. What do we call them these days?
I think, you know, this round... And the fact that you've kind of wanted more aggression instantly from that first rifle is something Legacy should feel comfortable in bringing to the table, right? Like the one edge they 100% have over GamerLegion here is they just have so many more reps on Anubis. And so they should have a lot of kind of cool ways to try and go about some of this early CT aggression, what with it being such a backbone of the map. Not even early, you know, like just mid-round CT aggression even. Ooh, Rez, sorry, bro. Doomow's got your number. No, he don't!
Oh, yeah, I don't know. He was in the smoke. He had to come through. Not afraid of the mid-util, our GamerLegion. Rez has been a bit of a nuisance in this position. 4 on 3. Don't need to jump the gun here, GamerLegion. Because I'd say you could argue they did last round, even though they did it together. They're gonna let it breathe. Oh, Rez. Almost had that kill. 2 players at B. Once you get that info, that could let you just split this A site quickly. They do get the info, but Legacy move immediately. They realize that this info is gonna be played with by GamerLegion. Can they stop this attack? Orb smoked out, and that might be your only chance. GamerLegion tactically very sound right now. That's a huge kill, though. That will let them give it a go.
I don't know if you do, though, right?
No,
like,
it's hard.
There's so much ground to make up here. You don't know how deep they are in main. You gave up camera and even all of mids. Now you'd have to recommit there. Legacy still floating around on the exterior, but I think this is just to do damage to GamerLegion. They're going for a last-second attempt at this retake. It's admirable.
They can't win.
But, yeah, there is no winning this.
I mean, damage, sure, but like they were looking like they wanted to go for the round.
No, but that, you know, that's the equivalent, Hugo. The captain solemnly going down with his ship. You know, it's...
What, is a GamerLegion the Titanic in this situation?
No, Legacy went down with
but
this
they
ship.
also, 2 of them survived. Like,
True.
The captain got on the lifeboat.
Yeah,
he
last
says women
minute.
and children, no, captain! Kind of a dick move.
Kind of, okay, not so
If you
much...
crash the boat...
It's not so much Titanic, it's Costa Concordia.
Okay, that's a good reference.
There you go.
Look, here's the take. If you crash the boat, you should drown with the boat. I think that's fair.
I think they should drown you back on land.
Okay, if you escape, they give you death by drowning, do they? Not firing squad these days.
No. Water pillow over the face and you sleep.
What, like an actual water pillow?
Yeah.
It's suffocation, though. You don't drown. It's not an open pillow. It's got water inside.
Maybe
the
as they
pillow.
struggle, They burst it.
Yeah.
And then in an ultimate twist of irony, those final few seconds. Anyway, that's drowning humor. GamerLegion, 5-1. Going swimmingly thus far, if I dare say so, Hugo. What's the game plan for Legacy going to be? Something's got to give. They feel, I think, at this point, like they're flying a little bit blind in the mid-round. And I think that's also been problematic because Rez has been able to find openers over towards mid, right? And so you're kind of playing a man down. Usually when you're going for those like mid-round pushes, it comes off the back of rotating kind of the spare player on Anubis into your site, playing with 3, playing with extra resources, then making the move from that position. And because they've been kind of sacrificing a player to Rez over in mid, they haven't had that third man to help out in the pushes. And the one round that they have is when they started 3B and they went aggressive through B main. This time, at least, there's been no early deaths, but there also isn't any sign right now that Legacy are moving into a position to go and get information. Instead, they've kind of eased back into this very passive 2-on-2, playing within the sites, holding onto the mid-wrap, but they will find Rez on his aggro path through middle. GamerLegion have already launched the B offensive. All the util is down, and so they kind of want to go here. They're playing through the main smoke, getting into the site. Locks up on the boost is held. PR considers it, and that will be the plot for GamerLegion.
That's a desperate boost play, man. They should have just called it off. They should have realized it wasn't working, and that extra jump just to get info gives the info the other way. Nice smoke for GamerLegion. You know how they made it here from a 4v5, but PR is putting on a masterclass. 2 kills, player down low, trap back sight, and he's going to go for it on this smoke fade. They're all going to fight together. It's their only choice, their only option. The player's still on default. Legacy don't know, and they won't until it's too late. This time is ticking. Slent hit 2 more, and Sadzen gets run down. That's a beautiful round for GamerLegion. And I was just going to say, Legacy set themselves up so well for it. You know, obviously that smoke boost is just like an in-the-moment call. But I think you've got to realize it didn't work, and you've got to dismantle and just play retake. Weird one. Nice execute, though, for GamerLegion, covering the key positions. And so, even though they run in, with Legacy full well knowing that was a beat.
Well, there were a few weird things. Like, I agree with you. Legacy teed themselves up well in the round. Like, playing a passive CT round it can be really hard, right? But they throw that one in where they're holding for mid-aggression. They get the kill. They see Rez is trying to go B. And at that same time that they kill him, all the B util comes in. It's like a full exec. 2 smokes down, mollies, footsteps in main, multiple players heard. And the 2 A players are still waiting A. Like, maybe it's a fake. Maybe this isn't. Maybe they changed their mind.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, like, at that point in the round, there's been so many, you know, signpostings that this was the B play. And so then they don't rotate. I think that's where, like, the desperate boost comes from a little bit, trying to strike one more from the tally. You're dead on it. You know,
you'd love a
kind of overcommitted to an idea that wasn't working.
It's where you'd love a flank in that moment. Even just one
and so
flank.
if the A players kind of started getting moving a little bit sooner, now trying to compensate for that in the follow-up round with some aggression out through main, but this is good. They've gotten past Torsen.
I'll say this, it's clear Legacy have done some prep, or this is just a crazy read, because they keep walking under Torsen. They've done it like 3 times. They keep getting below this guy. Look, back's turned. Free kill for Sadzen. He even gets out.
And he gets out.
So Upgrade can tell his team he has all of A, forces GamerLegion into this B site. Wait, why are they rotating A?
Why is
Dumao
this
rotating
and
A.
Dumao on it?
Run!
Get away! Go! Lato's saying, guys, they're all here! Oh, and PR, the entry beast, 2 quick kills, gets out of 1 HP.
Oh,
that's a plot. 2 versus 5 for GamerLegion. Orb scoped up down in lower. It's Slend and PR. Both these guys having a phenomenal tournament. Slend hits the no-scope. PR at 1 point of health is still finding kills. These are the 2 players in the GamerLegion jersey you've got to be able to stop. For Nissim now, that is a 1-man task. Back turned. PR's been at 1 HP since he took his 2nd fight in this round. And he's looking for even more. They're trying to take this one at a time. They know the pressure's on for Nissim, and he can't win this. That's a 2v5 from GamerLegion. PR puts up 3. Slend hits a no-scope down in dark, and the score keeps building. GamerLegion can't do anything wrong.
And those kills are just unbelievable as well. That no-scoping Con, right? Like, he's in a molly. I don't even know how he's alive in that molly. He misses his one shot on the jiggle. They're really trying to bait the kill, and then he just jumps, no-scopes, boom, the round feels done. PR with 3 on no health.
Dude, it's mad.
This guy is unbelievable. Treasure him while you've got him.
Dumao, 6th highest rated player of the event. You know, kind of the front man of Legacy, the one that you look to do damage, gets one tapped out of the server by a 1 HP PR on his way to winning a 2v5.
And the thing is, I actually want to say, Legacy, I think there's a lot of nice tries in here. There's like some really close rounds, and I actually don't want to like criticize them too much because it seems like a really hard game to play. But there's also a couple of little details that has really let them down, such as that round where they're over-rotating completely. They've cleaned A entirely. They know A main is clear, and they're rotating extra players to A. It's like there's firstly they're giving you info. Like GamerLegion aren't like being super fakey in this game. They're being pretty telegraphed, to be honest. And still, Legacy aren't really believing them. I think they're expecting more. They're thinking these are fakes. They're moving away.
No, I think you're dead on.
Torsten's now in a new position because he's just been burned twice over.
Yeah, but I would hate to be Torsten, bro. Like,
it's not fun.
You've played rugs every round they walk under you. So you go, I'll play somewhere new. And then they throw a full volley of util on the new position you pick.
Well, back to rugs.
Meanwhile, you're just hearing PR laughing away, having a great game. Like, everything's easy to him, 10 and 4.
Yeah.
Main character energy.
They could just pop B right now, but 2 mid players still. I like this for Legacy. Gonna fight together. Both swinging. This could be good. The timing of the flash. Oh, Slem blinds himself. So they will actually catch a 5v4. That's something for Legacy.
Oh, but there's PR doing what he does best.
No.
By the way, that's another dry fight. PR, the dry fight merchant. You've never seen anyone play CS the way he does.
Dude, his lips
that was a
chafe.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Dry, they call him. I've not got more hair.
Oh, come on.
I don't.
I don't know. How many rounds can you... And this is in a pro game, by the way, Hugo. This is a professional match. I think that's important to remember. Yeah. In a professional match, how many times can you just peek B main and, like, double kill an entry with no util?
We're getting the answer today.
It's kind of insane.
This guy's 17 years old, Harry.
Yeah. No, PR is so impressive. I've just never seen anyone who, like, seems to prefer fighting with no util as much in my life. His whole team were, like, outside of B ready to help him. They're all lining up util. They're waiting. ZTR's like, okay, guys, I want this smoke. I want that smoke. And then PR, Spotify on, not listening, runs around the corner. Bang. Oh, okay. ZTR's just cooked up a whole strat, but it's not even needed, I guess.
Yeah, then he just walks in, gets that backstab timing, round's over. And that's, again, another 5v4 for Legacy where they get that mid-duel.
Yeah, that's true.
They've done that a lot. They've had good positions. But I think this is even more credit to GamerLegion on just how bloody well they're playing. And, like, yeah, sure, like, not taking away from PR, but also no weak link on this team. They are playing really solid defaults. They are mixing it up. They've done A and B splits. They've taken mid control. They've just popped sites. It's so hard to read. Look at this one now. Through the smoke, out they go. An aggressive A attack with 5 players. Nowhere to stand. Nowhere to be.
And I mean, already you could make a really good case to save.
Round over. Literally, even a kill through the smoke, round over. Doesn't matter.
I think if you're ZTR right now, which truly only one of us is, not us,
you?
Anyone.
You or me?
Truly only one ZTR.
Yeah.
But if you are him right now, I think you're feeling very, very good about this game. I think he's noticed that Legacy are seemingly waiting for things to get more lurky than they are, right? These rotates have been late, and you can tell that if you're GamerLegion. When you're going B, getting 2 kills and winning the round, and it's an instant save on 3 players, you know they just didn't have the rotates, right? You know that you're not getting pressured, there's no one else there, you can feel that. ZTR can 100% feel that, because he's calling like a very direct game right now. There is none of this mid-rounding. Think about how like a team like Aurora, God, that's going to take some getting used to, right? But think about how Aurora / Eternal Fire used to and still do play Anubis. It's on their T side. It's super fakey, lurky in the mid round. They're going A, they're going B, they're going back to A. You never really know where they're ending up.
Yeah.
But right now, ZTR is just like, and now we go B, and they go B, and now we go A, and they go A. Well, there's no kind of mid-rounding here, and I think it's because they know Legacy aren't pulling players around the map. Why would you bother? Why not just commit 5 players into the site? If they're going to play a kind of stagnant 2-on-2 in the majority of these rounds, go for it.
Because also the thing is, it's like, yes, they are doing that, but they're also playing default at the start, and I think they're calling, okay, we play this default and we end B. They're calling like where they want to end from very early in the round. And they're still covering all of the maps. So you can't just make an A main push where you actually can sneak under Torsen. But for the most part, everything is covered at the start of the round. Legacy, another aggressive play. It does net a kill. It comes at the cost. They get the A entry in the meantime. Big kill for Sadzin. He just has to peek it. He has to do something. Missed shot for Sadzin. They take the site. No way. Okay. Okay. I admire the attempt. But now maybe we have a chance for Legacy. Another climb up heaven. They saw him, they did see him, and they catch him as well. Slend in the clutch.
And he's going to try and put some distance between himself and the rest of Legacy, but Lato heard this and is 1 step ahead. He will be kind of on a similar timing to Slend on this temple push, but the molly's huge. Allows Slend to go for that bomb plant. There's no chance to contest this right now. Slend's broken up these fights. Seems aware of the presence of a CT player. That flash only serves to confirm it. Slend has the round laid out ahead of him, but Sadzin locks it in. 3 kills from the man.
Nice.
As he puts on a clinic, finally a round comes through for Legacy.
I don't hate that play for Torsen. I think he realized 3v3, like this is the worst round we're in right now. We don't have any util really to block, so he felt like he had to make a play before Legacy just flooded camera, and that bomb was super late as well, we saw on the minimap, so he didn't feel like they had position to get that bomb crossing in past camera. And to be honest, we look at his perspective, he had a few bullets out there. He could have killed the AWP in heaven, and maybe he should have, but without that kill, the round disappears, and Legacy still have a shot. 3 rounds, CT Anubis. It's nothing pretty, but it's enough. I hope we have... I want to see a few gun rounds from GamerLegion CT side Anubis, just to see what they're doing. I fear there won't be time for that.
No, that is the scary part. I think that's why, like, even 3 CT rounds, the max that Legacy could hope to achieve, it's like, it's not really enough to put them away from a loss in the pistol.
Yes. Wonder if we just have a really slow default now. Look at this angle for Rez. Something where they just say, hey, Legacy have tried this B push twice over now. They've walked out A main a lot. We know we're getting fights.
You can kind of tell that's where they think the vulnerability is, because there's 2 players starting there this time in a different crossfire. It's PR and ZTR over towards B. And they're actually starting to work this fairly early. They held for like the aggression, but because that came through over towards A main, they feel a bit emboldened to start searching for peaks in B. Oh.
Dry fight.
And with good reason. PR.
Just 2 bullet.
Literally never heard of a flashbang in his life.
Just 2 bullet, kills a guy backside.
He's picked one up on off the ground accidentally. He's like, what is this? PR. Oh my god.
Oh,
brother's
dude.
cheating. Like, calm down here, dog. Zoom out, whittle down. They retrieve that bomb. They still want to follow through with this B play. 1 kill there, but a temporary kind of lull in the action. I wonder, right? There hasn't been many rounds like this for GamerLegion where they find one, they slow it right down. I wonder if Legacy... Oh, my God. Now just gets deleted on the move back over now. Might not matter. Legacy are going to have to start pulling players around. They can't sit on their laurels here. They've got to move in towards this B site. Now a man down. Lux trapped in the connector. Sadzen on this rotate over will have a path out from Temple, but it's the only player with one laid out ahead of him. Flash to try and tee him up, but nothing found yet for Legacy, and it's going to be a long time coming before Lux gets to be involved. In the end, plays through the smoke with Sadzen finding one. Smoke down in main, but that does leave the spam as an option for GamerLegion. It's a wide defuse out of Nissim.
That's it.
And he's played that one well.
Super sick. They're spamming exactly on the bomb, thinking, hey, there's no way he can defuse this from any other position. Oh, yes, he can. Finds a really strange angle to do that from. Never seen that before. Able to get the round snuck through the smoke. Big round for Legacy. Hey, you know, 3.
Yeah, that's a hell of a... They did not. They were not in a good position in that retake. There is absolutely no denying it. 3v4 locked out with like 2 smokes down, 1 angle open. They needed that first kill to kind of get them into the site, and then they have to rob it with the defuse. Thanks to Nissim, yeah, with that innovative way of doing it. Still, it's 3 rounds. It's not a lot, but weirdly on Anubis, it can be enough. The problem now is that, like, so much weight is on this pistol round. If Legacy do want to come back, they cannot give this one over. A loss in the pistol, I think the map is too
What if you lose pistol and you win the Force, Harry?
Sure. Sure, that is good, actually. That would be good.
Quite nice. Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if you can call that.
Yeah. I don't know if you fully go the pistol and then buy 5 Bamasses and Kevlar second round on the T side.
Oh, dude, I only just realized as well, but like when they were smoke spamming, they killed Lux. And I think that only further made them, you know, they thought he was defusing. Ooh. Okay, Legacy, come on. You got to give us your best pistol round. Whatever you've been saving, whatever you've been banking up, this is where you got to bring it in. It's 3 through dark fast, but triple main take for GamerLegion. They are very ready for this. Slend, double kill. Bit of help from the rest of the gang now. Legacy become trapped, and they up and leave B. They don't want any part of this. The only downside is in the downtime, Torsen took A main. Here with the dual Berettas, he chews through Legacy.
Shows him how it's done.
And that must-win pistol round for the Brazilian squad comes up in favor of GamerLegion.
Ooh, well, lucky they didn't buy anything, Harry. They could buy 5 Galils with Kevlar on their helmet. No, not really. Yeah, that's rough. Triple B main push. They just take the space, chill out. And Torsen, of course, has pushed A main in the meantime, so great position to finish the round. GamerLegion, confident display, as there should be at 9-3 first half. With a full eco, I admire it. Legacy wanting to maximize gun rounds here in what could be a very short game. They tried to punish pick. I will say punish pick, but at the same time, as you mentioned, this is still a map that Legacy like to play. So it's not one that's, you know, they're unfamiliar with.
I think what this also does for GamerLegion across the rest of the tournament is any team that maybe looks at the fact that these guys do not have really any officials this year logged on Anubis outside of the Spirit win.
Yeah, that's the funniest part. It's like, we don't play this map other than beating one of the best teams in the world. But as a result,
like, what a huge question mark this puts on this map for other teams that might have looked to bring it through against GamerLegion. It's like, in a way, Legacy have taken that gamble for the other squads in attendance at Bucharest, and now you look on and you go, God, they actually are good here. They've dismantled them, no issue, and they have that win over Spirit. Like, are they really good at Anubis? Why don't they play it? That's what other teams are going to be thinking now.
It's not a fun map. It's not a very fun map to play, I think. It's a lot of, don't want to call it randomness. Things out of your control. Right now, GamerLegion are controlling them all. They are writing this script. They are producing, they are directing, they are currently in the edit. 11-3, trying to cut this one up. 2 rounds will do it. This gun round is all Legacy have to offer.
It's up against the bonus, right, at least. So there's something for Legacy. It's not the most firepower they could have been up against here. You wouldn't want to play your first rifle, and then that's it. And that is the situation Legacy are in. If they lose this, the game is essentially over. So at least knowing you have a couple of SMGs, some FAMASes to break through in this round, let's see what Legacy can do. They take middle. They took some control over at main. Something that was interesting was they did like a main smoke double molly, but don't actually own main deep. Nissim's taking it very, very slow, so didn't play around that util. Meanwhile, the rest of Legacy kind of tee themselves up over towards the extremities of this B side. They've got a player in main, 2 down in dark. They're pretty strung out right now, which is the one worry, and the only trade potential you had was Lux and Sadzin down in dark, and you just lost one of them. Sadzin wasn't able to trade it. And so that's going to force him to try and link back up with his teammate. But bro, Sadzin, everywhere he goes, his teammates are falling like flies. This bomb never feels comfortable. This bomb in danger of getting dropped. He had to win that fight on a Torsen.
Should be good.
The mid-split now links up with this A play, and so Legacy get in. They're still in with a chance in this round. Might be a man down, but they found the gap.
They're playing towards heaven, which, you know, while is confident and it's a hard choke point to get through, it could offer up kills for the GamerLegion to attempt this round. They fall out, probably for the best. Don't want to give GamerLegion road to run in this round. They're going to have to earn it. Moving in through camera side together. Sadzin gets a double. Still on the chopping block, but res headshot. And that will be PR saving, reasonable, given the circumstances. Legacy do find a fourth. Live to fight another round, and PR wants to take the guns out on the way. Great position to do so. And so this might be a very expensive round win for Legacy. Don't need to leave main. So good call to stay in this position. 11-4. Gonna have to be a pretty epic comeback.
I mean, that is a huge round for Sadzin, right? Like, he was kind of the guy under the microscope in that round. Loses Lux in dark, has to rotate away. Nissim dies in A main as well, and Sadzin doesn't just then get the key opener onto Torsen, critically avoids dropping the bomb, but he opens up that red carpet into the A site, takes it one step further with that double kill after planting the bomb. That round was all Sadzin. Haven't seen the big Doomau round yet. Still waiting for it.
Yeah.
Feel like he would be a requirement in a world where Legacy wanted to even make this competitive. I think Sadzin's done a bang-up job of keeping them in it. Now we need the rest of the gang. That's all from Sadzin. More quick trigger work, but he is out of the round now. Nissim picks up a key trade onto Slend. And Legacy are home free on this one. It's another round racked up for the T side. Back-to-back A plays, but this one with a lot more pace behind it.
Yeah, nice and clean. Just pretty basic round, but they know they have the better weaponry. Firepower, easy for Legacy. Some nice entries from Sadzin. It's about depth on this T side, I think. And whether Legacy can show it. They're looking good, Spirits. That's what you got to tell yourself. T-side Anubis, every game is winnable.
I mean, the one upside to being a squad that play a lot of Anubis is you're very familiar with the kind of deal with the devil you do in playing Anubis. You will have to win the game in the second half, you know? And that sounds dumb, like you win every game in the second half. But I mean, you know, you're always going to be starting CT side. You're always going to be on the back foot. You're always going to be playing from behind.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Legacy know the score here, and they know that this game is still winnable. There's 6 rounds between these squads, but within that is only, you know, 3 or 4 full buys for GamerLegion. You kind of brain hack it, you think that's not many rounds.
No.
You can win 3 rounds.
Yeah, just don't get ecoed. Easy, right? Quad B, a good gamble to make in a round like this. Not sure it will pay off though with 2 players outside A main. Looks like Legacy do want... Oh, I take it all back by pulling it back to connector. B split suddenly looks likely. That smoke. What's PR gonna do with it? They got a boost? No. PR? What can he see?
Can't see lugs, I'll tell you that much.
Better run. That's a cool idea, though. He did see in the water. Only going to come out. They know there's heavy cons. They're going to try and explode out B, and easily done. Armorless players with a hero AK. No resistance. Right?
They're all really low apart from Nissim. Okay, that nade's done a lot of damage.
Gosh.
So it should be fine. This should all be fine.
We might have seen a 1v5 USP Eco Ace if they kept fighting. That's crazy. They're all split, Harry. I don't like how split they are.
No, but they're going A. They let Nissim go, like, clear it, make sure he hadn't, like, instantly...
Wait.
Sadzin.
He's got it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he got blocked.
Dude, he was speed...
Wait.
Oh.
What? What happened?
And Legacy won the round.
He crashed, but he planted.
Yeah, you could see he was playing off of a teammate's monitor. It was like the old school, like, the one where you just lose vision and everything goes all horrible and laggy. Like,
What?
Yeah, so they nearly lost that round. They nearly lost that, but thankfully, he was able to look over. Oh my god! Although, props to Legacy, they did what FURIA couldn't.
They killed him in time, right? They hunted Rez, they got the kill with a second remaining. That's the only reason they won the round, because he died during the plant.
No, I thought he did. They planted the bomb.
He got it down. He
planted the bomb.
My god, bro! But they killed Rez. That's how they
But dude, with tech issues, with like everything going wrong, still get the bomb plant, playing off your teammate's monitor while everything's burning.
That's like I've never seen anything like that.
Meanwhile, yesterday FURIA 0 tech issues during their thing, bro.
Just knocked their hand off.
Just decided actually
just headset collateral damage into the E-key. Bro, I mean...
Oh my god.
I'm scared.
No, the moment I saw him running into the half
I saw him look at his monitor, but I thought that's why he got blocked. I didn't think that was... He was crashed. God. Dude, I mean, they got the kill.
You could see the horrified faces of his teammates in the background thinking, oh my god, no.
Lato ran into B and killed Rez before they won off of elimination anyway.
Okay.
So they got the kill regardless, and they realized like, yo, we're gonna lose this round, kill Rez, and Lato ran in and killed him. So ultimately it was fine, but woo!
I don't even think that's like, if I'm Rez, that's not at all how I want to win the 1v5 with the USP.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Like,
how's that got a sick 1v4 yesterday?
Imagine the Rez 1v5 highlight frag movie is like a sick double kill on the USP.
And then just hiding.
And then you're just watching him like sit in cave at 10 health, and then it just goes, counter-terrorist win.
I'd take it. Still a 1v5. Dude, that is unreal. I don't know what replays we have, but I'd love to just see anything really from that round. Just find out what happened, but...
Oh, doesn't it feel good though when there's a tech issue, but the team, like you didn't get like screwed over there by, like you actually won the round, right? Like
you're on the edge there, Harry.
No, I know, but it's nice when that happens. Like if they lost, we would have to be sitting here right now going, well, damage was done.
4, 3, 2, 1. He got the kill.
Wait.
They're just confused, I think, but they got it. They got it. Dude, I don't know. Would he have had the plant?
He started at 4 seconds.
Yeah, but... I mean, he got the bomb down before he crashed.
Yeah. Well, I think he...
It was going to be close.
I don't know if he... Or did he leave? Like, because they won the round at that point.
No, it had the crash icon. It had the disconnect of the kill feed. It had the like crash out icon. He didn't disconnect. He crashed out the server.
I'm crashing out right now,
Yeah,
man.
dude, we're all crashing out a little bit.
I'm crashing out.
I don't know. The only reason I question it, I saw him plant it forward with you, but the only reason I question
The timing just felt so mad.
it was like there was
I
less
felt...
than a second when they killed Reds.
Yeah.
So it's like we would have had to immediately plant. Bloody hell. Never seen anything
Can't
like
say. You don't make things tense. Because that was...
I'm clenched right now. Well, just a normal round. And we're back in.
I mean, Legacy are playing against Counter-Strike itself and GamerLegion.
Everything's against them.
And they're still doing it. So at this point, in a way, I'm kind of rooting for them. Lux looked so offended by that nade. Flash play. Ends up being nothing more than an info flash for GamerLegion. They're still, I mean, you're so resource heavy over towards A. You kind of need to make a move on this side of the map. A lot of other teams have taken and given up middle, playing 2 in towards A to watch for mid and A main, but 3 players here, you really need that bomb to come to you. And wouldn't you know it, that bomb is coming to them. Legacy might play right into the hands of GamerLegion, and that could be a disaster. This comeback was coming through for Legacy, and as they try to carve their way in, are they ready for the third man? The third player, Torsen, tears the round away. 2v2 now, what might have been a certainty for Legacy if they dealt with him cleanly, suddenly hangs in the balance. CTR from the heavens, last man spotted, round robbed away.
How did
as
Torsen
Torsen sits in wait. It felt like it dawned on them. As they're moving in, they realize Torsen is usually the A guy, the guy that sits around here waiting for us. And then they see him in the corner of their eye playing through the smoke, and they know they've messed up.
Dude, 6 play for Torsen. Don't know how he goes, looked over there, but they get a kill on the mid-site player. They think it's all fine, it's all okay. Torsen double, and not an easy double either, even in the chaos. And CTR just plays his timing perfect. 2 backs turned. GamerLegion find 12 rounds. This is it, folks. The comeback for Legacy, almost thwarted by a tech, but in fact thwarted by GamerLegion. This might be the earned win they were grafting for. PR pushes B main, gets a kill and leaves. No response, no trade for Legacy. Sat in against the other AWP. Nice shot. Oh, but he can't follow up. Torsen traded. Nade out of nowhere on the B bomb site. Everyone's dead. Suddenly it's just PR. Did I say just?
But the bomb is in spawn. Okay, thank God Lux locks that in. Whew. Like, where that gets weird is if Lux dies, there's no plant, and then PR goes, why haven't they planted? Pushes out B main and then has the bomb.
Seen that? Yeah. Seen that before.
That could have got weird, but thankfully you don't have to entertain it.
Some nice entries on A. Legacy still hanging on, man. Would have been easy to go down fightless in this map.
Yeah, I mean, both teams that were just in like very different positions, right? There's no doubt that Legacy are playing very well on this T side. You see the reps far better. It's just the better half on Anubis, and so Legacy know this is doable, and I think they are all believing in this comeback. For GamerLegion though, and this is one thing Legacy will have to bear in mind as well, the benefit of having this many chances, still 5 left. It only takes 1 correct gamble stack, as we've seen already, right? The AAA start from GamerLegion, they didn't make a push on the back of it, they didn't try and make a play. They looked to early on, but they gave it up very, very quickly, and then they maintained the AAA stack. And that's a little unorthodox to just commit to it out of the gate, but it worked. And so in a way, you only need to cook up one of those once. You only need one big hero play, one correct read or call from ZTR, and suddenly you've won this game. And so right now you still feel like you have freedom to do that. And that's something the Legacy are going to have to contend with. They will have to anticipate that in these rounds, you've got to watch out for gambles, you've got to watch out for stacks, you've got to watch out for early aggression. 1 foot wrong, and doesn't matter how many rounds you've racked up on your way to the comeback, it's all over.
We saw Legacy experience exactly that, but from the other side against Liquid. Liquid pulled on Anubis a 12-6 back to 10 rounds, and Legacy got a 1v3 out of nowhere. I think it was Nissim just rips the game out of their hands in a post plant on the CT side as well. So that can happen. Legacy know it. This shouldn't be that round. Oh, good nades. He's done for. Oh, yeah.
I mean, up until now, I think Legacy have played with a pretty up-tempo pace behind them, but I wonder, as the game goes on, does that slow down a bit to try and, you know, dodge the stacks, the gambles? They do start most rounds off kind of defaulting like this, holding on to all the extremities, watching for the early plays out of GamerLegion. And I think they just recommit B now. You heard a lot of players here, you heard them flash take B main, and now they're gone. And you're kind of expecting them to be trying to mind game you. I think if anything, Legacy were almost in that first half trying to be too smart with it. But here, their T-side reads of the situations have been really good.
Yeah.
They were aware that GamerLegion, it's in their best interest to quickly dismantle that stack as soon as it's known about. And so by kind of recommitting into where the stack started, they stay away from it. 1 kill on the exit at least gets you out with an AK here if you're GamerLegion. I think it's actually a pretty big deal that PR gets himself onto an AK, not just because he's fantastic, but with him being the guy leaning over here towards B, some of these fights in towards, you know, dark or main are pretty hard on the M4. The idea that you can dink someone coming through a dark smoke with a flash, and then they one-tap you back is frustrating. And so PR will feel a lot more lethal as a result. You know he likes to try and fight early as well.
Yeah, 2 AKs saved. As far as GamerLegion are concerned, that's a good eco.
Yeah.
That's really just the goal. You're not even really thinking about money at this point. You're just thinking about setting yourselves up to win a gun round, and this could be that round. Final timeout coming in for GamerLegion. Are Legacy going to keep it basic? And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that they're picking a site and they're execing. Not doing any mid-control, really. Not faking. Similar to GamerLegion. We played a little more defaulty into an exec. You've just seen Legacy storm A with, you know, double molly, double smoke flash. And that round, as you say, they see the B push go back and then they recommit B.
I think if you're GamerLegion, you almost have to entertain the idea of playing more towards A. And yeah, the 2-on-2 is kind of a nice middle ground on that, right? It's not quite as committed as the A stack. You still have a slightly faster rotate to B, thanks to Rez occupying mid. Anything you're vulnerable to is like a fast pop here, because both sides only have 2 players in early as a result. You need the fight to last long, and it won't. PR found straight away. ZTR starting to back up. A man down now for GamerLegion as they're locked out of this B site. And you don't want to write this round off so quickly, right? Like, especially not when you're right here. The problem you're going to have is that Legacy play that so early and so dry. They have a lot of util. You can't justify giving this a look in. And so GamerLegion head for the hills. They're trying to save on 4 players.
Let me tell you why that round and that exec is so cool. They do the lurk smoke B early in the round. They do obviously the con smoke to get con control. And as the lurk smoke is about to fade, they throw mollies on the left and right side towards jail, towards pillar. And you'd think, okay, if there's a CT playing close, what are they going to do if the molly hits them? They're going to push into the smoke. As that second molly lands, the lurk smoke fades. They time it so well that if anyone was playing close, they'd either be in the molly or right in the open in front of like 3 players B main. There's simply nowhere to go if GamerLegion are close main. And so you clear out the most annoying crossfire on that B bomb site, and then you just execute. You have players streaming out con, you flood, you kill anyone on B. There's only one guy. So that's a really cool idea from Legacy. You see the reps paying off right now. That's a nice set play to win the round, essentially. Ash rather looking stressed is what I was trying to say. Crack of the neck, as Legacy are absolutely in this game now. 9-3 half, doesn't matter anymore. You got an entry in a key gun round.
Yeah, Legacy have an advantage.
Here we go.
Walk out through mid for Rez, and he's also got backup. Torsen.
Okay.
Ooh, shoes on the other foot. This time it's Torsen. Oh, never mind. Oh, God.
He killed
And then, yeah, now they know that Rez was aggro in mid, and so that one's collected for free as well by the Sadzin Orb. Defense is split, ZTR and Slend between the A and B site.
Rough, very rough.
Oh, the big slowdown.
It's pretty large.
Hoping that ZTR just fights them and kind of gives them the kill to win this round. He will give them the fight. There's the kill to win this round.
Yeah, Molly felt very important.
I think the alarm bells are going off for GamerLegion, right? They're
yeah.
They're making these aggro moves, they're finding advantages, and they're now understanding the position that Legacy were in that first half. 5v4s is still tricky to convert here on Anubis. And it looked like them getting past Lux was going to be the undoing of the round. It actually ended up being a great boost to Legacy. Ended up going 1 for 2 after that pick through mid. Nissim, the only man to die in the round, but his death was more than worth it. If Slen saves, you can look forward to a full buy in the next round, and it will have all the bells and whistles.
I was going to say, I'm running that molly every time. There's no way I'm not running that CT molly. T molly, different story. CT molly, free. They just go through and they Tech-9 his AWP out. Annoying. Very annoying.
I think you still kind of have to buy here.
There's no AWP. See if someone can fund it for
Yeah,
them.
someone could. It's just, you know, then... Yeah, well, I'll have to see how they decide to divvy up the money. Because I think there was someone with like 5.4 thereabouts. Yeah, so we do still get the AWP for Slen. I mean, that's thanks to the heavy save GamerLegion embarked upon in the round prior.
It's only Torsen A, and he's got 0 nades. He's got a flash, sorry. That's it. He's used his smoke. They look like they want to go through. He has no support. Slen might get camera smoked here as well. That's a flash to push him back in main. Torsen gets stuck behind the pillar. He has no smoke to put it out this time. They find both entries. We're looking at overtime right now. GamerLegion just have to save. It's their goal right now. They've got to give it up. You can't win this. Legacy, a very impressive T-side today. This was GamerLegion winning the pistol. They converted as well.
And I think the thing that's frustrating right now if you're GamerLegion in that round, they kind of tried, you know, this 1-1-3 between A mid and the B site. I think with the goal of going aggressive in B in the mid round. Problem is, Legacy are playing so fast. There isn't really a mid round in this game right now. Sometimes it slows down a bit in response to like GamerLegion aggression. But for the most part, these calls have been heads up. They've been deciding where they want to go out of the gate, and they've been playing for that map control early. And so it feels awkward, but I think actually you can't rely on info plays here if you're GamerLegion. So often that's kind of one of the things we talk about for CT sides on this map. Oh, you need to piece together where they're going. You got to use your resources well. You want to start 3 players here, take away the map control, narrow down the options, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think GamerLegion can do that because they just tried and the 3-man play got entirely dodged on a fast A exec. They might be feeling pressure to just take a bit of a gamble here, and it's a 2-man start in mid. So expecting the walk again, right, from GamerLegion where they actually push over the bridge and try to get behind enemy lines. Problem is, once more, this is a play on a timer. This is a play coming in a little bit later in the round. And Legacy already looked to tee up to take away main control. That flash has brought GamerLegion back from mid. They don't commit to the push. Instead, they play the gamble, 3-man stack in the A site.
Yeah, they just know that Legacy haven't even touched mid in the C side, so why bother? Play your numbers, play your trades right now. You don't want to just get picked on solo positions again. That's how Legacy have been breaking in, whether it's PR pushing B or finding Torso alone on A. Legacy rerouting. Con smoke coming in. They shift B main. Are they going to fake A first? We've got 2 players still in the water, throwing a lot of utility, keeping this stack in position. This them trying to molly them back. At what point will the penny drop? GamerLegion playing unorthodox CT positions. They're going to get smoked out. We might be looking at a retake here in the final round of Reg.
Yeah, GamerLegion are teed up to play retake. They have been since the round started. Ollie to try and slow down, deny that bomb plant. They need the smoke open, hoping to catch the bomb crossing. Second molly goes in.
Nade.
Plant going down, and the molly missed its mark.
Yeah,
so that plant will come through. Still, man up for GamerLegion. Legacy embarked on one hell of a comeback to get within 1 round of extra time, but it might all fall apart. It might all come undone. Luck's knocked out, and Legacy so close, but not meant to be. GamerLegion will be the ones picking up the dub on Anubis.
A little ZTR callback to the FURIA fail on the defuse, but he won't fall this time around. GamerLegion get it done in the final hour, the final round. They take Legacy's map pick in this series. Unbelievable comeback from the Brazilians, a very impressive T side. It comes down to GamerLegion making a great call to give up that B bomb site and play with their utility. Still putting enough pressure on that B hit. Sure, the molly misses. I think it popped in the smoke, but they still get a 5v4, and then we see the flank come in off the A main push. So GamerLegion just flood B, and they win it out. Sick game though. That was you called this a sleeper banger before we went in, and that's absolutely what we got.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is probably inclined to keep up, right? I know this one didn't feel like it was going to be close at one point in time. What with it, you know, a 9-3 on the half, you win the pistol, you're sitting up in a real powerful position if you're GamerLegion, and then Legacy go on one hell of a comeback only for it to get snatched away right at the dying lights of this game. Right as we were about to run it back in overtime, they probably felt like they'd already done the job. That whole last round kind of went swimmingly in their eyes. They kept 3 players A. They go into a 2-man B hold. The Rez and ZTR, for the first time, they decided that the way to win was not to fight, was to play within the site itself, tee up the retake, but critically, they held on to util to make life hard for Legacy, even though they're not like actively fighting for the bomb site control. It was a very nice idea there. I think it's kind of ballsy to even make that call if you're ZTR in the final round of regulation.
They had to try something different, right?
Yeah.
I think the difference was knowing, okay, they're not fighting us mid, so let's play 3-2. Let's put 3 on A because it's it can be a really hard site when you get full exec, and let's retake B because it's a more retakeable site, and the nades were just perfect. Like, even though, okay, they weren't perfect, they missed the molly, but they HE'd the smoke, they stalled everything out, they bought a lot of time for the flank, and they still got that kill on the player fighting plat. So really, really nice call. Considering what they've been doing before was PR just kind of swinging main with a flash on his own, it never really worked out, other than the pistol round for GamerLegion, which they won in the second half. PR definitely cooled down on that defense, but I'd say...
I think he is more of a T-sided player anyway. Like, I feel like that's often where you see him find most of his impact. I think it's interesting because while he likes the dry fights, he likes creating the space in T-halves and operates on his lonesome a hell of a lot, as you'll see with all of his, you know, B main kills on the minimap.
Just dry.
You know, in CT halves, it's a bit different. Like, he still tries to push and prod, but I don't know, it doesn't hit the same, right? He's not like playing timings like he is when he's T-side lurking, and he's able to use his kind of knowledge of opponent movements and how he reads the game in the same manner. He's often kind of swinging early into players holding him, and that is a different type of fight. And I think that's one where PR, you know, could continue to refine himself. This guy's T-sides are fantastic.
I like those. I like those heat maps. Funny that there's not many blue dots there exactly. But,
no, I feel like he got what, like five kills second half.
Exits as well there. So yeah, still a really good game for PR ultimately, because he got them in that position anyway from a monstrous T side. That was a great game of Anubis. That was one of the more enjoyable Anubis games I've seen this year. And GamerLegion are just going to creep over the finish line. Feeling good about that one. Love the ZTR callback as well. The cello failing the defuse. It looked like his team were telling him, like, make sure you hold E. Make sure you hold E, please. Don't troll. We really need this round. We've been throwing the game, so we don't want to lose this. And yeah, a bit of banter at the end, bit of entertainment. Very entertaining game. Got another map coming up as well, so we'll see you there.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's lineup landing with Legacy Jamal here. He's looking ready for a challenge here. How are you doing, man?
It's all good. Yeah, thank you.
We're gonna give you a test. We're gonna show you some videos, and you gotta tell me where the smoke and Molotov is gonna land. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
You're ready. I like that. Positive. You're looking very relaxed as well in the chair and comfy.
Yes.
So let's
very,
get
very
ourselves...
good couch.
Yes, I like it. The comfy way of doing it. So here's your first one.
Window.
Oh, quick.
Yes.
Very quick. Let's play it out. Boom.
Nice.
Okay, good start. We'll go from Ancient into Anubis.
Stairs.
Wow.
Nice.
Fast. All right, you're impressing me so far.
Oh, and this is the bad one.
The bad one?
Yeah, this is the bad one.
What's the better one?
Yeah, the one that covers the whole arch.
Ah, okay, yeah. So you can safely pass that way, yeah?
Yes, it's better.
Next one, we're moving to Dust 2.
Oh, B-doors.
Yeah?
Yeah, B-doors. Or no, or this one could be in the window.
Which one do you think?
I think window.
Window, okay.
Yes. I'll gamble window.
Gamble window, we will see it. And the gamble was correct.
Yeah, because it was a little bit different. So,
yeah. You were almost too fast, you know, you did door.
Yes.
Next, we're going to Inferno.
Oh, this is arc smoke.
The time hadn't even started, you
Yeah.
knew. Damn, that's good. No problems at all for the Mao and the lineup so far. Okay, now we're really going to test you. It's train.
Okay, let's go. Yeah. Oh, which spot is this?
Back towards, like, I guess,
From T-spawn?
from T-spawn, yeah. And
Yeah,
then
should
to
be. I think should be like this sandwich, like between the trains, you know.
I understand you completely. Let's see it.
Oh fuck.
Another one. You got it right.
Yes.
Another one.
Nice.
Even on train. That's good.
Yeah.
All right. The next one we're going to do is taking us to Nuke.
Oh. Oh, this is in front of doors on A. Yes. Between like the vents and the doors. The lurker one. That's.
Oh, you are correct again.
Yeah, nice.
Damn, you were fast at this and you know them all.
Yeah.
One more to go. Let's see if you can get all of them correct.
Yeah, I will.
We're going to Mirage.
Like this should be, could be indoors in the market or window, but I will gamble window.
He's gambling window again.
Yeah.
He was correct last time, and guess what? He's correct again.
Nice.
Dude, you nailed it.
Nice. Good.
7 out of 7.
Yes.
You know your smoke lineups and Molotov lineups.
Yes, I mean, a lot of time, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's good, man. Some players forget them or can't quite understand it.
Yeah.
You did well. Thank you very much for playing.
Thank you so much.
Legacy versus GamerLegion keeps on raging on as this kind of sleeper banger now approaches a second map. Hugo, do you like your Inferno?
More than Anubis, maybe. Although after that game, probably not. Probably not. That was a good game. Inferno, good map for both teams. GamerLegion's pick, similar situation to Anubis where both teams can play it. Plenty of track record for Legacy on this map, especially domestically. This is going to be a different beast though, Harry, because GamerLegion are a very threatening team. Not only do you have Torsen, the banana man, on this T side, you also have PR to watch out for in apartments, and he is going to be a problem. Slend also gets a lot of value from T side Orb, and we haven't even talked about Rez. So I think Legacy might be in for a tricky time here on the second map. I like my GamerLegion Infernos, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think the teams that just have the best Inferno have the best extremity players, right? Like, if your banana player is really good and your apartments lurk is really good, and they're both good at finding those, like, active timings of when to push, you know, like that feeling, and sometimes that's all it is, right? It's not like not like necessarily they're reacting to info, or maybe it's like info elsewhere shapes how they play the round, but regardless, if you're comfortable making those types of decisions, you feel so strong on the T sides, and I think that is one of the big reasons why GamerLegion is so threatening on this map. Torsen has some great entry routing up through banana. There's kind of moments where you see glimmers of guys like Nico and how he likes to take that real estate. He'll go for these fast top banana pops, sometimes has a teammate in alongside him, they'll do the double mollies in top banana. Torsen loves to go for that control. Expect to see him doing that a hell of a lot. And then PR is phenomenal in the apartments. I have loved watching him there. I think he's so good. The thing that makes his more impressive is that, like, Torsen does get more help in taking banana, which is fair. Like, banana is a hard position to take. There's a lot of util fighting. PR in the apartments, though, is great because so often the rounds will start 4-1, PR alone in apps. He'll get a kill, he'll keep the back door open, he'll keep the porch light on for the play to end back at A.
Oh, kind of.
And yeah, I think Legacy are going to have their work cut out for them here. But as you said, they also have their reps in on this map. They're going to have a lot of ideas. I'm expecting another fairly close game here.
Sure. Although, GamerLegion want to bring a rambunctious pace into the B stack. 4 players on the CT side. Reed coming out for Legacy, looking good. They've still got to connect their shots. Nissan and Sadsin will, but they also fall straight after the fact. It's only 1 player in this site now. Good spam, but one more bullet would have done it. It would have removed that bomb plant during the animation. Now, GamerLegion more than favored. A 3v2 where they don't need to overplay. Smoke comes in. Don't know if there's a kit down, but they're on the clock.
Even a boost in at Banana. PR just allowed to play tucked as a result, right? ZTR kind of has his walk up. But PR, of course, you know, these are dry fights in the pistol round. He's going to take them every day of the week. And he starts strong. 3 kills from PR in the pistol. PR stands for pistol round.
Nice. That's a good one. Yeah, I think Legacy dawning on them immediately how hard this game is going to be. 4 players on the B site. They trade out 2 for 2, and then they get run over. Really, real shame that that bullet doesn't connect onto Slend. Felt like they spammed the planter off. That used to be so much easier in CSGO, but the coffin is so much, or the coffin position, no longer a coffin, is so much wider now in CS2. It's actually really hard to get a player off that plant. I'd say that, you know, this is a map that obviously went through changes coming into CS2, and I actually think went through good changes. Some of the smaller details, some of the positions that got you know, shambled around a little bit, actually, I feel like have made a big difference. Obviously, I still think we all agree it needs something to make this A site more retakeable. Don't know what it could be. Even just removing a position, but that would completely change the map, obviously. This fast Banana again, and he saw at least 1, if not both. Do they realize when they've got 2, they just keep spraying, find all the kills? GamerLegion easily done. The bomb is here though, he doesn't want to commit alone. He'll actually even leave a rifle up there as he just runs back to group up with his team, but Legacy haven't shifted. Doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, problem is as well, I have so much faith in PR on this side of the map that seeing them go and link up with him, it feels so safe. He might die here. I don't know if you're ready for this still hanging around up on the... No, never mind. PR is, of course. He's just the GOAT of apartments. He's probably one of my favorite apartments players to watch right now. It's insane. Like,
we're gassing
he looks so comfortable.
I mean, how can you not?
He looks so comfortable in the apps, bro. It's terrifying. Because someone else I actually like watching lurk on this A side of the map is Exercise from 3D Max. I often like the things he does over there. But I think PR's dethroned him as my current #1 sleeper pick.
Won't catch this guy sleeping. Torsen making that money. ZTR says not allowed, and he team kills him. But all is fine. I wonder, you know, in this tournament, I'm trying to pay close attention to banana control to see how CTs are trying to deal with this enlarged banana. It's pretty big now. The Molly obviously was already trash. Now it's really trash. Doesn't spread to both sides at all. I doubt there's even a lineup available to do that. And we're actually seeing a kind of no CT teams fight for banana control, really, so far. Falcons being a rare exception, but they also got 13-2. So I can't really report much on that.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to be scrubbing the Falcons demos from this event and pulling anything out.
Like, damn, sick 1 round on that T side. Yeah, not much to report. A lot of teams doing this. Sit the banana, often with the orb, GamerLegion like to do it. Break the smoke. PR, out boiler, out A. Oh, I was going to say he was about to win the round, but Nissim holds him down. Very important kill. Sadzin stops the mid-split, but him going back still opens up the path up short. GamerLegion take it. A shot presumably through the smoke, but it didn't look like it. Slend finding the
that was Slend who got that kill from short.
Oh, okay, my bad. Rez dead. Slend is in the site. Fake plant. Lato doing a lot of work alongside the AWP, keeping this round intact. And they're holding this position as well. Not going to happen. Felt like GamerLegion jumped the gun because PR called, hey, I got the entry, second guy's low, let's go for it. But don't know if they needed to. Either way, some nice AWP shots. Keep that round at bay.
I mean, Sadzin's had a couple of very influential moments in this series. He had that sick clutch back on Anubis. Now I say clutch, actually. He had a teammate, I think. He did. He had multiple teammates. But still, he was like 1v3, if you remember. He was A main. Had to kill Torsen and then won the round for it with a 3K. But he has had a bunch of rounds like that where he just kind of multi-kills, locks in, dials in. And I think it's come at a good time because Dumao has had a slightly quieter series than what you're used to seeing from him. Now, though, the thing that is enticing me a little was that looked like a really good round from Lato as well. And he's kind of the second guy that you talk about alongside Dumao. So hopefully you can see Lato find his form here on Inferno. Makes his current B-hold a pretty scary prospect. That is where Dumao and Lato currently lie. Lux even joining them for the triple B, and that's right as GamerLegion actually leave this side of the map. I think they've lent triple B because they killed PR in apartments, right? And as we talked about, it's really not uncommon to see GamerLegion go 4-1 and leave PR on this side of the map entirely alone. So once they got that kill, they immediately prepped for a reaction on the other side of the map. And the kind of mental timing here for Legacy is really good. They know that if there was going to be a reaction, if it was that 4-1 start and they haven't gone B, they're only just getting back to the A side now. And so they will bring Lux around in time. Sadzin on that AWP continues to be a terror. Shuts down the short play. And now he's got support from his rifles. GamerLegion just give this one up.
It's a reasonable save. You get 3 guns out of there with a bit of utility sprinkled in. So I think they realized that when that block comes in apartments at 30 seconds, they wanted to abs pop. They already probably knew they couldn't win the round, and getting mollied and then getting orbed, well, that's just a signal to save. And a good call to do so. Sadzin right now trying to save this game for Legacy, doing a great job. Won both these A rounds, almost on his own. Bit of support from Lato. You'll love to see it.
Can Nissim be the kryptonite of PR in the apartments? That's also now back-to-back rounds that Nissim has found him in that position. PR's whole thing is being really, really good in the apartments. So if Nissim is able to get him doubting that,
God, look how wide.
I think, look, there you go. More aggression to find PR this time in alt mid.
Good game plan. They flash boiler.
GamerLegion don't often have to deal with this. PR does not usually get cancelled, at least not this early in the game. Usually he's found a lot more success before they kind of move him away from the apartments. This makes the 4-1s feel less effective for GamerLegion. Curious to see what ZTR cooks up. This time it will be a fast reaction on the B side of the map. There's only 2 players here for Legacy, but they're holding the line fine. It's that power couple of Lato and Dumao. Quick work made over the push. Only ZTR left. We'll get out with both the kills on the side players. Arm with an AK now. Lux lands the spam, and Legacy aren't worried. They tie this game up at 3-all.
Shame ZTR fell into oranges there. I don't know if he did it purposely or maybe he just couldn't hit the jump there, but I would like to see him just path to the backside. He knew they knew at least one player was, you know, oranges or quad, and him not going for that kill, just maybe to wait for his teammates, allowed Legacy to peek out with the flash from CT and get all the kills on his team. So felt a little bit late there. If he continued on his pathing, might have actually won that round, but it's it's okay. It was only the half for GamerLegion, the save guns and the pistols. Now they eco again. And Legacy are, at least in this game, earlier than they were on Anubis. Got 9-3 first half, pulled a huge comeback, only to lose at the final hour. Rez v Nissim looking for the Deagle. Not much to grab there. Orb continues for Legacy. And they have full banana control on the anti-eco as well. GamerLegion want to go back for it. Just Eagles, though. And again. All right, get him. You've earned him. Triple for Dumao. Legacy in the lead.
Yeah, this has been a very good look so far from the Legacy CT side on Inferno. Very much standing up to the eye test. All the kind of usual win conditions for GamerLegion haven't gotten off to a flying start. PR was. He was 7-0, I think. But last 4 rounds in a row have not been kind to the guy. Moments he started dying, Legacy started racking up rounds. Torsen, likewise, over a banana, has not been able to find his impact yet. Money now starting to run out for GamerLegion. As see him having to take an eco in that last. Coming through with the guns again. They are in that vulnerable position as Legacy is springboarding these rounds into the lead. They're making bank. It's like 6 to 8K per player, which is a really good spot to be in. There's like 4 to 8K per player. Here's Torsen with some of his fast banana routing. You really want him to find success from this. Plays through the util. Bit of help from his friends. Gets him control over the top of banana. For now, Sadzin is here all alone. And Dumao was considering coming back, but recommits into the A-hole. They feel like this 100% isn't the B play.
GamerLegion love to just get this banana and instantly pop on the A side. We've seen that a lot in these couple of games from them, so it's not a bad read. Legacy have definitely done some homework in this series. We saw that on Anubis with the A main pushes going underneath Torsen. They had some ideas of what they were up against. So the quad A stands still and waits for this contact. GamerLegion walking out through mid. Lato avoids the wallbangs. They don't know about top porch. There's also a player under. Lato needs no support. 2 kills and GamerLegion get turned to mud in middle. Stomping their boots in it. 4v3, low HP. GamerLegion. This round feels over. They still want to give it a try.
Oh, this is sad. They've seen like a heavy top mid setup, so PR feels like he has to molly Porch, but if he'd saved that molly for Pit, it would have been so valuable. He's not to know that, though.
They've got one more.
Oh, they do.
They picked it up.
Slen's been able to grab one. Okay.
Contact.
But it's contact on the walk up. 10 seconds here in a double Pit setup. That should be the undoing of GamerLegion. No breaking through that.
Unlucky. 3 players on short side, right? Like, they know they can't long wrap at 20 seconds, so double Pit sight and trading off contact. So even though GamerLegion are the one sneaking in, they just have their back turned on that first player and it all comes unraveling. Nice double for Lux. Legacy putting on a fantastic defense against GamerLegion, making them very uncomfortable, reading their round endings. It's a new way to fast boost apps since that wall got made a little bit taller. GamerLegion static in middle, ZTR and banana. Again the 4-1. Legacy, a lot of reliance on Dumao, who has no nades right now. Maybe some left to B, but at a certain point might just call for help just in case he gets popped. The whole map is quiet. Legacy are about to find out.
Yeah, Lato has just left, linking back up with his B teammate, and the timing couldn't be worse. Because it's right as GamerLegion explode out through top mid. That is a galvanizing round for GamerLegion. This game was very, very quickly getting away from them. Breaking through and a Tech-9 buy like that is a big deal for this GamerLegion T-side offensive.
Just makes all the difference.
5 alive round as well, so making a nice bit of change for yourself here. And finally breaking through the Legacy defense. They felt invulnerable the last few rounds.
Trying to find that AWP in the smoke. They don't know where it's gotten to. Killed it on the Moto side, but they just abandoned trying to find it. You have Tech-9s. I think you're absolutely worth looking for that gun. Yeah, there
Awesome,
they go.
pinged it.
Nice work. So that's, I mean, it doesn't get better than that. 5 alive, getting 3 guns out of 5 pistol round. Making so much money on that eco. Careful, he hit that for nothing, for 7 damage. And yeah, it's the fear of the silence for Legacy. They have 4A, but they also, their banana smoke's fading. Dumao has no more nades, so Lato has to rotate over. And in that timing, they pop Moto smoke, good flashes, chasing down short player. AWP was never going to win the round, even if Saturn hits one, he's already dead. Now 3B.
Aggression, maybe? They do the deep banana smoke, Molly ahead of it. Gonna have another clash in the apartment. Slend attempts the run and swing on the AWP. Ends up fed to Sadzin. They know that Nissim's usually the guy over towards the apartments. And so can expect a bit of a, you know, pit setup here after spying the AWP there. Now they've heard the M4. That's actually a lot of info, but might not help GamerLegion. They know that both players are lurking around the pit. Gonna go looking as Torsen. First kill connects. Not past him was Sadzin on the AWP. Can PR locate that AWP? In with the backstab now.
No idea.
Back turns to the AWP, missed shot from Sadzin. PR tries to put some distance between himself and Lato. He knows he's got one fight up close, but he just up and leaves. PR running this one home. Bomb on his back in the 1v3 clutch. This guy has been very impressive for GamerLegion across the tournament. Let's see what he can do in the 1v3.
Scarily winnable, but he needs to pick a good position, get spammed through the smoke while he changes angles. He can't make up his mind. Indecisiveness might let him down. He just tucks in the pool. Feel like he's going to get spammed here. Definitely cleared. 1v3 for PR on 40 health. He holds on the smoke push, and Lato stops him in his tracks. A nice try, a good escape that gives him a bomb plant. But winning that round without a decisive position taken, not to be. Would like to go Ruins there. Gives him so many more options. Plant a bit more open, go Ruins. You can play CT, you can play the church side. Doesn't matter, you have options. Instead, you just get stuck in a corner. And also, Lux coming through that smoke, it's one of those plays, again, that's like sort of justified by its outcome, because if he goes through with his own flash and just gets headshot, they're going to get into the site, but he knows playing retake is super risky. He wants to assist his team. He goes through, he gets one, he gets info on 2 more, and that stalls the whole round out there for GamerLegion. So it looks really, really good for Legacy right now. 6-4 up. They've had strong reads. We've not seen B hits for GamerLegion. That's a big detail. In the Falcons game, they were abusing the A sides, but they're not getting away with it here. So we might need to see them go back into really standard B executes, rely on Torsen's entries. But they've seen the AWP there a lot. Saturn's had good reads. Not in this round, he's on A. So maybe that's the way in for GamerLegion. Mid-push, perfect time to call it. The last thing GamerLegion are thinking of, no one even looking at this. Oh, they see Sparrow. Whoa! Bailed out. Not for long.
It was weird.
Yeah, don't know
Weird
why he
from
jumped.
Rez. The jump, you know, I guess just accidental scroll, but even the recommit, like, into challenging top mid before he was ready. You know what I mean? Like, he was still kind of throwing off from the jump.
Oh, get out, yeah.
I think also we're kind of seeing PR for the first time in one of these games not feel comfortable in apps. He got bested here a bunch by Nissim. And in the last few rounds, he's had a couple of chances to be way more involved. He started the game 7-0 as well. I think it's important to bear in mind. Now 1-6 since that point.
He's dead.
Back turn, it's about to get worse for PR. B-play in the meantime into that Dumau solo hold, but he gets out with his one. He's done his part in the round. Now it's down to Torsen and Slen to try and clutch up for GamerLegion. They will get that bomb planted, but never allowed to get too comfortable here. Legacy already played through the smoke. They've crossed into pool.
Don't count them out. Torsen will need to get a multi-kill here, unless Slen steals it away. Backs into the site. Oh, through the smoke. Random shot for Lato. He's done a lot of those smoke kills, even from library side as well. Torsen needs to pick a player out early. They've got him cornered right now, and that's all the info. All eyes on Torsen. 1v3, not meant to be. Legacy, 7 rounds. Again, a perfect setup for Legacy. They're difficult to read right now. PR goes through that long smoke because it's 4v4 and he sees 2 players short and sight. So you could presume, hey, they're playing 2B. Why wouldn't they be playing 2B in this round if the orb's on A? And there's only 1B and the other player's on long hiding behind the smoke. So PR walks through, think he has a mid to B timing. He dies. At that point, GamerLegion speed up. They know he's solo B, but Dumau's playing retake. Legacy, just really solid game right now.
And I think you were dead on by saying it's clear they've done their prep. Like, so much of Legacy's right reads, right rotates have come from who they kill and where, right? Like, in rounds where they find the opener on PR early in apartments, you'll frequently see players then start to lean back over to that B site. In rounds where they fought other people in the apartments first, for example, Rez has gone there a handful of times, then they'll lean heavier into the A plays. They have a very clear understanding of how GamerLegion like to use their resources here. And so every kill isn't just you taking an advantage, you're getting a lot of info from it. And this is going to force GamerLegion in this final round of the half, and I think it's something they likely have had to consider throughout the entirety of this T side, is like, do we move away from the usual game plan and go to something really on the fly here? Some on the fly problem solving might be required from GamerLegion. Last round of the T side forum coming up. This is also usually where this squad does their best work. Best they can hope for now is 7-5. And I do just think such a huge part of it was Nissim taking these early advantages over PR in the apartments.
Didn't seem like a problem after a couple of rounds because PR, as you said, started super strong, but now it is proving to be a nice move for Legacy to shut him down.
7-0 start, 1-7 since that point.
1-8 now. Or 1-7 now.
I already
Sorry,
accounted
you
for that.
did account for that round, Harry. What can they do towards the end of the half? Legacy have seemed like a brick wall, and GamerLegion have not possessed the tools.
And GamerLegion have been stubborn, right? Like they're not moving away from the 4-1 starts. More of the same. Once again, the two kind of extremity players left to work their positions. Torsen over towards B, PR in the apartments.
It helps that since guns have come out, Legacy have not given a kill away in Banana. They have not died at car. They have not fought down bottom B and died. They have always been back in the bomb site, using all their utility before the hit comes in. GamerLegion again, pressure on mid. They push the orb back. It's going to go side now, more standard angle. Lux taking long. Bomb in banana. I want to see a B execute here. Push the AWP back and then go for a B hit, but oh, Sadzin wants to force it. Slenge feels like that's his first pick. All T side with the AWP. Not had many, but that's one of high impact. And okay, follow up. You just have to go now. Double entry. PR swings a little bit early there. His team aren't ready for him. There's a chance for Nissim to multi-kill, but he thought he finished his meal. He couldn't. And that should be GamerLegion finding a fifth right at the end.
Yeah, I mean, if this were a round earlier in the half, Legacy wouldn't even be entertaining it. It's only because it's round 12 they're giving this one a go. Moving on through in the 2v4, locked out. Strong post plants for GamerLegion, massive advantage. There should be no world in which you give this one over, or it even gets close. Doom out, dead on the porch side, and so finally, bit of impact from the Slend AWP. PR getting away with a kill out of the apartments. Things come up for GamerLegion, and they will get that fifth round they were looking for. It's still behind the mark on where GamerLegion wanted to be on this first half. There's no denying Legacy were very impressive on their CT side with great reads, shining individuals. Nissim as a hard counter to PR in the apartments. Even in that final round, they end up losing. The one kill from the A-side defenders was Nissim onto PR.
It's not the dominant T-sides that we've been seeing from GamerLegion as of late, but it is enough to still close out this match in 2. But I don't think you can deny the Legacy have looked really solid in Romania this week, taking down Liquid 2-0. Sure, falling to Aurora, but here and now, both maps putting on a serious fight against one of the European teams on the cusp of that next level. Feels like this is a team that's bound to give us a playoff berth sooner or later. They almost did in Katowice. It took Spirit to stop them, and even then that went all 3. GamerLegion trying to come back. Legacy trying to force a third map. Lots of nades. This is slow. Legacy getting their plans in order. And it looks like after establishing that no one's being aggressive, they're going to go back to this B execute. They've got the perfect nades for it. 2 smoke, molly, double flash. Clearing close with a molly that barely lands. Making sure GamerLegion aren't up to much. Torsen's got no nades. I mean, this is a drive-by for GamerLegion. They are going mid after all, into 4.
Oh, rough start, but they're going to try and play through the long smoke. With motor smoke in, this is a very cool way of using this util.
And Torsen's dead, so they've lost 4B. He pushed the flank. They made it really seem like a fake out there into a short hit. That motor player runs back through that smoke, and Legacy just have this B site.
Oh, dink on a PR. This backstab getting locked out. Chased in the spawn. Our GamerLegion Legacy. I love that pistol round.
Yeah, you can see how desperate it makes GamerLegion to feel like they have to force the kills before the plant comes in. That's why they're running it down CT and just trying to peek the site as quick as they can.
It's so sick because they've used, you know, the standard kind of A exec util to open up a CT route to the B flank.
Yeah, they just
and it's like that's also so expensive as a pistol round in terms of the util commitment that when GamerLegion see long and moto smoked off, of course they think it's going to be the A commit.
And it's 4A, and they just run back through the moto smoke. Obviously, they just want numbers to fight in A together, but that was never Legacy's goal. Doesn't help the Torsen thinking it's A. The call's probably coming in. Hey, full AXX. You're not faking that so late in the round. They've already, it's like a double fake essentially, because they already molly banana, like they're clearing close B. Molly banana, smoke A. That's the commit, you think. And Torsen pushes down banana, and he dies like that. So just opens up everything in this B-bomb site. Really nice call for Legacy.
I feel like this Legacy squad have always had, you know, components that have been on squads that have had like the cool little gimmicks like that. Yeah. Like you spoke earlier about like some of the
Taco,
yeah, like the I remember some of the nuke like pocket calls they would have back in the day.
The pistol rounds are really nice. The heaven boost.
Yeah, like the heaven boost on pistol. Damn.
Yeah. No, it is definitely. After watching this game, you can see why this team has been on the up and up, right? I said it earlier, but they won the Dallas qualifier. They won the disqualifier, obviously, to get here, and they won Challenger in North America as well. They're playing in 2 regions right now, so it's kind of cool. And you're definitely seeing why they're getting away with it. It's not just strong individuals, which there definitely are, but the ideas are really cool, really unique for Legacy. This game, I mean, this is going to be a very hard game to win for GamerLegion. It feels like it's destined to be Legacy. He's looking for 2 here, Dumao.
Oh,
that's really embarrassing.
Don't lose the round now.
That's really embarrassing.
Don't lose the round now. TK in the mix. Don't lose the round now.
Losing the round
AK picked up all of a sudden. Backstab in. Torsen fighting. Oh, God, the humanity. Look away.
Round now.
Look away. Legacy. They left it all to the wraparound, but Dumao dropped the ball.
He didn't even get 1, Harry. He didn't even get 1. He got dinked by like a USP, panicked to shoot the scout that just 180 no-scopes him. And that was a scout scoped in. He had to like double click and then no-scope. Team kill in the smoke. Oh, that just could not have gone worse, honestly. Right as I'm saying, they
okay, but then here's the thing. I actually think GamerLegion for the first time in a long time are looking beaten in terms of like I think the individuals and the depth here on Inferno, but I think around like that.
Oh, look at what it did.
Yeah,
like, they were screaming.
It very much refocuses you. You go, oh, wow, we just got given a golden goose of a round, you know? Like, this doesn't happen every day.
No, you've got to make the most of it.
And so you've kind of been given a second chance at life in this map on the back of that huge fumble from Legacy. Oh, you really hope that that isn't the defining round of the entire series. But it could be.
It might be. Because the worst part is it's not only on the full eco, but it breaks the money of Legacy completely. Oh, dear.
And now that round was clean, combined with the fact they won on a full eco. They have a lot of money, Hugo, and there's another eco round to follow, so that means actually they have even more money squared. I'm so worried that that has just cost Legacy everything.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're going to have chance.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
still rounds to play.
If you lose 13-11,
yeah,
it's that round. It's just that no other round really matters. It's that round that you've.
And I think they're aware of this bubbling problem that's now like lurking beneath the surface of this matchup because they're using this eco to talk everything through. Yeah. Lux didn't leave spawn. He was chatting away. They now know the importance of this first rifle round in deciding the outcome of the game. But, you know, like, this is also avoidable. That's, like, why it's so scary. There was always a world where GamerLegion could have come back anyway, right? Like, at the end of the day, there was still a lot of rounds to be played. But it's the fact that now you don't even have breathing room, right? You lose this round, which you will, and then it is a tie game. And from that moment on, whatever advantage you were pressing at the end of the first half doesn't matter. And And it's not even necessarily about what it does to you as much as what it does to your opponent. I think GamerLegion, I don't often say this about this team, they kind of felt ready to roll over and die here on Inferno. It was looking very flat. They looked a bit down and out on the cams. Individuals just looked sluggish in some of the rounds, some of the clears. Didn't have that usual sharpness to it that the GamerLegion squad do.
This is going to be 9-5 with the first buy coming out. Like, now it's going to be 8-8 with the first buy coming out. And they've got 5 alive as well. We got Rez on 10K. They've got breathing room. A re-injection of energy, a top-up the GamerLegion needed, and Legacy, all the benefit that mentally that round does to you if you're GamerLegion, it does the opposite if you're Legacy. That just sucks the wind out of you.
No, 100%. And, you know, like, it's just the lead you would have had. Even if GamerLegion had won a couple of rounds, you would have been so close to resetting them. The path to victory was laid out, but now the challenge is infinitely harder. You have to break through their money. That's going to take you at least 2 consecutive rounds, and that's if you find everyone every time. If there's saves and whatnot, suddenly, you know, you're up to, like, breaking through 3 or 4 rifle rounds before you're back in control. At that point, the game is essentially over if you've won that many rounds anyway. So, yeah, this is a real grind for Legacy all of a sudden in a game where the nature of it is changed entirely. This could have been a very comfortable win. And now you're left scrapping still just to maintain pole position. They start things off slow in this first rifle round, right? Bit of a default, taking away Banana, work in the apartments. You've seen these rounds. It's how GamerLegion played their whole first half. Four-man lead into the A site for GamerLegion, and it's been that way since the round started. But the util dropped a bit extra for ZTR at the B site. They love giving him like 3 smokes to lock down this side of the map and lean into these heavy stacks at the A site. And I feel like that's something, Legacy, we've been crediting them for doing their homework. They should be aware of that. This is a pretty usual look for GamerLegion. It's very common to see ZTR drop the extra util at B. He's burned through most of that now. Still has a smoke and a molly left. But won't be able to get it out in time. Dumau's even connected a lot of damage there through the coffins. ZTR feeling pressure to make a play, but the bomb's actually going back out through top mid. What? They've left this one down to the wire. They're going into a stack. The round's been lost on the back of this last-minute change. Bomb went back.
Oh, if they get away with that a few seconds earlier, they can win it. I mean, they got all the kills. That's the craziest part, but it's just a little too late in the round to make that move happen. Wrapping long as well. A requirement to get the moto kill, but it costs you so much time. Time that they could not afford. Dumau trying to fake out B. And they're getting desperate here now, Harry. Now it feels like it. With a round like that coming through. And because they saved 2 guns, they're going to buy around it, which, you know, don't get me wrong, the buy is okay, but it's still 2 pistols, 3 guns. Oh, and they're playing fast. If this doesn't land, they are in the hole.
Slen backs up. Oh, that's a convincing flick. Any more from the Slendorp? No, he's put down after 1. Rez back on the line, on the angle, able to keep this in the advantage of GamerLegion. Right now, PR is in hot water, though. Pinson it between the apartments and the long wrap. Torsen on the rotate over, spamming away, trying to tee up ZTR. He'll catch Nissim from the pit. This one ends 2v2. Retake on for GamerLegion.
Back on.
Split the defense, they find Dumau, they know that Sadzin's here, trapped in the corner, trapped in a box. The molly has put him in this coffin, and Torsen takes him 6 feet under. GamerLegion, double digits locked in.
Considering how caught off they get by that play, that is unbelievable. They win it, right? PR has his back turned to balcony, and he's done a deep app smoke on the stairs. They just run through it. The call is rush A. They run through that smoke. He gets shot in the back, and, you know, that's after Slend going for 2, doesn't get it. Legacy, some great entries, but trying to cross into the big pit cost them maybe the round. Great Molotov for Rez as well. GamerLegion jump on that as quick as they can. They don't give a second for Legacy to take positions in the post part. What it does do is give Legacy a bomb down. They buy up once more. They go through the mid-smoke. That's too far gone. They are in the washing machine right now, banging their head on the metal, rushing the mid-smoke with no utility.
I think, like, that one round has shaken Legacy to their core. The composure's gone. In this round, not only did they push the mid-smoke, they missed their long smoke. There was no util to help them come through middle, and with a missed smoke, that like only entices GamerLegion to go swinging from both sides of mid.
Was it a long smoke or was it a top mid smoke? Is that why they went for it? I didn't see the lineup.
I mean, no, it landed where the long smoke lands, but on the roof.
Oh, like, God, okay, yeah. Didn't see it. There was a smoke down in T-spawn as well.
Yeah, they missed all their util.
They missed 2 smokes, and then they pushed the mid-smoke. That's insane. Don't tell me they've got a chance.
That, like, cool, composed Legacy, a distant memory. Lato left up in the clutch here.
Rez needs a new mouse. He's scroll-wheeled twice now at the worst possible time. He just did that
just
again.
less fingers.
Yeah, less fingers would do it. I know a guy. Like, that actually... This round would be over if Rez didn't scroll wheel there. He would have re-peaked faster with ZTR and killed both. But he gave his position away.
Also, Lato is having a really good game, and he's kept this up all map long. Like, if one guy could win this 1v2, in current form, you've got Faith, it's Lato.
Slend, though.
His face buried in the monitor as he is locked in, focused in. Slend, wide out the apartments, knows he has him pinned. Trying to wait for Torsen, but also towing that line where he doesn't want to go down and leave this in a 1v1. The drop out of the apartments is mad, but Torsen will collect. Another clutch round picked up from Torsen.
Don't know what the call was there. Maybe the call was just ghost and go, I'll trade you. And Torsen creeps in, but my God, he played that so safe, which I like. And then he just threw himself around the corner. Luckily enough, that last player, Lato, had no idea, holding short. But this is GamerLegion ever since the full eco win with a huge comeback.
It's weird.
5 rounds straight now.
Feels like, you know, it's pumped GamerLegion up, no doubt about it, but also it's turned Legacy shockingly desperate, I feel like.
Yeah, they need to slow down, man. They've done like 3 rushes in a row. They've bought every round because the buys are just good enough. You're never going to get a T-side orb if you play like this.
I also just think, you know, you've immediately turned the dial up to as though you were losing this game, and you've tried to go back to your winning ways by playing with this confidence and this pace, but it isn't working. And GamerLegion are no longer the team lagging behind, looking a bit out of it. They are switched on. They know this could be over in as little as 4 minutes, and they'll be walking away with a win tucked neatly under their belt.
Yeah, a 2-0. Close maps, but that won't matter.
Oh.
Everything. Every
now they're missing every nade, and this is because Legacy are kind of crumbling. They can feel they are throwing this game. Everyone is aware of it.
Flash for the long side, and still ZTR doesn't turn away, so he gets that kill as Lato walks the corner. They just block. Peek behind that molly. Wouldn't be a bad move, but the nade keeps Legacy away from temptation. They have 4 smokes, Harry. That is it. They have 4 smokes. Just got to go B. Faking the mid to B.
Yeah, I mean, smoke them if you got them, I guess. Like, they're going to have a lot of options to try and create little hallways for themselves. That's exactly what Lux is doing right now on A. Oh, he's actually cross paths with ZTR. This is weird, but, I mean, the B play's coming in the meantime. Lux now is, like, confused by the real estate he managed to get a hold of. He will be backstabbing the backstabbers, but there's so little time left on the round. Dumao gets the opener. Slend feeling real pressured. 10 seconds as they break into the B site. Now that flank on these players in Banana is massive, and ZTR was blocked in the smoke. This is a mad round with a lot of timings being hit and missed by both squads, but in the end, it's to the benefit of Legacy. Rez 1 versus 3. And he might have some element of surprise still hanging around at Banana, but he can't go for this, has to back up. It was a big question who these smoke walks would benefit.
Yeah.
In the downtime, Dumao with the entries, making amends. It was on that B site that it looked like he gave away the round that cost Legacy everything, while the 2 kills he finds there to actually open up the site for his team are massive. And there was no time for them to come through any slower. Taking the site with 10 seconds left on the clock. Okay, Legacy, you've finally stopped the streak. You've stopped the comeback for now. But there was a lot of money built up for GamerLegion, and we've been saying ever since, you know, 3 rounds into the comeback, this was going to be a grind. That fact is still true.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's an annoying round to lose, but GamerLegion absolutely have the room to win this game still. The money, fine for one more buy. It needs to be back-to-back. I guess the benefit of Legacy making all these buys is they got some close rounds in there, and they got some damage, and so that can be capitalized on now. To consider this is their first time out in the game for Legacy is actually insane. Like, I'd call that a wasted opportunity that you haven't timed out yet in this match. That was all over the place.
I think there's probably some angle where, like, within the team they're going, yeah, but you know, we want to play with momentum. Like, you know, you're still feeling like
for 7 rounds.
No, and that's fair, and we know that. We can see everything. But I think when you're in it, there's that part of you that just wants to get back to how things were.
Oh yeah, they played like they had momentum, no doubt about that. Maybe they can reignite that spark here. 11-9. GamerLegion's money susceptible to a reset.
We're actually getting some banana aggression out of GamerLegion, and it's interesting. No one's really attempted too much of this in the series at all. And so risking it now, I guess it makes sense for GamerLegion. They feel like they still have, you know, a round to play with here.
3 here, though. It's a lot of resources.
ZTR tucked in.
They're not ready for this. Oh, the spot as well. ZTR could just play in. He does. He sees him running back as well. Forcing the rotates. GamerLegion running back as Legacy take mid.
The thing that was awkward, though, was Rez was heading B to help with the aggression. And so he is also out of position here. Still, Legacy slow down. And this is really good awareness right now from ZTR. He was full committed on the push back over towards A with the rest of his team, but midway through that move, he decided, no, they've taken the pace out of this. They've slowed the round down, and he gets back into the B site in time. Now he's called Torsen back on the rotate as well. Torsen will be the one taking first contact. And he gets deleted straight away. Now they learn about ZTR. Damage done on the smoke spam. ZTR falls. Rez tries to play his hand, coming through the CT smoke. Risks it all on that push.
Can't believe that.
Leaves PR and Slend in a 2v2. Now on a different day of this tournament, these two would have been the ones you were keeping an eye on here. PR started this map 7-0, now 11-13. It's been an astronomical slowdown. He's got Slend donning the CT AWP alongside him. If there ever was a time for PR to roll it back, show us what he's capable of, it's now.
Send the AWP in.
First kill comes through. Nissim was countering him all first half. This guy was his kryptonite, and that keeps up. Nissim, a damn near flawless track record over PR. And that's what it takes for the comeback to continue for Legacy.
One tap. That's a bit slow for PR on the swing there. Slend jumps through. The call is send the AWP in, right? Jump around the corner with your pistol out, but you need the trade, and you need it quick, and PR takes too long to close that 1v1 out. Let's Nissim just swivel round and hit the shot. Beautiful. Oh. Legacy are back. They've broken the money. And akin to Anubis, this one's going to every single round. Unbelievable game here. Legacy felt like they absolutely threw it away, but they've grabbed back on this match. Ooh. Not getting ecoed this time, it seems. Util is perfect. Volley back porch player, spamming the apps guy. Not a shot. So here we go.
I mean, who would have thought after taking down some huge names across the tournament, like PR beating the likes of, you know, Heavy God and the G2 gang in the apartments, then going into the next game, Magis Tesses couldn't get a grip on PR, wrecking them. But it's Nissim from Legacy that he just cannot seem to beat.
Orb for Slend. Orb for Sadzin. Not have many of these on the T side. Legacy. Through the smoke with a flash, perhaps. Something's being lined up, and also dodges it and hangs around. He almost got two there if he kept shooting. Dumao was right behind in the open. ZTR finds one, gets back into safety, still looks for 2 kills. Captain taking matters into his own hands. Legacy taking a lot of fights, and they're not going to stop. That bomb pushing ahead of the Molotov, burning out Slend. Very awkward as they both come running for kills. They both pay the price.
That was so rough.
Could have given it up.
But committed to the fight, and now it's another 2v2. GamerLegion, they made these ones close, but have struggled. They're going to try and put PR up on the boost.
Won't see anything here, surely.
Sadzin's the one down in the pool. You know who PR's going to have to beat if they get past Sadzin? He's got to best Nissim in that head-to-head, but no, GamerLegion, they're giving this one up. They don't like what they see. That's a 2v4 out of Legacy.
Out of Sadzin, really. Nissim played no part in it. It didn't need to. Both entries into that B bomb site. Swaps off the orb, puts the AK to use. Slend feeling the pressure to play in the Molotov. And again, GamerLegion, it's one of those rounds where they're just a second separated from trading. ZTR either had to go or he had to not go, and he goes a second too late. And that's after he gets 2 kills of Banana. Look at this. It felt like this won the round. And ZTR tries to bail out Slend, but really baiting him might have been the better option. Look at that swing. Sadzin's just aiming at his position.
The thing
already.
that like compounds the awkwardness is it felt like Slend was waiting for something. Like he did nothing in the molly for a while. Wasn't even like peeking, trying to go for the kill. And so I'm thinking, okay, you're waiting for ZTR, I guess, to like play trade and you want to get one shot off. But then it's like, from where he scoped in, he feels like he kind of misjudges how big the molly is. As he's trying to walk out of it, he just burns to death. Doesn't even really fire a shot off that would have been impactful.
No, he's still moving.
And ZTR, in spite of the whole delay and Slend burning alive, still wasn't close enough to meaningfully try and trade that.
This huge comeback for GamerLegion off the back of a full eco win might all be for naught. They won 6 rounds in a row. That's now 4 back for Legacy. But it felt like they were out of steam. That one timeout, by the way, they haven't lost a round since.
It's been very impressive to kind of dig deep and find yourself again after giving up such a rough round. Now this is nice aggression. We've seen them have these advantages before, though, in the round, still get away from them. This is only a 3-on-3, far from safe for GamerLegion. But on a more limited buy, they've at least done a lot of early damage and struck some big names from the server.
Oh my god, he goes back for more. PR forces yet another kill in middle, and they gambled. ZTR was trying to play A. He might still have to. He smoked B, then rotated. Meanwhile, short control, taken fast. Legacy full blind, jumping in the air. Don't know where to look. Are they going to breathe? They should. They lost their window of timing. They lost the element of surprise. So back to Banana. Late in the round, 2-on-3. ZTR would love to just see him use his utility and live, or even just live. Just don't even give anything away. Save it for the post plant. See, he's holding for control right now. Legacy are going to get that plant. They're so paranoid. They have so much to clear. Can't just stick it. Got no nades. Got to be manual with everything. ZTR waiting for the perfect timing. Oh, it's not a great plant for him, though. Nade does nothing. They get control. Trades are key for GamerLegion.
PR's going to go first, and they will play to trade him. They've given him the MP9 low on health. The Rez needs this trade. You can't get lined up here. And they will find both. PR and Rez combine. The two that saved to bring these guns into the final round of regulation are the ones to walk it over the line and lock in OT. That's a big sigh of relief for GamerLegion, and a risk it all on a series of aggro peaks through mid.
I actually love it.
It's ballsy, but it works out.
Yeah, you saw PR just head in hand, even after winning the round, just relieved that they're still in this game because Legacy pulled this back 4 rounds in a row and were ready to end it. It comes down to multiple re-peaks in middle and a slow and safe and calculated retake. With ZTR throwing all the nades in spawn and 2 players trading out coffins. Here we go. It's a very different game now. Both teams have had their ups and downs.
Neither squad burdened by money in this first purchase, so you've got everything you could possibly need. Flash in a mid.
Oh, dear.
They try to go back to the mid control, but yeah, timing off on that turn from the flash. And that's real awkward. Now the A site feels very, very boxed in. You've had to give up control over middle. Oh, all right. Finally, PR gets one back over Nissim. These two developing quite a head-to-head over this apartment's control.
No way, yeah.
Even more follow-up damage from PR. And you'd like to think he's already done enough here. Oh, that swing is wild.
Bit keen. He faked a drop, but they didn't fall for it. It's a different noise, ultimately. And that's the round. They get locked out of A just like that. PR makes a play on his own. Didn't want to sit in the pit, scared perhaps of utility, but that's all it takes. Definitely seen the ups and downs of PR, right? When he's hitting his shots, and sure he is. He's got the dink on Lux there, but sometimes doesn't know when to quit. And he's been punished in this game.
Yeah, you know, I think you're dead on. Like, on a day where you're feeling really good, you know, it's great when he plays like this. But it's like I think the hallmark of the greats is even when they're just having an all right game, they still find ways to have big impact, right? And I think there are times where, especially in this series, you've seen PR play with that confidence and go for commitments to fights that maybe he shouldn't. And it's come back to haunt GamerLegion a couple of times. And like, I don't know, I think this just feels really rough because essentially your first rifle round in OT was spent with a mishandled mid-peak and then a bit of an overzealous swing in the apartments, and that was it. That decided the entire round. Mistiming turn on a flashbang, and one step too far. Round over, Legacy back in the lead. I guess a silver lining is that not everyone dies when you lose a round that convincingly, and so you at least dodge like the dreaded, you know, partial buy in overtime.
Sazen going back for nades, I respect it. Gonna have to bring that bomb to Banana. We've got full control here. ZTR, the boost is so good. ZTR barely round the corner and he gets headshot through it. And Legacy haven't been jumping the gun in these last couple. They get the pick, they respect the smoke, and then they execute with every bit of utility. Torsen, though, forced with a flashbang from his teammate, still gets one. Could that be of any intrigue? It feels like Slime has to make a play. He can't play retake. He's got to go through. Oh my god, bomb cancelled, but trade allowed. Legacy hold the site still.
CT smoke's now faded, though, and there's no way to replenish that for Legacy. So this could be a way back in for GamerLegion. PR still a long way away as Rez chips another from the ranks of Legacy.
Don't know why it took
Very
so
little
long.
time left as they move into the site now for the Legacy squad, meaning temporarily PR will have a 1v1 available as they plug in those numbers, but he's got to play fast, he's got to play now, and he's missed that timing, he's missed that window. Now it has to be the 1v2 out of PR.
Doesn't know. either.
Gets the spot off on the first man. At this point, should have narrowed it down to where they can be, but the double swing out of Legacy will seal the deal.
You can't know what info, right, they have and what they're thinking. Maybe he's waiting for a lurker, but like when Slen kills the bomb 30 seconds prior, you would just love to see the full commit to that rotation. If PR is even 5 seconds behind Rez, he can win that round. Like you said, 8-second plant, he can just peek and win the round. He can just kill the cover, and the plant has to be stuck anyway, and he wins. But he's so late on his rotation, scared of a lurker, scared of something, and look what it does. Some disastrous rounds for GamerLegion once we've hit these last few. And Legacy are absolutely making the most of this opportunity. Felt like they had lost the game themselves, but they cling on. 2 rounds to take us to Ancients.
It's a couple of clutches PR's been in now as well and been unable to really leave an impression on this map. I felt like one of the things that made his play so cool before is that there were times where it was kind of brainless, but he had the mechanics to back it up. I feel like he's overthinking a lot of these moments. Like there, where he's, when was the last time you saw PR pull a nade?
Oh, okay.
That was like the point, you know, when we were joking about it, it's like this guy doesn't use his nades, he just dumps them all at the start of the round so he can play with the gun out. I feel like in these clutch moments, you've seen him fiddling with nades, considering way too many options instead of just, you know, that like pre-programmed flight path that it almost looks like he plays with usually. Fast play up through short though. Slenzorb fires off. Missed shot. Legacy getting closer. Only 1 kill off of the orb. Here's Rez to hold the line. PR joins him. Lux left up in the 1v3 as GamerLegion try to cling on for their 1 round. PR caught out on an island there. Lux gets it down to a 1v2. Bomb dropped in front of him. GamerLegion gonna try and link up on the long side, and heads up for Torsen there as he denies the clutch at a Legacy.
I got scared because Rez turned around to watch long because his teammate was running long. He thought it was an enemy. It was ETR on rotation, and he's holding his teammate, and he got shot in the back in the 1v4. I thought they were going to lose off that. Nice double for Rez. Very important round save to give GamerLegion leg room in this game. They can still win it in this overtime. They need all the rounds. And their T-side originally, they were going for A a lot. It didn't really work. Didn't see this B execute much. Got a pre-smoke down. GamerLegion trying to take Banana with ample force. Double orb, Dumal here with his. He shows it. Oh, he's unlucky that doesn't connect.
I mean, even this is kind of a new challenge for GamerLegion to overcome, right? Legacy now donning the double orb. Doom out alongside Sadzin, both picking up the big green. Doom has very much had a resurgence here, getting back to form on the second map, but no chance to play in this round. Instead, it's got to be Lato,
oh my God.
And he doubles up.
What a flash.
Nearly 30 kills deep on Lato. It's time for him to have his defining moment in the map. Chance at the final. Slend backs off after faking that bomb. Holding for a re-swing. He knows that Lato's confident. He knows he wants to harass. These smokes fading. Angles are about to open to Slend, but time is not on his side.
Look at that position.
It's mad.
He's going to nade it. Oh, and right before the smoke is up again. Bomb out in the open. Man, ZTR gets the entry, but that flash from Lux and CT blinds 3 players. And Lato just swings out and kills them all. They simply can't follow up on the trade. GamerLegion don't really have a chance there. They don't have a choice. They are all blinded. Ooh. One player even going through the smoke as well. and they find PR on the lurk. It's a perfect round for Legacy. It's map points, rather. Taking us to Ancient is the aim of the game.
I mean, and you've got to give Legacy props, right? Like, one of the highlights that we kind of made of this GamerLegion squad and their Inferno is how good their extremity players are, PR and Torsen. Well, they're the two bottom performers on the team. Legacy have not made life easy for these guys in positions they usually thrive in. Even now, off the top of this round, Torsen and PR both brought down low. Rez now dinked. As one of the big difference makers for GamerLegion in this map, this is so far from ideal. What do you even do here? PR's hurting, can't take room in apartments. Torsen's wounded, now ZTR's had to go back and help him at Banana. Everywhere you go, the guys who usually get the ball rolling and start these rounds are wounded. And so it's going to have to fall to what? ZTR, I guess. You could have Slend try and find something on the AWP, but he knows there were double AWPs in the last round. I think he's pretty nervous. They've had to swap the guns around. Everything is so far from ideal for GamerLegion in this round. And so this might be the beginning of the end of Inferno. Sadsin sets them on fire. 2 off the AWP. Looking for a damn near flawless close. Our Legacy in overtime. Just Rez left to beat, and he's been spotted. He'll get dealt with. Legacy lock this one in overtime.
Unbelievable tenacity from Legacy in Inferno. They lose one of the most painful rounds you could even conceive of. You think that's them done. A streak of 6 from GamerLegion, but Legacy don't go down without a fight. They drag us into overtime, and they deliver a crushing blow, a confident victory from Legacy once we hit bonus play. And that is GamerLegion back to the drawing board, back to a third map of Ancient.
I mean, what a series this is shaping up to be.
Sleeper banger, Harry. The sleeper banger.
Yeah, I think, you know, there was some really important kind of head-to-heads here that Legacy just so consistently won out. Firstly, talked about how Dumao has been their top-rated player. Still kind of waiting for him to truly land in this series, but he certainly felt like he had a bit more of an uptick. It was actually his kind of site partner that was the guy you looked to make a huge difference here. Lato was phenomenal. Yeah. And he also has had a couple of really good maps in this tournament. He is one of those guys alongside Dumao that you look to in this squad to be kind of the front man, and boy, he stood and delivered. Lato was fantastic. So often we're just multi-kill in defense of the B site. Dumao, it didn't even really feel like it was about him. Lato was playing so good. Then Nissim has to get his flowers for so early on in the game, stopping PR in apartments.
Yeah, shut him down.
No one else thus far at the event has been able to do that. Every other team the GamerLegion have played, PR has found a lot of success in apartments.
First map, he's looked mortal so far. Out of all the games that GamerLegion have played, he actually looked mortal here. Despite a 7-0 start, he still had some rounds in there. I think we're getting on him, but it's also because of how well he has played. We have such high expectations.
Well, yeah, and it's like he plays a very important role within the team on this map, right? Like, you feel his absence when it's there because what he usually does and the plays he opens up just by existing in the apartments is such an integral part of the GamerLegion game plan. And I think that's why this felt so desperate. Like, look, bottom of the board right now for the GamerLegion squad. It's PR and it's Torsen. Where do they play T-side? Oh, not that important. Torsen's just the B entry player and PR is the A player. Oh, okay, you can suddenly see why this felt so impossible, right? Like, they were getting hard cancelled on the extremities, meaning GamerLegion were frequently having to split the offense. They only kind of moved away from the 4-1s once we got out of regulation and into OT. But I know then you're like playing off off your usual playbook, off how you feel comfortable, off how all the strats are designed and played around. Yeah, this was a really, really good game from Legacy, doing a great job of shutting down Torsen and PR. And from that moment on, you know, it's only 3 other guys you got to worry about. I think ZTR and Rez did what they could to bridge the gap. But in the end, pound for pound, Legacy were better. And I think they had far better reads and calls across the CT halves. So, yeah, this was a super legit win for Legacy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I don't know what to expect from a third map now. We need to see the mental of GamerLegion fully reset coming into this third game, because they went through a roller coaster of, hey, we're losing this game, we're completely out of it. They looked in the mud after that first half of the pistol, to suddenly, hey, we've been given an opportunity, let's take it, let's win this map, back to, oh, we've thrown some insane rounds and we've lost now. Now you got to go to Ancient, now you got to show a new face, and now you got to take down a Legacy who are on the tip of our tongues to join one of them, to be one of the many teams that are upsetting at this event. They have already done so over Liquid. More of an asterisk on that, given that it is a new Liquid, but this would be a super legit team to add to their repertoire. In the meantime, Apogee have taken down Astralis. So today we're learning anything's possible here at PGL Bucharest, and this sleeper banger will continue on Ancient in just a minute.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Legacy fought their way through a tough qualifier in order to make it here, but they've managed to do it. Lux is now at the helm, in-game leading. People will remember you from the pain days as well. I just got to ask you, how has this changed for you being the main caller, the main in-game leader now for a team, and a relatively young team as well?
Well, in all my career, I always thought that I would be an IGL in the future, and I didn't think it would be like this young. I thought it would be like in 2 more years. But now I think I have the experience that I thought I would need to be. And yeah, I'm really happy to be doing this.
And what's interesting, right? You joined the team, but also Nissim joins the team at the same time, who obviously you played with back on Pain when he was with you guys for the Copenhagen Major. A lot of people were very excited about that. Did you have input in that, or was it just a coincidence?
No, it was only a coincidence.
Oh, really?
Yeah, only a coincidence. They were already thinking about Nissim.
Yeah.
Because of the functions in game, you know, the holds and stuff. And he's, I think, one of the best in Brazil doing this role, like lurker and anchor. And yeah, it's good to be back playing with him.
Looking at the players you have and the team you have alongside you right now, how do you feel your chances are when you come to a big event like this? Because this is a whole other step now.
I have like Dumal and Lato, who play a lot of tournaments. They're really young, but they got the experience. They play like, I think, like 3 majors. and they got a lot of potential as well. Like Sedzin is like a new op on Brazil, new opper. And man, like you will see these insane flick shots that he was like, I don't know how much sensitive. It's like Woxki.
Oh, Woxic, yeah.
It's like Woxki, and it's crazy. And we got Nissin too, that player, a major, but don't have as much experience. But yeah, we are trying to find our space in this scene, and we are ready.
And in terms of being ready, you already spoke to me in this interview, but like you practice and play from North America a lot of the time as well.
Yeah.
Why is that North America over Brazil? Because we hear about how many more active teams there are in Brazil, but what's the reason for you guys?
The reason why they changed, because it was in the last year, and this will be our last year in America.
Okay.
You know? We'll just play in this challenger, and we'll be back to Brazil. Like do like the same that Pain and MIBR is doing, like qualifier for the tournaments, playing on Europe, boot camping when we need, and that's it. If you stay like 3 months, we'll be not as good because we'll be practicing against the same teams all day. You know. But if you play like 2 weeks, you can play against Call, NRG, and Wildcard. You know, so you can practice like really good.
Looking at what your expectations are from this event, to me it seems like you guys want some more experience for sure. But do you think you can do some damage here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like we didn't practice 2 European teams. But I think we are practicing like really good. We are creating a good structure on the team. We need to be positive. We need to think like high. Yeah. But we have our goals and we have our dreams. The dreams, of course, is lifting the trophy. But the goals is to make it to the playoffs. Yeah. It's going step by step, map by map, and playing the game that we know how to play. You know.
And how do you feel now with all this extra responsibility on your shoulders?
It's more stressful. Yeah, I need to have more guts.
Yeah.
You know, because I guts to say like, guys, let's force, trust me, let's do this and that. Yeah. And yeah, but I think I work like really hard and I think I'm on the right way.
Well, I'm very excited to see it. You've certainly earned your spot here and fought hard for it. So best of luck going into the tournament, man.
Thanks so much, Max.
All right, then. We've gone all three. We end up on Ancient. I think this is going to be a sick decider, right? Yeah. It's already been a great series. If you're just tuning in, it all started on Anubis, right? We had that was obviously the pick of Legacy, one that they're good on, one that GamerLegion have played twice this year, and they lost it once, but we ignore that result.
Yeah.
And they won it once over Team Spirit. Wild. They won it at Katowice in the game to try and send themselves into the quarters.
GamerLegion had a dominant lead, and then what happened?
Well, then Legacy started a big old comeback, and in the final round of regulation, GamerLegion, thanks to a kind of cool retake B setup, were able to win. Then we get to Inferno, GamerLegion's pick. They were riding a bit of a high going into that one. Suddenly they hit a brick wall, and Legacy came alive. It was on the back of a kind of throw-in 5v3, I want to say.
Which round, sorry?
The round where Legacy... Oh, it was lost to the full eco. That was it, yeah. The full eco loss, rather.
It's 5v5.
I think I just conflated it with the G2 game from the other day, where they lost to 5v3. Yes, Legacy lost to a full eco, and it looked like that was going to cost them everything. But they locked in, and this time it didn't end in regulation. They dragged us into OT, and they dominated. Now we get Ancient, though, Hugo. The reason why I think this is going to be sick is because this one, both teams have a good bit of tape on. Back at Pro League just recently, GamerLegion played this map a handful of times. They won it every time it came up. Meanwhile, for the side of Legacy, they play Ancient loads, and they win Ancient loads. It's kind of astonishing. Now, this is obviously domestic. This is versus not quite the same caliber of teams that GamerLegion have beaten, but there is still a lot of reps in here. And I said the exact same thing about their Inferno, is they've got a lot of reps in here, and I think that came across in how they played their game. There was a lot of ideas. They had something new every round. You were talking about how hard it felt like it was to read if you were ZTR or GamerLegion, and I think there will be more of the same of that heading into Ancient.
What I want more in this map for Legacy is I want them to be finger on the pulse on the timeouts, because map 1 they barely touched them, map 2 they didn't touch them until they were 11-8 down, or 11-8 down, and then they called one and they won every round to take every round until the last one to take us to overtime. And so it was a really good reset. It's something obviously GamerLegion use a lot and have a great coach who we know is well spoken and knows when to call them. And it's something, even just for the mental reset, you sit there in silence for 30 seconds. I want to see Legacy try break momentum with timeouts in this game, because that's the one thing they've been lacking. Otherwise, I'm very impressed with this Brazilian team, starting to really add up why they are here in the first place, why they will be going to Dallas, why they won Challenger in North America, and also why they beat Liquid on day 1. We're in, though. Legacy GamerLegion, map 3 of this series, Ancient. And Legacy T-side start. Gonna get crawling out middle. 5 armor. Coming from the heaven side as well. GamerLegion with a gamble, playing a retake on the B site. They have the kit smoke on ZTR, so this is absolutely fine. They're hoping Legacy will come their way through into this A split. Don't be surprised if this bomb goes back, though. It feels like Legacy are posturing right now. I don't feel like they believe in this A hit that GamerLegion so desperately want. And as I say that, bomb goes A main. Will they send a scout into B to figure this one out? They're so split. I'm not sure how this one's going to work, because by the time they realize they should run back, that bomb is so deep in. Lux is probing this site now. He's going to call it's clear. I wonder if he just flanks, because that bomb has to make such a long rotation. Look at how paranoid he is. He's so confused why this site is empty. This is going to be a very interesting pistol. All of a sudden, Lux spotted. GamerLegion get that kill. They don't panic rotate. They still leave a player on the boost, but he's cleared out by Nissim, and now Legacy can hit A.
Dumau dead crossing, and these players that were all here, heavy, lean towards A. Well, they didn't get too far away.
Yeah.
And in Legacy kind of walk into an even fight on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's awkward, like I said, because that bomb can't really rotate, but even though GamerLegion move, because they were so committed to A, like you said, they're still close by. They're still able to swivel back round when they lose that boost player. I think it was Sled, so... Yeah, that's awkward. Nice pistol for GamerLegion. Oh, calling attention to that kill on B and how important it was to stop Legacy actually pulling the wool over GamerLegion's eyes. Full eco now. GamerLegion looking to go 2-0 up. Known for their strong starts, GamerLegion. This seems to be no exception.
There you go. Dropping the util. You're fine. It's Glocks. You'll be alright. Legacy do just take that full eco with the goal. Don't know why I said it like that.
Goal.
Like it's...
Stewie.
Stargate SG1 fans up in arms.
The boost with the Deagle. Never seen this with the Deagle before. Oh, Rez might walk into
Go on, Nissim. Go on, Nissim. Go on, Nissim. Come on. Come on now. He's like sliding around just a little bit. Sliding around just a...
This is so funny if someone peeks this. Of course, it's the setup where GamerLegion have no one long.
Oh, he's seeing how close he can get. Come on, he's so close.
He just wants
so close. He
wants someone to peek long.
Oh God!
He's not gonna get anything.
Come on!
How long do you sit?
Look at this technique. Look at this technique.
Stop.
Oh, come on!
He's just shooting nothing. Shooting nothing.
Ping me! They don't.
Nice, clean.
Good try though. And I love their dedication to the bit. There's no denying that.
Control for Legacy. I like the double smokes. Dono locked out. GamerLegion are in the dark. They have no idea about numbers. And Legacy actually pull back from middle really slowly. Oh my god, they swap positions. Yeah, PR, I think he realized maybe body blocked or caught a whiff of Lato. Dawson has the cover. And so even though GamerLegion lost mid, they regained full B control with that door smoke. And it's something Legacy now have to break through. It's not a great round for Legacy right now because they have no flash. They have no smoke for B.
A lot of mollies there.
Yep. It's not the most helpful, unfortunately.
I mean, it's a jar that creates fire. Hugo, one of the kind of cornerstones of civilization. I don't know if you can say it's not important.
What, jars?
No, combustion, fire, fire in a bottle.
Oh, but like medieval wizard. PR, he's a bit of a wizard. Expelliarmus, Harry.
You can't just say the
no,
one.
I definitely can.
Avada Kedavra!
Sorry,
yeah, that was good. No, that was good.
You know, if you're going to do it, you have to send it.
But I don't think it's Kadabra. Isn't it Cadaver? Avada Kedavra?
What did I say?
Cadabra, like abracadabra. Abracadabra.
I don't know that one.
I wanna reach out and grab you.
Still don't
What? You don't know that? All right, Legacy. They're going to need some magic, Hugo. They're going to need some magical, right?
Presumably.
Would magic be allowed in CS events?
What spells? You can manifest. No one's stopping that, Harry. You can take control of your own destiny. You can be the reason you succeed. You can picture your future, and it will be.
I believe in that.
Yeah, damn right.
Visualization.
Yeah, that's the whole point, man. How do you think we got here, Harry?
That's why I spend 10 grand on lottery tickets every month.
Do you believe you've won them?
Yeah, I
Clearly
visualize
not hard
it.
enough.
No, you're right.
Manifest your destiny. Manifest this A hit. Fake on B has drawn one rotation, but they're running.
In they come. Slend. We'll get out of there.
Satin.
We'll plant the bomb.
GamerLegion.
On for the retake now. Util in. It is only pistols, but they're very, very cautious, aren't they? Now, sometimes you can be too cautious. Let's see. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Nice setup.
It's all gone wrong.
I think the best detail of that temple setup wasn't just the fact there were two players hiding there. It was Satin fighting from big box with them. So he's not affected by the flash, and he actually gets a kill from that. He keeps a lot of the pressure on. So GamerLegion, that's an awkward retake there where they get dusted up in temple. But I feel like if they don't clear temple, if they go all CT, that temple position is going to be the nuisance to stop the defuse while they're trying to get on the bomb, because it's a really wide plant, rather. Half-buy win for Legacy. Back in the game now, starting pretty early.
Ramtake Util lobbed in from GamerLegion, but Legacy don't respect it. They play right through. PR got aggressive, is trying to live to tell the tale, but he can't get back in time. Doom out with a key trade there. Just gets into main in time to stop PR on the fullback. And that's really good. Right? If PR got to kind of move through the back line, get out with one, play the 5v4, that's very frustrating for Legacy. Now they've softened up the A side of the map. They put more pressure to make moves on the B players, and Torsten does try his hand at a bit of a ramp peek into the Sadsin AWP. Also spots a close player there on that jiggle, knows about ZTR. What they might not be ready for is Rez now repeating the A main push. Dumao is still hanging around here, but it's a bit of an awkward balance trying to be struck. That bomb's been picked up and is going to go through heaven, I'm guessing, and link up in middle, and that's where Rez can win the round, getting activated on this A main play. Very nice idea from Rez, but horrible in the execution. He's missed that spray, and they get past with the bomb. Dumao now springs to life. And that's the round for Legacy, as good as done. Rez had it in the palm of his hands. It's a shame. He made the right play. Yeah. He made the right decision. But fumbled. He had to connect those shots. Come on, Slime, piece it together.
He knows. He just can't. As soon as he crosses, he's going to get peeked. So, got to save elsewhere. Cave is good. Nice repause to get that up in the next round, but Legacy are building in quick. Terrorists win.
I mean, that was a super high impact round for Dumao and Lato. Same duo that caused them problems on Inferno B site. Up to no good here on Ancient in this T half. Double kill from Dumao holds some promise, because up until now, I think he's been pretty middle of the pack at best across the series. If he suddenly comes to life, joins up with Lato, who's been really keeping up appearances, Sadsin as well, I think has been great. That becomes a very threatening triple threat for the side of Legacy. GamerLegion started heavy over towards A with that AWP. Finding one on the approach, and Util getting lobbed in. They thought it was the fast A play. The AWP put the fear in Legacy and slowed this round back down. So GamerLegion have at least dismantled that stack, but they're playing retake on B. And so if Legacy won, that plant is open to them. Only a tag from the Slend AWP through middle. And I think that will force Legacy into this B play. You don't want to go playing into the hands of the AWP in mid, who's rotating around towards the B side now. But as mentioned, they were set up to play retake on this side of the map. So at best, he can play the extremities. PR at least gets rid of Nissim in middle. But this retake setup will still lend Legacy a bomb plant to play with.
They're gonna get off the side though, and these smokes fade very soon. Saturn's trapped in. Dumao got spammed out, so this could go very wrong very quick. Good re-peaks, what on earth? 2-on-5, back to 2-on-2. Out of nowhere, Legacy land every single shot, and Lato follows up, leaving just Rez in the clutch. Back turn down on the ramp, but he can't finish his meal, and Lato puts on 3 with 2 from the AWP to pull a round out of nowhere for Legacy.
That is very, very well handled, right? The AWP and the AK combining for a 2v5. Wild scenes, not around that GamerLegion thought they would lose. Not one Legacy thought they would win, but that's how the cookie crumbles on this. It starts with Sadzin and Lato, perfect trades on the contact between site and ramp. And once they get into that 2v2, hold their ground. Lato with the killing blow.
Unreal.
And the thing that's been so impressive for me about Sadzin is he's like the one guy who's kept it up across all 3 maps. Was good on Inferno.
Yeah, true.
Started off great on Anubis. Yep. Was kind of the shining light for Legacy, making rounds happen and got that comeback going. And now here on map 3, a part of that 2v5 in a big way. Having a re-swing on the AWP as well. Like, you could argue here the hardest job in the whole thing. It's a Legacy move up into the lead.
Oh, that. Nice double for Lato. And they won't be getting any guns out of this one.
And I mean, you know, on that last map of Inferno, Torsen and PR both really struggled, but they're the two kind of hitting hard here. But in spite of that, it still isn't enough for GamerLegion.
Great realization he was going to get repeat. He gives up on the first spray and then flicks back left side. Legacy have warmed into this game, to this match. Now got the lead.
I mean, even with the slow start to this series, it was still a 1-round map to open, right? Like,
true.
Super competitive in the end. And I think from that moment on, Legacy have had their finger to the pulse.
And the thing we were saying about that first half of Anubis, where Legacy were on the CT side, was actually they made a lot of rounds really close. It's just that GamerLegion like surprised them a lot, did some, you know, just pretty brutal site executes that came down to 1v1s, and it was more just the reactions weren't great. Like, there was no aggression, there was some misreads for Legacy, like they made some bad gambles, but generally they made a lot of the gun rounds close, and then they almost win that map off the back of a T-side comeback. So yeah, this is a really close series right now, and here on the 3rd map, Legacy have taken the lead 4 rounds in a row. It's got the upset bell ringing right now. Or maybe that's the tinnitus, I don't know. Alres playing close, good move. Flash still hits him, but they feel like they have to go through this. I don't think they should. Everyone's here. Okay, sure, just shoot through the smoke. Okay. Flank dead as well. All of a sudden, the round is open, and Dumao is behind them. Oh, the patience is... You can't account for that, can you? You really can't account for that. He doesn't try and flank with 50 seconds. He just sits in red and waits for the kill to come to him.
Oh, not even the kill for Slen. Dumao. I think that's such a level up. If Dumao is able to start having impact as well. Once again, it's not to say like he's been a problem or anything of the likes in this series. He just hasn't hit the height you'd know he's capable of. And so if he is suddenly a big threat on these lurks, it's now, well, like the second or third time he's gotten away with like this aggressive pathing in through the red room where he kind of knows where the line is. He goes aggressive up until a point, and suddenly he knows he holds all the advantages. The aggression can stop. He's got his real estate. And he's causing a lot of issues for GamerLegion. They're unable to rotate players around the map. Lux is having a very different game to the rest of his team, 0-6, but it hasn't been an issue. Lato's still keeping up his strong game from Inferno. That tag team of Lato and Dumao looking good, and then Sadzin kind of sprinkled in on top. As the AWP providing. This is looking very, very good for Legacy. Certainly all the win conditions getting met, but you've seen them fall down to these pistols once before. Nearly had dire consequences back on Inferno. This could be another one of these rounds ready to go against Legacy. The eyes are now on Lato as he attempts to ace clutch in the 1v3. Bomb dropped in main, smoke down. He can wait for that to fade. Don't know if he's accounted for them having a second smoke, but that's currently on Torsen, and he's the player trapped in Donut, so there isn't a smoke available for main. Lato can wait this out.
They just want info. Torsen jumping around.
I think he's trying to go main because he has the smoke. And the fact that Lato, after he makes noise, goes hunting for Torsen has actually given him the timing to get back into main. Lato needs 3 instantaneous fights because he's about to get smoked off again. Has to play through that. First one lands. Lato, that is real close on the transfer. It's a nice try. But in the end, with the pistols, double kill out of Rez, push into main, GamerLegion.
It's nice to see GamerLegion not look a gift in the mouth because they realized that Legacy have been exploiting this A site all game. And so when they're on a low econ round, they just play really tight on A. They play 3 players in A, double boost up, pushing main.
Gift horse, so we're clear.
No, I know, but I don't know what that means, so it sounds better if I remove the horse. Why what's a
not
gift horse? Why are you looking at a horse in the mouth? What's that mean?
The horse is the gift. You don't look at a gift horse in the mouth. I think that's it.
Why would you look in his mouth?
Yeah, you don't inspect it, you accept it.
Oh my god, that all makes sense now. Yeah, you don't say, hey, this horse's teeth aren't good enough.
Yeah.
I don't want my
You
free
say,
horse.
thank you for the horse.
Yeah, but what if you don't want a horse?
And you'd say, why have you done this? I live in an apartment.
No,
You've created a horrible, horrible situation.
There's no room for the horse. Take your horse back now.
Up. Torsen had to get all 3 there. As him falling with just the double has opened up the route to the plant. Lux, they are closing the gap on him. And finally, in one of these swing moments, Rez will convert the kill. Gonna go for the defuse, sticking it straight up. Nissim, just shy on the lineup, will drag it back over. Rez now dead. Slend hopping on that defuse. Nissim, 1v2 clutch is right there, but he can't find him. Slend snipes the defuse. And it's a tie game now. Thin margins separating this scoreline.
Oh yeah, millimeters. You know, just to the right. One bullet on Slend would have won the round. He did the hard work. He got the defuse off on the half-health player, but it's Slend who sticks it. He doesn't believe it. But it's Slend who won't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Gift what? In the what?
No, sorry, no, don't worry. So accept the gift, obviously. Take the round. Slend does. Sticks that defuse. Dude, that's so risky. That feels desperate for GamerLegion to double stick that bomb and not fight. But hey, they do it. 5-5. It's the low econ round into the full buy. Legacy have one more investment, then they might be forcing for the last of the half. Well, they will be forcing if they lose here. GamerLegion have saved themselves with that MP9 main push. This is curious. This is like a double fake. I mean, the bomb can come in now. Dumao is solo playing while the bomb... Look at this fake. He's going to solo play, then they're going to hit B, then the bomb is going to come A. If Dumao can live, that's even better. Do they go for this B execute, or do they mid-round now? Because Dumao has so much space, he's not being challenged. He just sits on the bomb site. And GamerLegion, yeah, they find him. Now they realize, oh, it must be B. Look at these smokes landing at B. It's definitely B, guys. Definitely over-rotate. Oh, by the way, the bomb was in A from the start of the round, and they just walk into the A site contact. Okay, there's a missed smoke. That's a huge problem, the missed smoke. And now GamerLegion realize it's way too late. You gotta go. They're coming back in. What are they waiting for?
They don't have util to cut down any angles.
They just had to go.
I mean, they also didn't get enough info from Lato to tell them the players have rotated. But then I think, you know, what, you had that little fade to begin with? What was the point in doing all of this window dressing? They still get the plant, so let's go. Legacy locked in, play for the spawn. Sadzin will get past ZTR. They are already out through the temple. Lux turns to try and deal with him, but it's just Sadzin left in this, trapped at default. Nades rain in. And round secured. GamerLegion back in the lead.
It worked so well, they didn't realize how well it worked. Like, obviously, like you said, no nades, they can't know for sure. I don't know if the missed smoke on B is on purpose so Lato can fight long, but you kind of hope it wouldn't be. I think the fact that they're double faking is enough. You've got to believe in your call on the double fake. And I think when Lato dies, they've just got to go. And they take so long to walk out main. The PR's in position.
If I'm GamerLegion now, I stack B. Like, Legacy have tested the waters of B a lot, and when I say stack, I just mean 3. But GamerLegion have played retake B a hell of a lot, and Legacy have often been able to convert that to bomb plants. As you head into this final round where you're strapped for cash, if you're Legacy, I feel like something as simple as a B play, getting into that post plant is a very enticing offer, especially when you are frequently given the space. And I mean, you can even see they're all kind of leaning that way in the spawn. I think the relative success of the solo B lurk, not in terms of the output, but just the space you get and the fact that you've once more confirmed it was another retake B round, you kind of want to try and take advantage of that in a low econ final round of the half. Let's see if that's something GamerLegion anticipate.
Go. B-rush, you called it.
And they started with fast rotates. 2 players watching mid, but from Red Room, they were anticipating the B hit. And that's really all it takes, right? You stop the first man coming through the util, or the first couple of players going through the util, and you've done your part in the round. The rest of the hit crumbles. The bomb was the second man in. And so Legacy, this might be screwed. I think it was the right call given all the info they've had in the game up until this point, but for GamerLegion, likewise, I think it was obvious to them that that's how this final round would play out. And so down to the 2v4 now. Bomb at least retrieved, a bit of ground gained up the ramp side, but GamerLegion are giving up this space for free and with intention. They plan on playing in a little bit later. It's a retake setup.
They've won this, but I mean, with AKs, yes. With Galils, no. You can't even one-bullet people. You need to get multiple bullets connecting, and GamerLegion just have the manpower, they have the health, they run it down, and they win out the half 7-5. Legacy, they came through with some really nice early rounds off the back of their half-by win, but GamerLegion win out the half. They have the longevity in this third map, and Legacy are going to have to dig deep to take this series. Had 2 very competitive maps. This one's shaping up to be the same. Very exciting game. GamerLegion have been more than tested. And Legacy continuing to exceed expectations. hydrated, folks. Got a second half ahead of us. ZTR took a snuss out, Harry, for this pistol round. Is that a good or a bad sign? You're a snusser? You tell me. What's it mean? It's coming out.
I didn't know if that's good.
You don't know if that's good?
No.
He's overloaded on nicotine.
I think he's like buzzing right now, but like not in a fun way.
No, okay.
In like the, ooh, my tummy feels upset.
Okay, they missed the Molotov on
Oh,
lane.
and the whole room spinning. They're freaking out. Into the push. Slend, though. Slend has restored a bit of normality with that double up. Oh, and Torsen gave the illusion he would get a kill. Oh, God, they didn't clear Doom out, but Slend is quick on the trigger. Making this pistol round happen for GamerLegion is Slend. Here's the fast rotate out of Legacy. 2 players around CC, and Slend with all 5 lights them up in the pistol. Wow.
Where did that come from?
All right, Slend, let's go, bud.
That plan failed and then failed again. I don't know if it's ZTR or PR. One of them mollied themselves. They tried to molly B site, and they mollied lane. Bounced off the wall. Then Torsen absolutely messes that up. So does Dumao. And GamerLegion just storm A off of timing, knowing they force a lot of rotations. Slend hits every headshot. Five sevens on the force. Boost molly, it's a beautiful one. Bouncing off of the stairs. But that block does have to be respected in a round like this when you know Legacy have force buy and close range weapons. It's not worth the risk of running through the main smoke. Against one M4 or one orb, I could see it, but 5.7s, MP9s, you're gonna get chewed up. So GamerLegion play to their strengths, out middle. Lots of nades, control taken. Long range fights is the name of the game. You'll see them climb up B. And even then they avoid cave. Again, more than what I was talking about.
Exactly, right? Like in the same way you're not going to go at A, you don't want to take cave for the exact same reason.
Torsen's like the late lurk there while they go ramp. Bomb is going cave. 3 ramp.
No way. If Slend taking cave, ZTR would kick him from the cave.
Yeah. Blocked on ramp and 4 here.
Yeah, this still is going to be very awkward. You're playing through in like the final 10 seconds. Unless you flash through and hit. It's a quick pop. ZTR on that UMP farms. Miss him dead as well, and just Doom out left in this. Torsen makes quick work of the remaining players. It's a lot of damage. There was a lot of ways that round could have got weird, but GamerLegion do stick the landing. And yes, it's true. Never take the bomb cave and eco.
Yes, good rule. Good rule. Play cave last on that kind of round.
Slend would have been dragged out of his chair.
Yeah, then what?
Taken outside.
Yeah, then what?
Told to stare into the alfalfa.
Oh, Lenny.
As Ash just bang. We're gonna need a new upper.
Hades? Oh, wait.
I mean, it would be the best offer he would have.
That's a good one. Ooh, it's tense. But not in this round. It should be smooth sailing for GamerLegion. Starting to take the lead dominantly. I refuse to count Legacy out of coming back in this match. You would be foolish at this point. But this will be maybe their hardest task yet. Maybe harder than that 9-3, which was it 11-3? I think it was 11-3. So they lost pistol. It was, yeah. So, gotta do it on the CT side of Ancient with the full buy. GamerLegion, a very methodical execute. Gonna be fighting towards donuts. Deep smoke. Risky one, not. Even riskier peak for PR, but no punish. Just getting whittled away.
I think one worry for me about Legacy is like whenever they've started these sort of streaks and these like comebacks to put a stop to GamerLegion in the past, it's usually been on their T sides where you have, you know, the ability to kind of set the pace on your say-so. The money is a bit more resistant, right? Like even if you lose a round, you're still coming through with something in the next. You're able to put some money in because you have a cheaper buy and means to make extra cash with the bomb. The problem with CT side here for Legacy, especially with how this second half has started, is like they will never leave the woods of bad money, right? Like this is just kind of where they are now, at least till they break through GamerLegion's bank accounts and then can look forward to some cleaner rounds. And I think this is also where the very, very slow start to this game from Lux starts to matter a bit more, right? And Sadson, who was lights out, finally getting his hands on the AWP, he has to hit the ground running here because thus far it's Dumao, Nissim, and Lato trying to hold the fort. On T side, that's fine. You could have them play in the swing positions, have them take most of the fights, tee up someone like Lux for trade. But here in CT, everyone's going to pull their weight for Legacy. Now they do have the opener in this round, a 5v4 that's gone untraded. So a nice way for it to start. But mid-control taken for GamerLegion. That was what they traded PR for. They traded a man for control over middle. And they're going to try and use this as their platform to hit the A side. Now, Dumao has got aggressive in main, but very aggressive. So much so that he's not here to lend any helping hand to Nissim. Now, that can still work to his favor, but at this point, GamerLegion have to be considering that someone could be in main. They've learned about Dumao, and they know they've brought him down low. Instead, they've looked further afield. It's ZTR in the red room, knocking out players in rotation. Lux, bottom of the board right now for Legacy. Tasked with a 1v3. Doesn't have the read that both players are back in Donut. Sure. Torsen hasn't been spotted. They know that ZTR's here. They just don't know where Torsen's gotten to. And so Lux looks silly, hunting, chasing ghosts. But he doesn't know where both players are. And so no choice but to save for Lux. He's going to run away with that AWP. GamerLegion up onto 11. Looking for a crushing defeat at the tail end of this series.
From a clean 4v5 as well, right? That's again, GamerLegion showcasing their ability to win these clutch rounds. Just decisive A split, or not even split, full hit through Donut. Lurker in red room getting 2 kills, a ZTR. A beautiful way to play the anti-clutch on that A side, especially when you have a man up. Making those jumps is so low risk. You're getting info every time you spot Lux, not on that bomb, and there's just no reason to overpeak and lose a round. Forces the save. And this is GamerLegion showcasing that they have the depth, have the experience, and are cut out to close this match. Legacy, what a shame to see them fall apart like this at the end of the series after a very competitive game. Through and through. They won 5 rounds in a row on the T side, and they've won nothing since. And GamerLegion, the ego call, and I love it. So it's in here though.
Oh, that orb that was saved forward, put to work.
Oh,
charge from Nissim as well. Nets a further advantage for Legacy. And there's not a trade in sight yet. ZTR playing very, very late around this bomb plant. It was his mid-lurk in the last round that helped GamerLegion take it over the line, but this time it's considered. They've learned their lesson. They've flushed ZTR out of the back. Torsen and Rez, I wonder if they are just going to give this one up.
I don't know, because you have money, you'd almost rather do damage at this point. If you get like 2-3 kills, that's actually quite valuable. They've got a nade for this smoke, they've got a molly for the bomb. Let's see if this is possible.
Oh, and Legacy even tapping it. I'm really worried that they've just lost this 5v2. They can't smoke that. They've tapped the bomb. They didn't commit to the stick. They clear everything. Time's running out now. GamerLegion, it's real close, but they don't attempt it. They don't go for it. They let Legacy have this one. My God.
Lucky.
Why was that so stressful?
Very lucky. Dude, if one player runs through the smoke, just running and shooting.
I mean, I almost can't blame GamerLegion for thinking they would get it that close. I feel like as you're lobbing in the util, you're thinking, no way this actually...
They have a smoke. Or
yeah. Oh.
NT in a 2v5. We've seen Legacy win a 2v5 in this game. Anything is possible. Torsen just having a crazy map here, 19-7. Excellent game.
I think it's probably bad enough for GamerLegion. Is they're thinking, like, if we just mollied on the tap, we would have won the round.
Yeah, true.
Oh. 4v4 off the top of this one. Aggression met on the ramp. But the bulk of GamerLegion started off over here towards A. Oh, all right, Rez. All right, bro. You don't got to do him like that. That was a very satisfying kill. Really, really clean.
He's not wearing his pajamas anymore, Harry. This guy sleeps in jeans. Ready to go. Oh, there's another.
And Rez is now saying, guys, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but I actually have B.
He's fired 7 bullets. He's got 2 kills.
They took a Rez to Oakland. Look at him go.
He's just going to kill them all. They're like, yeah, you just go, bro. We're ready to play off your info.
Just a concrete game from Rez, Goatland. Doom out.
That's good. That's actually that's too good. No one's going to get it.
They are still going into the double stack. Just don't lose this. Don't get 1v4'd by Sadzin. Don't get 1v4'd by Sadzin.
Easy, just win.
Backstab him from Rez, the hero, the GOAT. The man of concrete himself, as GamerLegion now have ample chances to take this series over the line.
Ancient, it's that concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do.
And I mean, that's how they're feeling right after a round like that from Rez. It puts them right back on track. Oh.
Still a decent smoke, sort of. Almost. Oh, through this.
Fine, it just doesn't like serve the purpose it's meant to, which is allow you to like push down ramp and fight lane. Instead, you can sit in the smoke, but that's not the same thing, right? Like, you're having to wait for the fade, and it doesn't put the same fear in the T's. They just sort of wait for it as well. It's not the end of the world, but it's also far from ideal in your last attempt at saving this series.
Yeah, it's feeling done right now. Ooh, close mid player is
you freak. Why would you check that?
That's crazy, right? Oh,
Nissim does a lot of damage there, but
take it.
Only gets out with a 1. Still the advantage held by GamerLegion. Rez has decided, I quite like just going B on my own. You can understand how PR developed the taste for this solo play. But this time they'll go back and join him. And attempted a bit of a misdirection here, right? Last time you saw Rez this late at the B site, it was him there all alone. Well, this time the rest of the gang have moved in and joined him. Torsen is instead left to be that solo lurk. He's made it out through A, now on for the backstab. So that will play into the round a little bit later on. For now, Lux has complicated matters denying the plant. And he's actually getting aggressive, pushing into the site. Lux takes it 1 step further. Suddenly, Torsen being so far away is a big problem. Slend dead to the wall bang.
He's got to run.
And Torsen, only just arriving, decides to play it slow. The problem is they are expecting him to push through cave. And whether or not he came from A doesn't make a damn bit of difference to Legacy.
He still thinks they're long. I mean, he's saving. That's... They never saw anyone long. They never actually had any info on that. No, don't swing this. Okay, you're crazy. You kill the orb then. You know, hindsight, I have more info than him, but if he mollied cave and stuck for long, he could have won. But I guess you're thinking at that point, they're ramp, they're cave, they could be long. They definitely could be long. It's just a low percentage. Awkward, because Lux just does this, and it ruins the whole round for GamerLegion. I love that push through the smoke as well, killing the planter a second time. And then Slen, nothing he can do, getting wall banged. Legacy, showing us some life here. But is it too late?
I mean, ZTR is calling from the front right now. You know, he can call a B rush like this. He can call something more up tempo. They've still got rounds to play with. This is the bomb with ZTR.
You got it, though. It's a bit insane. Oh, this could get weird. Missed shot, and Doomau follows up. Low health. Legacy on for the retake.
Losing the long control is a huge issue as well, right? That was the position that GamerLegion played for here with the lurk smoke in. It's the real estate they wanted to make this retake hard. Instead, the rest of the site should just crumble unless PR on the backstab. Tech9, we've been bigging up this guy all tournament long. He's the real deal. PR taps out one. Now with a flash, tries to lend a helping hand to ZTR, who makes out with his first. PR still harassing, keeping the pressure on. PR will close. Him and ZTR combine as GamerLegion exit this series, heads held high. One hell of a recovery to turn it around and take Ancient dominantly after the wild back and forth affair that was Inferno. This is a huge win for GamerLegion to have picked up. And in the way it ends, let's talk about that, right? You've seen these flanks, you saw them be a bit of a letdown for GamerLegion. The round prior to last, Torsen too far away. Round before that, though, Rez was hot on the lurk. PR shows why he's usually the guy entrusted with that, as he mops up on the Tech9, and he made life very easy for ZTR. I love how they used him. ZTR's low on health the whole time. He can't take dry fights. He needed support, he needed help, and that's exactly what PR lends, enough of a distraction to take their eyes off the prize and let ZTR rob it from them. Now for Legacy, I think it's a bit of a shame that this is how it ends on Ancient. It was a very good series from them. They were one round away from winning this series in a sense. If Anubis had shaped up differently, this could have been a 2-0. They dragged that one round short of overtime. They will find themselves down 1-2 now. Having a win at 2 BO3s if they want to secure a spot in those playoffs. And I think Legacy have looked good at this tournament.
I think they're right on the cusp, and I think with how many top teams have struggled so far, how many upsets have come through, it's not impossible that this team could make it, but they're in a very rough position now. I definitely think GamerLegion have proven themselves to be the better team. The way that they dispatched the Falcons yesterday dominantly, and, you know, just, longed it out against Legacy in a game like this. A sleeper banger woke us up and delivered on all fronts. I think it's a shame Legacy started so slow on Anubis and what it could have been, but I think that just comes down to some great T-side calling today from ZTR. He really did have his moments as an individual, as well as putting his players in the right places. Anubis was a masterclass. This game was clean as can be. They win a 2v4 to close it out. What's not to love? Rez also reliable. Like, we don't talk about him a lot because PR is like, oh, he's a star and he comes in, he blows our minds. But like, Rez across all three maps in this series was consistent, was reliable, had his moments. Not always going to take the cake as the best player or the top performer, but he is so consistent and it's great to watch. Yeah, GamerLegion, a more reaffirming win here on Ancient, I think.
No, one of the things that was sick in this game was, in this third map, was like, the big problems for them on Inferno were PR and Torsen, two guys who are usually so solid on that map, and I think it would have been easy for them to kind of shrink up in this series after feeling so plainly like they were issues in GamerLegion's map pick. But Torsen especially, bro, like just kind of flying under the radar, 20-9. top in the charts for the GamerLegion squad. Hell of an activation from him. Rez, super annoying, active lurking in that second half that was just a nightmare to deal with. Yeah, this was a very nice return to form for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I want to see where these kills come from. I have a feeling they're all going to be like CT side.
They are.
A main, you know, on these A pushes and stopping these quick hits they kept going for. Yeah, as well towards B on the retakes. You can see he got a bunch of kills there, but with how much Legacy abused A, they got like 4 rounds in a row on A, and then GamerLegion just started stacking it, playing retake B, and they won all those rounds. Look at the big streak there for GamerLegion towards the end of the half, and Torsen a huge piece of it. Everyone for GamerLegion had their moments. Still impressed by Legacy. I leave this game impressed by a Brazilian team that has managed to qualify to a couple of big events, who have won Challenger over in North America while simultaneously playing in South American qualifiers. They're all over the place. They're going to be very busy this year. You will see more of this team outside of Bucharest as well, so keep your eyes on them. Remember the names of Lato and Dumao, and Sadzin especially, who had a reliable performance on the AWP.
Yeah, I think that's like the best thing. It's kind of what you want from your AWP, is just a nice,
steady
reliable AWP, some steady output to plan around. It's good. It's good. Yeah, so now there's more games still coming, Hugo. GamerLegion Legacy might have wrapped up. We might have sorted out that whole situation, but look at this. Rare Atom versus FaZe is going to be our next game.
This is fun to me because when you think FaZe, like historically, I remember back in the day, like, you know, a few years ago, FaZe would always be the top seed of like an ESL event, and they would be up against the bottom seed in the BO1 group stage, and it would typically be like a FlyQuest, like Greyhound back in the day, or it would often be a Chinese team or an Asian team, and FaZe would always win in the BO1s, but they'd always get really close. I just remember so many events, FaZe playing this bottom seed for the first round matchup, and it was always a horrible draw for that Asian team. Today, I'm not going to say anything about that because I think Rare Atom have a shot. I think FaZe have looked weak. I think Rare Atom have looked impressive. Sure, G2 dismantled them, but can FaZe? That's the question, and we got answers for you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Rare Atom have taken quite the journey from the qualifiers all the way here to Bucharest. We've got Kaze joining me here to talk things through. And Kaze, first of all, just for you guys to be able to come to Europe to play here at Bucharest, what does it mean for you guys? How important is this event for you?
To make it to PGL Bucharest is quite an important event to join.
How ready do you feel as a team for this event, for this challenge ahead of you?
We are quite ready in kind of situation. If we started off well, if we start slow, maybe it will be hard for us. So it's kind of see what the momentum we have.
Looking at trying to start well, Is there something you guys talked about or something you have mentally done to prepare and make sure you can start the way you want to?
Because usually in most matches we always started slow, yeah, and maybe later on second half we'll get back the momentum. So usually we try to get our started off good first, then we'll see what happens.
Now, looking at where you're competing when you're back home, you guys are doing very well. You also made it through the Chinese qualifier for Astana. You sat there, you won the Mesa Asia Masters 2025. Do you feel like you guys as a team are seeing good improvement that you wanted to see?
I think beating an Asian team wouldn't improve us much, so we are trying to compete against Europe and see where our potential is. So maybe we'll try to see what we can do in this tournament and see where our improvement will be going. Yeah.
And for you guys, obviously, when we look at the Shanghai Major, it wasn't the results you guys wanted in the end, but you were able to gain some good experience there. I remember just seeing you guys up on that stage, you know, and doing that. How much have you missed being able to do that, and how much do you want to succeed in some way here to show the best version of the team?
Making it to the major last year was important for us, and it's definitely meant a lot for us because it's our hometown.
Yeah.
And playing in front of the home crowd definitely gave us a lot of happy to play in front of the crowd. And also our results wasn't good, which is we were disappointed for the fans. And we have learned through that to make it better, and we'll see how we can make it far.
Well, I wish you the best in luck in trying to make it far. I got also one final question for you. Obviously, we saw what Tyloo did back at ESL Pro League, you know, making it through the first stage, showing some good CS. Does that also inspire you guys to have some more success and see that it can be done?
Seeing what Tyloo have done in Pro Leagues is also kind of good that they made that far. And also proud to see our comrades make it far. So we support each other, how they made it far, and it's kind of proud for them to make it the group stage to the next stage. Yeah, we also support them. Yeah.
And hopefully that's what you can do here and keep that going for the guys out in the Asia region, man. Thank you very much for your time and good luck at the tournament.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're finding out what the players think will be the teams that make it to the playoffs here at PGL Bucharest. I got FaZe, Rain with me here. How you doing, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm good. Yeah.
Feeling good? He's got a smile on his face. This man never seems bothered by almost anything. He's always ready. But are you ready to make your predictions for the top 8 teams here?
We'll see. We'll see if I remember all the teams.
All right, give me your first one.
Us?
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
I'll do Mongols.
Oh, yeah.
Virtus.pro.
Oh,
Falcons. I know, but I still believe in them. I think they're a good team. I'll do Falcons. I think Liquid is also going to be able to go.
Nice.
I think FURIA also as well. They have a chance.
Okay.
You know.
2 more.
2 more. 3D Max.
3D Max.
The crazy Counter-Strike is going to prevail. 1 more, right?
Do you believe in G2, Rain?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll put G2. I believe in G2. Yeah.
So for sure, us. I think we're definitely going to make it. Let's put G2. Let's put Aurora. It feels weird to say Aurora.
I did an interview with them and I was like, I have to keep correcting my mind before I say it. I want to say Eternal Fire.
It was really weird.
They should be called Eternal Aurora.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's good. That's easier to get. So FaZe.
FaZe, yep.
I'm not sure about complexity because they just it was a very surprising game, I would say.
You take a risk there? Do you think they're going to make it?
No, still, I will put Falcons in there.
Yep.
So 3 more. Let's do pain, complexity.
Oh, he's putting complexity in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm missing someone for sure. I can't remember now. So liquid.
I'll have to start with the Astralis, of course. I think they should make it. They should make it for sure. Yeah, that's the first team that should make it. Then I'll go with Falcons.
Falcons, okay.
Yeah. Interesting rumors right now, but I still believe them. I still believe they will make the top 8. Then I'll go with Rare Atom, actually.
Oh,
yes,
okay. You're seeing the
I believe. And then Mongols as well, of course.
Mongols.
Then the Aurora or Eternal Fire, whatever it is.
Yeah, Aurora now, yeah, the change.
Then I think G2.
G2.
That was number 6. Then I will say GamerLegion.
Oh, okay. Why GamerLegion?
Yeah.
No one said that yet.
Nah, but my boy 1000 is on the team,
okay,
and so I have to believe him.
Nice.
And what's the last one? What's the last one? I'll go with Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro.
Yes.
Even though they lost to Rare Atom like they did.
Yeah, but I believe them.
Okay.
When they play the A game, they're pretty good. I'll give it to them.
I like it. These are not the usual predictions coming out, but he's going out with some interesting picks. Let's see if he comes through with a win.
And then it was time for FaZe Clan versus Rare Atom.
Yes.
Now, in the tournament so far, both these teams with a win and a loss. Rare Atom surprised us all day one. Virtus.pro taking them down. Quick work made. But then falling down to the likes of G2. On the side of FaZe, I think they've been very impressive this tournament. They have really, really impressed me, Hugo. By somehow losing to Astralis, I think that is an impressive feat. In current year, you lost to Astralis.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's...
Wow.
Yeah, they've broken new ground in a way. They've stooped to a new low. No, of course not. No, I mean, FaZe have had trouble. There's no doubt about this. This new FaZe roster have had trouble. We always said it was going to be difficult, right? It's not a one-for-one swap, Elysian, Robs. Everyone's in new positions. Literally everyone's in new positions. And so it's going to take time. But you do wonder how much time, Harry. Are they ramping up for the major? Are they going to be here now in a tournament where similar to Cluj, with a couple of the big names missing, you would like to look at FaZe and go, hey, they're a shoe-in, they're certainly going to run through to the playoffs, they should be winning this event. Well, that didn't happen in Cluj. They got knocked out early in the playoffs, and, well, this time they're just trying to get there. That being said, I want to remain optimistic for this game. I want to remain optimistic for FaZe that they can take down a you know, far less proven Chinese team. But I think just because we saw them destroy VP, it's hard to be confident for FaZe right now. It's hard to say this is a guaranteed win. They're going to have to prove it, I think, in this matchup. And the map veto is super interesting to me as well, so I can't wait to see what we have coming through. Both these teams picking a variety of maps, not punish picks, but just, you know, they have a few maps they can go for a first pick. For Rare Atom, it's like an Ancient, or typically a Mirage. You would even sometimes see an Inferno, but they won't pick that today because FaZe would like Inferno. FaZe would like Dust 2. FaZe even could like Anubis in this game. I think if there were a game to pick Anubis, it would be this one, because Rare Atom have been pretty weak on it. I don't know. I think Rare Atom are going to go with Mirage. I think FaZe are going to probably go with... see, I would say Dust 2, but against a Chinese team with a lot of good aimers, maybe not. Maybe an Inferno to play it safe, or an Anubis. And, yeah, maybe an Ancient third. We'll have to see. I don't know. What's your upsetometer say, Harry? How do you feel about Rare Atom FaZe? Is there a chance? Am I delusional because I watched them beat a decrepit VP on day one? I think that's making me delusional.
Dude, I don't know. Like, I think the map pool. I think the map pool matters, and because here's my problem.
Okay.
I don't have any faith in FaZe right now.
Well, fair enough then.
Like, not really. Not like in the same way you used to with FaZe Clan. Not even close. Like, I look at the team and I go, yeah, they should be all right, surely, right? Like, Rain's here. This guy's been around for
couple of 100 years,
16 years of Counter-Strike history, you know, like, oh, Carrigan, he's experienced, he knows what he's doing, he would never fall down here.
That's smart. FaZe ban Mirage, I like that.
But
it's just a smart
I don't know, they haven't built those good graces yet in this roster, so no, I don't think an upset is impossible. Especially if Rare Atom show up in good form. I'm very excited about the prospect of an Inferno decider. I really hope this goes all three.
FaZe make a risk by leaving Train open, even though it's not a Rare Atom go-to. I feel like if you're an underdog here, picking a Train, it would be a spicy move for Rare Atom, but FaZe won't let it come through as a decider. FaZe played it twice, win and a loss, both over Astralis and under him apparently. And yeah, Rare Atom go for a Dust 2 pick, and aim is Paradise, and they certainly have aimers, there's no doubt about it. But man, you look at FaZe, you're meant to be saying, of course, these guys have aimers too. It's not just experience for a roster like FaZe, it's about some incredibly talented players. So they better showcase it today. I think. They can rewrite this ship. They can get rid of my Warriometer.
Well, I'm assuming that FaZe picking a Dust also because Rare Atom looked really flat on it yesterday. But hang on a sec, here we are.
Dust,
no, yeah,
Rare Atom picked Dust, I thought.
No, Rare Atom picked Ancient.
My bad. Well, didn't go well for them on the pistol. Full charge B, FaZe were all there.
You know, this makes sense, I think, for Rare Atom. It's their most played map, hands down. They've tried to play it in every series they played thus far in Bucharest. Beat VP on it. Lost to G2 here.
Yeah. G2 made quick work of them. I didn't see the game. We were casting, I think, at the same time, but...
yeah, 16-7, 16-5?
Yeah, two single-digit maps like that. So... Well, not 16-7.
Yeah, 13. Why did I do that?
Old habits die hard. We gave them a few bows.
Sorry, I haven't played much since it changed to the new...
That's a good... No, don't say that. That's not true. That's not
insane.
True. Harry's on FaZe it every day.
Saying that.
No. We're on FaZe it every day, Harry. Just fragging.
Oh, interesting maneuver, but it's not in vain. Roki was traded. Summer, though. You've seen this guy. You know what he's capable of, Hugo.
A 1v5 against VP for starters.
Exactly. What map were we on when he did that?
Oh, sure.
Exactly. This is Summer's home. Not a summer home. There's no vacation here. This is straight business from Summer. He's going to have the bomb plant locked in and the 1v2 rolled out in front of him. It's Rain and Karrigan. Duo as old as time itself. And he should just be dead.
Yes. Oh.
Clean. Again? No one's talking, bro.
You were still talking for me, bro.
That's Brain.
Banter coming in, guys. Don't worry. FaZe in good spirits. FaZe with 2 rounds. Bomb plant damage, though.
On it does look very sideways. Like tilt.
Shot. She's not Luke Halsey, don't worry. Is the buy just because they got the damage. I like it. It's 3 AKs, no nade. 2 players to supplement that. Just trying to contain FaZe with double mollies on ramp.
I really want Frozen to have a good series today.
Yeah.
And just kind of, not even just in this one series, just a good year. I'd take a good year from Frozen. Give me a good year. Because...
that was meant to be the...
Exactly. That was supposed to be like the taking his career to the next level, linking back up with Karrigan. It was meant to be the start of something special, and it never happened. Frozen didn't really get the good times, only the soul-crushing defeats. And like, you can't actually tell me that somehow Brolin is the GOAT of like that, the Mao's team now.
Team damage, Brokey makes up for it.
He's come out laughing from all the moves.
True, right? Robs to FaZe and then Frozen so late. By the time he joins, FaZe are like second place merchants. Grand final's still nice, but it's not winning. And that's what this team was built to do, win. Can FaZe stick the landing today and solidify themselves 2-1 in the Swiss stage? A team that, let's be realistic, is a shoo-in for playoffs, but I think the question is, can FaZe run through this tournament and win it all to give themselves a much-needed boost of confidence that this change is working, that Elige is slotting in, that people are getting more comfortable.
That was exactly how Mouse's kind of, post-change year started.
Yeah, they won Cluj, and suddenly it's like, oh wow, okay, this actually this works.
And then they carried that confidence with them in the following events, at EPL making it to the finals there again.
Lisbon as well.
And in Lisbon.
Yeah, you need evidence that what you're doing is working, and I think FaZe have struggled to find that so far, even though they made playoffs. They want more than that, don't they? Had some pretty poor maps for them this year. So, eyes on FaZe to connect this game. Rain hits his, a dink on Lee Hang, but there's that B rush.
Hard to hang with Lee Hang.
Heard that, actually. Oh, big nade. Well, he stepped it, though. He stepped through it. So he gets only on 1. If he just threw it normally...
Kaze's found Karrigan in the downtime.
Saving. If he didn't step throw it, that would have killed him. It's a shame. A rare Atomer on the board. Didn't wait too long. Walking through that B doors smoke.
Alright, Brokey managing managing the money.
In the smoke, Elige very risky. Let's go on round him. Karrigan frozen. Clean headshot on the AK, and now Elige can play. Just shoot them in middle. One player is out. It's the realization in. Behind the box sits Summer. Elige actually looking at that position. Got a wall bang. That's sick for Elige. I don't know if it's a read or a call maybe from Frozen, but he spammed him through the box. Did a lot of damage, and then they came in over the top to finish him off. Right now, FaZe are playing pretty fluid off of each other on this CT side.
Dude, you know, I can't help but feel like I'm a fan of Rare Rap, and I want to see these guys do well. But also,
it's FaZe.
I would love for FaZe to just show up here and dominate the series and like show us something, you know, like that they can. That's a possibility. That things don't have to get weird or long-winded. That they could just close this out, as they kind of should, just from the names on both sides of the server. And thus far, I wouldn't say they're disappointing me. A 4-1 lead, sure, they fell down in like the round prior to last thanks to those entries out through the ramp and like a kind of awkward retake setup with a misnade on the planter. Fine, they played the long game, they kept players alive, they instantly win the next round. Now they're in a position to break the money of Rare Atom. I like it. I like what we're getting out of FaZe. Let's see, if they win this, they're really onto a heater. That'd be 5-1 up with broken money on this T side.
But this is good. Brokey with a setup for Rain. Might clear Rain with a Molotov. Elige in middle.
Hang on, wait. How is somebody pushed through the main smoke?
Oh,
somebody just collected the kill from main by running through their smoke, getting in behind Frozen, who was helping out in middle, and the other CT player now, Elige, coming in into a lost site. Somebody has saved Rare Atom in this round.
That's insane. It's not like they had the info. Oh, they're 2 mid, 2B. They had no info to make that play. He just goes through. Really nice move. FaZe are quick to save in these scenarios we've seen. Did it in their previous lost round. They're not going to risk throwing away guns. Want to keep their economy in good standing, but Summer is here to try and stop that. An exit towards T-spawn is disallowed.
It's a pretty rough way to have to learn the lesson. Like, you know, if you're Frozen there, you're going, okay, they're not afraid to walk the main smoke. Like, noted, but it's an expensive way to go and learn that lesson, right? Yeah. I think it's unexpected that Rare Atom do something like that so early in the game. It's not like there was a lot of conditioning. That round still felt like it was in the early stages of opening, with only cave control being taken, and there was a smoke down in main, and he just insta-walks it. It's not like they've built up a bit of an understanding of how each side is going to play that main position. He's done it early on. So now that also bogs Frozen down a bit more. He might have to just be wary of that throughout the entirety of the CT half. But a nice move from somebody seals the deal. Elige's very animated.
Yeah,
in his
he's
face.
always animated. In any fight, I always want the Elige replay. He's like, it's like he's piloting a jet, you know? I can see the G's. He's like,
yeah.
This little trick's gonna cost us 81 rounds. So, Rare Atom are in. They've won 2 important rounds to keep FaZe honest in this game, and this round would put FaZe on eco. So they've got to follow up here, or this would be another wasted opportunity. Let's try to push a ramp, they get mollied out. Rain's still keen, looking for fights, won't hang around. Three in B, like they're in the site. This is going to be a bloodbath.
It is It's a very tight side hold, though, isn't it? Like, no real way to trade, and if you lose the first fight, it feels like you start losing all of them. Karrigan's left as the only man, the last bastion of hope at this B site, puts up 3. It's the captain of FaZe to stand and deliver. Rain and Liege don't get their job done, but Karrigan bridges the gap, and he's left Frozen and Brokey in with a chance. Lapping around long is Frozen. Quick here. Molly gonna force Child King out into the open. That one comes for free. And now Summer back in the cave.
Oh no. He's gonna go for that wallbang. You already know he is. Done it before.
They saw what happened at VP. They should have their wits about them here.
Reload. Do it again.
One more try at the spam, and Brokey plays through the smoke. Good awareness from Brokey, knowing exactly what was required to win that round.
Yeah, you don't want to like take him on in the spam battle, or you know, get on the bomb during a reload, push him. I don't think FaZe could have played that better. It could double push, but I think you'd rather risk one player to just get on that bomb and hope that the cover is good.
Also, let's go Finn.
Yeah,
that was a great, like, without that, the round is over.
Oh,
they are so cooked.
True, both Cave players get picked. And Karrigan and Cubby, 3 kills on the A4. A1 couldn't do that.
It's been a while now, but like my brain just still isn't adjusted to not seeing Rain in Cave. He always was the caveman.
It's been a while.
I know, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it just still feels wrong.
God, this is claustrophobic. Karrigan behind the site. He could have gone on that day, and he chooses not to. Rain trying to trade him. Making a play with a flashbang, and he nails it again. Dink on the second. Great impact from the captain. Sets his team up for the post plant. Look at that. Crazy move for Summer. Trying to get back in Cave as a Liege. Feast with a double kill. That bomb is wide. They can spray it from the site. FaZe trying to stop the defuse. FaZe have time to play around. More grenades. Elige coming in for a 3rd kill. Denied. The spray gets him off. And Rare Atom might just win this off of random spam. Goes back for another. Gets him again. FaZe on for the clutch on his own. Brokey. Shot through the smoke. And FaZe does it all. With no vision, no idea, no need.
That is sick. You don't want the smoke. You don't want the FaZe smoke. Look at this.
He's just running the whole time.
But it goes back.
This one as well. Ugh.
Here's the thing, does he have infinite ammo or something? How?
So many bullets.
Just mag dumping.
Thought they'd thrown that, bro. Like, it's good trading out of FaZe, and then Summer getting caught knife out running Cave. Like, unreal round for FaZe to win. Wouldn't have done that with the AWP, I'll say that much. A pick for a Legion middle. He's had great impact in this map already, but this is not a round to win.
The award for Smoke of the Year does not go to Lee Hang. And it might end up costing them dearly. It left a gap open over towards Donut. His teammate died as a result. Now FaZe are armed. They're begging, please, somebody save us. And this guy steps into the ring. First kill connects. Brokey sticking the defuse. Now it's a 10-second stick. Somebody calling his bluff, but counting down. Will still fall. No. There isn't time for the defuse. Brokey, that's a damn good attempt, but falling just shy of the mark on the full eco of FaZe Clan. Still, it's a boatload of damage done. Everyone in this server dies. God, an expensive way to win the round if you're Rare Atom.
If you're FaZe, a full eco, man. What a try. What a try. Brokey, I mean, couldn't have done anything better there. Had to get off the bomb, got repeat. Very scary situation, and not just the view models.
Bro, Carrigan's looking cracked in this game, by the way. I think he's about to top frag. I'm calling that now.
It's not really a good sign if he top frags. Like, you want a Legion.
No, but like also, I wouldn't say anyone else is looking like bad. I'm just saying he's looking really switched on. Like, you can tell when you're watching him. He's really snappy.
Oh, FaZe triple mid. They're pushing B. They're realizing now Brokey's moving back, but he does have the AWP for this line, and Rare Atom are about to walk into A.
Frozen first point of contact, just playing back in the donut. Somebody graces his crosshair. He's got that advantage already for FaZe. Feels a little less pressure now to hang around, but as Elige now joins him, they will play to contain. It's a good double up from Summer. To at least add some intrigue back to the round. Flash leaves Carrigan blind, but it doesn't deter him. He still creeps deep through CT. Rare Atom toy with the idea of going back here. 2 on 3, the slowdown. An eventual change of heart. They'll leave A main and go back to the drawing board on this round. You can see FaZe already fanning out to try and siphon info from the round. It's an MP9 facing in middle. Rain just wanted the spot, and he gets it. Carrigan now moves into the red room to lend a helping hand. They're ready for this mid-fight. Rain takes first contact, and there's Carrigan with the key trade.
Just beautiful, knowing what fights to take if you're FaZe. Rain could have fought them elbow, but he's just jiggling. As soon as he gets the info, plays a safer angle where Carrigan backs him up. Rain has the shadow advantage. He swings off of it, and then Carrigan peeks. It's just really nice trade work for FaZe in that round. Even though it gets a little bit awkward. As Rare Atom find this double. Leech really committing to that spray. FaZe, a full eco near win into a rifle round, and look at what that damage in the pistol did to Rare Atom's economy. They have Tech 9s. Surely no shot. Got to play a little aggressive here. Got to play a grouped hit. FaZe have had this ramp control most rounds. And Carrigan backing it up. I'd like to see him peeking with Rain. Ready to peek at least, because they're about to explode through this door.
No, I actually like it. It's like they're trading contact, right? If they run at Rain, Carrigan can swing and stop them at ramp. But if they trickle out, Elige faces, Carrigan walks down the ramp, so they have to consider it later. Instead of getting 2 fights straight away on the ramp side. Oh, but that has complicated matters. Child King out through middle. Gun picked up, Frozen gifts one over. Elige decides to play his hand now, but Child King just gets fed another. 2 kills from the guy. Suddenly this round gets a lot more interesting.
Run!
Rain's got to put some distance between himself and that B doors smoke as it starts to fade. Rare Atom move in. Rain on this side of the map alone as Carrigan's gone back to clear out middle.
Child King needs his kill.
Is he going to get a third? No health all round long, but Child King has not been stopped yet. 3 kills from him. Carrigan arrives now, fresh view model, but no hope.
Oh, everything about that round goes wrong for FaZe, really. Like, Elige chasing, I actually don't hate. I can't believe Child King kills him there, though. He knows the AK's been picked up in middle and it's getting out of control. He doesn't want them to flank red, but Child King just domes him, and the aim of Rare Atom is always so explosive. Showcased yet again. Nice mid-round retake of the B site. Walking late through that door smoke and Rain. Surprised he goes cave, but he doesn't clear second room. If he did, I think he just wins the fight, kills Child King. They can play a slow retake. Instead, backstab, Rare Atom speed up. And that's a Tech 9 round won by Rare Atom. So we're looking at a 6-6 here at the half, unless FaZe do it right back to him.
Back to him.
I knew you were going to say
Frozen on the line with the 5-7. Convincing shot to open. 5-7 close range in A main. That is threatening.
Click on that thing.
That's exactly what he did. Smoke in the red room. Elige doesn't have vision over middle anymore. And you can tell a lot about how FaZe are reading this round thanks to the flank out of Carrigan, but they're reading it wrong, right? They've lent heavy over towards A. Elige pulls back out of mid-window, goes A site. Rain watches for the red room lurk, and that's because Carrigan pushed all the way through the B doors, through T-spawn, and is now traded places with Rare Atom. The timing on this couldn't have been worse for FaZe Clan. I think it's such an understandable adaptation to have made, to have read this as the play in towards A. Timing's not done them well, not done them any favors. Rain, golden chance to complicate matters though on this smoke push. Gets out with a free kill. 3 on 3 though, the odds still favoring Rare Atom in this post plant.
Don't know how you win this.
No one peeking, no one fighting. Crossfire's held. Elige will open. Damage done on Akaze. Follow-up kill on Summer. No idea how FaZe have just pulled up and stole that round away.
Okay.
It's all good.
It's all good. I don't know. I have no answer for you. They have nothing to play with. They have pistols, MP9, no kit, no nades. Rare Atom flash and peek. They don't choose to peek. I don't even think that's the reason they lose. They're trading contact. That player on default gets dinked through the wall. Ramp player just gets obliterated. I was just about to credit Rare Atom on how I'm really liking how they take B lane so late. It's like beckoning FaZe in to make these gambles and go play the A site and re-clear middle. And they keep getting B bomb plants, but that's a crazy post plant to lose. A lot of, to be honest, a lot more winnable rounds in that half for Rare Atom that they didn't pull through. But 5's enough. Tense game still. Rare Atom putting up a fight, no doubt about it. FaZe are having to really go for these rounds. Yeah, it's an ugly spray for Child King. Unreal.
I think FaZe would have felt a little bit underwhelmed if they didn't win out this half, so managing to scrape through with 7 is real nice, especially when they play that final round on the eco now. Starting off with the T-side pistol, they'll trade contact over towards Heaven.
Oh, man.
That bomb gets out for free. They saw a lot of players jumping up mid, so they're aware of the possibility of fast rotates in through Donut. They should also be cognizant of main as a potential. Li Hang has already started that journey, but he's conversely being flanked by Carrigan, so timing's going to be everything for this fight. Meanwhile, you've got this Donut skirmish taking place. Real estate the Rare Atom will desperately need if they want to launch this retake. Li Hang now has played his hand, and Carrigan has said to the rest of the gang, boys, just give me a sec, I will deal with him. Carrigan collects. Now it's just Child King, and he's picked off from the rest of the pack. FaZe Clan, pistol round secured, as this T-side starts off strong.
Yeah, as soon as they get the info that that's a Heaven climb up, just speed it up towards A, where 3 players were clearing main anyway. It's crazy pistol call for Rare Atom to be boosting up Heaven like that and just fighting with 4 players on B lane, but if FaZe were there, it could have been the perfect call. Full eco now. FaZe maintain the lead.
Oh, this feels like it's going to get way closer than it should.
Yeah, it's
a horrible start for Brokey, but nice cleanup for the MAC-10s.
They got it.
And so well handled, well contained. Sometimes those rounds get weird when you lose the first fight. It's easy to kind of get caught scrambling. But to make an omelet, they got to break a few eggs. And that's what they're doing.
Apparently this shell is very good for you. Full of vitamin D.
Oh yeah, the shell's the best bit. I get rid of the horrible goo in the middle.
Yeah, yeah. They say feed the shell to dogs. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. You feed the eggshell to your dogs, apparently.
Yeah, they do like eggshells, Tom.
I didn't know that. It's kind of cool.
And it's a very satisfying crunch when a dog eats an eggshell. Now, Kinder Egg. Don't give that to a dog.
Don't give that to a dog, no. All right, if FaZe win this round, we're looking at a pretty clean game, all things considered. If they don't, then it's on.
Is Brokey the eggshell, or is he the dog? Let's find out. He's both. Because they win the round.
Okay, yeah.
But he died.
The metaphor fell apart.
Yeah, it did fall apart. Yeah. Sometimes you're the pigeon, sometimes you're the statue, Hugo.
Yeah, I like that one.
Right now, FaZe of the statue. No, FaZe of the pigeon. Rare Atom is the statue.
Okay, understood.
They're shitting on them. That's what I only just thought of that.
Implication was there.
Yeah.
But just thought, yeah.
I only thought of the connection just now.
Just clarify, you know, it's good to clarify.
Kaze and Child King trying to save, but trying is the operative word there because Rain's giving a bit of chase. Still, I think he's going to be measured here. Like, maybe he goes swinging in a cave and finds Kaze. But I don't think he's, like, desperate for the kill. Yeah. Gives him that one. It's an upgrade off of the FAMAS and onto the M4. Less than ideal, but still, it's fine. You risked one player. Could have been a 4 surviving round. You still get out of it, kind of breaking even on the T side. And they were looking to set themselves up for a lot of success in the future. Rare Atom with a timeout now. Very little time left to address these issues. 10-5 is the score. Money running out for the Rare Atom squad. Gonna throw a bit of cash into this one because of those 2 saved guns. They're able to drop over some SMGs, get some armor behind it. This is a pretty nice, you know, partial buy as far as they go. Still a chance to do damage here and then get guns out in the next. If you fall short in this round, your next buy at 5-11 is essentially your last buy in the game, your last chance to make the comeback happen.
Yeah, I like that they've still got something to play with here. These rounds are absolutely winnable. Look at how good that investment is, given the stakes. MP9's terrifying at the best of times. Fast out mid. Oh, and the flash is so good. Still a trade, but Allegia's got it locked in for FaZe. 17-7. Pretty incredible map for Allige so far. And the chance it can get better, he's going to slow down here. Good to see. One criticism levied against Allige has been it's felt like he feels like he's still in coal sometimes. You know, he's going for that extra kill, going that extra step when he doesn't always need to. There's a great example of some poise in the mid round. 4v3. And FaZe, I mean, they're checking T-spawn. Like, Frozen's watching B-ramp and T-spawn in his position, waiting for the kill.
Yeah,
that's all they wanted. They just wanted the kill. Now they've got info, now they can go. That's awkward. As Allegiant leaves.
Okay, at least you have the info, but yeah, now it is a trickier round, right? You know where both players are, you know you've got the plant at B, but it is still going to fall to Frozen and Rain. Cook up a hailstorm between the two of them and win this round. Rare Atom trying a 2v4 to keep this CT side going. Rain dead first. Frozen and melted away. The sky's clear and somebody smiles down upon Rare Atom. One more round, one more chance as that must-win CT round comes through.
That's a great example of how strong Rare Atom can shoot in these moments. Clinical second kill. And that was the half buy. The Rare Atom weren't supposed to win, but it's given them a leg up. to still make this map possible. Their pick. Orb on short as well. We've not seen the Kaze Orb. Rain finds out the hard way. Dry fight up the ramp.
Worst thing about that death of FaZe is like it just feels so meaningless, right? It's one where you die and Rain just kind of has to go short orb. And you know he's going to reposition. You know you're not going to see that orb in the same place again. And you didn't have the chance to trade. Now Alige has provided some much needed levity to this whole situation by opening up a route out through middle. Rest of the team fell in line behind him, but it looks like they're changing their mind on this one.
Yeah, I like this fake. This is classic
kind of
FaZe.
a more up-tempo version of the previous round, right? They don't have that advantage, so they're not hanging around engaging reactions. They expect that they forced a reposition of the CT side. Last time, there's probably this feeling they slowed down too much. And so this time, they try to get ahead of it. Far quicker tempo on this.
It's around.
And they'll get into B for free. That one kill, gifting them the site. Alige takes it one step further in the backstab. And sure, he gets found out and dealt with. For somebody in Summer, they are removed from this round. If they're given a kill, they can go for it. And so they're going to give it a look in. This is ballsy. A lot of teams will look to save here.
Yeah.
Especially with, you know, money on the line, game on the line, but risks are taken at scorelines like this. Summer gets the first to entice them. Somebody now in the clutch. 1v2 needed, and Brokey's Orb delivers for FaZe Clan. A much-needed multi-kill there in the close to put a stop to that round.
Dude, yeah, Alige again bailing them out with that kill in middle and then going further to take Red Room. I like that FaZe fake that and then are very decisive. They drop mid. The Cave player hears the mid drop for FaZe. 3 or 4 players falling in. Donut smoke, red smoke. Oh, FaZe are splitting A, surely. And then Rare Atom rotate hard and FaZe go right back into Cave. Clinical entry for Frozen. Brokey to clutch. That's a FaZe round right there. Rare Atom in the mud. 3 in middle. And this force is not ideal. MP9, 5.7, 3 rifles. Good flash to keep FaZe honest in this round, but as the util comes in on mid, FaZe take full control. Again, going for the red room. Okay, can't account for that. Alige sniped through the smoke. No way somebody goes for it. This is just outlandish. Can't believe he gets 2. And they even now know where Karrigan is.
Still, you can't sleep on the game that Karrigan's having.
Sure.
He is looking really sharp, and he is in a powerful position right now. The problem they have is the bomb's down in mid. Rain is the guy left to his own devices. There's a lot of experience on these two, though. And if anyone can figure out how to force the hand of Rare Atom, catch them moving about, it's Rain and Karrigan. They've caught that slip down through the ramp. They've brought this into a 2v2, and they continue to play it slow, waiting to see if Rare Atom give them anything else to sweeten the deal here. When that doesn't happen, FaZe are ultimately the ones under the pressure of that clock. One problem for Lee Hang is he's worried about the main push, and he's worried about Heaven. And the guy in Donut, Kaze, not in a position to help him. So that kill picked up for Rain.
Go B.
For free, 15 seconds, and he's going to try and run at Kaze. Going to try and bring the fight to the last man. Rain cut down. Kaze withstands the 1v1.
Surprised he didn't just get that bomb and run away. Like, I'm pretty sure he has the time to make it B. Maybe he's not certain. He'd rather take the fight, fair enough, but just gives Kaze the advantage to be swinging into that fight. Really important clutch for Kaze to close out that round after FaZe and Karrigan almost pull off a 2v4. Still going, man. We're still going. Very expensive rounds for Rare Atom. They are barely surviving as far as the economy is concerned.
Alige looked a little frustrated in the player cams as well, and I think understandably, right? Smoke spam, but even if you think about his rounds in mid, it must be a kind of weird feeling. He's getting away with a lot, but he's also often that first domino to fall in rounds that get really close. Still, he's going like 2 for 1, so he feels like he has to keep attempting these mid plays. But I think there's been a lot of reasons for him to be frustrated, in spite of the fact he's leading the way for FaZe Clan. You have this force buy up for FaZe now. Eyes set on the B play. And honestly, the setup is pretty good for them to be able to get in here. It's only Summer close by to watch the ramp. If they can deal with him quickly and then contain Cave, that would be huge. But that fight takes too long on Summer. Gives time. Oh my God, Brokey! Through the wall is delivered a kill from nowhere, gets it into this 2v2. Elige watching the run up, but hung out to dry. Brokey charged down, and Elige gets pincered.
That's a round where you lose and you go, what the hell are they doing? Like, how can I read that? They're crazy. The fact that they run down the bomb there, they jump over Cave, and they just go past Elige on the timing that he checks a flank. Like, you expect a bit more respect. You expected to play standard. That's what a lot of Asian teams have caught teams off guard by doing, just playing very aggressive, playing anti-meta, and it works, especially when you have the aim to back it up. They just jump past Elige, kill the planter, and Elige was low. Brokey had to get that bomb down to actually win the round and fight. He was the guy with health, and now, finally, Rare Atom, fully broken FaZe, onto pistols. Game closing up, second by second. Elige channels the frustration into an entry.
And bro, the thing that's so insane is like this is a really legit win. Like in terms of the kills, it's not close, right? Even the kind of like bottom player of FaZe is close to the top performer of Rare Atom, but they're stalling these rounds out and they're winning them in such a way that FaZe can look good in the kill department. They're not taking them over the line. Elige's impact starting to get stifled. Frozen never really got going. And Rare Atom going from strength to strength, confidence to confidence on this CT side. It's another close round, but it's one that they still walk through the fire and flame and get out unscathed.
All of these rounds coming down to 1v1s, 2v2s, and all of them getting won by Rare Atom. FaZe can brush it off, I think, because of the nature of these rounds, but they need to win now.
It's not like this is a sleepy, confused, underwhelming FaZe Clan. This is a FaZe looking good. Elige top in the charts, close kill distribution on everyone else. Some multi-kill moments, some clutch moments from the rest of the gang. Brokey hitting shots on the orb. Elige creating space. Raining Carrigan, dependable. But it hasn't come to matter. Rare Atom well and truly back in the fold now, as there's 2 rounds between them and FaZe Clan. And this is off it getting kind of wrecked in that first half.
Yeah. Throw on a pistol on top.
Yeah, that was how FaZe got onto double digits.
Just 10-5 up. 3 in a row, 4 out of the last 5. Rain gets his entry. Somebody, I mean, that's crazy. It runs through Cave. Li Hang still hits an unbelievable headshot, fading away in the donut. So 4v4. FaZe setting up for an A split. Very cautious about donut, given Li Hang's previous position, but it's fully clear. In fact, so is A. Rare Atom make the move in middle to try and flank this A split. They're a bit slow though. FaZe have already made it in. It's going to have to be a retake. Already Elige is set up with a crucial position to win out this post plant. He falls to Li Hang, who just decides not to die. He knows FaZe are coming back. He's going to go for the big flank instead.
Deciding to give up donut, though, could be a bit of a risk here, right? He's now very, very late on a main lurk, and they don't have smokes to knock out these players that have retreated back into the donut. So you have to clean up these site guys quickly and cleanly. Carrigan dead, still one more concealed. It's Brokey behind default. Frozen goes further forward. Oh my God, and now Brokey's got to bail them out. I don't know.
Like that. I don't like that. I think Frozen just has to bait and play for the round win. I can't believe he goes out into the open, especially considering it's not like Brokey's playing off him. It's not like Brokey's peeking. Brokey's hiding behind the side. They're hunting him down.
Yeah, it felt like Brokey was playing for time in the position where he can't really, but like it made sense if Frozen was also playing for time.
I think they both tuck in as hard as they can. Brokey kills one,
It was
Frozen
a bit like
1v2.
misaligned in the objectives
They're
there.
both doing different things. If Brokey's peeking, I think that play for Frozen makes a lot more sense, but neither are covering, really.
No, the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing in that moment for FaZe.
Oh, dear. They're getting robbed right now, FaZe. Wasted opportunity after wasted opportunity. Can someone finally finish a bloody round? Frozen starts again, but these have not been the issues. The entries always coming in for FaZe. The sites lost by Rare Atom. The bomb plants gained. Numerous buys. And yet they can't close. There's no excuse now. 5v3. Pistol armor. Can they retrieve these weapons? Will somebody let them? Nades are pulled. Oh my God, Elige.
I mean, I'll say this. You can see the refrag showing off in Elige, right?
Definitely.
I play the Ancient course all the time, and it's a lot of these type of fights. God, he looks so snappy and mechanical in mid.
About time, and of course it's a FaZe BS round to come through with a bunch of pistols, popping heads, and they take all their guns as well. Not the round FaZe should be winning, but the round nonetheless.
The Elige refrag money in PayPal just came through for me for the shout out.
Good, yeah, good work. Sponsorship.
Timeout for Rare Atom. I mean, after this comeback, to have it fall down to the pistols, Elige keen double kill on the Deeg in mid, Frozen there lending a helping hand, trying to make up for his shortcomings in the round prior. It is a huge nudge for FaZe Clan, putting them on the finish line. All they've got to do is cross it. And because these rounds on the comeback have been so close and down to the wire, right? You said so yourself, it hasn't been the openers that have let FaZe Clan down, it's the closers. Well, because these have been super tight rounds, even though Rare Atom have won a bunch in a row, their money is in a really bad spot here to try and keep the comeback alive.
Yeah.
I don't know exact numbers. We'll see when we get in game, but I can't imagine it's pretty. They've been finishing. Yeah, there you go. It's 3 MP9s, Deagle, next to no util and 1 M4. This is a rough round to try and finish off your comeback with.
That hurts for Rare Atom. If they're going to lose like this, of course, somebody pushing A main, putting that M4 to use, has found a 5v4. But this is what it's all for now. Rare Atom have to do it on the back foot after such a nice comeback in this game. 10-5 down.
I really like how they've tried to problem solve mid as well, right? Like, Elige have been finding openings here round after round. Okay, we just won't fight Elige. Give him the mid space. Screw it. Like, you still have to deal with the problem later, but you haven't had to pay a man for it. Li Hang watching Donut and not being cognizant that they can creep out over towards main is awkward.
That's the game.
Especially when he had a teammate in Donut anyway.
Yeah, they were both sort of tucked.
That's really, really rough here for Rare Atom. It was a cool idea to try and nullify Elige's impact, but in doing so, they forgot about the rest of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think that call comes off the back of, hey, we've just cleared A main on the push, so they're not going to be here, and FaZe use that against them. They walk into A main late in the round, and they take him down. FaZe just about close it out, 13-10. It was a bit of a mess in the middle there. A comeback felt like it had legs, but FaZe do finish what they start. They do take Ancients.
Yeah, in what ended up being a very, very close affair. Rare Atom certainly giving them a run for their money. In the end, all the credit to Elige. Honestly, he goes absolutely huge in that T-half.
I think Frozen as well. More than that eco alongside Elige. It was him and Frozen finding the entries in mid. But yeah, that's a messy game for FaZe.
Yeah, I think like Frozen in that one round was helpful, but I think also he was the source of a fair few issues in this game. You know, and I know there's the one in Donut that like feels obvious, but it's not like he was, I don't know, it felt like everyone else kind of had a moment where they contributed in a big way to an important round win, and I don't feel like Frozen really had those. still, for Elige, this was a fantastic showing. You know, you could see the frustration setting in a little bit, even though he's finding all these openers in mid, even though he's kind of getting away with 1 or 2 kills to the good on the back of his mid plays. The rounds are still super close. Rare Atom is still winning some of them in spite of Elige's success. But he didn't let that get to him. In fact, he leveled up further. And doing it with a Deagle in the penultimate round, worth its weight in gold to FaZe. It didn't just get them onto map point, but it broke Rare Atom's money. Absolutely. And so in many ways, like those final 2 rounds are both attributed to Elige and his success in middle.
The bit that hurts so much about that is just because Rare Atom were pulling back all these disadvantages, all these 4v5s, all these hard retakes, these post plants they had no business winning, empty sites, and then they even get a 5v4 in that last round. But then they give up A entirely. Don't consider that FaZe will recommit to that site, and FaZe steal it away.
It's ironic, given the game started, if you remember, in the first in the first buy round for Rare Atom, with them. So I think it was somebody walking out through A main, catching Frozen and Elige with their backs turned, and setting that precedent early on of watch out for A main. Well, Carrigan decided to scarcely use A main until the final round of the half, where they then walked back on Rare Atom and caught them sleeping at the wheel. Kind of different ways of going about the conditioning from the 2 captains on either side of the server.
An exciting game, though, I gotta say. Like, I think that had everything. That had a lot of cool FaZe moments, crazy individual showings, Rare Atom winning seemingly unwinnable rounds with very strong headshots coming out from somebody and the likes. And yeah, FaZe close it out off the back of Elige, but you can't say that Rare Atom weren't in that match. It was definitely competitive. So we have a Dust 2 coming up that I expect more of. Look at Elige's mid fighting here on that heat map, just fragging them out mid.
Yeah, he was anything but mid in that game. Yeah. He was red hot,
top of the board,
and dominating the mid control. Now we head to the FaZe Clan pick of Dust 2. And I think this is where the series might reach a bit of a conclusion. I feel like for Rare Atom, they kind of needed Ancient. I think that was their best chance. I know they're hot aimers. I know they're feeling it. And that was a very, very close game. I can't write them off entirely. But I think even one of the reasons for FaZe looking to go to this is they probably saw how G2 were able to completely annihilate Rare Atom on this game just yesterday. It wasn't even close. And so if FaZe can kind of get that same sort of game out of Elige, like I said, I don't really feel like anyone was massively problematic on FaZe. If anything, it was Rare Atom playing really well. But I think if this keeps up, Rare Atom will have less depth on Dust 2, and that makes me a bit concerned. So we'll find out how the rest of the series goes in just a moment. FaZe a map up, Dust 2 next, their pick. They're looking to end this 1-2.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We're doing our predictions to see what the players think of who will make it through to the playoffs at PGL Bucharest. I've got 60 with me here from Complexity. How you doing, man?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, and it started off very good for you here. So give me your 8 teams you think will make it through.
I think Mongols, I think us, FaZe. I feel like Falcons may be able to pull it back. I think GamerLegion actually can go through.
Yep.
That's 5, right?
3 more.
I think Pain can, especially if they keep on going how they are now.
Nice.
I think Aurora.
Yes.
And I also think VP can pull it back.
Ooh, okay.
I think G2 and Aurora. Aurora.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
and I think these teams will be 3-0, of course. And the next teams, I think us.
Nice.
Astralis.
Yeah.
GamerLegion.
Nice. You give them some respect. They're playing good.
And FURIA, I think.
FURIA, okay.
Yeah. And I think Legacy is playing a really good CS. They win against Liquid. Is a really strong team. So I think they, of course, will be.
Cool.
And one more, I think. Mongols. I think Mongols will be. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's gonna be G2,
Yes.
Aurora. It's gonna be us.
Yes.
Mongols.
Yep.
FaZe.
Okay.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion.
Oh yeah, nice. You got to get your old team.
Yeah, and who? So, I don't think Complexity will. I don't. I think Pain might have a chance.
As well.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Flammers.
Thank you very much for having me.
There we go. We have the teams. Let's see if he's right. It's lineup landing, and I've got the Latvian laser with me, Brokey, ready to take the challenge. How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm ready to do some fun content today.
I think this is something you would nerd out on, so you know what you got to do. We'll show you the lineups. You get 15 seconds to decide. So let's get to it. And the first one, starting here on Ancient.
I already know.
Oh.
It's going inside the cave maze. I don't know what you call it in the other. I think it's cave. It's going in the right entrance on the right. I like to throw the smoke sometimes, so.
Okay.
Easy for me. That's 1 point.
That is 1 point.
Nice.
Easy, straight away. You got it so quickly as well.
Yeah.
All right, next we're going to Anubis.
Oh, fuck. It could be 2, but I'm gonna guess it's when you, on the left, when you go out of the main, I don't know what you call it, like, not temple, but the other side, I don't know what you call it, on the left. Huh?
Joe? You said if you go out of the main, right, so B main?
And you go out main to the left.
And there's like...
Where the CT spawn, you smoke up
the towards CT spawn?
Yeah, I think that one, but I might be wrong. I think it's maybe temple, I'm not sure.
Make a decision between those two.
The CD spawn one. So
okay, he's going with his first guess, the CD spawn one.
Fuck. I never threw in the smoke, so.
It's not one of your smokes.
No.
All right, next we're going to Dust 2.
And this is a CD smoke, like not B split smoke, but the CD smoke, so you can drop down from short.
Oh, again quick.
Yeah.
This is the one you're made to throw?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
So easy.
Perfect.
Is it 2 points or 1 point now?
That's 2 points.
Nice.
Okay, next we're going to Inferno. Oh, his face looks confused.
It has to be ram smoke, no? It's either about, I think I'm saying ram smoke, whatever. But I think I'm wrong somehow. Might be banana smoke. I don't know. Just ram smoke. I don't care.
Okay, he said ram smoke. He's sticking to that. I'm glad he did stick with that because
yes,
it is ram smoke.
Nice.
Don't doubt yourself. Always believe, Brokey.
It could go anywhere in this map.
All right, from Inferno to Mirage.
This is a palace smoke.
Oh, instant.
Yep.
No problems at all.
I throw it, so easy for me again.
And look at that land. Is the same one you throw?
A little higher, but same, yeah.
Okay. Next one, we're moving to Nuke.
Okay, what's happening here? Okay. I don't know. It's gonna stay there somehow, probably. It's gonna stay where...
It's a molly, just for you to know.
It's a molly?
Yeah. It's a bit hard to see on the screen, but that's a molly.
Then it's gonna land next to the blue box, I guess.
Oh. Final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, he says next to the blue box, but...
It's gonna stay there, for sure. What?
Boom, it hits the lights.
No one does this. You can just throw it normally.
Yeah, you can just throw it normally and simple.
Yeah.
But this is some style points, no?
I thought it was a smoke at the start as well, so.
Luckily, I told you I was nice. I told you it was a molly. Okay, the last one. And you are playing a 7-map pool, so I'm confident for you with this one.
Fuck. Connector smoke?
I like it.
Let's see.
Let's have a look. Boom.
Oh, 2 wrong, right?
Yeah, 5 out of 7.
Could be better.
Could be better, but also could be worse, because you second guessing yourself.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
That's not bad.
No.
Knowing you, I'll ask you if you're happy and you'll say it's okay.
It's okay.
The rarest of atoms taking on the phaziest of clans. Hugo, how are you feeling?
Just hoping FaZe don't make clowns of themselves here, Harry, and close out this series 2-0. That's the setup right now. They had some messy rounds back on Enchant, but here on Dust 2, you'd like to think they would go more traditional, kind of like, you know, cauliflower with Christmas.
Yeah.
It's very traditional, more by the book. Less
cauliflower is not traditional.
Calm down. No one gets the reference.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
You've just blown everyone's ears out for a reference.
It's true,
no
though.
It is true. It's not traditional. I take it back. Regardless, Dust 2 is. Dust 2 is pretty traditional when it comes to CS. I'm still gathering my. I don't know what that was. I think there's less room for there's less likelihood that FaZe screw this one up. But at the same time, Rare Atom impressed every step of the way. Early in the game, getting involved, getting 5 rounds when it could have been more, but then still pulling it back despite so many 4v5s, disadvantages, post plants on the CT side. They had their work cut out for them.
Yes. I think they win. That's my take. That's my take, yeah.
FaZe do?
I think FaZe win.
All right.
You know, I'm sad to say, Rare Atom are playing really well. Yeah. And like, they've kept that up now, right? They opened the event beating VP, go on to lose versus G2, and that one was pretty handily. But like, FaZe, I think, are a pretty beatable top team. And so, Rare Atom, I don't feel like they squandered the opportunity. They gave them a run for their money map 1, but I think Ancient was their best chance to topple FaZe, just because Rare Atom have a far deeper book there, and it's a map they've looked to play in every series so far. So, you know, it's one that they're very interested in developing at the international level. On Dust 2, meanwhile, I think it might come down to individuals a little bit more shining for Rare Atom, and at least they are playing well. You know, they are looking good.
Somebody was just...
yeah, he was a beast.
He was being a bit freaky, wasn't he? He loves a smoke push, this guy. Just walking through donut smoke in mid-rounds. I do enjoy watching that. Like, it's so random, but it feels like it just works out for him so much. Here we go, map 2. FaZe's pick, Rare Atom on CT side Dust. FaZe go straight out long. No one here. Double cat, playing the lower, playing the mid control. And FaZe go for the long cross.
Child King with the spot. Elige up through the ramp, and Frozen makes quick work of him. Frozen was also a child once. Ooh, Carrigan dead at the back. Also a child, goes without saying. Elige and Frozen will combine to swiftly deal with this pistol.
Elige has had enough. He's like, I'm not losing this game, guy. I'm just not going to lose this game. 3 kills on the pistol. This is beyond the pale, okay? FaZe need this game. It's kind of a requirement. Get through to the playoff.
And you said, you know, there are times where it feels like Elige still plays like he's playing on complexity. I think it's because there's times where it feels like Elige is still playing on complexity. He does sometimes have to be the one-man army in these games. And he will deliver it. 3 kills in the pistol, 2 from Frozen. Nice to see a strong start from him. Unperturbed by some of the weird moments he gave us on Ancient. Ooh. Yeah. Rain dead. Child King finds him. Interestingly enough, Rain was never a child, actually.
No, born like
he
that?
He just came out like this, and that's how he's been forever.
He's going to look like this forever as well.
That's what happens. If the wind blows, you get stuck like that. Carrigan with the plant.
Must have been a big stalk.
Oh. Child King.
Kill him.
Child King.
Ooh, he almost got one deek Frozen, but he recovers the AK for FaZe. All right, Lee Hang, what are you doing? Hanging on the edge?
Get it?
I do.
Because his name is Lee Hang.
Hey, you dropped the they can't hang with him like 3 times a map, okay? You can't come for me like that, okay?
What? I don't think I've ever said that. It's good though, I get that too. You can't hang with Lee Hang.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny.
Terrorists win.
I love the music. And I think everyone else does. Weirdly, it's kind of quiet to us. I can't even really describe what it is. Here we are. FaZe 2-0. But Rare Atom now coming through with the bye. They've got M4s. They've got that one little ugly Galil that no one talks about. But the M4s are what open. Frozen dead first as he tries to play fast out through the long doors. Carrigan gets out through mid. He's got backup. Got his boys in attendance. Carrigan dead now. Can't hang with Lee Hang.
Oh, that's a good one.
Summer on the board. Child King through the smoke. That crown is pint-sized. But a leash. Needed the double. Now it's just Brokey. Does manage to get past Summer.
Maybe.
Is it?
Oh no, he missed it. He missed the smoke. How did he miss it? It's like the major final all over
bang
again.
on. He's gone away. He's eluded capture for now. Is he their white whale? Is this the white Brokey Summer? 1 kill on the board. 3 more to find. Back turn, they're in the sight with him. Brokey goes looking and Child King gets rid of him. Clutch denied.
Dude, if that smoke bounced like he intended, which was to go back and forth between the doors and just blew him in the doors, maybe. But not only did he put up a wall that let them get out, but then he lost, you know, all control. He's just stuck behind a sight smoke. It is not white Brokey summer, Harry. We are in April. Give it another month or two.
Yeah, you were believing too, but right, then you weren't.
That's how that works.
Have a childhood, just a hood. That's rain. Does that make him immune to the wrath of the Child King? Currently down in CT, will be one of the first responders on the scene in this A play. Oh, Carrigan, you dastardly trickster. You sick, twisted man, you walking through the CT smoke. He's gonna catch Child King. Looking up at the site, that kill comes from FURIA. Now Kaze is feeling a lot of pressure. Great stuff from Carrigan to open up this site hit. You could see his brain whirring, piecing that together down in mid. With the corridor smokes lobbed in and a bit of ground gained. For Mr. Anderson, FaZe pull up with a round win on the partial investment. Oh! Do it again, Frozen, you won't. And as predicted, he won't. No, actually, he might. He might.
He could, but he probably won't. He can just save here. Everyone's happy. Oh,
somebody always wants more.
He wants more.
Somebody always wants more.
Yeah, that's what you get, honestly. That's deserved exit kill for Frozen. Bit greedy, if you ask me.
But there is a mammoth effort right now from Frozen.
Gosh.
8-1. Hell of a game. And if he keeps this up, I don't know, that adds a whole extra layer to FaZe on Dust 2. Carrigan and Brokey are all just kind of supporting cast right now to the buddy cop drama that is Frozen and Elige.
Oh, do the Monacy shot, come on. Come on, just keep firing. One of them might hit. Keep trying. Keep trying. Don't stop. You got to reload. Fresh mag, do it again. Come on. Close. Possibly. All of these could possibly be close.
Oh, I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So what if you took 100% of the shots? That's what somebody's trying to find out, presumably, somewhere. Smoke down over towards short, and FaZe don't move a muscle. Good timing on the aggro for Summer over at the long doors. You feel like he wants to play through this sooner rather than later. Somebody.
Shooting through that smoke, buddy. You're gonna need to. Splitting this B site right now. Oh, or
Wait,
not.
that kill brings him back.
Yeah,
okay, but this is a
the
last
stack.
minute change of direction. Like, this could still get really weird.
Frozen.
The bomb's at least going cat. Carrigan's been smart with it. So not going to fall prey to Kaze down in CT. But that Deagle delivers one more. 2 versus 3. The plant comes in. Carrigan going to get there just in time. Still, they've lost Baroki down in mid. He dies fighting. And so a 2v2, but somebody is so far away. Long doors is the only option open to him. On with the scout. Carrigan tagged up. Something could be happening here. And somebody might be the one to bring it home. 2 kills on Lee Hang already. Tag off of that scout, but not the kill. And so Lee Hang runs for the hills. FaZe, it's awkward, but it's still around.
He was just praying for the body shot to kill him. He was praying he found a low health player there because really wasn't planning to even get in the pit with that kind of peak. So a bit of a shame. A nice try for Lee Hang and somebody. Terrorists win. But FaZe keeping up appearances here on this T side. 4-1 lead right now. Have a feeling this could be dominant. We might have to see some more of the rare atom effect, some of that aggression on this CT side. Maybe a mid push. Maybe something to upset the balance of FaZe. They're getting far too much map control. Able to get up cat anytime they want it.
Well, maybe the Kaze AWP can change that. He will be taking the cat spawn on that AWP, but not going aggressive. Instead, just posted on the drop down here. So it's not until they're already up the catwalk that he's going to get to fight them.
This flash.
And even then, with mid taken, he decides to drop on down. So that AWP is super passive. Short control fully belongs to FaZe. The thing that's scary is, like, even though they've had this real estate, they haven't been like throwing the short exec where you get both smokes in, you've mollied, you know, goose, sight, or ramp, or maybe all 3 if you feel really fancy. This is finally, you know, that double short smoke exec coming out from FaZe. This time looking to do something with this short control. Carrigan instead going to drop down into CT, and this has been his prerogative all game long, fighting for this CT control. Somebody wisens up to it though. Still, it puts him in a bit of a rough spot with them also splitting him out through middle. Low HP on Summer, tucked at the car. Lee Hang, a lot of responsibility, and Rain rips it off his shoulders.
What a beautiful exec for FaZe. I mean, the only way you could have made that better is if you had a flash on the mid to B players to throw it into spawn. Obviously, they didn't have a flash available, so it wasn't an option, but Carrigan drew enough distraction that they didn't need a mid to B smoke because somebody's fighting Carrigan, so they just scale off that and get set towards B. Obviously, everything goes right, so it looks perfect. They just kill the backside player. They trade out the CT guy, but they put themselves in really good positions to do so. The cat exec keeps the A player static. The drop from Carrigan draws a CT player, and then you just need the B kill, and that's no problem for FaZe. Really well done. No mid to B smoke needed because of the cat smokes. It's just, yeah, perfect set call for FaZe. Getting out of control now. 5-1 for FaZe. And now they're doing long take. It's going to get worse before it gets better. They do not have the guns to stop this, Rare Atom. No flashes either to pop the corner. Scout pushing top mid. Sure, you can box them in. That's about all you've got. Timing hit by somebody. But it shouldn't really be a problem with FaZe out long. Oh! That's not optimal. That's just...
And I really love how Carrigan's been calling outside of, you know, some weirdness, which is allowed. I love that he's throwing a deep variety at Rare Atom. I think that is what they're lacking here on Dust 2, is the depth. You know, they'll be feeling what it's like to play up against some of this stuff in an official for the first time. And that's not a good feeling. Just to put some numbers on that for you, Hugo, because I know you like your numbers.
I like a number.
In the last year, right, of play, they've played Oh, sorry, I phrased this horribly.
Who's they?
Rare
Reset.
Rare Atom, that's what this whole speech was about. They're lacking depth. Yeah. Rare Atom have played Dust 2 less times in the last year than they've played Ancient in the last 3 months.
Okay.
22 times Ancient last 3 months. We saw they had a lot of depth there, great understanding of the things FaZe Clan could do, and that game really closed up. Dust 2, they played 16 times in the last year. It's a map they play, but it's far and away from being a comfort or a mainstay of their map pool. And with that comes, you know, also playing it less versus top-tier European opposition. When they play versus EU teams and teams from around the globe, they like to play on their best maps, and Dust 2 is not one of them. So yeah, I do think, you know, Karrigan kind of throwing so much at them so quickly. Like, think about these rounds. There hasn't really been a notifiable ebb and flow to it. It's not like they're taking one piece of map control and using that as a staging platform. It is a mixture of these calls from Spawn where they play with a faster tempo, like in the long take rounds, mixed in with just these short execs splitting through mid and catwalk, harassing Rare Atom. No one feels comfortable here, and from that comfort comes the need for aggression, comes the need for info. Rare Atom are trying to be proactive here. This is a nice way to attempt to piece together what FaZe are going to do in this round.
Rain is ratting it, checking that no one's done exactly this, but instead of flanking, Rare Atom leaves Summer and upper, and it frees up everyone else to play the A site. Still a second AWP in middle. And this is a very late play for FaZe. They're faking long as we speak. Mollies and smokes, but they will be going through the B tunnel. And, I mean, you could flash it, but the whole point is you want to be contact. So I imagine Frozen just trades Rain here. They're definitely aware this could be a factor. Still, the smoke on long. Dude, if Summer starts running, he's in a lot of trouble. His team hold down the line. They line up. That's awkward. Awkward indeed. Summer goes for the whole round and wins it on his own. 3 kills, that's really, you know, I mean, wider spacing, more of a bait to just trade Rain instead of entry with him would have done that for FaZe. But they lined up, he couldn't see that player in the corner. Really awkward, look at that. 2 for 1. Hunt the AWP. Fake would have been nice, but Summer does not move. Aware, Harry.
Well, I like this. FaZe immediately try to go, okay, we're not letting them take tunnels ever again. They play with 3 players over towards the B site in this follow-up round, just to make sure Rare Atom can't run that one back. Lige with the jump hub smoke. They will go through and take Catwalk away. Now, Frozen still has the bomb outside of long. He's got to play into the round far later, and the fact he's leaning back towards B, this is feeling like a fake.
Oh, it's just a similar position, though, isn't it?
It could be another one of these CT drops. Like, you'll notice Karrigan is the one guy being left behind on short. But now they've been smoked, they've been blocked off, they don't like it. And so this is going to leave them going back into B at around about the 30-second mark, right? Will be down to the wire. However, somebody staying aggressive in middle. No nades to break open the CT smoke either. Somebody has to find success here.
Nice,
as his teammate gets melted. That will force him back over towards the doors. This leaves Summer, the only man actually in the site to contain, and somebody is wiped clean.
Beautiful. Just incredible entries. I mean, Karrigan dodges that AWP shot and then immediately corrects his aim to the CT swing. Deals with the swing. Lige out tunnels, 2 players. They've been playing back plat a lot. Every time they've uncrouched on back plat, they've been headshot by Frozen or Lige or Rain. Just dying every time in that position. And then the mid AWP is just trapped between Karrigan, who's walking through the smoke, and the B hit.
I think this is like the problem for Rare Atom right now is you're not going to beat FaZe by out-reading them. You don't have the familiarity, you don't have the read on Karrigan or how he's calling right now to be able to out-position your opponent. You have to go seeking for the info, right? The best round they've had so far was where they took away the upper tunnels control. Problem with that is if you show too much aggression, FaZe are going to start holding for it. They're going to play every round very, very slow in the opener and wait for those aggressive moves. And that was even what you saw in that round prior. So it's going to be hard for Rare Atom to try and, you know, snipe info at the correct times. But right now they're kind of flying blind. They're relying on intuition, and it's intuition they just don't have. Carrigan is calling rings around them, and his team are executing on the game plan flawlessly. Think about the amount of rounds you've seen end like that, where it feels like you're kind of watching a dry run. Like, they're not even really getting shot back at. These rounds are ending so clinically. And Rare Atom just haven't been able to disrupt that yet.
Yeah. Oh, there's a one tap.
So I think, you know, expect more aggression. Expect more aggression to come for Rare Atom. It's going to be about when and where they place it. Double AWP is a nice change to consider as well, just something new. They've lobbed in the long util for a long take. But FaZe have lent strong over towards B straight off the rip. This is just a call out of spawn from Carrigan. Right in a summer they go. That second AWP delivers the opening. And the rest of FaZe don't follow through. They've learnt about that double AWP now.
All right, 5v3. Finally a chance for Rare Atom to take a convincing round. But also a chance for FaZe to do something.
Oh, but this is good. They're not sitting back. They're not sitting back in the 5-on-3. They're still being active. They're still making moves. Aggression through the catwalk on 2 while they've grouped in mid to fight FaZe Clan here. That's a lot of damage from Frozen. The short player's only just arriving. The timing's a little off here on this push back in. Will they be able to make up for it? Yes, they will. Lee Hang holds on and secures that for Rare Atom. You're going to have to see a lot of stuff like this, right? Even in a 5-on-3, you can't get too comfortable. You can't sit back. You've got to stay light on your feet. And so it's good that Rare Atom are having that realization, because there's still CT rounds to play, and they can still sweeten the deal on this scoreline.
Yeah, I like the adjustment of the AWP playing B. When they had the double AWP last round, they had one mid and one on the long cross, right? And so we just saw the double crisscross smokes in mid negate the AWP. And every time, as I said, Lee Hang's been getting, or whoever has been getting tapped out at the back of B plat. So AWP is far better gun for the job there. Rare Atom got one, but they immediately lose an entry to Brokey's long spawn. FaZe don't commit with that either. They go back to cat control. Got tunnels on the push. Won't be happening with Summer's AWP in position. But at least Rare Atom can hopefully rely on this AWP and play 3 strong on A.
I mean, this is like the downside to your best way of problem solving the FaZe issue. And that's, you know, with the need of aggression comes the risk of losing players early. Lee Hang learns that the hard way.
Oh, great nade. He burns because he got HE'd inside of it. Couldn't run. And they're panicking B, but while that bomb's out mid, FaZe aren't really in a position to rush that B bomb site. They're going to try kill rotations before they make up their mind. Leech has to go huge here. He's got the bomb inside of the smoke. Kills the B player. Nice push for Kaze, but it might be too little. It might be too late. Kaze no-scopes him coming through the smoke. And Carrigan, they know exactly where he was. They read it well. He's come running with the flash. Finds that AWP. Got to piece it together now. Child King back in the spawn. Carrigan needs the kill. He's going to get it. Spray down for Carrigan. 1v2 clutch. Keeps FaZe up in the lead.
It's mad. That's Child King with, you know, hot hands. He's already double killed in the round. He's feeling it, and Carrigan makes it look easy, winning that 1v2. Styles on Kaze with the flash.
Sick flash, yeah.
Really, really good. Makes life easy for himself in the first fight. It was just a perfect util round at Carrigan, and then he finishes it off with the right read. Carrigan's aim has actually looked great all series long, but that round highlights the depth of his brain for the game. You know, he had the read on the player at back plat, nails Summer with util, perfect flash in mid to get Kaze off the angle, and then anticipates the likely reposition of Child King for the final fight. Now, Kaze feels like he's owed a round win. Donning this AWP again. He tries to throw himself into a fight early at short, hoping to be the difference maker, but it sails on past instead. First kill found over here at long, but it's instantly traded. That was bomb spotted. Kaze walks into his death with Brokey already on the line, and this round is so far gone already for Rare Atom. Raid has even made it past the CT player, and now is ready to lock down these players as they try to set up to retake. There should be no winning this for Rare Atom. FaZe about to storm the board on this T side. As only Child King left standing, he's made a convincing case on these first few fights, but how much further can Child King really take this? Boxed in, they're up behind him, Carrigan in the front, and FaZe lock him out of that 1v4.
FaZe just looking lights out right now, not really making any mistakes of note. Individuals hitting hard, Carrigan fragging up a Storm. B entries as well have been beautiful for a Legion Frozen. And they've got themselves in some cheeky positions. It's got to feel like, I mean, Rare Atom haven't even looked frustrated on the cams. I'm seeing them die and like laugh it off and look at their coach like, what the hell can I do, right? We're getting one tap and you're getting destroyed. How the hell do we win this? How do we get past this? A 9-3 first half with a competitive map in their pocket. Looking like a road to victory for FaZe. Oh, again, just a burst shot for Carrigan. Really been on point today. Felt like Child King was actually feeling it to win that, but Carrigan still different right now. Rare Atom creep out long at the pistol. A similar look for FaZe as to Rare Atom's pistol, fighting mid and cat together.
Oh, Carrigan's already piecing it together right now. He's walked back from the double mid start. The fact that Rain has a smoke on B as well kind of makes you feel better about leaving him solo on that side of the map. And now Carrigan's got that spot. Knows that Rare Atom are heavy on the long side. Alige takes position. Oh, there's one. Quick reload for Alige. Fresh mag in. He's got a point to prove. Rare Atom try to close the gap. They will get into the site. They will get this bomb planted. Alige on the jump. Nice try. Ooh. It's Carrigan with a clean tap on a somebody. I want to see how many more Carrigan can get. He's feeling pretty locked in, pretty fired up. Rain tapping away in the site, and Rain will finish the job.
Just sleek, easy for FaZe. You know exactly what's going on. You're playing for mid control and lower, and you have a smoke ready at B, and nothing is seen in 20 seconds. You know they're out long, flash or not. So great control as FaZe go in together for the retake. It's going to be a quick day in the office for FaZe. A reassuring victory, perhaps, after falling to Astralis on day one, coming in rusty. They defeat Pain in 2 maps, getting revenge from Blast at the start of the year. In an online game there. Now they come through against Rare Atom and haven't yet broken a sweat, at least on Dust.
And I think even the way that this round's being played right now, it's a fairly casual demeanor from FaZe Clan, right? It feels like they've been given a degree of freedom to just go and fight. There was not like some crazy setup here when Alige is swinging short. It's not like he had teammates nearby to help him. He's just brimming with confidence.
Yeah, these are kind of situations where Carrigan doesn't need to call anything because he has reliable players, you're playing well, you're in the lead.
I also just think about how hard they're winning. Like, yeah. they can feel the kind of disparity between them and Rare Atom on this map. And so I feel like, yeah, usually you're very locked in this round. It's like, we cannot lose the anti-eco, but this one's had a lot of freedom to it.
Yeah, let him off the leash. Everyone's playing
Tell the
great.
gang, like, yeah, just go farm up, make your plays. And Elige been doing that all game long.
Yeah, especially on Ancient, was just a monster.
A little more expensive here, but it's still cleaned up nicely.
No bother. And that was a force. Rare Atom, last time they ecoed in the first map, with obviously more rounds on their first half, but it does leave them with kind of no full buy unless they eco now, which is a bit of a crazy situation to be in. I'd still like to see them eco to at least play a gun round, but doesn't look like that's the case. Feeling desperate. Bought in again.
I think the other thing, like, for Rare Atom, having Dust 2 as one of your slightly weaker maps, I actually think is fine. A lot of top teams don't like picking into Dust 2 in a series, right? Like, I think FaZe are one of the crazier crews that would. But yeah, you've certainly felt like how different this map has felt to Ancient. You can kind of just see the comfortability for FaZe and the lack of it for Rare Atom. Their reactions after the Carrigan CT drop round I found particularly entertaining. They seemed very shocked that's what he'd done. For Carrigan, that's just another game on Dust 2. Right, so FaZe have got 9 chances to close this out.
Yeah, bit of, yeah, it's over. Don't want to be that guy, but it is over.
No,
if they ecoed for a rifle round, I'd be like, okay, they have a chance, but dude, they're forcing again. Like, obviously they have to, but they forced twice in a row. Now their buy is really poor. Couple of rifles, I guess. It's more of a matter of time for FaZe. B-rush.
No on B. Now people B. They're getting there just barely in time, if you can call it that. Frozen
still fine.
Doesn't care for the timings. All the better to shoot you with. As he spams away, he's done a lot of damage to it. Oh, even the follow-up dink. That is lights out from Frozen. And it will all come unraveled at the first time of asking. FaZe had 9 chances to take this one over the line. They'll do it instantly. Domination on Dust 2 from FaZe Clan underpins what otherwise was a fairly close series. Ancient very back and forth, hanging in the balance. FaZe barely taking that over the line, but by the time their pick rolls around, it is no contest who the better team was. FaZe with the 2-0, a reassuring sign from a FaZe Clan that you've had your doubts around. For Rare Atom, it's going to have to be the long old journey from that 1-2 position. Dreaded 1-2 after a hot start winning against VP. Now the grind begins.
Yeah, I still don't lose much faith for Rare Atom after this game. It did just feel like FaZe were completely out-dueling them in every fight on Dust 2, and Elige really warmed up into this game. Plus Frozen, who had some tricky moments on Ancient, but did not show on this one, was really, really reliable. And yeah, I don't lose any faith for Rare Atom. I think if anything, this just reinforces my thoughts that FaZe are on the right track, going in the right direction. It was always going to be a difficult change. It's definitely looked like a difficult change, but this is a confidence-inspiring win. And FaZe have multiple chances now to go to the playoffs where they should be in Bucharest, and maybe have a run this time, Harry. It's a pretty open field right now. No Maus. Falcons and Mongols are 0-2. Liquid are 0-2. No Spirit of Vitality. This is FaZe's tournament to win, you could argue.
Yeah, I think that's...
Or G2.
I think that's fair. I feel like it is between FaZe and G2 right now.
Like, don't get me wrong, there are definitely some upset teams available there, but I think if you're going with the big names, FaZe and G2 are the big names that are definitely in a position to do so.
Well, yeah, especially with a lot...
Maybe Astralis. Yeah. You don't want to hear it. They lost to Apogee today. No one wants to hear it, but they beat FaZe in the 3rd, 4th game at Cluj. Anything's possible. They beat FaZe here as well.
Yeah, it's fair.
but I'm not going to go that far just yet.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm more on the FaZe track.
Oh God, no! Hang on,
sorry,
that's like spun me
shivers
out.
down your spine. I know. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the G2 Cold game as well. I haven't checked the result on that one. Actually, I'm going to do it right now because I want to know if G2 made playoffs.
Screw it.
Yeah,
Go on.
let's just
Get it up.
let's break the fourth wall here. Either way.
Oh wait, and I'll talk about the scoreboard. Oh, look at Frozen up at the top, and Elise right behind it.
G2 Cole, go watch it. It is live right now. It's in overtime on map 1.
In overtime?
It's in overtime
Okay,
on map
that's
1.
actually crazy
Bro,
because
10-2 half for G2, and it's in overtime.
Oh, it's a G2
half.
classic. It's actually going so according to plan.
10-2 up, T-side Dust 2, and now it's in overtime. Complexity.
Anyone else?
Maybe they're going to win the event.
They could. I mean, it is like the fact that they're doing this to G2, who have dodged upsets throughout, right?
Yeah, true,
which also, by the way, is like wild, right? Like, how have they become the safe pair of hands?
This event is upside down right now.
But you know, the fact that they're now pushing a G2 that haven't been getting upset to the limits is a super cool sign for Complexity. A squad that like literally picked up their first win last PGL. For Cluj-Napoca when they beat Imperial.
Yeah, true. They've been winning.
That was their first win, and it's like
they haven't stopped.
Now they're in a position where they could reach playoffs. That's kind of crazy. So yeah, that one's raging on in OT. Here are the results of ours and what's still coming. GamerLegion took down Legacy earlier on in a kind of painful 2-1, very back and forth. Legacy technically, I guess, 1 round away from winning that one, with GamerLegion taking a handy win on map 3. This one, FaZe Clan, similar start. I guess you would have had a very competitive opening map of Ancient, but in the end, FaZe went on to dominate and lay waste. Coming up later and next, Falcons versus Pain, and then the Mongols versus Team Liquid. These are the Elim games.
That's a big one. Both of those O2 matches. Falcons, Pain, yeah, you know, what the hell's happening? Falcons dead team. Pain, I don't know what's happening to them. I've got no explanation. Liquid, Mongols, that's where my eyes are going to be drawn. That's a kind of match you'd expect in the playoffs, not down here in O2 for the groups. Mongols are underwhelmed. Liquid have a new squad.
I'm really looking forward to Falcons versus Pain.
Really?
I think it's just going to be so sad.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I want to watch it for that reason. Yeah.
Sad game.
Yeah, like just the saddest game you've ever seen. I'm watching it. We're putting it on when we go back inside after this.
That's the forecast.
Yeah.
The sad game coming up
Just the
next.
saddest match. I'm so ready. Let's go. Strap in. It's about to get real sad. That's coming up after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're doing our predictions to see what the players think of who will make it through to the playoffs at PGL Bucharest. I've got 60 with me here from Complexity. How you doing, man?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, and it started off very good for you here. So give me your 8 teams you think will make it through.
I think Mongols, I think us, FaZe. I feel like Falcons may be able to pull it back. I think GamerLegion actually can go through.
Yep.
That's 5, right?
3 more.
I think Pain can, especially if they keep on going how they are now.
Nice.
I think Aurora.
Yes.
And I also think VP can pull it back.
Ooh, okay.
I think G2 and Aurora. Aurora.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
and I think these teams will be 3-0, of course. And the next teams, I think us.
Nice.
Astralis.
Yeah.
GamerLegion.
Nice. You give them some respect. They're playing good.
And FURIA, I think.
FURIA, okay.
Yeah. And I think Legacy is playing a really good CS. They win against Liquid. Is a really strong team. So I think they, of course, will be.
Cool.
And one more, I think. Mongols. I think Mongols
as well.
will be. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's gonna be G2,
Yes.
Aurora. It's gonna be us,
Yes.
Mongols,
Yep.
FaZe,
Okay.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion.
Oh yeah, nice. You got to get your old team.
Yeah, and who? So I don't think Complexity will. I don't. I think Pain might have a
Pain
chance.
as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Flammers.
Thank you very much for having me.
There we go. We have the teams. Let's see if he's right. It's lineup landing time, and I've got Nico from Falcons with me here. And I chose Nico because last time we had a fun game, you got very competitive. You weren't happy with the result. But this one, I think, will fit you very well. Am I right? This is good for you?
The last time definitely didn't go my way. Didn't go as expected. And this time around, I should do better.
Yeah.
I should do better. But again, let's see what you cooked here.
All right, so let's start this. And the first one is Dust 2.
This one, I would say B split smoke.
Where's the smoke? Like B split smoke? Yes. Where's it landing?
I think it's on the ground.
Let's have a look at it.
This is not how we throw it, at least. Don't go on the box. Don't go on the box. Don't go. Yeah, nice.
There we go.
I was right.
Accurate, even to not being on the box as well.
Just don't use this smoke, guys. It's not good enough. It's just
All right, we're moving to Nuke next.
Actually, this smoke I have never seen, but I would assume that it goes for Heaven.
Okay, I like it.
And I would say that it's going outside Heaven to cover, so you cannot peek tier it.
Even though you haven't seen it, you gave very good, accurate analysis on it.
Let's go.
Boom. Perfect of what you said. Ancient.
This smoke should be the CT smoke on A side.
Yep, let's play it out. And we just keep ringing the wins in for Nico on this one.
Let's go, 3 out of 3.
All right. Next one, we're moving to Inferno.
Okay.
Now, I know this is a map you love, but do you know the utility for it? You're normally the one fighting.
Yeah, this should be the deep banana smoke that covers both pit and banana entrance.
Let's have a look at it. Was he perfecting it further?
But again, I don't use this smoke.
Someone usually throws this smoke for you?
Yeah. But yeah, that's the smoke.
Very good so far. Okay, next we're going to Anubis.
Oi. I would say that it should go and cover the small platform outside B. So when you go out B lobby, it should be covered. Or it's right side mid. Fuck. I'll go with the B stairs, the platform.
You are correct.
I am correct? Okay.
Yes, you are correct. This bit down here.
Yeah.
Yep. Now this might be the one to throw you off. We're going on to Train next.
This smoke should be landing, I think, for connector or something like this, or right side. Oh wait, is it maybe electric?
Oh.
I'll go with electric.
He's going with electric, okay.
Now, it crossed my mind because we used this smoke at the start of the train. We thought it, to bring the old meta, but it's just useless.
All right, you got a chance to go 7 for 7. The last one is a historically great map for you. It's Mirage.
But this is my smoke. This should be for top connector.
Oh,
this is
yes.
the one I use, yeah. Then I started using it very recently, so.
So this is the smoke that Nico approves. He uses it.
It's a good one. Just a bit slow to pop, but you need to time your molly correctly for connector.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Look at this. We bring you back.
Let's
7
go.
for 7. I knew you'd be good at this one. Good stuff. Thank you very much.
The next event, something in the middle, you know. Not too hard, not too...
Thank you very much for playing, Nico, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got more Counter-Strike here at PGL Bucharest. I'm Anders, with me is Vince. Vince, how are you doing on this beautiful day?
I'm doing great, Anders, and it actually is a beautiful day in England, so that in itself is kind of like winning the lottery. And I think we've won the lottery as well in terms of the games we're playing and watching here, because we've got two incredible matchups on paper in terms of 2 elimination games, plenty of teams you wouldn't expect to see down here in the bracket, and we are guaranteed to say goodbye to 2 pretty big teams in this tournament today.
I actually can't believe it. I can't believe that we've ended up here. The Mongols, I think, might be the biggest surprise. Liquid, obviously, with the brand new IGL. That in itself is, you know, you want to see a good start for them. It hasn't really been the case. Falcons, we're used to a certain measure of disappointment, so maybe we shouldn't be too surprised. But it kind of still is, obviously. Like, it has to be a bit of a shock. Like, I can't actually get used to it. And Pain, obviously, with the new potential stand-in here in Demo, so maybe they are excused on a different level. But either way, I look forward to these games. I think it's going to be sick. I mean, that last one between Mongols and Liquid is going to be a real feast, isn't it? But the Falcons won as well. I mean, surely at some point they're going to have to turn the curve around. Something has to give. Pain, who they're playing, you know most of their players. Like I said, Demo, who is just 17 years old, I would say he's been holding his own. Obviously, he's not going to be the superstar player, but, you know, he's coming in and playing some absolutely cracked teams, and he's not crumbling under the pressure, so I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah, that's very true, and although the rating looks like pretty grim with the ADR, you have to take that off the basis of it being a small sample size. And he's also playing roles and positions, to be fair, that are quite rough to get a lot of success from, especially when you're losing pretty comprehensively. It's actually been the man on screen there for a split second. Biggest error that's kind of wound the time back about a year or so, and he's been basically their carry. Like, we've had moments from Davideus, we've had moments from NQZ, but for the most part, Biggest error has been the guy that's actually been fragging out here, center of the screen, and definitely on point.
Yeah, it's true to say, and it's one of the things I think is just so exciting about this team. He is trying to revitalize Brazilian Counter-Strike in a big way, and I think he's done a fantastic job. And I think, you know, slowly over the years, he's gaining more and more and more respect, so I think it's well earned. Now, for their opponents on the other side, it's going to be the Falcons, and obviously much has been talked about, and the success just hasn't really been there to follow, but you know, if I write down these names on a piece of paper, I'm like, this team is going to be sick. Like, there's no reason this shouldn't be working. Throw in, you know, a coach of legendary proportions in Sonic as well. Like, why is this not working, Vince? Can you give me a quick breakdown, you know, 30-second breakdown?
Oh, man. I feel like there's so many moving parts and variables, and I think in terms of this tournament, if we focus on Bucharest itself, obviously this whole idea of m0NESY joining the roster potentially right after this tournament, by all accounts, like apparently that's what's going to happen. He's obviously going to play hell in terms of the sort of balance of the team. Dexter's came out and said, all I can say is I'm disappointed, so he's obviously holding his tongue, trying to focus on the tournament at hand. So I think in terms of this event itself, that is going to play chaos and hell with really any roster. But then again, you could make the argument, well, G2 don't seem to be having too many issues. Like, they're actually won their games. They're currently ahead of complexity on the mainstream, so who knows? We were talking about the veto coming into this, and we thought Train, Nuke, and maybe Mirage. So let's have a look. Inferno will be the decider.
Okay, that's kind of interesting, actually. Yeah, maybe it could have been Mirage instead. It was always going to be a little bit hard to win. The bans in the beginning were easy to predict, but then what was happening next was always going to be kind of tricky. What a wild ride to be seeing Nuke and obviously Train. We're all excited for that because we don't get to see it nearly enough. So I'm quite happy for this. Would you be so bold, Vince, as to try and predict a winner in this madness?
I think I still have to go with the just raw ability of Falcons. Even if they're a team in shambles, even if there's chaos, even if there's carnage going on right now, I still have to believe that at some point they're going to show up at this tournament. At some point, Nico is going to take over. At some point, we're going to see Dexter have flashes. And here's the other thing. If he is going out of this team at the end of this tournament, as people are expecting, this is a good opportunity for him to show just how good he can be on his way out. So I'm expecting the Falcons to do some work here. First up is going to be Nuke. And we see Pain Gaming on that T side already rushing down onto ramp.
Yeah, I love it. Let's not delay. Let's get into the action. So we're off to the races already. It's a nice little goosh onto Tess's, sends him packing, and now they're going to be advancing down towards the lower bomb site. Nico cracks open the door and cracks Davidea's skull at the very same time. Demo, though, the young kid, fighting back. 2 Glock kills coming back, and it's a 4 versus 3 all of a sudden. I don't exactly know how he managed to get both of them, but that is really going to tilt it in favor of Pain Gaming here.
Will Dexter could have the drop, though. He knows the player in shadow is Demo, but he's also kind of getting baited out from the player he spotted momentarily in the form of Snow, who's now backed off. They have control over Heaven. And also Bigazero on A, absolutely. They have this site locked down. So now it's just about transitioning the bomb across and getting that plant into play.
They had to do a lot of mid-round calls to get into this position, and you could see Falcons, because I think because of the Demo double kill downstairs, they just all rotated down to the B bomb side. They were so panicked that it was about to be a bomb plant, so they just went for it, and then they lost control of the A site, and now they're actually in a fair bit of trouble here. No kit in play. Even if there was one, it would be down. Oh my god, what a shot. He's just deleted Snow. Mid-air, he didn't even touch the ground there. Speaker 0. Now just jiggling back and forth, and NQC comes in to help out. Great teamwork here between the last 2 players of Pain Gaming. They're going to be able to win the pistol round, but that shot from Kickstand was a thing of beauty.
Oh, it was incredible, wasn't it? And that gave them the 3v2. There's a second where your heart kind of skips a beat. You think, oh, here we go. This is the Falcons we're expecting to see. But they just sliced them, diced them. There's a great crossfire between Bigazera and NQZ from Heaven. Great shot from Kickstand. But then Bigazera dealing damage. NQZ managed to make a move at the right time as well. Didn't bait his teammate out, but joined him. And that secures the first round. They take first blood. And keep in mind, elimination on the line. If Falcons lose this, they are done, and they get knocked out 0-3, and that feels like it's just unthinkable.
I'm glad you brought that up. We should have mentioned that right at the start. This is elimination, and it's just, that puts so much pressure on you, right? It would be unthinkable, and at the same time, it'd also be somewhat predictable just based on the history of the team so far in Counter-Strike. So let's see how this one plays out. It is going to be Bigazero going down early. Magic's also going to be, Omega's going to be falling next, so 4 versus 4, and we've got some decent weapons on the Falcon side. Double Deagle, Scout, and the MP9 there on Tessus. So definitely not the kind of round you can just walk straight through here if you're Pain Gaming. Very important you don't give this one back. Nico's going to be just holding the gap with a smoke. And yeah, he's not intention to fight there. Just wants to throw down the smoke and escape.
Stalling out that time, giving them more options. 50 seconds left on the clock. And you can see that the Pain Gaming squad right now, they are pretty split up, but they're starting to make moves down on Secret. They still have outside control, though, under wraps. Sure, there's Dexter up in Heaven with the Scout, so they'll be thinking better of that. The aforementioned smoke now starts to fade, and Nico, with the Deagle on Nuke, pardon me, there's always the capabilities of him just popping off and taking domes, and that Molotov baits him into a false sense of security. He'll punish Snow.
It looked like it spread on top of him, and maybe right at the end it actually did, but yeah, regardless, a lot of damage. Oh, he bumped into his teammate, and the grenade went the other way around the silo. Now, it's not going to cost him anything this time, but that is potentially a dangerous mistake. A Scout strikes down NQC, and it leaves Davideus a bit of an awkward spot here. They know he's back there somewhere, but it doesn't matter. The Galil, the straight laser headshot to take down Dexter, and they survived around Pain Gaming. And you know what? In spite of that being very close, something that I am happy about is the fact that they made some decisions here, Pain, before they were going to run out of time. But if you remember that game yesterday, Vince, there were so many rounds where Pain were down to sub 10 seconds trying to get onto the bomb site. It was kind of hard to watch. It really was.
No, 100%. It felt like time was probably their worst enemy a lot of the rounds, as you mentioned, and they were getting punished time after time after time. It was a big reason why we saw Pain end up losing. They had opportunities. They could on another day even got the W. So have they learned from those mistakes? Also, is it within Falcons to punish those mistakes? We'll have to wait and find out. In terms of early damage, though, it is so one-sided. Tess is down to 46. They've lost Nico already. And so it's looking good for Pain to dial in a third here as they're taking outside control with the MAC-10.
Yeah, respect to Davideus for, I think, realizing there was an M4 out there somewhere, and he's just not going to fight it from the silo. There's so little to gain. Maybe you get one more kill, but you also potentially could give a space back into the round. There's no head armor here on Tessus, so even the MAC-10, he's low on health as well. Could be kind of dangerous. He does find an interesting timing, and actually, it fails the Molotov, or it forces the Molotov to fail, and then he's going to end up falling back with the rest of the team. Under a minute now, but it is really about Tessus and that. And look at how mobile he's being. He's been outside, then ramp, now he's back up Heaven again. He's trying to relocate himself so that they just never really know where he is.
And this time, definitely not taking any chances with the timer. Down there with 40 seconds, backstab. Snow finding Magisk and doubles up, going to be called back into action. A lot of damage to Dexter, and it's only the Mac 10 that trades hands. Worthwhile endeavor for Snow. He's done his job. As it looks, Pain will too. No real way forward from the Falcons. They want to keep this M4 alive into the next round, and although the Mac 10's not ideal, it at least does buffer up there by just that little bit if they want to hold on to it. But Dexter has been found wanting outside. Davideus punishes him. And I know you're a sucker for stats, Anders. Here's a really sad one if you're a fan of Falcons. In their last 9 best of 3s, they've only won 2, and that's against FURIA and the Huns. And in the games they've lost, they've only picked up 3 maps.
Yeah. I mean, it's... You struggle to come up with, like, you know... I think as casters especially, we have this, this need to rationalize a bunch of things, you know? You always try and find, like, well... You know, on the other side of things, they've got great jerseys. You know, you're trying to find some way to make it seem like it's not as gloomy as it seems. But the truth is, there is, like, I always, this happens so often when I'm covering a Falcons games. I find myself laughing my way through it because I don't really honestly know how to cope with it otherwise. You know, so yeah, just take with that what you will. But it is obviously pretty grim. There's no, even the stats aren't going to be lying this time. So 3-0 lead here for Inferior Pain. Now, obviously, this is going to be the first buy round. Davidea is going to be taking down Dexter and Demo through the smoke as well, finding a headshot. I was about to, you know, trying to tell a little story about, you know, it doesn't matter. It's the first buy round coming up now. Falcons have a chance to prove themselves right here, but that chance is looking slimmer right now. Nico's still alive, and that's good news.
Yeah, he is definitely a huge component of this team. Oh, the damage, though, through the smoke and through the wall. It's a position that they would know that he loves to play. Been punished so far. It's unconfirmed damage for the most part, but there is Tessis, a player that has so much capabilities. Headshots galore, and he's given the advantage to Falcons. Nico's also able to somehow pull out his Houdini and escape through the smoke. Double spray down from Magisk. He picks up Bigazera, and suddenly it's down to the new recruit, Demo.
There was a real chance there that Nico was going to get shot by his teammate in the back. I think he actually did hit him, but this is a huge turnaround in this individual round for Falcons. It's going to be Nico going down, but 35 seconds. Like I said, 17 years old, playing now against someone, a legend like Nico, and you're trying to hold your cool here. It's not going to be easy. Magisk waiting for him on the other side, and it will be Demo to go down. Now, it's an important round for Falcons to pick up early on here. They're going to steal a couple of AKs. You have to highlight the fact that if Tessis doesn't get the double kill there towards lobby, which is really great, but there's in another world he should be traded out by Davideus pretty much every time. So it's a hard thing to rely on, but I do like the aggression from Falcons. I think it's nice for Tessis to have the space on the team to be able to move up and actually make a play like that.
And super important for the overall just vibe check and sort of confidence for Falcons. You don't want to be going down 4-0 on your seat to the side of Nuke. So picking up a quick fire double, giving them a chance here. Something to get excited about. Something to hype up the rest of the crew. But can they get that all-important consistency? Can they thread these rounds together? Because once again, another buy comes in, and Snow getting aggressive with that Mac 10, waiting for the smokes to plume, and he'll be pushing straight into Secret.
Okay. Didn't even need the HE to break open the smoke out there. Dexter, just straight cheating. It's going to be Snow going down next to Nico. Clean headshots coming through on this one, and you know, it really is just the fundamentals here for Falcons, right? Try and get control of the money on that CT side, build a bit of a buffer. Because some of the earlier damage is all Pain is going to be running out of money maybe a little bit sooner than they would have hoped for here. So, to be honest, if you're Pain right now, you're down 2 people already. The big deal would be get a couple of kills and get a bomb plant. At least then it's not a completely failed round. We'll see how far they get into that adventure, though. We're about 45 seconds left, and they're pretty set on trying to hit this B bomb site. Tessis, nice off-angle position. Could be kind of hard to clear, and now he's going to go in and with no Molotovs on the other side. He's very hard to dig out of this corner. Going to be an HE, but that doesn't really accomplish the same thing at all. Flash is going in. Nico does get dropped, but and Tessa's just standing there. No real coordination between Nico and Tessa's. I hate everything about it.
I do from the side of Falcons, but I love everything about it from Pain. It was a great orchestrated HE into Shadow. They then pop flash out, so Nico couldn't really deal any damage on the approach. They divide and conquer and surgically remove the two players into a post plant, and suddenly now they have the player advantage. From a 5v3 to a round-winning position, Pain have snatched this away.
Super unfortunate. Absolutely right about the grenades, though. That really did make a big difference, but... You know, if you just freeze the round there, if you show me a screenshot of the positions with Nico and Tessus in those positions, I'm not going to go ahead and guess that it's going to be a flawless take of the bomb side and that Pain will just get the bomb plant with no casualties on their side. That just seems so unlikely to me, but that's exactly where we ended up, Vince. So 4-1, Pain, that is a critical round. It's really, really early on, and now is as good a time as any to remind the people at home, this is an elimination game. So losing rounds like these, 5-on-3s for Falcons, that's how you're going to get eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. And don't they know it? And I was just saying before about them getting hyped up. Like Tessus pops off, gets his beautiful double he had no right to pick up, as you highlighted. We heard the screams, the cheers, the reaction from Falcons. And then it's as flat as a fart in the wind here, Anders. They've then lost a 5v3. It's going to be like a graveyard on that Discord, that TeamSpeak again. Oh, man. The Nuke CT side, this is where you need to be posting up some serious rounds to kick things off. And although they do have some weapons to play with, they're hanging by a thread economically. You can see the damage it's done. Like, multiple players, around $100 or less. They're in real trouble.
I feel like I'd be fired so quickly if I was playing on this team. I mean, not just because I'm, not anywhere near as good as Counter-Strike as these guys, but also because I wouldn't be able to not make a joke about, losing these rounds. Like, I just couldn't. That's the only way I could deal with it, Nice HE to blow this open. Nico's going to go down. There's nobody covering him. Magus is up on the hut, but he was busy looking the other way. And I'm not sure why, because they had a player in heaven as well. So Magus doesn't have to be covering the hut side either. Nico probably going to be a little bit unhappy about that, but great play from Magus right here. It's Big0 to go down. 3 versus 3 once again. And potentially an opportunity for Falcons to rectify what went wrong in the last round. It's Snow with a nice crouch, though. Tessus maybe could have won that fight, but it's going to be traded anywhere elsewhere on the map. So we're into a 2 versus 2 with a minute left. And these kind of rounds are hard to play on the CT side now. That's a lot of time to wait. Typically, that's where people end up making mistakes.
Oh, definitely. And there's a lot of angles that you have to be cognizant and wary of as well. And as each second passes, they're going to start to worry about a potential peek from heaven. If the wraparound comes from Pain, we already saw in the pistol round, they were happy to try and exploit that. So you can see Mages for the time being, he's got his eyes on Hut and Squeaky, but at some stage he's going to be thinking, well, hold on a second, could they be up in heaven? Obviously, we have the benefit of knowing that's not the case because Pain are slowly sneaking their way down onto the B site. Snow joined alongside NQZ, 30 seconds left, going to have to start to pick up the pace, but because the double doors are opened, it's not going to give a sound cue across the Falcons. As far as they're concerned, they have no idea where Pain currently are.
Molotovs. I almost wish they would have saved at least one of them, but obviously they don't know what we know, so they're hoping that they're going to be able to get the bomb plant behind it. 9 seconds here. Bomb is going to be planted, and Swift running out here from the door. They're just not going to slow this down. Falcons looking for the retake they desperately needed. Down to the 1 versus 1, and with 5 bullets left, down to 3 for Dexter, and it's not enough. NQC will take him down instead, and it's a close round, but it's Pain Gaming coming out on top, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on that Falcons economy. I'm sure they're going to try and do something in this round, but my God, it's as close as it can get.
And this is off the back of using a tactical timeout just to get themselves on the same page, and that page just gets torn out of the playbook and thrown, scattered into the ground. And again, you're talking about if you don't want to get eliminated, you have to win these 5v3s, but you've got to win the 2v2s as well, especially when you get the players out there in bulk and you've got an opportunity to try and snatch that away. Pain Gaming 5-1 to the good, and it's just looked... Sure, there's been a couple of dodgy moments from the Falcons, but Pain are looking like they've just arrived on the serve that little bit sharper.
They haven't. They have tactically as well. The way that they set up the opening for that last round was they had a smoke on the A side of Mini, and then they themselves blow open their own smoke so that they can kill Nico. But when that smoke goes up, Nico's thinking, okay, that's fine, it's not a problem, because inside of the bomb side, I've got a player on the hut, and I've got a player in heaven, so I don't actually have to worry about that smoke. I just have to worry about Yard. So Nico's happy to turn his back to Mini and the A bomb side, and it's just looking for Yard. But when the smoke disappears behind him, he's completely caught with his pants down. Very good. And at the beginning of this round, you see, like, it's a simple trick, right? But double HE to go over the CT container out there. These are all those little tricks that just show you that Pain are coming into this with a really strong game plan. They know exactly what they want to be doing. And so far, it's actually working remarkably well.
No doubt, and they have changed the pace of the rounds. You know, we were discussing some concerns about how slow they were yesterday. Well, they've had some quick rounds and explosive rounds, and they have also slowed it down. So they've been keeping Falcons in their tiptoes. Sure, you'd expect them to win this out with the weaponry advantage they have, but if team damage onto Davideus allows Nico to parch in with one, although he's been traded out instantly, and this round falling into place as we expected, barring a Dexter miracle. But he has an AWP, and he has no intention of throwing that one away. He wants to save it for the next round.
Yeah, very happy if he can escape with this weapon. Also, I mean, if he had a kit and a smoke and they were hunting him, that you could win the round. But if they're not attacking you and you don't have any of those none of the utility or anything else, it's just not going to happen here. But yeah, you're right. Based on the weapons that Falcons come into this round with, it's not surprising. We shouldn't be too sad that they're going to be losing this one. It's more about all of the other rounds. It's how it's all playing out. Again, you know, just praising Demo a little bit. He got the first kill of the round for himself towards that hot position. Then when he was getting shot in the back, instead of sticking around and waiting for that fight, he disengages and sort of, you know, decides to run away a little bit. Not forever. I mean, he does go back and fight Tessus eventually, but the instinct to not just continue the fights all the time is really, really good. It's really important. And it's something that especially a lot of inexperienced and younger players will have so much harder time doing. And most especially if you actually are mechanically pretty good, then you're going to feel like, I'll take the fight, I'll take more fights, and eventually you lose track and you lose the round.
Yeah, and kind of going back to the Demo point as well, Snow's been pretty outspoken about how good Big Azera is, not just as an IGL, but also as like this older brother sort of figure that's going to take you under his wing. He's going to look after you. He's going to make sure that you feel comfortable and confident and all those good things. So I think, like, really for Demo, he couldn't have picked a better IGL to play with at this point. I think it's going to do him the world of good for his career. Even if Pain somehow lose this game or this map from this point, a very dominant position of 6-1, I think, like, you can't really do much better than this guy. He's really shone very bright. In fact, at one stage, we were talking about, should he go to FURIA? Like, that was the hot topic when it came to Big Azera. He stuck with Pain. He's built them up from the ground floor and now starting to get a little bit of success.
Yeah, I think for Big Azera, it's, you know, the hard work, the commitment to the project, having the control that it seems like he does have in Pain with his players is super important. I think it's really wonderful. Tessus does go very, very low, but he's done a lot of damage to Big Azera and NQC, and as people love to say, you don't really have to die on the ramp at all. It's not a bomb site. You can leave it alone. So just fall back, play it a bit more safe. You can see for Pain, they're also going to disengage from that fight, and back into the lobby we go. So, yeah, a little bit of a battle early on, but nothing really comes of it.
It's a really interesting call as well, isn't it? Like, you basically had ramp, and you decided to back away. And now you can see the Falcons, they are scrambling, they are rotating over. They're over-rotating because they don't have the information they so desperately require. At this point, I think it's basically Magisk alone on the A site. He's up on the HUD, but can he fend off against this many Ts if they decide to pull the trigger and get out? And the answer is an emphatic no.
My God. I mean, you said it before it happened, Vince. I don't know why that would be the case. Why are they rotating 3 people down just because you've lost ramp? I actually can't explain it. And even worse, like you said, you got 1 player on the hut. Fair Play did throw down the Molotov on the one side, but the timing for Pain to hit out of the main entrance of hot was insane. And even if he had got that first kill on Big Azera, it would have made absolutely 0 difference. He would have been traded out immediately. So, devastating stuff here. There are a couple of smokes. Unfortunately, Tessus doesn't have a lot of health. He has the defuse kit. Just going to remind you again that going for drop diffusers on this A-bomb site is a lot more doable than people recognize. Very often, like you can see kind of now, a lot of the T-Force is running away. If there's only 1 or 2 people left and you really make an effort to drop in, smoke the bomb, defuse, you can make that happen. But Falcons, they're really far from that state of mind, I think. They're just trying to optimize the small things. You know, can we just win any rounds? That would be a good start.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing, I don't want to say necessarily negatively, but they're playing more defensively minded. Like, can we save these guns? Can we save up enough of an arsenal to maybe win the next round, rather than thinking, let's go for the jugular. And I think it just goes to show, like, the mentality that this team is in right now. When you go back and, you know, the stat that I mentioned earlier, 9 best of 3s recently. They've only won 2, and they're against 2 teams that really aren't at the same level as Falcons. They've lost a lot of games, and obviously that's going to factor into their decision making, their confidence levels on the server. Now you've got the whole Dexter situation. It's all going to play into it. So Pain are really exploiting it. I love the call from Big Azera there. Like, you've got ramp control. You decide, nah, we've gone down there too many times. Let's back away and let's just let that element of uncertainty mess and stew in the back of Falcons' minds. And man, it worked a charm.
I mean, bizarrely, even though it sounds like it should be the same thing, there's a big difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. And it feels like a lot of the time Falcons are playing not to lose. And you can, yeah, there's something about the energy in the team, and obviously we've said this and it's been repeated and, you know, talked about a lot. But you can see it whenever you watch them play, really. 7-1 in favor of Pain. We should be celebrating that because it is really cool. And it's not the first time in the tournament. You've got to remember as well, Pain almost beat Aurora, which, for those of you who haven't been watching the news, is the old Eternal Fire team. So the fact that they brought that into 3 maps, they honestly could have won that whole series. It was definitely doable. So it's not a fluke thing for Pain here. They just are a really strong team, and apparently even with Demo. So, you know, going to be throwing some more praise their way as opposed to just complaining about Falcons, which, even if it is fun, also gets a bit old at some point. Smoke, not quite being blown open, so not really a big benefit there. Incendiary covers not anywhere near enough to stop anyone, but Nico just knows things that we don't. Almost gets a double kill with the smoke. That's fine.
Yeah, a bit of damage just chipped away from Demo's health bar, who's now been finished off by Nico. Well, repeaks him and gets punished for it. This is the cleanest opener to a round that we've really seen from the Falcons. They did lose a 5v3 though, but that was downstairs on B site. Davideus going to try and get that equilibrium, saying now he can get it done on A as well. And Big Azera with an exquisite entry. But Kixan is holding the line and gives Falcons their second round.
That is such a great display for Kixan of the power of repositioning after each kill. You can just, like, for every one of those engagements, he's in a slightly different position, just enough that every consecutive person that peeks from the Pain side is a little bit confused about what's going on. But yes, they should always be winning these 5v3s. There was a real moment there where I thought, oh no, you could see him moving around the other side when they peek out, and then obviously drops down. That's just, that's kind of beautiful. Well done for Kixan. All right.
There we go. Aegis pumping the team up.
You've got to, right?
You know, it does look bleak, right? Like 7-2 is a rough score, but if Falcons can somehow get back to a 7-5, I think the game's back on again, Anubis. You know, the momentum changes. 5 rounds is definitely more than enough to get done on Nuke, even if it is a little bit grim and maybe like on the periphery of the possible. But they can still pull this one back. It is still a possibility.
Well, I agree fully, Vince. I think you're right. Oh, it's a good start to this one. Dexter definitely could have had the shot there, but NQZ a little bit quicker, and he actually catches Nico as well. What a play from NQZ. He's brought them back in. This is another 5-on-3, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but it could be that Falcons are going to be losing this one as well. NQZ is absolutely outpositioned Tessus, and he's going to get him for free. What a mind-bending round coming out here from the Brazilian sniper, and now he's going to be up in heaven. Magus is not even at the bomb site right now, and Kixan, well, see if he could do anything. This T-roof position, though, it still could be huge. Going to be catching Big Azera off guard, that's for sure. But Davideus is right down there, and he's going to get him for free, leaving just Kixan. He's down below, waiting, yeah, by the ladder. So, I mean, they've almost lost 3 5v3s already, Vince. This could be the second one that they actually do lose. We'll see if it goes that way. 30 seconds here, and the advantage definitely with Pain Gaming.
Oh, no doubt. The thing is, though, they are running the clock dry. And they're trying to be very careful on the approach, but this could be paralysis by analysis. They could get punished by Kixan, who showed a flurry of frags in the last round. They decided to go back down to B site. Oh, all these rotations. Kixan's going to be kicking himself. Not that he could have done anything about this one, but he's been completely outpositioned. Enough time for the plant. Now Kixan down in secret. The one thing going in his favor is he does have the element of surprise. They're not sure where he is. He's not made any sound cues, and he does have a full belt of utility. It is a possibility that maybe he can pull this clutch back.
Definitely is, but he's also walking in a position where his shadow is going to be showing, so very, very hard to get this job done. Already scoped up, missed shot. Is he going to be expecting a second? He won't be. Davideus, point blank, takes him down, and it's a 5 versus 3 that swings back in favor of Pain Gaming. You mentioned what the mood and the atmosphere must be like in the Discord and the TeamSpeak over on the Falcon side. I myself am very, very curious about that. Vince, you're known for being a cheery type. What would you do to bring this back?
Oh mate, I don't even know. I'm gonna be honest. Like I was thinking of like humorous answers, and they didn't even work for this situation. I honestly don't know, mate. Like, I think you got to call a timeout and maybe just say, like, look, guys, let's loosen up a little bit. I know it's maybe counterintuitive, but you can see how tense they are. We know what these guys are capable of. They'll know within themselves, which is part of the frustrations that they're currently feeling. Just try and loosen up. Maybe just say, like, there's no pressure anymore. Like, everyone expects us to lose this. We kind of know all the memes, and the community's maybe not entirely on our side. So just play for ourselves, loosen up, and try and enjoy it.
I mean, it's got to be something like that. That kind of mentality probably would benefit the team so much. It's just that even as you say the words, right, you can feel like there's no. How would you get there? You know, it's so hard to imagine. Like I don't have the answer either, obviously. But it is grim to see it play out this way. Snow's gone down at the beginning, so Falcons with a bit of an opening here. I think you correctly said earlier, if it's 7-5, it's still pretty doable. I mean, 8-4, it starts to get on the tough side of it, but there's still something to fight for if you get to that 8-4 scoreline. And right now, Nico's doing fantastic work outside. He's found 4 kills, in fact, with some assisted flashes, so a chance. I mean, that would maybe hype the team up a little bit, with Nico potentially getting an AC or NQC, trying to make sure that doesn't happen, and he will snipe him away. But don't see them losing a 1 versus 5, especially with 30 seconds left here. So, yeah, Nico's done enough this time. He could take a break for the round.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a new low if Pain somehow snatched this one away, right? Like, everything we just said, like, hey, guys, just take no pressure and try and enjoy it. Then you lose a 1v5, and, you know, there's fist holes and tables, and maybe the table's been thrown over, and, you know, it's just a complete disaster. 10 seconds, it's not going to happen regardless. A couple kills go the way of NQZ, pads those stats. He's up to 11 frags. But currently, and also what's kind of sad here is Nico is popping off, and Falcons is still getting kind of steamrolled here. He's top fragging with 12. Sure, 4 of them came in that last round, but it just goes to show that, like, in terms of player for player, it is very one-sided, and NQZ's having a good giggle because he's looking at the overall scoreline and realizes his team is in a great spot.
I mean, this is just par for the course for Nico's whole career, isn't it? You know, top fragging, an absolute monster, maybe like a once-in-a-generation player, essentially, and somehow it's never enough. It just never is. You shouldn't be laughing, but I've been following Nico his whole entire career, so I've seen it for a really long time. This just is what his destiny is, unfortunately, in the game. It's great Counter-Strike. It's great to watch, though, for the rest of us. So, shout out to Nico for keeping it interesting. 8-3. We're in the 12th round, the last of the half here. Deep nade, a little bit of spam on top here. Not really going to be doing all that much. Thought maybe an HE to follow would have been interesting, and trying to blow open the smoke out here. But Falcons, with, you know, looking at the weapons on the Pain side, with a good chance right now to get that 4th round on board.
Yeah, must-win round as well. 4, as you highlighted before, I mean, it's still grim. There's no getting around from that. Can't really spin it in a positive way, but it does give you a little bit of wiggle room, especially if you can win that 2nd pistol round. That being said, though, there is still some threats to contend with. NQZ saved AWP in play, a Galil on Snow, and some Deagles also in the mix. The downside, though, for Pain is they've ran their utility belt dry. Only 2 flashbangs left. Nico lining up the grenade. That could be a tactical nuke landing on Demo and NQZ, and Nico's going to just go ahead and rip 2 more kills away. He's given his team the advantage. 30 seconds. Pain have outside control. But what can they realistically do with this?
Yeah, it's the time that's left that's really a big issue here. Dexter landing a shot that's really important. And again, 18 seconds. NQC winning the fight regardless. And you could have made an argument that Dexter could have fallen back. He's going to keep running. NQC, he is a beast right now. A cannon on his hands. And it's going to be 8 seconds trying to see if he can plant that bomb inside of the smoke. Shouldn't be allowed to. Davideus with a headshot. And somehow Pain are right back on top of the round. It's Kixan now suddenly again in a 1 versus 2. How did it come to this? How did the Falcons fumble this round? It should have never been. Nico got the double. They had Dexter down below, and he got that opening kill. If he falls back, they win the round every single time. But now instead, it's Kixan trying to clutch it, and NQC snaps it away from them. Pain absolutely destroys Falcons in that round.
Take nothing away from NQZ. Those 2 shots, I'm sure we'll go back and see them now, were so lightning fast, especially on the vents. Like, he just peeked for a pixel second and just stole away more lives. But I mean, if you're Nico, you're sat there, you can see the expression on his face. It says everything. He's just mentally gone at this point. I think it's like, guys, I have literally played out of my mind. I've dropped 15+ kills in the first half, and you've lost another clutch with like 15 seconds on the clock.
You know, I'll tell you what, Vince. I once had a really, really vivid dream that I had gone to like Greece or something, I think it was, and I won the lottery in Greece, and I was so excited. And then I was, you know, in my dream, I was traveling home, and I had, you know, I just had to go to the bank in Denmark. It's a dream. Don't know why I had to go do that, but I had to go to the bank in Denmark to cash in my, you know, my winnings, and then and I had just so much money. It was crazy. And then I woke up. And I didn't realize that it was a dream, so I woke up with a feeling that, like, I've got all this money, and, like, I'm going to buy a house, and my kids and my wife, they're going to be excited. And I spent the better part of, like, the first hour of being awake with that feeling of, like, I'm so fortunate, like, it's all so great. And then I remembered, oh, it's just a dream. And then I had this, like, you know, incredible calm down, like, my face. I was like, oh, no, like, it was just, like, how could I mistake that? I think that's what, that was, I must have looked like Nico in that moment, you know? It's like, no, like... I'm actually back to reality, and it's just this, you know? I'm in Denmark, and it's cold, and it's raining, and I'm not a millionaire. Anyway, here we go. Second half is coming up. We've got Pain Gaming, now on the CT side, and we're on Nuke for the first match in this elimination series. Now, the map is picked by Pain, and you're getting a good sense of why that is. Dexter's already gone down, but Falcons looking to try and see if they can speed this up, and Mega's going to kick San and Nico. Beautiful entries on that A-bomb side.
Yeah, exactly what Falcons needed and required. A rifle round will be coming up to them in the next one, assuming that they can convert this. Well, they may go for a couple of SMGs, but this round is theirs. Demo, with the USP, try as he may, is outnumbered, outgunned, and outpositioned. And Nico, if he is disappointed, he's not really showing it in terms of his individual performance on the server. If anything, he's channeled it into kind of like this Viking rage, this berserker mode, because he is unrelenting. 17 frags with Falcons on just 4 rounds is just an unbelievable effort from him.
I wonder if that's an avenue that they've explored. Like, maybe, I'm sure Amanita muscaria does grow in Romania. I'm sure they could find mushrooms that feed Falcons. Maybe that would be a positive impact on the team. It's not impossible, you know. Work for the Vikings, why not? I like your thinking, Vince. 9-4.
Maybe that's how they do it. You know, you asked me, how do they get out of this hole? Mushrooms, mate. There you go.
Drugs.
Berserker mushrooms.
whatever it takes at this stage, man. It's so crazy. But they win the pistol, and we'll see if they can build anything more behind it. Nico, he's got 17 kills. I wish I could say this is, you know, sort of a new thing, but there are just... Someone should compile a list of all of the Nico games where his, you know, his kills are just, like, by some important percentage ahead of the rest of the team, and they still end up losing. That would be an interesting task for the math and stats people out there, if anyone's interested. There's got to be a lot of those kind of games. But, well, Pain, they're close to the victory already here.
It's also the rest of his team have got 25 kills combined. Nico's got 17 by himself. Yeah. Oh no, Davideus and a 5-7 from Bigazera. The woes continue. Nico's going to be in a trade and a one-on-one, but it's now a Galil that's been picked up, and the MP9 of Demo up close is going to send Dexter away, but Magisk and Nico are keeping this round alive, but now it falls upon the star himself.
That is actually a sick HE. Oh, I wish Snow would have tried to run for it. That would have been so insane. He did stay just far enough back, but at least he's found the bomb hunt here, Nico. He's already a little bit tagged up, but we know how dangerous he is. With the range there, the MP9, got to be careful now. He's out in the open. He really wants to escape, and that's a smart move. Get out so that you're not going to get shot in the back instead, and you're trying to motivate all around. He can be almost 100% sure there's not going to be a defuse kit in play, and I bet you he knows that. Terrifying thing for Snow and NQC to be up against this guy in a 1 versus 2. Defuse is far away, but Snow will find the kill, just challenges him. He was so low on health already. If anything would have touched him, he would have been dead. And instead, they're going to go straight for it, get the defuse as well, and they steal the round back.
And the way that Nico's been playing, I just assume Snow is dead there. Like you say, he is shoulder peeking with, like, I think about 15 HP, or maybe even lower than that. Below 10, and just one bullet would have killed him. Nico's trying his absolute damnedest and his best. And I suppose, like in that analogy that you used, he can kind of close his eyes for a few moments and go, oh yeah, Manasi. And he can go back to that dream state again.
Please. nice.
I did think though, Anders, I'm not going to lie, when you were telling your dream there, I thought you were going to say you got back home to Denmark, you checked your bank, and that lottery from Greece equated to like 50 euros in Denmark.
Like, oh,
and you just got mega wrecked.
I was rich, but in the wrong currency.
It's like when I was younger, I used to live in Sardinia, which is like part of Italy.
Oh, yeah.
And you had lira. So it's like 10,000 lira. You think you're rich, you realize it's like £2.
Yeah, exactly. A similar vibe, I guess. Similar vibe. I could appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Well, Magisk and Nico still alive in this one. 2 versus 5, although Nico position's been discovered out here, which does make it a little bit more efficient. They're coming for him. They're not really afraid. Spigu 0 to take him down. You know, I thought of another way that I could get that look on my face. You know this thing sometimes, Vince, when you're having dinner or something and you end up biting like the inside of your cheek, and then you do it again. And that second time, it's just, there's something about it where you just think, come on, universe. Like, I'm a grown-up, and I'm failing to eat dinner, you know? Like, it sort of can't be real, you know? And I have a similar kind of vibe when I'm like, I think Nico shares that in that moment. Like, cause come on, you know, let's be grown up about it, you know.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Magisk will be feeling the same way right now, but he was in a 1-on-3. Pain Gaming gonna have an 11-4 lead on Nuke. It's just been another stomp for Falcons, man. Like, they got bodied by GamerLegion, who I think are a super underrated team. I will say, Ash is doing great work over there with GamerLegion. But they got absolutely decimated, and it's feeling that same way again. 3rd timeout coming in, Zonic trying to rally the troops.
I actually, for those of you who missed it, right? Maybe some of you didn't catch the news about the GamerLegion Falcons game. It's GamerLegion won 13-2 on Inferno and 13-1 on Mirage, and I actually almost can't read that out without laughing. It's so ridiculous. Kassad had some great tweets about it too. Oh man, the whole situation is unfortunately like I said, I don't know what to do if we're not supposed to laugh about it. Like, what else can we do? You know, I'll say this as well. Like, there's a part of me that just, I hope that what we're witnessing here with Falcons is just like, you know, pulling back of like the elastic band where it's like it's getting worse and worse and worse, but when they finally get like, you know, let's say it's MongolZ, or they just get like suddenly it just springs back and Falcons are just like super sick. Like, I am secretly hoping that happens, because if it doesn't happen, it's such a sad story, you know. Like, I'm an optimist. I do want the turnaround moment for them, you know. I'm really not a hate watcher in that sense, but for the minute, all we can do is kind of laugh at the fact that they keep losing 5 versus 3s to Pain Gaming with a stand-in in an elimination game, you know. It's too much.
QC is going to get charged down, but there is a bit of backup there in the form of Bigazera. HE Molotov tossed in as well for good measure. Dexter, though, has got his hands on the AWP and does connect. He's had a bit of a rough game so far with the AWP. He was mainly doing his work with the rifles in the first half. But they do have the player advantage. For how long, though, is the question, because Davideus is sneaking around the back line. Wants to try and make sure he can line up a couple of kills here. But he can also see the bomb on the back of Dexter. So that is vital information and a vital positional shift back in favor of the Brazilians.
It is plenty of time, though. Davideus, pretty good position. What a dangerous call to just try and throw that HE out in the open. It's a classic way to get yourself killed, but he's still alive here, only for a second. Snow trying to get in through the window. They're trying to make the big escape, and Kixan smartly holding the ladder here. Snow, I think, realized he sees it coming. Wants to go around the other side instead. Bomb isn't, I think, picked up by anyone, so it's a bit of an awkward moment regardless. If they had the bomb, it would be easier, but Kixan, nice swing, and slightly covered by the smoke there. And I think they actually made the jump out at the same time, so they probably would have been able to trade him. Small high fives coming out here. Falcons to pick up a round that, you know, not necessarily an easy one to win. One small step in the right direction.
Very important shot from Dexter there to the top. Let's see here. Because Bigazera had the high ground, he knew multiple players were below him. Nice clutch, though, from Kixan, and then at the end with the M4. So 11-5. Still a long, long way to go. Still enough money as well in the bank for Pain to squeak out a buy, but it will be a 5-7 and an MP9. Nico, as ever, is probing and poking outside. On both sides, he loves to play outside, and he has so much success there. One of the best players, I'd say, like, off the top of my head, the only player I can really think of is, like, Rain. When it gets to, like, optimal levels outside, like, the two of them are just unbelievably good in these positions.
Yeah, there are a couple of players who they're very hard to control in this particular environment. So, Rain definitely a good shout. Not really getting what he wanted there, Big Zero. Got to disengage ever so slightly, but Nico, he's gonna find a way to try and put some pressure on the lower holes here. Still got plenty of time. I do like the fact that Falcons are a little bit more grouped up in this kind of a round. Gives less of a chance that someone's gonna lose a rifle over to the other side. So. Plenty of time, not a lot of fear. There's NQC with a 5-7 in this corner. 5-7s are pretty lethal. Some even call them OP. So discussion's been going for a long time.
Yeah, it does feel like a very questionable decision if you ever see someone using a CZ on the CT side. You're like, what are you doing with yourself? Why?
I know.
Like, you're actually kind of trolling at this point.
Yeah, I wonder about that too. I can't find a single scenario where I would say that's a good idea. Big Zero. Nice angle there. Going to try and reposition. He's got a teammate coming in to try and help him out, but it's just with an MP9 at the moment. 19 seconds left, and Bimo, he's there. He gets the shot on the kickstand. How's it falling apart? Falcons, there's only 2 people defending down here. They're going to be able to get the kill, but now Snow picks up another one. Bomb being planted behind. Magus get a 1-versus-1 versus Snow. And they've got to pick this one up. It's all on the back of the Dane. He swings wide and gets blown up by the young Brazilian. That is devastating.
So good, man. He had the patience and the wherewithal to see the clarity and chaos of 10 seconds left on the clock. He knows he's got HE, he knows he's got flashbangs. A lot of players would just toss the HE out, but he knows there's a chance it's a fake into a peak. And so he holds on, throws the HE after the plant, forces Major Scout into the open, and finishes off the rest. Very well played by the young man. And if it wasn't bad enough already for Falcons, it just got into 7 match points for Pain Gaming here on Nuke.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Snow locked in. He's only got 9 kills, so it's not necessarily that impressive. But again, winning a clutch like that goes a really long way. Pain, 1 round away from winning the opening game here in this elimination series. And Falcons hardly even showing up on the server yet. Yep, Nico is here, and that's usually the case. It's just not even close to enough to make a difference at the moment. Brutal scenes.
It's very odd to me as well. Like, I know Nico is quite a monster with the Deagle, but I mean, surely the way he's played, you give him an AK, you give him a Galil here.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I think the logic for these teams is always going to be that whoever can afford it is almost always the one that gets it, just because you don't want to make it seem like, hey, you're worse than this guy, so we're just going to take away your AK. But I mean, logically, that probably is going to be true, right? 50 seconds, Magisk with a nice opening. Bikusira back here, a lot of pressure, very likely to go down. Actually, it's NQC that gets rid of him, but it's just a bit of a mishap. They will trade it out, and they've pretty much taken over the entire bomb site. So Falcons buying themselves a little bit more time. Now, you know, I love to go on a little rant, you know, like it's this, you know, sort of same thing we say all the time. It's like, oh, Falcons can win more rounds. Even if they lose, they can bring it back. They can build the morale. I don't know if I really believe that. I feel like I haven't seen almost any cases for as long as this team has been together of Falcons recovering any kind of morale or looking like they're excited or having a good time or even enjoying the game. So I don't know. I mean, like, of course, it's going to be better if they get up to 10 rounds, you know, before they lose, or even better if they get to overtime. But in general, it feels like it's so far away from what this team can do right now that it's kind of hard to believe, you know?
Terrorists win. Yeah, I mean, again, the stats and the facts do not lie. In terms of Bucharest, they have won, let me just figure this out for a quick second, they've won 14 rounds in 4 maps, Anders. I mean, you just can't really spin that in a positive way, can you? Like, they've just been getting trounced. We talked about how one-sided the GamerLegion game was, but they lost to Complexity 13-6 and 13-5 as well. Like, these are teams that, like, no disrespect to either of them, and Complexity have done pretty well in this event, but, like, you should not be getting this smashed by teams like that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You make a strong argument, Vince. I can't spin it into something good, you know? I do consider myself pretty good at lying, but yeah. So I can only go so far. Even I have my limits. Magisk ends up going down at the start of the round. Bit of a lobby push coming in. That is one of the big downsides of playing this 4-1 split is that that sole lobby player is sometimes a bit vulnerable. So I think a normal vulnerability on Nuke that maybe doesn't always get exploited as much as it could. Lobby crunches are great. One of my favorite things to watch on this map.
Yeah, when it's timed right and it's two different sides, you just got all these bullets being sprayed down. Like it is honestly like so terrifying to go up against, especially when it's like a hit and run. And speaking of which, Snow with that 5-7 is putting it to use. He's taking so much damage, he has to back away, but he's able to survive, and that will keep their options open for Pain to set up crossfires. Not like this, Falcons. You're against pistols, you're against basically a trash arsenal, and not just that, but you've gone down to a 1v5, and it's all down to Nico again, and he can't get it done. Oh, that just epitomizes this entire tournament from the Falcons.
What an absolutely ridiculous display. Sure, it's not their map pick, but none of that really matters. Some of the scenes, some of the video that you're going to be seeing here, it's hard to even understand what you're watching, you know? And, like, honestly, it's even hard to watch. Just, you're 6 human beings there that just, there's nothing much to say about it, but they're, obviously professionals. They're going to have to try and bounce back into their own map pick, but very hard. I can't imagine how you pick yourself back up again. I hope they have the answers, because Train is going to be coming up in as the map pick. And that was picked by Falcons, so hopefully they have a way to get the job done. But my God, what a display. I mean, I guess maybe pivot around a little bit for Pain Gaming. So many things that are cool to see. Right at the end, Snow, he got the 5-7 kill. He disconnected from the fight. He jumped back in, closed the door behind him. Like, it's so many small things on an individual level that, make Pain a really cool team and make some of the individuals hard to play against. So a lot of credit to them. That's just so well done.
No, exactly, and that's even with Nico popping off. It's not like Nico was having a really bad day at the office and like basically Falcons were lacking firepower anyway. Like, they were still contending with a Nico that looked pretty in form, albeit dejected and kind of pissed off for most of those rounds, understandably so. But NQZ with the AWP, man, in that first half was just unbelievable. He was landing shots left and right. He was laughing. There you can see again, like, he's really hyped up. Snow also dipping in, like you said. Demo had his moments, and Big Azera once again was just stable, rock solid for the Brazilian-Chilean squad. So yeah, it's easy to meme on Falcons and like point at them and say like this is a problem, that's a problem, but you also have to look at the fact there's always two sides to the story. Pain were really good today, and they absolutely deserved the win on Nuke.
Oh yeah, we shouldn't try and take that away from them and just focus all the attention on Falcons. I agree, but I'm sure there will be more memes generated, which seems to be the current true the currency of the internet at the moment. So pretty valuable with the memes. I appreciate that. I was sending you some earlier, Vince. I know you were enjoying some of the videos I was shipping your way. We all need something to laugh at every once in a while. Train is coming up, and I'm actually pretty excited. A map that obviously is not picked that much. It's been it's been substituted, like the permanent Vertigo ban has been turned into the near permanent Train ban for a lot of top teams. It just is what it is. I'm pretty sure that's going to change in the coming months. But right now, it does mean it's a big question mark. Like, even the teams that are good at it, all it takes is like a couple of tricks, and and you're going to end up getting wrecked on that one. So excited. Hope Falcons can make their way back into it. We are going to go for a bit of a break before we get there. I'm sure maybe especially Falcons do need to take a deep breath, and maybe you guys as well. So make some memes and come back for the second map. It's coming up right after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're doing our predictions here at PGL Bucharest to see who our players and coaches think will make it through to the top 8. Bogdan is probably one of the only people that's taller than me when it comes to these events. 2 meters tall, you told me. You're a beast, man.
Yeah, exact 2 meters, maybe a bit high in the shoes. Yeah.
All right, you ready to give me who you think's going to make it through to the playoffs?
Yeah, I'll still go for Mongols. I'll go for FaZe.
Yep.
I'll go for 3D Max.
Yep.
Aurora.
Okay.
Us.
Nice, yeah, good. It took me a while to get to you.
No, I know. I was, hiding it in.
Yep, yep.
And maybe Falcons will make it. Did they already say FaZe? Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Liquid?
Nope, so that's another one.
And something, let's go for, I don't know, VP. Let's go VP. Going the safe route.
Are you ready for this? Have you picked out the teams you're going to have here?
Oh yeah, since I joined this team, I'm ready for every opponent we face.
Okay, I love this. All right, give me your top 8.
Top 8, first one to qualify, I think G2.
Okay.
I'd put us on second. I think we'll go 3-0. The Mongols would definitely make it there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still respecting them?
Yeah, I think we'll be the only one beating them this tournament.
Yeah.
Maybe once more.
Oh.
I see FaZe making it through as well. That's 4. I'd probably put on FURIA as well.
Nice.
Yeah, I love the guys. They're really good as well in practice. I think complexity. I'd put Pain in there as well. Yeah, the boys are strong. Aurora for sure.
That's your 8.
That's 8?
That's 8.
Okay, that's perfect.
The first team is of course us.
Yes.
Us. Yeah,
you always make playoffs. That's good.
Yeah, yeah. And the second team is I think the Aurora. The old Eternal Fire. They're really good opponents. And the third team is like maybe the Pain Gaming.
Pain, yeah.
And
we got FaZe. We've got
the fourth. Yes.
Okay.
I think they can qualify. Yeah.
Okay. And 4 more now. You got 4 more to go.
Astralis.
Oh, okay. You think Astralis will do it?
Yeah. And the sixth team is maybe GamerLegion.
Oh, you like what you see from them?
Yeah, they're really good at the other teams except us. Yeah. G2 of course.
See, I'm helping you. I got you.
Yeah. The last team is I hope the Rare Atom will qualify. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Honestly, I really wanted to qualify. Yeah.
Nice. Well, they did start off very well. Hopefully they do. That's Techno's predictions for playoffs. Let's see if it comes true. Lineup landing time, and I've got Pain's NQZ with me here. How confident are you with nade usage, utility, smoke lineups, Molotov lineups?
Not 100%, but I'm getting better at it.
You're getting better at it?
Yeah.
This is a whole game where I'm going to test you on it. So
Okay.
let's see how much you've improved.
Okay.
What we're going to do is we will show you a video. It'll show you the initial throw, and you need to tell me where it's going to land.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In all maps?
All maps it can be.
Okay.
Let's get the first one done. And guess what? It's your favorite map ever. I'm just lying to you. It's ancient.
Oh. For me, that's gotta be window smoke.
Oh, okay. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it has to be window smoke.
Oh, very nice. Okay, you knew it.
Yeah.
All right, from here, we're going to go into Anubis.
Oh, Anubis sweet. Oh, that's the stair smoke. We call it liquid on our team. Let's see if it's the liquid smoke, but I think this is the stairs, like the arch one. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Call
This is
it.
a good start.
Yeah.
All right, the next one, we're moving onto another dusty map. It's Dust 2 this time around.
Yeah. This is the, I don't know which one it is. If it's doors or the gap, but I'll call it doors.
Oh, let's see.
Ooh, it's the gap smoke. I knew it had to be one of those two, but
yeah,
the lineup is the same for both of them.
Just a little change on them, right? So,
yeah.
All right, from Dust 2 into Inferno.
Oh. That's the long smoke, right? I think it's long smoke. Like, I don't know if you call it long, but you have short and long. The left side.
It's long.
Yeah, long.
You're close.
It's not long. Arch smoke.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's arch smoke.
There you go.
Oh, I didn't know this one.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, I do not play too much on the side of the map, you know. I'm
Yeah,
always
yeah.
in banana, pushing, throwing nades up my head, so good to know.
There you go. We've given you one. All right, let's test the next one with Train.
Okay.
You guys play Train?
Yeah, we play.
But it's brand new.
I think this is the red train smoke. Yeah, red train
Perfect.
smoke. Because we have this lineup not in the same pixel, but it's similar, so.
Okay. All right, from Train into Nuke.
Okay, Nuke. I know a lot of nades also.
Ah, okay. I like this.
This is the lurk smoke on doors. You throw it to get down vents or do a pop. This one is famous.
Yo, watch that baby
I
land.
actually don't throw the smoke for years, but guys on my team do it all around, so yeah, this one.
All right, and the final one, we're testing you on Mirage.
Okay. Ooh. I'll have to go with, yeah, it's maybe doors or window, but I'll go with the window smoke. It's the same thing as this too. It has to land somewhere near there.
And this time you made the right choice out
window
of both of them.
smoke.
There we go.
This is also an old one. I don't know if teams are actually using it, but it's, I
Yeah,
knew
there's a
it.
different way to do it now,
Yeah.
right? But overall, that's pretty good.
Yeah, 5 out of 6. And
So
those two, I knew it, but I
You
at
just
the
made
same
wrong
time,
choice.
I made the wrong
see?
choice.
So you could have been 100%.
Yeah, Bigu will be proud of me when he watches this video.
He will be very proud of you, and that's what matters. As long as your in-game leader's proud,
Yeah.
then you should be happy with it all. Thank you
Yeah.
very much for playing, NQZ.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready. It's another map coming up. It's Elimination Day here on the B stream. Falcons are playing Pain Gaming, and so far things haven't really worked out so well. They lose the opening map, which was picked by Pain. It was on Nuke. Now we're going to Train as the second one. Vince, you know, how's your level of optimism for Falcons getting us onto a third map?
Well, I think it being trained does give me a little bit of extra optimism and enthusiasm, because it's actually a map that they were one of the few teams to really fully sort of embrace, you know, after it came back out again. True. They've played it quite a lot of times, but it's been pretty, I would say, a bit of a roller coaster of scorelines, as you'd expect from a team that's struggling this much. And the other side of that coin as well is this is actually a map that Pain have played 3 times recently, and they have 0 wins on this map. Now, you should put into a caveat that one of those losses was to Na'Vi, and it was a 16-14 loss, but they also got smashed by Imperial 13-2 about a month ago. So that gives me a bit more faith that maybe this series isn't done just yet.
Could also mean, as we say sometimes, that there's a lot more tape to look at Falcons and how they play the map and everything else. And, you know, it's a map that is, like, there's a lot happening on the map right now in terms of the evolution of, like, every single little bit of it. The matchup is also getting, the map's getting patched a little bit every once in a while too still. I would say there are some truly horrific map mistakes on train still in play that nobody's really, I think, discovered yet, except for people like me who like to spend way too much time. But I'm curious if teams are going to start to catch on, because weirdly, I don't know, Train just has, like, there's that one smoke that people are throwing at Ivy that I think has been patched out now that falls in between the map, like in the cracks of the map, and it kind of like falls through one of the walls. There are a lot more smokes like that that are available on the map right now that, you know, people just need to spend some time finding. So all I'm saying is that if you're Pain and you have a couple of insights, if you've done a little bit of research, you have some secret trick, I mean, that's what some of you can do on a new map, really a lot more than people recognize. So even though I kind of share your optimism a little bit, I think Falcons should be able to make this a 3rd map. Absolutely no guarantees, and also just because their level of output is so hard to predict, you know. Last time Nico on Nuke, sure, he played well, but it was really only him that played well, and you know, that obviously is not going to work. Even on a map you like, you need more than one person.
No, 100%. And like we were touching on this a little bit in the break there, talking about sort of like the whole Falcon situation right now, and will m0NESY like magically fix this team? Well, the fact of the matter is, as well as Nico played, Tessus dropped 5 kills on Nuke. 5. So like you got to have a couple players stepping up. That being said, here we go out into the open. It's going to be Snow with the Julies, who sprays down 2.
What a cracking start. The duel is actually on David Days, this time finding another one. Nico trying to get it back in line here. It's him and Tessus left, and it is a 2 versus 3. Now, they do know where everybody is at the moment, and look at how blocked in they are. Here at Team Main, Davideus just, I don't know what's happening. He still wins the fight. Tessus, you've got to get that kill. He pretty much presented his back. He was crouched in, looking towards Pop Dog, and somehow you do almost no damage at all. I can't explain that. She's down to 76. He should have been dead. And Nico now on his own.
It feels like deja vu here, Anders. Like Nico getting all the impact, Tessus having a rough one, and Pain still coming out as the victors. Assuming that Nico can't pull off this 1 versus 3. Already 2 frags to his name. He is pretty healthy. That's one thing going in his favor. Time also will afford him the luxury of at least trying to pick off one by one these players. Bigazera using E-Box, but he is going to get flanked from NQZ. And so Pain pick up from where they left off on Nuke, and that's with just yet another pistol round victory.
Brutal, isn't it? You can see, though, the win condition for that round is Nico getting an ace clutch in a 1 versus 3 with a Glock. Like, that's what it takes for Falcon to try and pick up around in some of these cases. Just, well, absolute cinema, isn't it, outside? 2v3 could have definitely gone a different way, but it will be Pain Gaming to pick it up, and having the, you know, the fact that it's not their map pick, pretty good news for them ultimately. Also, no bomb plant, which means that Falcons are not going to be able to buy into this round. They're going to be sat back with a couple of pistols and hoping that they can make something off it here. Do a little bit of damage. All the basics. Take some of the money away from Pain Gaming.
It's a bit of pill to swallow, though, isn't it? Nico will feel he's got a possibility of winning every single clutch, and they're trying to fall back into the second round with basically nothing. They do get the opening pick, though, and it is that man once again, Nico. Tess says taking the bomb in, wants to try and pick up the MP9, successfully gets his hands on it. And so now Pain, they're going to have to try and absorb the damage. Snow down to 22. There is a way forward here for the Falcons. Could potentially pull off a bit of a shock win, considering their lack of weapons coming into it.
I mean, if they could do it again, then maybe there's a chance for a bomb plant here. It's not impossible. would go a long way to make things a little bit easier for them. It's an interesting stack right now towards the B-bomb side for Pain as well. Maybe a lot more than you'd normally see, but I guess they're trusting in Davideus to be able to not just get a kill, but really stay alive if they actually do end up showing up, which, again, they don't have any Molotovs or anything to put up the pressure on, otherwise he can't fall back to the back of the site, because that's always going to be a Molotov. Then good timing there. Thank you, to get the first one, and they are getting picked apart a little bit here. Davideus will go down in the end, so a bit unfortunate. And like we said, a bomb plant go really, really long way. Falcons should never get close to really winning this round, but they've already done a lot of damage, so let's see if they can find a bit more. It's going to be Nico alone versus 3, and he did get the first kill. Honestly, that's a great round for Falcons, so you're going to be quite happy with that. A bomb plant and 3 kills, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, credit where it's due. That's a valiant attempt. They'll be happy with that outcome. Nico only had 2 bullets left in the deagle, landed 1, threaded the headshot, but wasn't able to follow up and was just swarmed by Pain players. So the 2-0 comes in, but yeah, it's not just the fact they get the bomb plant and a really sturdy buy now with a better economy, but it also puts Pain into a bit of an awkward position themselves, where they'll be looking over their shoulder because a taxman is coming to collect on them. They won't have much in surplus in terms of pennies or dollars to use. If they lose this one, they'll basically be straight into an eco. So the pressure is mounting early on. The Pain do have the AWP in play, and that's always going to be huge for NQZ, especially the way he played on Nuke.
Nico rushing to try and take control of this pop dog position. Which, by the way, if you haven't been watching a lot of Train, this part of the map is probably the most important part of the moment, because if the CTs get to put people in here where Nico is, or a little bit further down that hallway, it means executing onto the B-bomb side is nearly impossible, and it's already uncomfortable anywhere else as well, because any kind of splits towards A just kind of almost immediately die. So the Ts really have to try and find a way pretty much every round to make sure that there are no CTs here, which is also why Nico goes down to check all the way at the bottom. There are a couple of little, corners to stand in. Nice shot on the Davideus. That's just maybe a little bit sloppy. Don't want to be positioned to be exposed to that. Smoke that probably should have gone somewhere else. Wait, did they try to throw the gap smoke by Ivy and it lands there instead? I wonder if Tessus doesn't know that's been patched out. I'm pretty sure it's been patched out.
I think so.
Like, I went to check fly around. I can't see how you can't do it. I'm actually not even, I say it like I'm not sure. I've tried to fly up there with no clip, so you can't do it. Here we go.
The gap smoke botched, or a different smoke entirely, but the result is the same, and that is a fast entry onto Snow. They'd already picked up one early, as you mentioned, from Nico. So that should be the round done, and because of what we were discussing before, those 3 kills in the previous one, it's where it catches up with Pain, and they just simply have to save. There's no other options available to them, so not just a round win for Falcons, but a clean and convincing one.
Yeah, super well done. And on the back of that earlier round where they do so much damage, this is really, really nice. And you hope to see something like this, right? They did pick the map. They have a pretty good track record on it. You already mentioned it. They try to make it, one of the maps they could adapt to pretty early on. So, so far, so good. 3 rifles are going to be saved here on the Pain side of things. Nobody's even nearby at the moment, so it's a pretty good job. And the truth is, there are going to be a lot of rounds where that B-bomb side early on is going to be fairly vulnerable. You typically only have 1 player at the start, and I guess if you wanted to say something there, when you only have 1 player and that player is playing as far back as they were this time on the Pain side of things, you can't. You have to get a bunch of kills, right? It can't just, it's not just enough to fall back and stay alive here. It's a nice kill on Davideus, but if you see it over at the B-bomb side, look at how far back they get that engagement with Snow. So he's not going to have any chance to get any warning. There's nothing he can do unless he gets a double kill. That round is always going to be hard.
Nico going for the same play again. However, this time NQZ's there with the AWP. And Nico didn't quite have the same level of quick fire spawn to get down there, but if he starts to slowly creep round the side, NQZ's going to have him for breakfast. And they do have 2 players here as well. Not baited out. Oh, NQZ missing. And although there was a second player there to help him out in Long Dog, that's no longer the case. Smoke goes down. NQZ's going to hold the line, but Nico tries to shank him within the smoke. But NQZ's pulled the plug and got out of there.
I so wanted that to work for Nico. That would have been hilarious. But a missed shot for NQC, and truth is, you need to hit shots like that. Super, super important. But also, I think a good sign that Pain kind of understand the importance of that particular position. They want to fight for it. They should be fighting for it. just didn't work out for them this time. Demo is going to be a little bit low on health as well. 50 seconds on the clock right now. And vetos trying to take some just shots, hoping that Nico's going to be covering that same angle. We're down to 40 seconds now. Stavrodeus creeping up close with the MP9 and maybe could have had a headshot there. He's going to go down to Nico, exposed where he shouldn't be, around the E-box. It's NQC to try and bring it back, but they're in a little bit of pressure here towards the A-bomb side. Dexter will find another kill, and now they're being pressured back. Smoke is up towards the C connector. It's Dexter to go down, and it is a 3 versus 3. You could go for a retake here if you wanted to.
Snow's trying to find the edge of the smoke to try and exploit here and expunge some of these Ts. I think it's the fact that Demo is so low on HP, though, down at 22. Utility. Molotov tossed in. Snow, though, gets a jump scare from Nico. As he wide swings out, Tesses is going to pick up the pieces, and NQZ, if he wanted any chance to clutch, that's no longer a possibility. His mission is to save. And it will be rough because he had that first shot and it was Nico that wide swung him over on Long Dog. If he connects that one, the entire dynamic of this round shifts. He may not be afforded the luxury of saving the AWP as Magisk from Con puts him down. And Falcons straight back into an even keel, 2-2.
Yeah, I think you pretty much said it. I think that the timing when Snow is trying to throw that incendiary grenade is really what ultimately makes it. I think it's also the fact that they had the incendiary that made them want to go for the 3-on-3 retake, is they're thinking we could put so much pressure on. But yeah, it just backfires a little bit here. Good news for Falcons though, and overall not a bad take of that A-bomb side. I will say that early loss they had by the E-box, backing out and showing yourself to that pop-lock position, it does sort of tell me maybe Pain don't feel too comfortable on the map. Like, they don't have every corner. You don't really know exactly where you can walk and all the rest of it. And that's potentially a worrying sign, because you just have to find a way to navigate that A yard without being exposed. Like, you can swing and fight main if you want to, but you just can't do it in a way so that you're also going to be crossfired from pop-lock, because that's going to get you killed every time. I do like this, though.
No, definitely. I like it, too, yeah. Go for a bit of a gamble stack. Boost it up onto the boxes as well up close. Have multiple areas of aggression if you get pushed into. But I agree with you. It does feel like they're not as confident here. If you compare it to how Pain were looking on their nuke side, on the CT side, they're being aggressive. They had all their angles. Of course, nuke's been played a million times. Now it's been in the active pool for ages, so you would expect that. But also the boost up. So Demo can have a look into the Long Dog area, the exit, that Nico's going to be coming through, but of course it's just the USP. Even if he lands a crisp headshot, it's going to take multiple to put Nico down.
And they're going to get peeked from Ivy in a couple of seconds here, so... Yeah, you're right. USP. Still, it's funny, it's a little bit of a circus, and I can appreciate that. Sometimes you've got to find a way to make it an interesting round. All things considered, they tried, it didn't work out, and it is going to be another round for Falcons here. Great work. As much as we're criticizing them, they're up to a 3-2 scoreline. They've got quite a lot of money to work with, and they're making life pretty uncomfortable for Pain. So I'm not too sad about this, and again, we do have a deciding map, obviously a third one. I really hope we get there, because... Again, just a quick reality check. This is elimination. If Falcons get knocked out with an 0-3, record here of PGL Bucharest, that's just so devastating. It just is. So at least get to a third map, try and fight if you can see if you can do it. And, if Pain get knocked out, it's nowhere near as devastating. I mean, it would suck for them individually, but there's so many contexts that which you could say, well, they had, a new stand-in. It's, it's understandable. All the rest of it. They still played some really great matches. You couldn't even say that for Falcons if they get knocked out here. So they have to, by whatever it takes, they must get to that third map, and they must win that third map.
Yeah, it's also the quality of teams, because Pain, if they get knocked out 0-3 here with a stand-in, their first game was against Aurora, second game was against FaZe, and then you've lost to Falcons. Like, that's a respectable 0-3.
It is.
As far as 0-3s go. Meanwhile, Falcons, complexity first, then GamerLegion, and then potentially Pain. They're not the same at all. But here we go. The aggression coming in from Tessis.
And Snow, again, really far back. It is an uncomfortable position to be in. Big Usira not feeling too loose here either. Could easily get zoned out. He wants to reveal himself very late in that fight. He's going to be able to get the kill onto Tessis, but Nico's still out there, and they know that he's back here somewhere. Molotov doesn't really bounce how they were looking for, and a nice burst coming out. Big Usira going to be taking down Dexter. Trying to see if they can get out of the C connector, which is not easy if you don't have the grenades for it. Stavrodeus still manages to get the job done. And just in the blink of an eye, it's down to a 1 versus 3, and never mind that either. It's NQC to take the kill onto Magisk. It will be Pain defusing the bomb here. Definitely impressive stuff. I think retaking that B bomb site is actually so much harder than it seems, and the reason why they're able to do it and make it look somewhat more reasonable is because Bigusira gets to stay alive back there at the back of the bomb site.
Oh, no doubt. But I was really impressed with Davideus' second frag here. I think we're going to see it now from his perspective. He gets the first onto Nico and then instantly transitions across to that second frag because Zero, like he's highlighted, getting two. But here it is, the first and the second. And what also makes that so impressive to me is on a site like B site, on so many maps in Counter-Strike history, it's normally the same level of verticality when you go into a bomb site or out of it. On this B site, there's so many different levels, and it's small micro adjustments. The headshot angle of one is going to have to drastically change for the second. Really, really well played by Davideus.
Quick notice here how they throw the Molotov and the double HE to stop anyone running up the B ramp. The reason they do that is because if you look at Vitality demos, you're going to see that Apex and Robs are really good at going for some really fast aggression on the B ramp to try and put pressure on this long dog position. So Falcons have come up with a good protocol to make absolutely sure that if you try and do that, you are going to get essentially nuked from orbit in that position. So really cool, nice evolution of how that plays out. And yeah, it doesn't seem like Pain have tried to do it at all anyway. But if you're watching some of the really good teams on the map, you're going to be seeing a lot of that kind of thing. And I think Vitality is kind of a model team to look at when it comes to the map. One, because Robs is an incredibly hardworking person when it comes to finding those kind of things. But, I mean, they've also got Saiwu, who's doing a lot of cool grenades from the C connector. So there's a lot to study there if you guys want to learn how to play Train at a really high level. It is going to be a double AWP coming up from the Pain Gaming side. I mean, sometimes that's a good idea. Sometimes it's also a sign that things are getting a bit desperate.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. We'll have to see which of those it ends up being. Dino up on E-Box. It's been a position that Pain have struggled in quite a bit. Not just the Nico threading the eye of the needle through in the box, but also they had the MP9s in here. They struggled, and that's going to continue to be the case as TeSeS and Mages both spill out, and the Danes in tandem start to secure the outside control. But NQZ says no, and says it with authority on that AWP, knocking down players alongside Big Azera. And now Dexter, he's getting close. There's only 8 seconds left on the clock, though. He needs to nail this shot, and he gets it just done in the nick of time. There's going to be enough time for the plant as well. TeSeS doesn't get bested by the grenade, and suddenly, Snow in a 1v2, and Dexter puts him down. It was so close, but the Falcons somehow hold on.
I can't believe it. I mean, it's very, very scary, isn't it? 6 seconds left. If that HE bounces a bit differently, or if they're just a little bit low on health, there's every chance that that's going to be another lost round. But they do get the job done. And credit to them. I mean, remember how many 5-on-3s they ended up losing on Nuke? This is a map right now where for Falcons, they actually are able to turn it around and they're able to win some of these. And that means the economy for Pain blown up already. So round number 8 is here. And Falcons have stepped up in a different way here on their own mapping. So I'm actually really excited for it. Inferno is a deciding map. That could be super, super interesting. From my point of view, it looks like we are going to get there. Falcons just look very much more well-drilled. And you mentioned it once again, that E-box position for Pain is not looking comfortable. They're not really sure how to time the defense. And the pop flashes that are coming in for Falcons are just devastating.
100%. That is a real problem. And I think, to be fair to Falcons, they have... Wait, hold on. Snow just got 2 kills with the USP. Excuse me? What? I don't think it's going to end up mattering too much, but it seems like the Falcons have realized, okay, this is a vulnerability, this is a weakness, a gap in the armor that we've got to try and exploit as much as we can. I am going to be very interested to see, though, because it's one thing to defend a map when you're very uncomfortable, but attacking it really is going to be a different ball game. So I want to see how Pain are going to be looking to come into that T side. How many rounds they can have, though, as a foundation to build off, because if this continues in the same way, I just don't think 3 is enough.
Yeah, I doubt it as well. Dexter going to take care of business on that one. Not too surprising. There are, like, one of the issues is if you're not going to be allowed to put pressure from the B bomb side by pushing up the ramp like I was talking about earlier, the other way to try and do it is obviously to try and push Pop Dog maybe at the same time, which Pain haven't really tried. All they've done so far is put up NQC in there to try and get an AWP shot. That didn't really work out. I would say... You know, other options that we haven't seen Pain do is try to take over T main, which I would say is almost commonplace at a high level of Train at the moment, just because if you're on the CT side and you can do that, you're forcing the Ts to have to retake T main control, and they have to spend a bunch of utility to Molotov you out of that position, so it's almost always worth doing, and I'm not seeing Pain do that, maybe because they just don't have the comfort zone yet. And I guess the fourth option would be you can do aggressive Ivy pushes on the CT side. Now, it is risky because you're walking down a long corridor, but very often you're going to find really just 1 or 2 Ts there, and you can set up some very, very cool flashbangs to get out and fight them. So I would like to see Pain try something like this, just to make sure that Falcons don't look as comfortable. Because right now, Falcons are getting all the tactical positions that they would want, and they are executing really well behind those positions. So you've got to disrupt that somehow.
And you've got to disrupt that man on your screen right now, Nico, because he had a blinder of a nuke. He was the one shining beacon, hope, lifeline that Falcons had, and he has started Train phenomenally strong as well. 12-4, coming into this round with 154 ADR. The man is on fire. You've got to deal with him. And again, look, it's going to be that E-box position. And again, it goes the way of Falcons without too much problems.
Yeah, you could see there's no place where they can stand. They don't have any grenades down. There's no incendiaries to slow anyone down. It's just a raw fight. And Dexter going to be able to find Demo behind the Molotov. NQC and Snow left here. Very uncomfortable. And this time it was a change of pace as well coming out from Falcons. Much more quick, catching Pain in an uncomfortable position here. Nico maybe thought he had the kill. Snow somehow able to catch him in the reverse. And he's going to get one more spray for the smoke. Takes down Tessus. Okay, then. Back into a 2 versus 2 we go. NQC. His next fight is going to be all critical for him. If he misses the shot, it's not going to work out well for them. But he won't. Takes a little bit of time there. Sets up the shot on the Dexter. And now it's down to Mega Skinner. 1 versus 2. He's got the time for it. And he might have a chance to get the bomb plant as well.
This is really going to be yet another clutch that Pain had no right to be in. Snow just spamming through smokes, hitting headshots. Oh, no, the bomb has at least been planted down. It allows Mages to just change his angle of defense. But he has no idea. This is what makes Train such a terrifying map in clutches. There's so many angles, so many positions that you have to be wary of. But it's a beautiful double tap to kick things off. And now Snow out into the open. But once again, he stands his ground and delivers a 3K in the round. The hero of this round for Pain as they pick up a 4th. But Falcons, guys, how many clutches are you going to lose in this series? This is getting out of control.
It absolutely is. And it's one of those things that chips away at the morale of the team. It's the frustration that returns. You knew that you had the position. This is all great. Like 2-for-1 trade at the start. And then the Dexter getting this one on top. And it's in the bag. That's it. It's job done. I mean, obviously, who can account for Stowe getting 2 kills like this? But still, it should not be happening. Megis, also, I think one of those things where... the Magus that was in Prime Astralis, just because of how far ahead that team was, he's going to win fights like those every single time. But the truth is, mechanically, there are so many players in the world right now who will take those fights, Snow being one of them, and everyone's just got so much better. By the way, here comes the aggressive Ivy push that we were talking about earlier, and it is just Tessus who's down here, so we'll see if they can find a way to make this work for themselves. NQC, a little bit of distraction with the AWP. Tessus, he's going to get double teamed. I wouldn't say that was clean, but they do get the kill on Tessus. Wait,
not quite
how's
clean
Nico
in
here?
terms of... Oh, dear. Oh, this wraparound is huge. He's managed to find that weakness. Because they double stacked on Ivy, they had less players watching outside. He can see the angle. He knows the AWP is here. I thought he might wait and see if a second player comes in. But he's probably cognizant of being flanked from Connector himself, so he wanted to secure that kill. The problem is, though, that the rest of his players are being sent to the Nether Realm. But Dexter, he holds his ground this time and he puts out Snow. There's a real chance now for Falcons to secure this round. A bit of a strange one, though. Rotations on top of rotations, but Pain looked like they are going to concede. They picked up the first kill, but Nico's wraparound into Connector was the deal breaker.
And you're right, though. That is because of the double Ivy position there. Very, very good communication. So for Tessus, even if he dies there, at least he's able to call it out to his teammates and say, okay, well, they just can't have that many people towards that part of the map. And then because Nico gets the kill, everyone in the B bomb side is so distracted that they're not ready for Dexter on the high ground. They're sort of scrambling to try and reposition against Nico, and they forget about that high ground position. So super well done. Falcons going to be up to 6 here. And again, 4 rounds. I mean, it's the start of something for Pain. I would say if Pain get 1 more round, if they get up to about 5, it's still quite doable. There's still a lot to fight for. But Falcons are on a bit of a roll right here.
I think that also goes into a point that you raised, that Falcons, and Nico in particular, just look so much more confident on train. Like, you have to have a lot of confidence and understanding of how the setups are coming into play and the timings of those setups for Nico to manage to just snake his way through into the con. And you can see there from NQC's perspective, like, he was properly jump scared. Like, you don't expect a player to be in con at that stage of the round.
Yeah, you just don't. Look at the push up of Long Dog here. So what I was talking about earlier, such a critical part of the map now. It's going to be an Ivy with Dexter getting the kill on the demo, so we might have actually found one of the few rounds where this kind of push is not going to be the most critical one because they're losing control of Ivy, and ultimately this is going to go into, you know, it could at least go into CT spawn and even the B-bomb site. So normally this is a really, really sick play from Pain. Might still be with a chance there. Snow should have had that kill. Nico drops low as well, but they've won their fight, so bit of a shame because the sort of theoretical foundation of this kind of push for Pain is really sick. It shows that they have studied, they understand a little bit of what's going on. It just wasn't the right round for it. Wow.
Oh, how's Nico got that kill, bro? He's on low HP, 12 HP. It just spins down. 16 kills already in this half, by the way. Like, man, someone save this guy.
Yeah, but save him from what, Vince? It is the whole universe that's against him. How do you... what do you propose, you know? I do think the Nico monkey paw, you know, theory is actually more and more likely at this stage, you know? He did make a wish and just forgot to stipulate, you know?
Pain have such low economy to play with. They've gone for MP9s, but they have gone for just sheer aggression. Davide is going to try and take the fight this time up on Long Dog, but Magisk has a good read and puts the smoke down. That's going to keep the Chilean at bay for the time being. Two players also making moves through on the Ivy side, so keeping their options open, but the bomb carrier of Kixan still is maneuvering his way over onto the bathroom, so plenty of time left. Thing is, though, are Pain going to get aggressive with these weapons? Because it feels like sitting back and just waiting is not the play. But Tesses splatters NQZ, who tries to get out and find that timing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for doing something like that. You know, they don't have a lot to work with. It probably would require some trickery to try and get into a round like this one. But Falcons, I think they understand the economy pretty well. I think we heard at the end of the clip there, I think Magisk was even saying they force-fought in that last round, so they know that they're not going to have a lot of money in this round. So it's no surprise that Falcons are playing it slowly, covering all their bases, making sure that there's no surprises. Davide is going to be going down. It's a very nice opening. Snow, I don't know how he actually gets the spray. That's a really long range for an MP9. Well done. Unfortunately, it just won't change the round here. Biguzira far away from the action. Bomb is going to be planted here, and you know, barring a three-man disconnect, this should be an 8-4 finish in favor of Falcons, which I think is pretty good for Train right now. I don't think it'll be too sad about the situation.
Well, Biguzira is still going to have a good crack at this one. Obviously, last round of the half with the 5-7, he's found a way through. He could get the drop, but I think Magisk is going to spot him in just a few moments. And if not, it's Tesses round the back that puts him down. So the 8-4 half does come to fruition. I was having a quick look at some of the stats here, because Pain, obviously, the 0-3 right now in Train itself. And, you know, we were discussing how the CT side looked a little bit all over the place, like they weren't comfortable on timings or positionings. They have 25% win rate on CT side, but they do have a 50% win rate on the T side. It's a small sample size. It's only 3 maps overall, but maybe that's something to get behind, because I'm now curious to see how they're going to look to try and aggress when it comes to Train.
I hope they have something planned. I think we mentioned it a couple of times already, but you could see there were a couple of moments, I would say, for the CT, you know, defense where they just weren't looking that confident. I would also, I mean, we talked about the E-box on the A-bomb side. I would say the same for a lot of their positions on B. Just a little bit too far back for my liking. It's very, very hard to get the rotation in on time there, because you're going to get the information when they're already on the site, and then you've got to get a kill and survive and also buy space for your teammates. The hard thing about rotating into B if you're on the CT side is just the fact that you have to come through that C connector, and there are 100 million ways to smoke and molotov that right now. Like, everyone can do it from anywhere on the map, really. So, you know, jumping through that smoke is fine if your teammates are alive on the B bomb side, but if they're dead, then it doesn't really matter how many people. You could have 100 people in the C connector, and they're still not really going to be coming through that easily. Here we go, though. Second half is coming up. Falcons fighting to stay alive in Bucharest. They must win this and get a third map and just keep on going, because this is an 0-2 bracket. Falcons have won hardly any rounds in Bucharest so far. They're going to have to change the outcome right now. They're going to be on the CT side. Pain trying to see if they can crack through onto the B bomb side. Meg is there jumping on his head, and he's hit no bullets! How could that be?
It's like watching Mario, but if he was just drunk off his face. Like, what? He's getting stomped left and right. NQZ in the meanwhile, though, is going to try and put this round to bed, and it's not done just yet, because they still have TeSeS and Kixan alive, and 2 of these 3 remaining players on Pain are low. But they're playing up close where the Glock is going to shine its brightest, and Snow dulls the senses, flips the kill switch on Kixan, and goes in for more. He has been a beast so far on Train, the only standout player for Pain Gaming, but they've secured the second pistol.
Mario, when he realizes saving the princess isn't worth it, and he's gone to live in a trailer park instead. Like, he's just done with life. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal. I really want to see that replay again. I can't understand what's happening at all. It's a good position with the dualies, right? They're coming through the smoke. Good chance you're going to get something done there, but absolutely not the case. Okay, I like this though. Fast play coming out, not waiting around. Get in there, get the bomb planted. There's a stack on the A bomb side for Falcons, which I don't really mind either. I don't have a strong opinion either way. I would say for Falcons, just given the level of investment here, I wouldn't want to. You can stick around at the B bomb side and try and, you know, snipe away, do a little bit of damage, but don't go too hard at it, because you're going to have these guns in the next round. It's going to probably be more valuable anyway.
100%. Go again. The gamble didn't work. Pain also, to their credit, just picked up the pace, like you said, just straight out in the open. And this is why I was curious to see how they're going to look to try and play their T side, because I honestly think that the whole narrative of it being easier to play on CT side in bygone eras of Counter-Strike, because you can just set in like default positions, you don't have to worry too much about protocols or set plays, just doesn't really compute in a map like Train. I actually think being able to run together as 5 and play aggressive is always going to triumph over trying to play like awkward angles like E-Box and B-Site, like we highlighted before, where you don't feel confident and you don't feel good about your crossfires, and you're not sure how to retake bomb sites or how to lock down areas like Long Dog or Main respectively. I think this is where, honestly, Pain can play to their strengths a little bit of having these 2 young gun aggressive sort of entry fragger types like Snow and Demo, and just say, guys, go kill, go do your thing. Because Demo had a really rough first half. He's down only 2 kills.
Yeah.
I think this is where we can see what he's truly capable of.
Yeah, I like that idea, because if you have a young player like this and it's a bit uncomfortable, yeah, maybe you're right. Let them off the hook a little bit and let them just play Counter-Strike for a minute, and then you can try and integrate them into the rest of the setup, you know, once they get a bit more free-flowing. I think it's definitely worth pointing out. TeSeS taking A main, like I said, it is so commonplace. I mean, this is around where he's just hoping to actually infiltrate the lineup here, but regardless, I think we're going to see more of that at some point. Now, the rest of them are stacked at the B bomb side, so TeSeS flank around here. It's still about 15 seconds from being really viable, but it could be super interesting if they get slowed down just a bit. And he's going to be calling it out, right? He's going to be communicating with the rest of the team in B, saying, you guys have got to be ready because they're definitely coming. It's Magus with the opening, but a nice return nonetheless. Scout up on the high ground. Nice pickoffs. Really important to get these kills earlier, but every second delayed is a second closer to TeSeS showing up and stabbing in them in the back. It's still a 2-on-3, and Kixan not going to stay alive for too much longer back here. TeSeS, it's a long time to get here, and he's not going to get anything for it. Not sure it's even really his fault. It's just a question of timing, but yeah, if they could have lived a little bit longer on that B bomb side, it would have been a really interesting round.
Oh man, you got a feel for TeSeS. It's like he comes into this round and he's flanking around the back. He's like, I've got them, boys. I've got them. Just survive. And he finally gets his knife out and he plunges it into one of their backs, and he realizes it's one of those toy knives. You know, when the blade goes back up into it again, it's like one of those plastic knife things. He's like, oh, for God's sake. He's been sent a faulty knife. It's not worked out. The Pain are 1 round away from the Falcons. Now, the Falcons do have a bye, a really solid one, including an AWP in the hands of Dex, who has had a good game, but they've got to make sure this works.
Davideus running and spraying through the window panes up there, which is which is kind of fun and interesting. The glass up there is incredibly thin. So if you're shooting into the A bomb site through that glass, you're doing an enormous amount of damage. For those of you who really care and are super nerds, the way that the Source engine manages wallbangs is it matters basically what gun you're shooting, how thick the material is, and what kind of material it is. And glass is the one that reduces the damage the least. So if you're shooting through glass, you're doing a better job basically than anything else. Then it's concrete and wood and all the rest of it. But yeah, find some glass and shoot through is what I'm trying to say, guys. If you're going to be into that kind of thing. But you're right, one round separating these two. Meg is going to be falling back. And, you know, I said Pain were playing far back on the bomb site. It's because I'm contrasting it with the kind of play that Meg just did, where you're up, you know, a little bit further. And as soon as you see someone, you're going to be throwing a smoke. And I guess, in this case, also a grenade that lands right on the helmet of Davideus.
This is really a throwback and shows how much of a boomer I am. And I know you're going to know this reference, Anders, because so are you. The way Meg just plays this bomb site reminds me a lot of how Taz used to play back in VP days. Up close, personal, wanting to get aggressive with SMGs and rifles, and it does work really well as long as you find the timings. Grenades can completely destroy you.
Yeah, they definitely can. We'll see if it's going to be good enough here. Nice opening. Meg is such a 6th spray as Snow was falling down, but the jumping Mac 10 coming back into it. Meg is going to be going down 3 versus 4, and they don't have the money to go for it. It's just not worth it. You could already see the call has been made. So Pain, it's pretty straightforward. Just trading their way into the bomb site, and as long as they're trading close to even, it's absolutely worth it. Bomb down, obviously, and it's going to tie up the game here. 8-8.
That vast lead, all that confidence in the first half has pretty much been dashed against the rocks. And again, if you're just joining us and you're wondering what the hell's going on right now, this is an elimination match. Both teams are 0-2 at Bucharest. Another loss and you are eliminated. You are done. Imagine for a second that Falcons were the first team to be eliminated from PGL Bucharest. Unbelievable.
I was about to say, Vince, if you're joining us and you're wondering what the hell is going on, we can't tell you, unfortunately. It's just...
Yep, we're as clueless as you guys are. Trust us.
Beyond confused at some of the stuff that's been going on in the series, but it has been fun. We've been laughing. Timeout called for Falcons. I like to see that. It's early on in the second half here. Well, yeah, get the team under control. You know, find a way to rally everybody and kind of, you know, have a shared plan for how you're going into some of these next rounds. Very, very interested to see, because I did have a long monologue in the first half about how you can be aggressive on that CT side, and, you know, Fair Play Pain did show us a little bit of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons are going to have a better grasp of it. That long dog push that Pain tried to do a couple of times, you can pair that with pushes out of B, and you can sort of sandwich in the T side when they're trying to get there. That's really efficient, really fun to see.
He lost Big Azera, but Davideus had a chance. Kicksand, though, with a double. Sprays into Davideus and Demo. And the blink of an eye, this round is basically done. Snow has been a phenom on train. So many multi-kills. He's actually been involved in multiple clutches as well, with 2 kills here, 3 kills there. But this feels like it's way too much for the young gun to contest with. They will have a buy into the next round, but it's looking good for Falcons. They can pick up a bunch of those straggling AK-47s off the deck as well once they're secure and sure of their victory. That's just what they were looking for as a retaliation, as a retort, though, after losing 4 rounds on the bounce. A clinical defensive round to try and tee things off, but please, Falcons, don't start losing players now. Kicksand's gone down, the Molotov or bullets, and he decides its bullets are best to put him out of his misery. And there's still 55 seconds, to be fair to Snow. He's also healthy. Not for long.
Yeah, I share your concern, though, because... it's fine, okay, you lose 1 player, that's okay, but if Snow there's a lot of time. If he keeps going, he finds a couple of more kills, it absolutely does dig into the economy and just makes it a worse thing. And like you also said, if you're going to be stealing AKs, you can need people to be alive to pick up those AKs, so it does matter in the end. Those kind of fast like main plays, like we just saw out of Pain, we're trying to rush out, they're very hard to do right now. Obviously, the spawns have changed, everybody knows that, but it's really more than that. There are so many grenades that can be thrown from far away. You know, obviously smoke from CT spawn, but also very commonly, like multiple nades that land like this. NQC does get the kill on Kicksand, but he had to eat 1 Molotov and I think 1 incendiary and 1 HE for it, so definitely not for nothing. Nico pushing up into Long Dog. Takes down Snow. Davideus on the other side here, just temporarily smoked off, and it's going to be a 4 versus 4 with Davideus just trying to see if he can hold them back a little while longer. It's Dexter to take care of Demo, pushing Ivy. A lot of aggression for Falcons, really across the map, which is kind of exciting.
Yeah, I love it. It's a good way of breaking the shackles of feeling claustrophobic and feeling like you're basically being constricted.
Look at Magus. Okay.
Oh, good shot from Dexter, though, man. Like, and that's the bomb as well. That's why a lot of people feel he's been a bit hard done by if this change does come into fruition, because he's a solid AWPer in his own right. There's other players that you'd probably say are the weak links on the team right now as it stands. He's not one of them necessarily.
Yeah, you want to...
Yeah, the bomb has been dropped, not picked up.
Throw out some names, Vince?
I'm going to be honest here. Like, I think Magisk, he's a solid player, and he does a role like an anchor position, but there are games where he just isn't really a factor. And I'm going to also mention another name. I'm going to say Tessisk, because in Heroic, this guy was one of the best riflers in the world as far as I'm concerned. His mechanics were insane. Man, like, he just hasn't really done much since he's been in this Falcons team, for me at least. Maybe that's harsh and there's a lot of moving parts and variables, but those are the two guys I think, like, if you're looking at this squad right now, can you really tell me that Dexter is consistently performing worse than Tessis and Magisk? I know it's different roles, but still.
That's why I love you, Vince. I'm glad that you're not scared to put some names to it. I appreciate that. I do notice, you're singling out, all the people from the same country. Launders would be proud, of course. But yeah, like, unfortunately, I hate to say it, I don't disagree with you. Like, I wouldn't be looking to Dexter first either if I had to make these kind of calls. Obviously, the reason that's happening also is because it's m0NESY, right? Like, that's the other reason. But I kind of agree with everything you said. So, yeah, tough for Dexter to have ended up in this kind of a position. Also, just think about his career, right? Like, where he was playing before, like how many different weird visa issues he was having, trying to get, to tournaments was actually a genuine struggle for him. And now he's finally here playing with the team, and then it's only for a really short while. It's got to be frustrating.
Oh, no doubt. And it's easy for us to kind of speak from our position of not knowing all the moving parts within the team. But going purely off stats, that's kind of where I come down. The Dexter does, to be fair as well, play devil's advocate on my own point. He does have maps where he also just disappears as well. Like, let's be real. He's not necessarily as consistent as m0NESY. m0NESY, I think most people agree, is a significant upgrade over Dexter. So that needs to be mentioned as well. Looks like we may have... Is it a tech issue, or are they just vibing in the spawn?
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit of a... I'm sure we'll get the reset in a couple of seconds here. I was just taking a glance at, a Twitch chat against my own better judgment, and I'm...
He's gone and done it.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of people are saying that they need to remove Sonic, but I don't think they can remove Sonic and put m0NESY in his place, is all I'm saying, so, Otherwise, great contribution, guys. I appreciate it. Good job figuring it out. The fact is, even though everything you said is true, and obviously m0NESY is an incredible player, and every team in the world probably is going to be better having him, it's just, at the same time saying that, it's hard to believe that's what fixes Falcons. Like, I don't have that feeling at all. And it's not about m0NESY or anything else. I started the whole day with saying, when I read out the names on this Falcons team, I'm thinking, this is going to be sick. But it's not, and it's so hard to understand why that is,
Yeah, I mean, as good as m0NESY is, and he's one of the best players on the planet, no one is going to disagree with that point. He's pretty much solo carrying G2 most of the time. It doesn't necessarily fix all the problems within a team. Like, it's not going to suddenly make the calling better, or players that are having dips in performance necessarily pop off. Like, it could give them more confidence, of course, and you're going to have a massive player there that's typically going to be fragging out. But
yeah.
Let's get back into this matchup here, Anders, because we are ready to go live in round 19. Falcons with a 2-round lead. They've managed to weather the storm with 4 on the bounce for Pain and start to put up some of their own again, applying that pressure directly. And it's not a great buy either. Demo on 4 frags, only with a Mac 10 in this one.
You see walking the whole line, scoped up so that no one can hear it on the other side, and gonna take a deep breath, set up for it here. Actually, this is exactly where Nico got a couple of interesting kills in the first half. And NQC looking to try and see if he do something similar here. Not going to be able to spot them because they're behind the diagonal train up there. Minute on the clock, and now they're moving up, and quite a bit of noise being made too. But Snow, look at how much precision he's got out in the yard. He gets the first and very nearly the second. Kicksand surely going to be dead here. I can't believe it's Tessa's at range. to get another one and actually doing a fine job out in this yard. Picks up another shot on Davideus, and it's NQC and Biguzira with 40 seconds. They do have the bomb still, but a hard round to claw your way back into.
No doubt, but they do have two players that are more than capable. As the Falcons found out firsthand back on Nuke. Do not take your eye off this round. Do not take anything for granted. You're entitled to nothing here, Falcons. And NQZ slowly but surely making moves out. The problem is that time now becoming a problem. And although they did connect a shot onto Tesses, dropping into 15, the strength in numbers and the group mentality of Falcons gets them to 11.
Man, if Snow gets that second kill, I mean, not to blame him, it's a really great entry, right? If you're the entry fragger like this, one kill and you've done your job, but the fact is, if he gets the second one cleanly, I doubt if the Falcon's going to be able to survive that particular attack. So it's very, very close this round, even if it ends up being a bit one-sided towards the end. But for Falcons, it's another step in the right direction. The mission is going pretty much according to plan right now, 11-8. So again, we should give them some credit because it's been kind of hard to get here. Nico at 21-8 and Dexter at 17-8. So between the two of them, they are a terrifying duo at the moment. And Pain, don't know if they have what it takes to actually come back into this one. Right now, the problem is they don't have the money to fund the comeback.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a lack of experience as well to facilitate the comeback on top of that.
Yeah.
Not having all of the different plays in the book, the mid-round calling, something that Biguzira is typically phenomenal at. And we saw it on Nuke multiple times, making these heads-up calls. I'm thinking about that ramp push that then turned into an A-hit that totally caught the Falcons off guard. He doesn't quite have that same playbook here on Train, and that is a problem, especially when you're trailing economically, but also in terms of rounds. It feels like maybe they've run out of steam.
50 seconds. Bomb plant would be much needed at this stage. Dexter ducking and diving around the train on that A-bomb site. Maybe the bomb planted here. The Molotov actually does bounce in the wrong direction. But at least the bomb's planted. Demo was always going to get hunted down. I don't think there was no place to stand. Nico, a little bit of frustration, even in victory, which is classic. Classic Nico.
You can't tell me if you saw that reaction out of context, you'd think they just won the round pretty convincingly there. Like, it just looked like they lost the match. Just shaking his head, rolling his eyes. Oh, Nico, never change.
You know, I choose to believe that the reason he is, like I said, really like once in a generational talent, it's because he cares so much, right? Like his... You know, like, it's never good enough, right? There's always going to be a mark that Nico wants to hit that's a little bit higher than the one that he's currently hitting. And, I mean, that kind of mindset can drive you to some wild stuff, can't it? It also drives you to screaming into your hands, even if you're winning the round. But that's for our benefit. I agree, Vince. Never change, Nico.
I love that he has his teammates in his thoughts, though, because when he had that little rage-like shout moment, he did put his microphone up. Yeah. So at least his teammates weren't hearing the full brunt of it. You know, I respect that, Nico, a man of the people.
We need to make a product that's like a sound insulation bag that he can just scream into. it just drowns him. Now Tessus with a forward position. Another Ivy push coming out here, and if nothing else, it's distracted them so much. It's so much time off the clock where Pain just feel incredibly uncomfortable, and Tessus does manage to escape. Even steals the AWP back, so pretty good stuff here. He's going to be making down alone to the B-bomb site. If he dies here, it is pretty awkward because, again, you get into the weird position where retaking is not easy. And he had the grenade shuffling out. He wanted to throw out the incendiary, so really nicely done. The only thing is the bomb is miles away. It's all the way over in T-spawn.
Yeah, and they don't have that much time left either. It's going to take a good 15-20 seconds if they want to try and slowly move their way onto the site and not leave one of these angles unchecked. Snow, though, plays a pivotal role in this round, it has to feel, because he's on the flank, he's on the lurk, and now allows them to know his presence. This is going to play hell with the Falcons, but it's a good kill from Kicksan, switching across to the AWP as well, but he's lost his life. And with 15 seconds, there should be more than enough time for the post-plant to come to fruition. And Nico in no position to stop the plant itself, but he is in a spot now to maybe take the clutch. 22 kills already to his name and funneling away the T's from one another with the smoke, but the peeking from MongolZ has blown his kneecaps out, down to 55. Knows where one of the two players are, but it's about Davideus as well, who's just going to bide his time, wait for NiKo to push onto the site and try and pick him off. But he's not sure as to where this second player is. NiKo is going to fully commit to killing MongolZ, has connected the shot, has the kit as well, and enough time. The bomb's planted, an awkward spot from Davideus, and that cost him his life. NiKo with a vintage clutch and gets Falcons their first map.
That is the kind of focus and passion you expect. That's why he's screaming into his hands. He really does just care about the game, and it drives him to a clutch like this one. Absolutely fantastic play coming out. And Falcons showing us that the map pick of Train, it wasn't a bad idea at all. They were well prepared. They were ready for it. Sick clutch at the end. That means we're going to go onto a third map, and I'm really, really excited. I wanted to see this. This is an elimination. You are going to get knocked out of the tournament, and for Falcons, it would be disastrous. So at least let's make it a series that's worthwhile. Let's get as many maps as we can. Inferno is going to be their third one. But my God, Vince, I mean, this you can see it's a drain on NiKo. He has to perform every single map for Falcons to stay relevant here.
Well, 100%. And the reason I use the word vintage, not just for the clutch, the entire performance from NiKo over the duration of this map. 5-0 in opening duels, 6 multi-kill rounds, 24 kills with 112 ADR and a clutch on top of it. That is an unbelievable individual effort. And keep in mind, he was the only player from Falcons that seemed to show up on Nuke as well.
Yeah, and he will have to keep doing it on Inferno, which you gotta hope that he's ready for, because that is, again, just how this team works a lot of the time. That if somebody like NiKo disappears, then it's not clear that there's gonna be somebody else who can really help him out. So yeah, he probably knows it as well, and like I said, it's pretty much been his entire career, so I'm sure he's gonna be up for it, but so much pressure. I love that clip. I just love it so much. Like you said, the microphone up, shouting into your hands, just what a fantastic play. He's such a legend, isn't he?
But it does, like you mentioned it yourself, it's a kind of a double-edged sword, you know, like there's a good and there's a bad side of it. On the bad side, when things are going rough, it's very apparent to his teammates, to everybody around, that NiKo's not having a good time, but it's just that raw, unfiltered passion, right? Like, he really cares. He wants that major. He wants to be in a team that's going to be a legitimate contender, to have a tier 1 event just go in their hands. And right now, for the last fair few months, I mean, even going back to the G2 days, I mean, we were talking before about all his career, back to the Mouse Sports days, he's just always been this great player that was never quite able to reach the very top levels in terms of a team. Individually, he was at times one of the best players in the world, if not the best, you could make an argument, and that is a ridiculous performance by him.
I mean, you brought up the dreaded M-word, major, for NiKo, right? The one thing that he hasn't done yet. Like, I said it earlier, and I do sometimes almost get a bit emotional thinking about it, because I really have been covering this guy his entire career. Like, I've watched so much of NiKo play, all the way back to iNation and all the rest of it. He's playing with Yanko and Kassan and all these people, and I really want NiKo to win a major as well. In fact, I would go to my grave worried about the fact that never happened if that was the case, you know. It's been true for other players like Simple. I mean, it was true for the original NIP lineup, and there were chances that Simple would have never done it. There was a chance that the old NIP lineup wouldn't have done it, because they did win the major on kind of a massive, in a crazy way, right? Like way past their prime in some sense. And for NiKo, it's a similar thing, you know. How long can you be just one of the best players of all time? Like, he's still here after all these years, and he doesn't have that trophy, and it's a disgrace in many ways. So hopefully we can we can see some version of this team or another team with NiKo actually working out. But we're far away from the major right now. It's PGL Bucharest. We are on to the third map. It's going to be on Inferno coming up after the break, so stay tuned and we will be right back.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We've returned once again. We have a third map that is going to be coming up here. Elimination on the line. It's either Falcons or Pain going home at the end of this next map. It's on Inferno, Vince, and was that enough? Are you convinced? Are you on the Falcons side now? Are they destined to win this and survive another day in Bucharest?
I still don't take anything for granted here, Anders. I think I've been disappointed one too many times with Falcons, but I will say, in credit to Nico, the guy is on a 1.67 rating after 2 maps with 43 kills. He's averaged 112 ADR. So I think if Nico plays like this, you know, Anders, I'm going to believe in Falcons, because he has been just so ridiculous over the duration of this best of 3.
Yeah, and that's... in a way, it's so encouraging and it's so crazy, and it's, you know, it's the kind of thing that it should make you a believer, but it's, you can't help but have the thought at the back of your mind, what if there is, you know, even a couple of rounds or halfway, that's not going to be the case. Is anyone else ready and willing to step up? I mean, Dexter definitely was on train. He was playing very well, but we did highlight, like we said, Megas and Tess's, we know how good they can be. I mean, like, there's just no question about it, but we're not always seeing it, and it is a bit of an issue, so... right now, it seems like the world, again, the weight of the world is on Nico's shoulders when it comes to winning really anything, so maybe it's going to be different. We're going to find out. Pain on the other side, again, they would love to not be eliminated. I have no doubt about it. Vigos here has been, you know, building this project for a very, very long time, but now they've got Demo as a bit of a stand-in, and on train, it was pretty rough. I will say, overall, I'm going to commit to saying this, he's been very impressive, considering where he's been thrown in, with really no time to practice or anything else like that. I'd say the kid is doing really, really well. He's 17 years old, but Train obviously was you know, a bit of a fluke for him, unfortunately. Hopefully, he'll be back on Inferno and along with the rest of the Pain team.
Yeah, Train, he did pick up just the 4 kills, but he was great on Nuke. And like you said, like, you have to take into context what he's really coming into with this team, the pressure and everything that's been applied to him. And I'm sure he's got a great sort of support structure around him, and he just seems to be chilling and vibing most of the time. Doesn't seem to be a super emotional player, which is definitely good. But another player I'd like to highlight as well here, Anders, is NQZ, because for what Nico's been to Falcons, NQZ has been to Pain in this best of 3. He's also having a great experience. His performance on Nuke was insane, but he also did well on Train. So it's going to be a very interesting one here to see how Dexter and NQZ kind of fill out against one another. Obviously, Inferno can sometimes be a bit of a rough map for AWPers, but enough talk about the snipers. We're in the pistol round.
And NQZ actually ran back to spawn to pick up some more grenades. They only had the smoke and the Molotov to begin with. Now they have 2 smokes. Makes me think they're going to go for the B-bomb side at the end of it, but they will check out the A apartments because they want to make sure that Falcons aren't set up too aggressively up here so that it's way to telegraph what's going on. They could still be an A execute, but just with a double smoke and the Molotov, it seems like it's going to be something else. Snow and Davideus to kick us off with a couple of opening kills. Oh, mid-air as Nico clips Bigozera and sends him to an early grave. 3 versus 3, and now they are going to change their minds. They didn't want to run into Nico, and who could blame them? Back to the A-bomb side they go instead. It's just Tess is here, by the hit and a jump in him. It's so mobile here for Snow, and Tess is unable to hit a similar shot. He needed Nico's aim to get that kill. Bomb's going to be planted, smoke's going to be going up here, and a great position for Pain to be in.
Especially that smoke going down like you highlighted, because it basically blocked both Kixan and Nico, who are moving around together as a united force. It's going to force them to now go into the short side, which plays way more into this pit crossfire that NQZ's built up alongside Snow. It's so difficult to get yourself across to the site when you know that you're basically funneled in. And the way that this structure works is effectively it's 1 by 1 into the Dragon's lair. And Snow devours them with haste. Again, Pain getting success in pistols.
It's so cool to see Snow have the ability to go for it. In a way, it's risky. You know it's Nico on the other side. You get the gush, and then you sort of go for it again. But the fact is, if you give Nico a lot more room to work with, that's also dangerous. Like, doing nothing is not always an option here. Sometimes you've got to find a way to just get a bit of an edge, even in a 2v3 like that. We know who Nico is, so nicely done. It's Pain to pick up the pistol round. It means they are in a slightly better position here. It's going to be some buys coming out here from the Falcon side, including a couple of HEs. Curious where they're going to end up using. Kixan already has his Prime. Nico has the other one, so they're going to try and do some nade damage towards that top banana position at some point.
First one's been tossed out. Doesn't really do too much, though. Second one's still available for Kixan. No HEs available for Pain Gaming, but they have strength in numbers, and they've got tons of smokes and flashes to play with. Nico, though, was so often on point with his deagle in those opening 2 maps. So don't write him off from splattering a couple of craniums if they push towards him. They're going to slow down the pace though, Pain. They're not really showing their hand as of yet, keeping their options open. Still 2 players in the apps area. Second mid, waiting to try and explode out onto A if that does end up being the call, but tossing in a smoke to keep the CTs interested as Davideus now pushes forward with the MAC-10.
Smoke actually, I don't think landed on the boost, which I'm assuming was the plan. Throwing that elevated smoke has become really important. I'm sure Pain Gaming know how. Maybe that one just was blocked in one fashion or another. Regardless, just a single player on the bomb side. And Dexter playing into the corner, turning around for a return flashbang. Just gets absolutely blown up. So, save the rest, save the armor that you have on the Falcon side, and let Pain walk away with this one. Curious if Pain are going to be feeling very motivated to go for something. I guess you could with the MAC-10s. I mean, if you get a couple of kills here with them and you die, you're just going to be buying into AKs anyway. So maybe it's not a big loss if you throw some of them away. And it also means you're going to be playing another round here where you're not worried about a lot of armor and pistols. So, yeah, they're getting close at least.
Yeah, you can see them swarming together. 3 MAC-10s in play. Nico has bested Davideus, but there's still 2 more that came from. Demo has given his position away, though. So Kixan and Nico, they're up close now. Can try and make the most of this one. Flash in. Doesn't really affect Kixan, and Nico once again does deliver. But this is worthwhile for all the points Anders just raised. It is Nico holding on to his deagle, but he will be the only player with really anything to speak of into the next round instead of 3 pistols with armor.
Not a bad start here. T-side, get a couple of rounds on the board. I mean, I feel like Pain are, you know, they've never really looked anywhere near as stressed as Falcons have in this series. Even when they've lost, you know, rounds and they've been behind, obviously on train, ultimately losing it. But throughout the whole way, they look like a really structured team. Great leadership from Bigo0. 3rd round is here. And still have some upgraded pistols. But it should be a matter of just finding out if there's a stack. They still have the MAC-10 on Davideus. It's going to be Nico again. You did highlight it earlier. It's something that he's well known for. Gonna land another kill on this one. Not the end of the world, but if he gets another one like this in the round, it does start to become very uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah. It's also the position of where Bigazera died. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to get their hands on his weapon because it's down towards the T side of middle. So it's easy for Pain to just hold on to that one and safeguard it.
Somebody get the bomb, please. All right.
So just for you, Anders. They've still got plenty of time. Just shy of a minute left on the clock, and it will be Kixan on a P250 and 30 HP that has to try and weather this storm that's picking up wind, picking up pace. Demo shuts him down. That will be a 3rd round to Pain Gaming. A good start on the T side here. Falcons, though, have shown moments, but again, it's mainly been from the barrel of Nico's gun. No one else has really had too much to say.
Yeah, once again showing that, you know, he is a threat pretty much at all times. For Pain, again, I think it's a sign of good leadership that even losing somebody early on like that, there's no real panic. Nobody's in a hurry to do anything. They're setting it up. They're making good decisions, and it does stop Nico from being able to roll that kind of deagle play forward round for round. So at the end of the day, really, it's going to be the next round before Falcons can do anything really interesting here. Tessus wants to run in and shoot someone in the back, just to be a little bit annoying. Don't hate it, it just doesn't work out. 3-0 in favor of Pain. And the first test for Falcons is going to be coming up when they pick up the rifles here. We'll see if they can find a way to have more of an impact early on. Again, the fact that it's elimination, the fact that it's gone to a 3rd map, and Falcons have looked anything but comfortable in this series or any other series. I mean, this is obviously the best series that we've seen out of them in Bucharest, which is saying a lot.
Yeah, it's a pretty low bar, isn't it? Before this series, the most rounds they picked up on a single map was 6. So, yeah, getting their first map win, a huge deal. I'm sure a bit of a relief for Falcons, but they can't breathe too steadily. This is such an important round. Dexter getting aggressive down middle, has an expiry date. The second he shot fires off, he has to fall back. Also had no one really there to watch him. You'll often see teams put 2 players, one safeguarding the AWP, watching second mid. Nico, though, nearly caught the grenade out, taking significant damage, but it's also put back in the pocket of Davideus with that high ordnance explosive. He's down to 46.
yeah, trading grenades at the top of Banana. It's kind of a classic scenario. They do want to retake Banana at some point, but right now they've just put Dexter here. And actually, Nico's going to fall back. Low on health. They're going to say, all right, it's fine. Going to keep the AWP in this position. Backed up by Kixan, who's boosted up on the other side. It's not a bad idea, but the truth is still Dexter can get smoked out of here. And then it's just Kixan fighting on his own. So, yeah, I like the fact that Dexter's moving away, even if it looks like, no, they are kind of coming back. I think it's really critical that Dexter is not on the CT side with that AWP, because if you've got an M4 on the CT side, even if you get smoked, you can try and run through, or you can just spray through the smoke to help out your teammate. But with an AWP, it's not the same thing. So now he's back in the bomb site, and I much prefer that. But it will be down to these two events. 30 seconds, they have to hold the line.
A few smoke tossed out for Kixan. He's anticipating a Molotov toss to the back of the new box. So he's being proactive. Dexter, though, nails the shot. And this is the luxury that's afforded to him by not taking the first point of call. The downside is the Molotov now is going to finish him off on low HP, and now the dominoes begin to fall. The House of Cards comes crumbling down, but Tesses, he's erecting a much solider foundation to build off, and Demo, although the plant has come down, he's in a 1-on-3. And it stands to reason he's probably not at the back of the site right now because they spotted 2 players there. So he's going to be using the coffins, hoping he's not putting to one momentarily, but he's down to 27. He's been Molotoved off as well, and they heard the tick of damage. They're going for the full defuse, and there's not a damn thing that Demo can do about it.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. I mean, some nice, style points for him. 7 bullets in the AK. He just shot them and picked up another AK and tried to sort of see if he could do anything with it. But that was always going to be a very hard clutch for him, no question about it. It did take a while for them to really get the job done. I think you mentioned it, Tesses with a couple of kills really making the difference there. Because otherwise, if they just trade their way through for Pain, that's totally fine. But yeah, this is the real crucial moment. Tesses on that double spray down. Demo, if you had a Molotov in the last round, you actually can Molotov the bomb plant from the church. It can still be done, even in this version of the game, or of the map. So, he didn't have one, so obviously, you definitely can't Molotov it without the Molotov, logically speaking.
That would stand to logical reason, yes. Most certainly so. I am curious, though, about Falcons as well. It's like, you win that round, but if Testes doesn't pop off with that double kill, you know that you were on the brink of going 0-4 down, your economy being broken once again.
True.
You can't feel super confident right now. Like, I think Pain, yes, you lose it. It's going to be a grimacing blow, but I think Big Azera's also got a bit of a smile on his face, like realizing we nearly had them. There's weaknesses here that we can exploit.
Nico just getting into position as they're walking near that smoke, but what a shot from Snow. He's not been afraid of challenging Nico in really any of his rounds. It's working out for him. He's going to take down Kixan and blows it wide open. One single defender left with an AWP. How can you really survive this? Never mind the Dexter's already tagged up. It's going to be Testes to die, and they're just dropping like flies across the map. They don't have anywhere near the economy or the momentum to suffer this kind of a loss. Dexter battling his way back and actually making a pretty good case for himself. They're now rotating back to the A-bomb side and right into the hands of Magus, who gets a double spray down. Oh my god, and a headshot drops Demo, and somehow they've saved Falcons. That should have been a round they should win every single time, Payne, and I think you could see Big Ozero there at the end really rallying the troops. He's not happy about that loss.
Oh, they just got a taste of their own medicine. Big Azera molding about that. You can see he's so pissed. He knows that had to be their round. He knows their economy was hanging by the thinnest of margins. As you highlighted yourself there, Anders, going into Dexter's double on Banana. He has to be so frustrated. And that smile I was talking about has suddenly turned into a frown because it's their economy that's been punished. And that's the first time that I can recollect that it's actually Falcons that have pulled off a huge clutch round that they had no right being in. It's typically been Pain that have been stealing these rounds away.
Yeah, I think you're right. Essentially, it's this round and the 1 versus 3 for Nico at the end on Train, right? Like, those are the only 2 rounds that you would consider somewhat highlight-worthy in the sense of Falcons doing something that you'd want to see from a team of this caliber. Very nicely done. That could be such a critical round early on. Haven't yet seen Falcons with any momentum in any of their games here. It's been pure misery in Bucharest for them, but maybe this is the first opportunity for them to actually start to turn it around a little bit more. Hungry for the kills, so much so that they're practically blocking each other on the balcony to just try and get a little bit more. Bit of bloodlust, perhaps. Davideus, alone versus 5. Okay. It's a nice fadeaway. Taking down Dexter, put him in his place. But ultimately, the party is going to come to an end pretty soon here, even for Davideus. He's going to be found by Nico, and a quick recovery here as Falcons now at a 3-3 scoreline. But that's not even really the important part. I think it's more about the money and the momentum and the feeling that we can actually do something as a team. It's not, and not just Nico, you know, even though he is top fragging.
He's top fragging again, yes. That's a consistent factor throughout most of his careers we've highlighted, especially today. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't think it's just about that one particular round. It's like the bigger picture. You had Falcons reeling. You had them grimacing and really just struggling in those opening 3 rounds. You had opportunities to put them down early on in this half. And that's why Big Azera was so passionate, so animated, so pissed off, because he knows that it's a massive opportunity that they just let slip through their fingers. It's still early days. They can still punish, as they have just done now in the hands of Demo. Already picking up more frags here on Inferno than he did on Train. So a great turn of fortunes. So Pain's still a threat to contend with.
Yeah, and again, Demo, he gets the first one. I think he might have even seen the gun barrel for Dexter, but he doesn't overplay his hand. It's such a great quality sign in a player, knowing when not to fight and just be happy that you got that opening and don't push your luck, as they say. I feel like Demo's displayed that on a number of occasions. Round number 7 here, and already with a 1-man lead. Is there going to be some kind of aggression in the middle here for Falcons? Flash to set it up, but you can see Snow is looking. Is anyone going to peek behind it? They do have 3 people on the other side of this wall, so if he peeks it right now, Snow, he's going to be in some trouble. But on this side of the map, it's just Kicksand. That's not a lot of defense to try and hold back. Oh my... Well, they're cheating. It's all right. It's all good.
That's what Kicksand's probably saying to himself.
Exactly.
With a few expletives maybe thrown in as well. And Nico, oh, you can see what he was trying to do. Find that window of opportunity to jump straight through. And the way he's been playing, you can't blame him for it. But that's sometimes the other side of the story of like, screw it, I'll have to do it myself. Sometimes you do overextend. You do try to push your own abilities a bit too far. And that's one of those situations. That's a vital weapon that goes with him. Yes, they've got enough funds to buy again. But, you know, if we always talk about like the CT economy being a very fickle mistress, and Falcons don't want to fall into that trap again.
I think the reason why Nico's pushing through is that sometimes when you're the entry on the B bomb side, you could be so far ahead of your team, so you're just kind of there. And if you get a kill like that, which they don't on Kicksand, sometimes you'll push through, you'll take the B bomb side, and you're the only one there, and it's a long time before anyone else shows up. So Nico's got to be thinking, maybe if I'm fortunate, it's just Davideus on the other side, and I can push through, kill him, and then we're still in the round. I don't think he's thinking there's going to be 3 people or 4 on the other side, and I'll push through and try and win against every single one of them. He's made a calculation that the round just looks different, and he can't really know it. But I think it actually does make a lot of sense for him to try something like that. Either that, or it's a sign of a lot of desperation for him to try and say, okay, I've got to drop 30 kills in this game before we're going to try and win it. Timeout called at any rate, and Pain, 1-round lead. Economy is going to survive here on the Falcon side. But like you said, it's getting awfully close already.
I like the way you look at that, though, Anders. I honestly, I think you're onto something with that one. He tried to find that sort of window opportunity, as I mentioned, but just had maybe a slightly off timing on the call. You could see the rest of his teammates had already pretty much just given it up, and they were already backing off the save. So they do now have a decision to make. Demo, though, did crack open the round, and there is a Davideus smoke spam. And to be fair to Nico, if Davideus wasn't peeking back around to the CT spawn, he could have won that 1v1 trade, and things could then get quite difficult, quite different. Grenade damage is good, though, alongside the Molotovs to kick off the round. They go for the wide swing, and then QZ gets Nico and buries him on Banana.
Huge opening. That's what you need. But Dexter will bring it back. It's Demo this time. Going down a bit early here, and Davideus is also very low on health, so it's kind of an awkward round. They still have Big Usira and Snow, more importantly. I feel like Snow's been getting so many amazing entry kills across Inferno already, so if he can give them another one right now, there's a lot to fight for still. Only 2 people at the A-bomb side as they're shuffling around. I think they're going to try and, they're going to put Dexter with the orb over there, and then they're going to pull Kicksand back. But if you hit while they're rotating, it could work out. There's another entry for Snow. He is so good right now. Meg is dropping low on bullets. It's a team kill as well. And Kicksand showing up for that rotation just on time, running out of bullets. But there's going to be a second player coming in. Kicksand with a wide swing, and they will get the job done. I'm going to be honest, it is so close to that defense falling. If Kixan is there a couple of seconds later, there's every chance that Magus is going to get taken down in pit, and then there's definitely a bomb plant happening afterwards. But nice defense for Falcons. They needed it. It's a bit of a shame they don't survive with more people alive, but it gets the job done.
And this is one thing a lot of people forget as well. Like, obviously, Magisk is not quite carried the same level from his Astralis days, I think it's safe to say, but at one point he was the best pit/apps player on the planet on CT side. He is a phenom in this position, as we saw there briefly, some really impactful frags. And so that may very well continue on the CT side, and that's maybe one of the other reasons why Pain are focusing most of their attention on Banana. Flashes are good, and this time the opening pick does go the way of Falcons.
Amadeus blown up while blind. They're going to make a pretty quick decision here, Pain. I love it. Again, NQC trying to get the opening, and it will. Tesses ends up getting dropped. He's only got 4 kills so far. It's not quite enough, but that probably couldn't have been a kill for NQC. If it was anyone but Nico, I'm going to suspect that would have been happening. Magus, like you said, far from his prime, and gets traded out pretty quickly. It's not a quick kill. It's, you know, a long spray down, so long that more people start joining the fight, and eventually they're going to overcome him. 2 versus 2. It's another high-pressure situation for Falcons. Another scenario, likely, where Nico is going to get called upon to try and save the day.
The tantalizing prospect is we both have both teams with their best performing players still alive, though, in this 2v2. But it's Bigazera that cracks it open to kick things off, and Snow finishes off a weakened Nico. But that's all Bigazera in that 2v2. He did all the heavy lifting. And Snow will live to tell the tale as they take the lead. I love how back and forth this game has been so far. No blowout thus far on Inferno. It's the Falcons that are going to be sweating that little bit harder.
I mean, you're right. This is really back and forth. This is what we want to see out of a match, especially when elimination is on the line. And again, it's another micro moment here where Snow just has no respect for Nico, and I say that in a really positive sense. If you look at the scoreboard and you see that Nico's on the other side, for most Counter-Strike players in the world, that's a moment where you just feel like, I'm already nervous. Like, my hand is already shaking. You have to play that like that's not the case. And it can be very, very hard to do. I feel like I've counted like at least 5 or 6 times. So, I mean, Snow is just, he knows Nico's there and he just goes for it anyway. And I love it. Dexter, that's not bad at all. Slips right off that balcony. There's no railing anymore, so you can just fall right down into the pit. And Tesses with the 5-7. So, a round that shouldn't have gone this way for Pain. They had the better weapons, and they've managed to kind of give a bunch of them over to Falcons. So this is actually a bit of a shame. What an opportunity for Pain if they hadn't been in this, in this round here, to actually get a huge lead and really shut down the Falcons' economy. Just a pivotal round here for the economy in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, this is as much of a failure, you'd have to say, considering the weaponry and the context of the situation, as that round previously where they called the timeout and Bigazera was basically shouting at everybody, right? Like, that clutch where Magisk picks up 3 from the quad, it's that kind of level, because, again, Pain have had this great opportunity to extend their lead, keep that economy broken down. This was a force buy with basically pistols and an MP9. Like, they were going into the very bottom of the barrel, and they were, bargain bucket buy. And it could have been Pain, 7-4 in the lead, potentially, maybe even closing it out as an 8-4 lead, but now it's 5-5, and the economy, once more, is broken for Pain. That's 2 golden opportunities they've let slip on this third all-important decider map.
And you're only going to have so many of them. We are playing MR12. At the end of the day, just like we said, I think at the first map, losing these kind of rounds, that's how you end up getting eliminated. And you know it. It's not like it's a mystery, right? For Pain Gaming, they understand it immediately. This isn't even the kind of round where you have to go back and have a team talk and try to figure out what's going on. Everybody knows it immediately. And I would say, when you lose rounds where that's the case, then the challenge isn't to understand what happened. The challenge is to forget and move on and say, okay, we all understand what went wrong. Let's just don't worry. We'll come back and do it better next time. Easily said, not so easily done here. Round number 11. Look at what they've got. A couple of Tech 9s. I mean, Tech 9s on Inferno, it is a classic, but can they actually make it work?
Return the favor of that previous round with Falcons on a bunch of pistols, but it's going to be a lot harder to do on the T side. Running gun coming into play, but instead it's a perfectly timed flashbang. They were fully blinded, and Kixan just gets the triple spray with the Galil, using that rifle against his adversary. And now Pain They have really no options available. It's gone from bad to even worse, and NQZ, I mean, may feel like he has to try and save for the next minute plus with this AWP. It would be huge to take it into the next round because they're going to have basically nothing else to go alongside it.
Yeah, sad for the viewership because it means we've got a minute ahead of us where, you know, it's just a guy in the apartments. There's some artwork up there at the very least, and it actually does look very cozy. I don't know about you, Vince. I could live in a small space like that. I don't need a lot, you know, just a little, you know, little place for a PC, little fireplace, you know. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I've always thought that, like, if it was ever possible, I would just love to go live in a cabin in the woods somewhere, as long as I have good internet and a PC, so I'm 100% with you.
Yeah, that is the dream. Especially, you know, especially in the modern world, where things seem to be increasingly unstable, you know? It's far away. Far away from other people. Might even be better without the internet, if I'm going to be honest, Vince. You know, might just be better. Just cabin in the woods with nothing else, no people. Nicely done. But, yeah, they should hunt. Even if they lose everything here, it's going to be worth it. So just try and get this AWP away. You're absolutely right. They can't rebuy it. They don't have any cash. Wow. Blown up.
That's a sour way to go, isn't it? He's just starting to feel himself. His Molotov's down. He's like, right, I'm doing this. I'm the hero. I'm one of those Spartans. Not quite. Blown to smithereens. And that's going to make this next buy, or lack thereof, really tough. If you thought this was bad with Tech9s and an AWP, it's about to get a whole lot worse for Pain Gaming. Solid shutdown. And this is another situation where if you're Pain, you're looking back at those 2 rounds that you let slip by, that you really just faltered to. And it's going to hurt that little bit more because you know you could have had a big lead come the end of this half, and now you're down to just Tech9s.
Okay, is this going to be a waterfall play out of apartments if they can get there? I'm guessing they're going to try and silent boost up. Yeah, because Ibigosira is setting up so they're bumping into each other. I don't know what's happening anymore, but if they ever get through this part of the map, NQC is going to try and... Oh, guys. Hello. All right, there we go. So NQC is going to try and flash and smoke them in towards the, well, maybe the middle of the map. That could be the case too. Or the apartments. It was going to be, well, never mind, he's dead. So it's all packed. Now we go. Snow gets the entry anyway. It's a lot of chaos on the Pain side. And Tess is actually with some remarkable spray going to be taking down Demo and Davideus. Leaves just Biguzira and Snow still in a very tough position here. They wanted to get through the middle. But that is another great kill. Snow is 13 and 6 right now. And he's had Nico's number in almost every engagement.
Yeah, like if Nico is the kryptonite of Donk, then Snow is the kryptonite of Nico, it seems. The Brazilian Donk having the last laugh. Great performance by him, 13 frags, but even with all of those great moments in this round, it has still very much gone in favor of Falcons, and the work has not even been close to completed as of yet. 30 seconds left to try and push onto the B side. They have Kixan, who is healthy with the A4, and a very low Snow. And Big Azera of just a Tech 9. They're going to have to get this kill clean. Smoke out onto CT side now alerts the presence for Falcons, and they can start to make a move around from that A site where 2 of their players are currently sitting. Kixan, if he can get a kill before he dies, that's huge.
Yeah, and he played so far back. He's really smart. He's as close to he can be, really, as not engaging in the fight at all, which is what he should be doing. To stay far away, don't let him turn it into a 2 versus 2. And because of that, he's pretty much secured around here. It's Biguzira in the back with an AWP. He's got the first one. Grenade on top, and he does go down to Tessis. So Falcons going to be entering the second half with a 7-5 lead. It's not a commanding lead. It's not one that you could never throw away. But again, it's a lot better than what we've seen out of Falcons throughout this entire tournament. So a couple of high fives, and we're going to be ready to go for that second half. Pain, they need to step it up. They need to win some of those advantageous rounds, and they probably need to win this pistol round too.
It certainly feels that way, and this is where you've got to put those rounds. I'm sure the thought is crossed through Big Azera's mind, like, oh god, like we really could have had such a different outcome in this half. But you got to somehow just put that into a distant memory, focus on the task at hand. Christ, Nico, 1,000-yard stare, hasn't
yes, he? Does.
He's seen some stuff, Anders. He's been in some Counter-Strike teams, I'll tell you.
Oh, yeah. What Counter-Strike does to a motherfucker. It's rough out here, Vince.
It would be like one of the biggest travesties, though, because Nico's 28 years old. You know, you were talking about this before. It really would for me as well. I echo your sentiments. The biggest travesty if he doesn't win the major before as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's silly, but I have spent my entire adult life watching Counter-Strike, so it does actually mean a lot to me. Like, it would forever be something that I would be thinking about. Like, I wouldn't sleep easy at night forever, basically thinking about the fact that, you know, it could have happened, it should have happened. There's really, I think there's only one other player ever in Counter-Strike history that I can think of that is, you know, I would be putting in a conversation with Nico, and that's simple. And that should tell you something, you know. For me, those two are, you know, they're really, really rare players. But that's not the same. Like, this is a team game, right? You can't really win a major on your own, unfortunately. So, here we go. It is going to be the B-bomb side that's going to be under attack. And it's going to be a lot of Molotovs, a lot of smokes. The Molotovs won't actually hit Snow, but it doesn't matter. It means they can focus all of their attention on Snow. They don't have to check any of the corners here. And that's good enough on its own. So here we go. No delay. They're going to be cracking right into it.
Molotovs do stop their trajectory, though, to hard clearing this Coffin's position. So maybe Snow can rattle a couple of domes, but Tesses is too fast on the trigger. And that's why I highlighted how sad and disappointing it's been that he's dropped off so much, because the guy is a crazy talent when he's feeling it. He's had some massive frags, the double spray down from the arch side, but now it's down to the rest of Pain. 4v5 to go for the retake. They don't have a kit, but they do have a ton of grenades in Big Azera.
This will be a very unlikely retake. One flash already in the air, and now they're good to go. They have to power on through, but they're lost in the smoke at the same time. Dexter, stunning headshots coming out. He does run out of bullets eventually, but his teammates are there to take on over, and a very nice afterplant being played here. Falcons, they love it. They already had the lead, and now they're going to win the pistol on the second half, and they actually did throw the Molotov back towards the Coffins, which I think is a really rare sight. I thought they were going to Molotov basically oranges a new box and then smoke off CT spawn, but they actually threw the Molotov for Coffins, which is kind of interesting. Don't really get to see that too often, so nice little, you know, I don't even think it made a big difference. It's just not what you're normally seeing. But well done, Falcons. They can feel it.
Yeah, they know the importance of that pistol round. It's just giving them a huge advantage. Chances of them getting victory here and staving off execution for a little while longer for this elimination game is pretty significant. But there is a force buy from Pain, and they can punish Falcons as they have so often today. Well-timed smoke is going to keep the Vikings at bay for the time being. The pillage and plunder won't quite start just yet on the B side.
Yeah, and they're going to try and rotate in more smokes to this position. This is a funny thing to watch, because Falcons, they will know what this is too. They're going to go back and check, is there another smoke being thrown? Now they're going to essentially try and force that smoke out with Kicksan here. But eventually, if you get down below, you know, sub 25, 30 seconds, and there's still another smoke on the CT side, it can be very, very hard to break through. Even if you have the better weapons and everything else, it's just an uncomfortable position to be in. But Falcons, they're making choices, and that's what you need to do sometimes. Jump around the corner, right into a couple of SMGs, and the choices are not really working out for the minute here. The MP9s are actually coming out on top, and now they're going to wrap around short instead. Right for the smoke, like I said, all you need is one more, and Dexter goes down. I can't believe it, but the MP9s are crushing Falcons. Oh, man, elimination might be back on the menu, Vince.
I think it is, with a side order of just desperation. Oh dear, oh dear. Your economy in the bin. Multiple weapons picked up. An eerie silence on the comms for Falcons, because they have just been spanked off MP9s and pistols. They funneled them away from Banana with a well-placed smoke on Snow. And they're just everything. It's just so one-sided. Just the one frag from Magisk. How can you justify that?
How could you not love Snow? Like, that level of enthusiasm. You know, that's the kind of energy you haven't ever seen on Falcons, which is probably not the only problem that they're having, but, you know, even just as a spectator, you see how much it means. He is fired up. 8-6. They're still behind here. Don't forget that, but at the same time, they get back into the second half way earlier than they should have, and that could put a little bit of pressure on Falcons here. Got Nico back in the middle with the Deagle, so he's hoping that there's going to be someone far forward. Appreciate the fact that Pain they're not trying to risk too much. They're really far back on the map. Yeah, this is what they should be doing.
Are we going to have a third consecutive pistol round forced by somehow, someway get a W here? Gaming, well-placed incendiary. He's going to keep Tessis and Kicksan with their Deagles stuck on middle. It clumps them up. They're going to start to back away. They know that a naps push is possible, but instead it's Bigazera prevalent with the MP9. The spams down one. Can't quite connect onto Tessis fully. Weakens him to 350. 30, I should say, HP and $350 in his back pocket, but they're now going to start to push over onto B. Snow gets the first frag and the second, and now the cavalry's arrived. It looks like, just for a moment, there was a chance for the Falcons, but it's been slammed closed in their face.
Again, I'm just going to repeat this. Just a lot of praise for Snow in this moment. That is another classic scenario where you want to double down, you know you've got the better weapons, you're holding that banana corner, you're thinking, I could probably swing and get a couple of kills here. He falls back instead. And that falling back, one, it gives him a pretty good high ground advantage there. It also buys time for his teammates to get there. So delaying the fight by another 5 seconds is a massive difference. And making those kind of choices, it really makes a big difference. It could easily change the round if he's a little bit too aggressive, too confident, like, I've got it, the MP9, I'm sick. He's having a fantastic game, right? He's 15-8, so it is the kind of game where you could see a younger player make mistakes, but he isn't doing that, and you should really be praising that. Oh my god! A nuclear bomb on Falcons and ace for Bigazera. Call him Bigazilla because he just crushed the villagers in Falcons' little city there. That's remarkable. What is going on, Vince?
Oh. Oh, that was so sick. Just the scoreboard just lights up. HG. Oh, they're on top of Molotovs. Stuck in. A bit of a counter-argument maybe to some people saying that, look, it's going to be super T-sided now up on Banana. You can't land the incendiaries, you can't land the HGs. Or Bigazera's like, screw that noise. I'll have myself an ace.
I can't believe it. That is just so ridiculous. Oh my god. Alright, no more laughing. We're back into round number 17. I'm slightly losing my mind here because this game, again, it started with an enormous amount of misery as we were watching Falcons lose just very advantageous rounds on Nuke, but then they made up for it on Train and started to get back into it. Now we're on a third map here, and it is back and forth. 8-8. The scoreline is tied up, and there is quite a bit of money on Pain, even even after this. They've also, managed to steal a couple of rifles there, so AK, Galil on that side. But Falcons, if they can't win this round, they're going to run out of cash, and Pain are going to be getting a pretty good lead.
Oh, yeah. Pressure is pretty sharply shifted away from Pain, considering that they were at a bit of a deficit after that second pistol went the way of Falcons. And now the economy does give them a little bit more wiggle room. However, Falcons, they managed to sneak their way up onto the archers. The timing here is going to work in Tess's favor. Does wing and clip the wings of NQZ. Drops him to 73, but he can withstand this and just back away. The downside is, though, the arch control is firmly in favor of the Falcons. 25 seconds left. They've got to push the site here, and they do have the opening picks. Demo and Davideus both down. NQZ, though, holds the line for 2, but it will be 2, and then he is done.
When you give up arch and short like that, the pincer maneuver that you get on that A-bomb side is so incredibly hard to hold back. Even if you have 3 people there, you could tell a lot of CTs near the A-bomb side. You think, oh, that's probably going to be okay, but it's such a hard fight. And also the issue is that you're so vulnerable to flashes coming over the actual wall itself. Just nothing comfortable about it. Falcons, I think you said it exactly right. The amount of map control they were allowed to have rotating or wrapping around the bomb site like that, ultimately what ended up winning the round for them there. So huge, like we said. They had to do it. They really needed this round or they were going to fall very far behind. So job done, 9-8. And they're going to be able to keep the battle going a while longer. But Pain, they can rebuy a lot into this one. They have so much money in the bank.
Yeah, precisely that. Issue is, though, that those funds are going to deplete ever so quickly. Alarm bells maybe ringing a little bit, and it's that timing that Tess has found. Like, it forced NQZ to back away, and it opened up that avenue of aggression that could go through. You know, you were talking before, and I completely agreed with you about how Snow he's like this controlled, aggressive player. We know he has the capabilities to explode and get in the face and get up in the grill of Nico and everyone else. He has no fear, but sometimes you can fall into the issue of being a bit too passive, of not being aggressive enough, and I think it's a fine line that Pain are trying to navigate right now.
It is so hard to do because, you know, just a little bit too far one side or the other, and you know, you could get punished for it. Boosted up is Nico. It means Bigozera is in a very tough position. If he swings this wide, he is going to die. He might anyway. He needs a flashbang or something to set it up. I don't think it matters any longer. Traded out or killed in the corner. Not even traded. It's going to be some damage on the Kixan and Tessus, but not enough to make it worth it. So, pretty good job for Falcons.
They get the kill they're looking for. Back away into Banana. Still a minute on the clock. Some damage done, but definitely worth the opening pick onto Bigozera. It did feel like they weren't anticipating just how quick the Falcons would get up. They were trying to line up a pop flash, but it came about 3 seconds too late from Snow. And then he immediately had to deplete his smoke. So Snow on no grenades. This is forced Demo to go and join him right now because he does have a few to utilize, one of which is an incendiary tossed in. HG also is going to be following it up, but this is leaving themselves bare on A site. It is only NQZ here by himself, and the bomb is starting to make a move back over onto that side of the map.
Honestly, I would even say NQC just go back to the B bomb side. I just don't think this is... Yeah, well, never mind. I would have said stack 3 on B and forget about it. I don't ever think it's going to be worth it to try and stick around like this. And, you know, obviously on the other side of things, if they really had gone for the B-bomb side, you would have had 3 people there, and you probably win the round. But yeah, easily said. NQC obviously trusting himself that he was going to be able to get 1 kill. I think even if he gets a kill, it doesn't matter, right? Like that, he's still going to fall back after that. So yeah, just do it beforehand. But that's usually a bit easier to say when you're not in the server. Either way, it's 10-8. It means Falcons, they have a 2-round lead, for those of you who are not so quick with the math. And, I mean, they're getting closer right now. Elimination is on the line. We're going to keep saying it because it really does make a big difference. Falcons, they've had, I mean, one of the worst performances we've ever seen out of Falcons. Which, again, it's probably saying a lot, but here in Bucharest, it's been so miserable. I mean, I really can't believe GamerLegion and against Complexity, just they got nothing done.
I really think that last round as well, and is like, as we have a timeout call from Pain, understandably so, because of the situation that you've painted for them. But I think that last round really shows how beautiful a game Counter-Strike is. Like, this idea of the domino effect, sort of chaos theory, butterfly effect, whatever you want to call it. One mistake, one micro decision can have vast reverberating consequences for a team. So their biggest error dies. Snow has to utilize all of his grenades. It forces a rotation from A to B, and then that becomes 2, because then Demo's grenades are running out. NQC is stuck alone, he dies, round done. It just goes to show like the beautiful like little micro adjustments that can have massive impacts at this level of CS.
Yeah, that absolutely is how it plays out, and it's one of the hardest things to catch as well. I mean, especially when we're just watching it, you know, we're trying to spectate all 10 players at the same time, basically. Another thing, you talked about like the timing and they weren't ready for it at top banana. It's entirely possible that Falcons constructed that moment by not throwing certain grenades that they normally would be for a top banana take. So, you know, you throw a bunch of grenades almost every round when you take top banana, and then you don't throw them in that round because, you know, you're going to go forward and catch Bigozera instead. So it's very likely that there's those kind of mind games. You know, if you go back and watch the demo, which we should at some point, I bet we can see the pattern and how they actually accomplish that. Because it's not like it's just a question of Pain falling asleep and, you know, thinking, oh, we're just not going to be ready at all. They're being conditioned for something else, and then that gets taken away from them all of a sudden, and they're just completely caught. So I'm sure that something like that is probably at play. Now, Dexter has gone down at the start of this round, so 4 versus 5. Like we said, these are the rounds that you need to win if you're on the Pain side here. You're not going to get a lot of great chances like this, but you've gone away with a kill, you've lost nobody. Nice foundation.
That's exactly what Pain were hoping for. Post that timeout that they called is to get a good start into the round, just settle themselves down a tad. The issue is, though, that we've seen they've been caught a couple of times in rotation. It's always easier not to fall into that trap when you have the player advantage and the grenades that come alongside that. 35 seconds, and Tessus lining up a Molotov, tossing that in. That's towards the box. Not going to affect either of the players directly, but the flashbangs are good. Double spray down comes in. Snow gets one, can readjust, relocate. It is a team kill, but Bigozera, he has to shut down the players where he can. They're fine with this. And Snow's hyped again.
Yeah, he's happy to get shot in the back if it means they win the round. And, you know, those are the kind of executive decisions you have to make sometimes. You know, you're on the front line, Vince. You know, soldiers aren't getting out of the trenches. You just gotta, you know, do what you need to do, basically. Nicely done.
Set an example, Anders, you know?
Yeah. Does generate a lot of respect, doesn't it? Frustration is growing on the Falcons side. They can feel it coming. 1 round difference here. Nicely done from Kicksando. Runs the entire stretch and just explodes Bigozera. That's what you need.
And it's the complete opposite of how the last round went. We're talking about getting that opening pick is so huge for the CT side. Really alleviates some of the pressure, but losing a first player, especially Bigozera on 14 frags, second top fragger on his team. He is able to now pull the strings from his demise, but
look at the call
if
here.
This doesn't put Pain in an awkward spot.
It does. So they're going to be leaving NQC with the AWP over NB. Like I said it earlier, if you're playing that CT side, you're gambling quite a bit that they're going to peek you and not smoke you. If they smoke you, it's going to be tough to do anything with the AWP. So he's hoping that if they ever show up at the B bomb side, it's going to be a peek. And, well, he's already been smoked off. But the upside is that they have a lot more presence over at this A bomb side. With 3 people already here, maybe this gamble is going to be working out. Falcons are walking into the more heavily guarded part of the map. Demo's down. He's got an incendiary. Oh, but he gets caught right with the grenade in hand. And Davideus trying to stay alive. It's not going to be for long, though. And Snow gets traded out as well. The timing on pulling out that incendiary, unfortunately for Demo, it's a classic Counter-Strike moment, and it will cost them the round.
It will. NQZ at least will try and hold on to his AWP and really should be afforded that luxury. The economy of Falcons nowhere near good enough to justify running them all into a potential meat grinder. So yes, 11-9, just with a finish line within touching distance. It feels like Pain maybe going to come up short. It's rough to see. But losing so many opening jewels we've been discussing multiple times on Banana, it's always going to put you into this kind of a spot right now. I mean, when you look at the opening jewels, by the way, there's 4 players on Falcons that have 3 in their favor. It's only Magisk that has 0 to his name. So it's really been a collective effort. We've seen Kixan just wide swing, instantly tap Bigozera. Nico's done it multiple times, and so is Tesses. So you're getting to that kind of point now where Pain, it's like, we got to stop the bleed. Like, how do we stop losing the first player?
That's kind of an insane statistic because normally, you know, those entry frags are so rare. Like, you're happy if you even have 1 player that's doing a good job at entry fragging. Never mind, you know, almost the entire team. Oh, I wish we could rewind that round and just see what would have happened if he had the gun out instead, or if the first point of contact had been Davideus with the MP9 instead, who was up on the ledge, because either one of those scenarios, and that defense is probably way stronger. Timeout called for Pain. They are looking to bounce back before Falcons get into that 12-round mark, and they have to fight for overtime instead. But it is not easy. You can see it slipping out of their hands here. They've done great at this tournament. Demo's just been, you know, thrown into this team last minute from what we know so far. It seems like there's a chance they're going to try and pick up DGT in the future, which I think he's a really strong player, so I think that would make Pain probably a lot stronger. But obviously it means for this tournament, for Pain, it is always going to be very, very hard to do, and I think in light of that, they've actually played a fantastic tournament in many ways. Falcons, they just need to survive, like you said. Keep it going a while longer. It's seeing people in spawn, so we're going to have a bit of a reset here. Fair enough.
Yeah, and of course, DGT hailing from Uruguay and the 9Z team, who have done some pretty decent things in the sort of South America, North America matchups and tournaments that we've seen. I agree with you. I think that would be a huge pickup, to be fair. I think that would be an upgrade over Coez. No disrespect to Coez, but DGT is a pretty damn good player in his own right.
The only, like, so that 9C team, the only thing that's so frustrating about it, because I actually really like that team. They're really fun to watch, and, you know, like, they actually are stronger than maybe you'll give them credit for, which is going to be true for a lot of teams who are sort of in that space, or, you know, in the world ranking. But the thing is, they have Martinez, and I'm not saying save Martinez, just to say that Martinez is such a fun player to watch, and he's actually so sick, and it feels like he could go, like, to bigger places in some sense, just to say. But, yeah, maybe that is something that's going to be happening in the future. future. We're not short on roster changes these days, so just a matter of a couple of weeks or months maybe, and maybe something will happen. It's 11-9 at any rate, and a double setup here in the apartments for the CT side. Daviday is going to get the one, but Tessus, they must have lined right up for him. NQC gets blown up, and now Demo is the only defense right now. And again, caught slightly with a grenade in his hand, and Tess is absolutely punishing him. Relentless aggression. That's going to be round number 12 here for Falcons. There's no way they can lose this round.
And this is why it feels like such a massive hole when Tessus is not performing, because he is capable of madness. He's capable of going toe-to-toe with Nico on his days. He is such a good player. As we saw there, a little bit of an awkward lapse of judgment maybe on that Apps push. I like the idea from Pain, but the spacing wasn't very good. They lined up for that Tessus double spray. It's the third kill as well on top of it that just cracks it open. And now, unfortunately, we are into the end game on the side of Pain. 3 elimination points coming up. Their economy, if they can keep both of these rifles, and that's a big if because they're being hunted down by Nico and by Tessus respectively, with plenty of cash to play with going through into the latter rounds. If they can hold these 2 rifles, maybe there is a way they can try and carve a path, but they've lost one of them. And Nico will not be satiated with that one frag. It's Kicksan that seals the deal. No survivors. No mercy.
So worth it. Such a good call for Falcons to absolutely make sure that they steal everything back. Yeah, take no hostages towards the end. Get the rifles out of their hands. Yeah, look at this. It's not even clear if Tessus sees the second player, but the bullets connect regardless. 12-9. Falcons a round away from surviving elimination, at least for now. Doesn't mean they're in the playoffs or anything like that. It's a long road back for them, but it might be the beginning of something. And again, it's an aggressive move coming out here. They have so little to work with. 3-man setup with the MP9s and an absolutely crazy flashbang to set it up as they start the defense. It's Tessus to get a headshot on Demo. They are dropping quite low, but at least it's still a 3 versus 3.
Still a 3v3, but just by the narrowest of margins. NQZ is hanging by a thread. The walking wounded, limping his way on 19. And he has the only SMG. 5.7s, though, we've seen what they're capable of. Snow, in particular, has had a bunch of highlight moments with that very gun. But there's still time, and all 3 of Falcons playing together as a united force, saying, listen, if you pick one of us off, that's fine, because we'll get the upper hand. But they are walking into a double stack that may catch them off guard. Biggest error, though, can only get one. And that might be the last moment for Pain to have anything to say about their standing at PGL Bucharest. It's down to Snow in a 1-on-2 with that 5.7. Good news is he's healthy. Bad news is the post-plant's coming in.
Such a hard round to win. If anyone could right now on the Pain side, it would be Snow. Gonna find an AWP. Probably not exactly the weapon that he wanted. And the fact that there's a smoke up as well, she's been refreshed, so he has to go through it. There's no choice. He can't wait it out for 20 seconds. Gonna throw down one of his own, a flash to follow it up, but this is nearly impossible. They're hiding inside of the site. That AWP is not the weapon of choice, but it might be better than 5.7. It will not make a difference this time. Tessus to shut it down, and Falcons, they get to live another day. Instead, Pain eliminated from the tournament. What a struggle this game was.
It was. That's the key word. It was a struggle. And I think, honestly, Pain can hold their heads high. When you look at the teams that they were beaten by, we discussed this before. First match, they go into Bucharest with a stand-in. They're against Aurora. One of the favorites to win this entire tournament, who have been playing exceedingly well recently. They then lose to FaZe, and now they've lost to the Falcons. When you consider Demo comes in as a 17-year-old stand-in, when they probably have their eyes on other players we've already discussed, I honestly don't think that they can be too disappointed. They took maps off key teams. They took them to the wire. Yes, they go out 0-3. It's going to be disappointing, but it's also understandable.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I think it's a great way to encapsulate it. I'm sure it doesn't feel like that right now for Pain, because your heart and your soul is going to be in winning these games and continuing on. But I'm sure with a little bit of reflection and looking into the future, they're gonna have the same kind of analysis. And who knows what the future brings. Gotta reiterate again for Demo. Sure, get at least a couple of maps where maybe it wasn't as exciting, but in an overall sense, it is so hard to be taken sort of out of nowhere and snapped into a tier 1 LAN against some of the strongest teams in the world, and he really did hold his own and even shined in certain maps. So I must say I'm pretty impressed by that. No idea what the future holds for him, but not a lot of players you could just pick up and throw into this kind of environment. and not have them be a bit of a burden on the team, to be honest. So there's a lot of good stuff to talk about for Falcons. Train still looks really good, and on the other side of it too, they ended up picking up Inferno here. There are a lot of question marks still, a lot of problems to be solved, which has been true for a long time. So I'm not telling you guys anything new, but yeah, Falcons, they live another day.
They do indeed, and there is a lot of things that you could poke holes in about Falcons and their current standing and stature, and a lot of issues that they're currently contending with. And the other downside is because of how this tournament has worked out, it's been so wacky in terms of the results, a lot of underdog teams winning. Those teams down in the 1 and 2 bracket, I feel like are going to be just as difficult, if not more so, for the Falcons in their next match. I don't think it gets any easier for them.
Oh, definitely not. I really don't think so. The truth is, nothing is easy for Falcons. There isn't a team you could put them up against right now where I would say, oh yeah, that's probably going to be just fine. Like, not even just at the tournament, but if I look at the entire top 40, I can easily find a way that Falcons are gonna manufacture a loss there. So I'm sure the struggle will continue no matter what happens next year. Tess is, being highlighted here, and while, he definitely had some moments, there were also moments where he went completely missing, and it's hard to celebrate, even in victory. It's hard to not feel like there's just so much ahead of Falcons that they have to fix for this to be exciting. Nico obviously playing very well all throughout, which is sick to see.
Yeah, the Inferno was a little bit quieter, but that's mainly because Tesses was really popping off and he wasn't required as much in a lot of those clutches, a lot of those kind of entry frag moments. So that's also maybe like a little bit of a positive spin for this performance on Falcons. It wasn't just the Nico show in the end, but it definitely was for the first 2 maps without Nico popping off on Train. I think this could actually have been a 2-0 for Pain. So yeah, a lot of warning shots were fired, alarm bells ringing, insert cliche here, but the Falcons, importantly, they do live to fight another day, and that's really all that matters.
Yeah, that's all you can really take away from it. Win is a win at the end of the day, and we'll see who they're going to be fighting next. I'm definitely excited to see how that's going to be playing out, because at least the drama is at an all-time high whenever Falcons are playing, given that much. We do have another game coming up, and this one will not be boring either. It's Mongols versus Liquid. I can't wait for it. It's going to be coming up right after the break, so stay tuned, and we will be right back.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Roland from Poland, the ultimate AWP for Team Liquid, is here to take the challenge of lineup landings. And you told me just before we went live, you're locked in.
I'm locked in right now.
Completely focused,
yes.
ready.
Nothing else matters.
Oh, nothing else matters. Full focus on the lineups. Let's get into it. Let's see your first one. And guess what? We're starting on a map that I know you enjoy a lot.
That's true?
Ah, come on, man. Ancient.
Okay, let's get it. Okay, Smoke.
Wow, that was so quick.
I told you I'm locked in.
Locked in and fast.
This smoke is thrown by cities to retake B. I think that this smoke is the best, and maybe not the best, but you have two options. Like from backlines, we have easy lineup, but the smoke is a little bit wider on the bomb side, so it blooms more. And this one is going fully into cave, so this one's probably better.
Next, we're going to Anubis. You like Anubis, right?
Oh, Anubis.
There we go.
Well, that is a temple smoke.
Temple is correct. Okay, you said about this map earlier. Dust 2.
Dust 2. I'm getting it right. On Dust 2, I got this. Oh, seems like a... Oh, fuck. It's either short smoke for execute, or I would say CT smoke. Deep CT smoke.
Deep CT smoke. He still had time on the clock. Let's see what he's getting.
Okay, I got this. Deep CT smoke.
Perfect. You could have made the wrong choice like some other players have, but you got it correctly. I like this. Next, we're moving on to Inferno.
Decent.
Decent,
Not the best, not the worst, but yeah. Okay, this smoke should be for ramp, or yeah, ramp. I'll just go ramp.
And he's done it again. Boom. You are absolutely nailing this. You might get every single one correct. I believe in you right now so much.
Okay. Now pressure.
Now pressure. now pressure. Don't mess it up. The next one, though, a bit of Mirage in here.
Yeah. Okay, that's Polish map.
Ah, okay. Mirage is a Polish map.
Palace smoke.
Ultimate is maybe the ultimate landing of utility I've ever seen.
But I have different lineup for this one. This.
Okay. This not as good lineup.
I think it's landing the same, but I think mine is easier.
Why is yours easier?
Because I'm just aiming on the right corner on the window.
And that's it, done?
Yeah.
Easy, okay. All right, this one, maybe a bit more of a challenge. We're going to nuke. Now remember, this is a molly, not a smoke.
That's a hot molly. I know this one.
Oh.
I never use it because I don't think it's useful, because this one can sometimes be tricky.
Oh, this is tricky. Ah, okay. So better to go for the safe option.
I always go for the safe options. I'm not that comfortable with nades.
Okay, but you definitely know them all. We got one more to go, but it's on train.
Well, this smoke, is it a spawn smoke or no? I didn't see it.
Yeah, this is in T-spawn.
Okay, I would say is Z smoke, like the connector.
Ding, ding, ding. Let's roll it out.
I got this.
Ultimate. That was impressive. I almost want to do more with you. That was so good.
I'm happy that the lineups were not that hard.
Hey, you say that, but not many players have got all of them right. So you're in a good spot right now.
Okay, that's the locking in part.
Yeah.
Maybe they were not locked in.
Yeah, I think they might have been slacking.
Yeah, and that's their fault.
That is their fault.
And their responsibility.
And that is why you look better right now than they do.
Exactly.
I've got the young Mongolian star, the headshot machine, the baby-faced assassin, Mazzino with me here, and we're gonna play lineup landing. Mazzino, how are you?
I'm doing great, yeah.
You told me you were home?
Yeah, I was home.
You had some time off, but you were still playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
A lot of wins?
Yeah, a lot of wins.
And you were playing to get the new cases, right?
Yeah, new cases, yeah.
No luck?
No luck.
Ah,
I think.
Damn it!
Yeah, damn it.
Well, hopefully you will have more luck in our game. So we're gonna start by showing you one of the first pieces of utility. You need to tell me where it lands.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
All right, let's do the first one. Here we go.
It's B doors.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Easy. We can play it.
Instant B doors.
Yeah. You got that quickly, man.
Yeah. We play usually instant, yeah.
Yep.
We practice a lot. What? Maybe tempo?
Oh, you're on the right bomb site.
Yes, maybe city smoke?
Ah, close, but we'll show you.
What the fuck is this line? Time.
Huh?
Yeah.
B platform. That's a good smoke.
Yeah, good smoke.
All right, next one.
Second box, Molotov.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's play it. You know that one.
Yeah.
Nice and easy. See, that one you got quick as well.
Short Molotov, Kogo. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
Maybe it's landing on top.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Good job. You even remember that it landed on top as well against both areas.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to go into a bit of Mirage.
Maybe connector?
Ooh, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Good stuff. You said maybe connector.
Yeah, it's like going to a con.
Yeah, that's good. Very good. All right.
Backside Molotov.
Yes.
And the flash Sam. Yeah.
So quick and easy. Boom.
Then flashes. Like.
And the flashes, yeah. Molotov into flashes, into rush. All right, the last one.
Last one?
This might be hard for you.
I think it's not instant G. T-Ram Pygos, yeah. I don't know which colors work.
You don't know, okay.
Yeah, T-Ram Pygos, yeah.
It's
T-entrance.
T-entrance, yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw it from the demo.
Yeah. Nice and deep in there as well. Well, damn, Zeno.
Yeah.
You were good, man.
Yeah.
You were very good. Only missed one.
Yeah, that Anubis was...
That was hard.
Shocking, yeah.
But that's a new one. You can use that one.
Yeah, I can use that one.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you very much for playing Lineup Landing. And good stuff. You certainly know your utility.
Yeah, I do usually utility at some point, yeah.
If one banger wasn't good enough on the B stream, we got you covered for another one. And this one has the makings of maybe taking it up a few notches. The Mongols and Liquid are both facing elimination in a 0-2 match, Anders. It's quite remarkable. Maybe Liquid, you can make an argument with Shui coming in and like the whole situation with the roster change. How the hell are the Mongols in this spot, though?
It's really hard to explain, but I mean, obviously, we caught their game against Apogee, and Apogee went on to also defeat Astralis, so more power to the Polish team. But the problem is, Mongols just didn't look like anything like themselves in that game. It was really miserable. And you're right for Liquid as well. Even if they have a, you know, they obviously have Shui in now, and it could take some time. You swap out the leader roles. It's going to be super different. I still expect more out of them, but yeah, here they are, close to elimination alongside Mongols. Whoever goes out, it will be somewhat disastrous. I mean, for Mongols, it's just a, you're going to be scratching your head wondering what on earth is going on. And for Liquid, starting with a new lineup and getting knocked out very early in the tournament, it doesn't feel good no matter how you put it. Even if you have these users, no one's going to feel that way. It's going to feel bad.
Nah, no doubt, and I totally agree with you. I think when you look at the talent on Liquid and the ruthless firepower of having Twists and, you know, NAF and Ultimate as well, they shouldn't be in this position.
No.
Like, they haven't played world-beating teams. They've lost to Legacy, they've lost to VP. No disrespect to either of those, but they also haven't picked up the map in either of those two matches either. So it is a rough look for sure. And although you can see them now on your screens, the entirety of Liquid, Nertz is the other, of course, Rifler, that is just an outstanding talent.
Yes.
Shui's proven his worth over the time with his, obviously with Mouse, and now trying to prove he can get it done in another roster. There is so much ability level on this team, but I think it's also unreasonable for us to expect that they're going to come into this tournament and set the world ablaze and win it or anything like that. I'm just alongside with you on this one. I just expected that they might not make it to the playoffs, but at least win a match or two.
Yeah, have more of an impact for sure. It is like swapping out the leadership is very, very hard, especially if you have a leader that has a different style completely and you know, different system for playing. On the Mongol side, one of the most loved and usually one of the more exciting teams to watch. They have so many players, you know, Senzu capturing headlines. I think Messina was, again, you know, a young player, but absolutely someone who can crack skulls. And it is just a really exciting team. They're explosive. They have absolutely no fear when they play Counter-Strike, and you know, there's a reason why they're ranked as highly as they are in the world. Number 7 right now. It's not for nothing, but this tournament, for whatever reason, it's not been looking very impressive, and this is the time to correct it. They are out of options. This best of 3 is it.
Exactly the case, and we just saw earlier Pain in desperation and sorrow after being knocked out. There has to be another team to join them. We're going to have Mirage and Anubis up first. Will we see an Ancient as a decider? We will. We know that the Mongols love playing this map, but Liquid more than capable on it too.
Oh yeah, and I mean, it's also a map where you mentioned Nertz at the end. He is an absolute Ancient specialist, so if we get there, I'm really excited to see how it'll play out.
No doubt. Unfortunately, though, we do have the lowest rated player in the entire tournament taking part in this matchup, and that is NAF. Below Skulls, below Demo even, who had a really rough previous game. He is rock bottom of the stats as it stands, and he is such a capable player. Like, everyone knows a NAF clutch, everyone knows a NAF highlight, but he's just been having such a rough time of it so far here at Bucharest.
Oh, there's no way. I did not know that, but that's distressing. I am long-term fan of NAF. I think he is yeah, like you said, he's a rock-solid player. Not always necessarily going to be the superstar highlight player, but he's the kind of person you always wish you could have somewhere in the bomb site with you. incredibly reliable. So it's shocking to see that. And again, it could be one of those things with the change of leadership. Maybe some of his roles are a bit different and it's affecting people. Not to sweep too much for him, but it can happen. Here we go. Let's go and get some first-hand experience. It's Mongols versus Liquid. Elimination on the line here for the B stream at PGL Bucharest. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. So we are seeing Liquid starting off on that T side. It's going to be Mongols on the CT side. And there is one smoke and one Molotov on Sue. So curious to see whether they're going to end up using those grenades for any kind of an effect. It could end up being at the A bomb site where they end up, just because of that palace position for NAF at the moment.
Yeah, he could act as a linchpin, either if they want to go later on into this round, maybe as a backstab element, or just a bit of a direction to try and misdirect the opposition to focus their fire on him, allow that connector explode to come to fruition. But Blitz is in a very good spot to deal with this. At any point, he can go for the peak and find multiple players. It is NAF, though, that splatters Senzu, and there is that peak I was talking about. Blitz gets 2. He's had a rough tournament as well, but trying to make amends here. A 9-10 from range lays down the law. NAF will do no further damage from Palace. Twist, though, with the bomb in tow, has been put down just after neutralizing the IGL of the Mongols, and they will clean sweep the rest. It was an interesting round with multiple rotations and timings, but it's going to be the Mongols that strike first blood.
Devastating accuracy coming out there for the CT side, and you say it here and it pops up there, Vince. The double position there for Blitz is sick. And actually the Molotov, just to point it out, that they were throwing for Liquid is a really nice idea. They're throwing the Molotov in towards the murder hole so that no CTs can rotate through as they're coming up through connector. So the Molotov is really cool. It's a nice way to control the flow of where the CTs are going. Unfortunately, none of it matters because Blitz was just, shooting him in the back of the head there in the middle. Nicely done for Mongols, and it's going to put them at a bit of an advantage. Also, obviously, no bomb plants, so Liquid a little bit bored in this one. I imagine they're going to try and play just to get the bomb down. So you throw in a smoke and hope that you can get the job done. Distract on the A bomb side. It's all about the bomb plant is what I'm trying to say in this round.
Absolutely, that is the mission. Should they choose to try and accept it, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Just charge straight towards the side, try and draw away rotations and see if they can sneakily get twists out for the bomb plant. So far, so good. There's only one player here, it's Techno, and it's actually just Julies. He doesn't have any of the rifles, none of the premium weapons, and so although he gets one, there could be a bomb plant in, but Techno will deny. Second frag through the box to the head of Twists, and the Mongols do stave off a second round plant, also keeping all their players alive.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I mean, I do like the idea of having the smoke that lands so you can get the bomb planted, but it didn't work out that way. Mirage, I think a map that's kind of seen, actually weirdly, like a lot more creativity recently than, like, it was such a stale map for a really long time, but there are a lot of interesting new ways to play it, especially with these mid smokes. Well, one of them failed. That's all this time, but that top smoke, now that you can blow smokes open, it can serve as a distraction in a lot of different ways. So it's very fun to see how that plays out over time. Sometimes the T's will not even smoke the window and just only throw the top smoke, and then they'll blow open the top smoke themselves for a peek. So a lot of variation in how people play it. Twists will get the kill onto Techno, and it's Sue to take down Senzu. Fantastic opening. Ultimate even getting into the mix of things. It's just 9-10 and Blitz left alive. And the MP9, let it be here. That's fine. Stick around if you want to get some more kills with it, but you're not going to be getting that AWP close, hopefully. Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, even though the kills are forthcoming, I think the damage has already been done here, and I doubt that the Mongols are too interested in trying to go for this. Maybe if 9-10 can get another peek, if Liquid makes some catastrophic mistake and try and peek on this angle, they know the AWP is here. There is no reason to go for this. Just basically tap out and admit that you've got the upper hand. You can take this round. Oh, there was a moment I thought Blitz had the kill onto Ultimate. Instead, just weakens him down to 74. And now this round is definitely done. They will have the funds to go back in for another buy because of how diligent they've been in these previous 2 rounds. But it's definitely going to sting. Good news for Liquid. They're right on the board. And I completely agree with you. Like, there was this interesting back and forth of smokes and grenades up on the mid side, but really the entries were clean. I'm not sure which player it was in the upper side of the ladder, but he had a nightmare against Twist, just not really landing anything and just burnt alive.
Good job, Roland. Nice following up in con. Nice, guys.
All right. Sue is already handing out compliments. So interested to see how this team will end up playing, because, you know, for the criticism that Twist's got when he was, you know, leading the team and everything else, nobody has ever said that he is lacking when it comes to the mechanics. He is a nearly uniquely gifted player when it comes to that department, and it is so much fun to watch. So I think that's maybe one of the reasons why the in-game leader criticism is almost so much worse, because people really want him back in, you know, in the driving seat when it comes to that stuff. There's the blowing open of the smoke there. You saw Nerds didn't want to peek it, but the T's themselves, they throw that smoke at top mid and they blow it open. And if you're on the CT side and you're pushing up behind that smoke, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to use that smoke as a bit of a cover to get a little bit closer, and suddenly it's gone. You can get caught in the middle of this mid lane, and it can just be really uncomfortable. So you already are seeing that Liquid know exactly how to play that way. It's Twist to get another opening. This time it's on Blitz towards the connector side. That's early on in the round as well. They've got plenty of time left.
It's going to be an unnerving element of how these last 2 rounds have gone, assuming that Liquid can convert from this point, is that it's been very easy to get those opening picks around connector and mid-window. Like, if you're Blitz, you're feeling like you've really let your team down. Like, obviously, he's the IGL, he's the brains behind the operation, but there was no chance of retaliation or retorting back onto that kill. It's as free as you like. And that's putting so much pressure now on this middle portion of the map. They've gone for this boost for Senzu. He's looking to try and find a pixel to exploit, but he's going to get peeked from multiple angles, and it's Nerds that takes him down.
And you know that somebody else is there. That boost gives it away instantly. Ultimate with a nice return. Smacinio going down. What can we do with this AWP? Missed shot to begin with, and the question is it worth sticking around? What are the chances, really, that you're going to get an extra 2 kills to make this work? I'm surprised to see Mongols stick around for this. That's a 2 versus 4. Fine. If 9-10 gets a kill and it's a 2-on-3, I think you should stick around and try and get the job done. But for this one, I think it's a little bit too risky to try and do that. Anyway, Liquid are going to be catching up pretty early on, make it a 2-2. We tie up the game. And honestly, they look pretty fresh at the beginning here. Mongols struggling to find the entries, and Liquid are doing a good job once they've got them themselves.
Yeah, that's the other element as well to Liquid. It's easy to be down on them right now because of obviously they're a team that's in transition, but you have to also expect that each passing day they're just going to get stronger and stronger. Like, they are going to be a team that is going to start to accelerate towards landing that position that we all think that they're capable of. And now you've just seen Twist taking these entries, getting a ton of them cleanly. Shui also dipping in. Ultimate with the easiest of kills onto 9-10. And I agree. Liquid coming through looking sharp right now. The Mongols can't quite get themselves settled. It seems like whatever's going on with this team that's got them down into this 0-2 position, it hasn't gone away just yet. They're still struggling.
Naf is going to find an opening here. Just USPs on the other side, but you mentioned Naf and his overall rating. So I'm going to be keenly spotting that. I really, really would love to see him bounce back. I can't believe that that's the case, but I mean, maybe it's a question of that new team and not all the cogs exactly spinning like they should. This one a lot easier. Good news for Liquid in terms of the money and really everything else here. So yeah, 3-2 going to be the scoreline, no question about it. That's a very, very nice start. Mongols we haven't yet to see the kind of team that we're used to seeing. Like I said, I think one of the terrifying things when the real Mongols team show up is just how insanely accurate they are. We actually, I guess we saw it in the pistol round. Like the rounds can end so quickly when you're up against somebody that's hitting that hard. That's usually what I associate with the Mongols team, and I haven't seen it yet in this tournament.
No, I completely agree with you. It's typically one of their main sort of characteristics or traits. It's like, yeah, listen, their strategies maybe aren't the most pristine. They're not quite like, I think 3D Max are up there as a team that's way more strategical than they are necessarily like individual fragging hard. But the Mongols are kind of the adverse of that. You know, if they're not playing fantastically in terms of strategies, if Blitz isn't having the best of calls, you can always rely on like a Mazinho, a Senzu to just pop off and get 3 headshots in the blink of an eye and just carry them across the finish line in terms of just raw mechanical aim. And so when we saw them play against Apogee, we both had the opportunity to cast that game, and they were just getting bodied by Hypex, by Jacob, who were proving themselves to be phenomenal talents. But that was a shock. That was like, oh, hold on, I'm kind of shook at this right now. And whatever is going on, like obviously Blitz has talked about sort of like having some injury issues, and I'm sure the team is a bit burnt out as well. But like these are the kind of events when you don't have Spirit, you don't have Na'Vi, you don't have Mouse playing in this tournament. Like Vitality, another one. These are the events that the Mongols should be winning. They shouldn't be in a 0-2 holding on for dear life. They should be taking this entire thing and making it theirs.
That is 100% the case. And they actually had they had a similar kind of a screw-up when they were playing in Elisa in Finland, and ENCE ended up winning the tournament. Mongols had that tournament essentially on a silver platter. They were really the only tier 1 team that showed up, and they managed to not do it. Now, obviously, the stakes are a lot higher here for the Mongols, no question about it, but you don't want to give away those kind of opportunities to really make it work. Like you said, there are some teams from the world ranking that are missing, so opportunity right now to make a lot more out of it, and the Mongols have seemingly done the opposite, at least for now. There is a bit of a slow round coming here. 50 seconds. We're going to be seeing an attempted split towards the B bomb site with the control here for Nerds towards the top connector. It is such an insane position to stop rotations from, so if they get onto the B bomb site, the round is going to be over pretty quickly, but that's a long-range shot still. Suhe is going to be taking down Techno. One defender left at the actual bomb site itself. It's backed by the bench. 30 seconds, and Sensu crouched in here with the M4A1. He's going to get the first headshot. Drops the clock a little bit lower down, but eventually he's going to get traded out, and the question is, can they get that bomb planted without any interruptions? It should be the case. Masinio's a little bit far away. He nearly takes down Suhe. Now it's a 1 versus 2.
1 HP for Shui. Should be going down momentarily. Does a bit of damage on his way out, though. There's still plenty of time on the clock, though. Masinio without a kit is not a problem. The problem is he's against a Twists that is feeling it right now. One of the top prospects on the planet when he is in form, nails the headshot, and Liquid pull ahead to a 4-2 lead. The Mongols in real trouble on their CT side.
Don't you love it, the fact that he's out here on the challenge? That is such a statement for Twist, because you're right. There's no kit. He could have played it for time. Twisty could have been jiggling up in the apartments for a long time. He's like, no, I'm just going to stand my ground, and I trust in my mechanics. And if I had the kind of mechanics that Twist has, then I would trust in them too. It's really world-class, isn't it? Yeah, they're in trouble. You're right, Vince. And it's not going to get any easier from here on out. The money continues to be a bit of an issue. Nerds not quite getting the follow-up kill, but the rest of the team should be there to pick it up. In fact, the Flames just licking at the heels of Sensu as he was trying to get away and burns him to a crisp. Leaves Techno on his own. 1 versus 4.
Best of luck to you, Techno. 5-7 in hand. Does at least have a kit, but no head armor. Not really a problem against the AKs, of course. Doesn't make a bit of difference. But now he's been spotted. And those vultures, those predators will be stalking their prey. It's Ultimate that dips in. And we'll seal up the round. He's up to 7 frag. Shui on 7. Twists on 6. Everybody is pulling their weight on this Liquid team. And do keep in mind as well, yeah, they got 2 rounds. That's off the pistol. In terms of rifle rounds, this has been incredibly one-sided.
There's no other way to put it. And just to say, the Mongols keep showing up in the middle as well, and they keep losing the fights in the middle. And so you would want to say, well, maybe they should stop doing that. But the problem is, if you surrender the middle of Mirage, the playbook becomes so much deeper for Liquid. They're going to be able to pull off very many more strategies from that position. So you feel like you sort of have to keep at least taking a look, at least knowing what's going on in there. But it really hasn't paid off for them at the moment. So the other alternative maybe is that you actually try and go a bit more aggressive and take the fight to Liquid at this top mid position. But that's not easy. And there are a number of rounds where Liquid are playing passively enough that if you try to do it, they probably would be ready. So no easy answers right now. Double AWP on Mirage. I've got to say, that is a rare sight for this map. Maybe it's going to work out. It won't be the flashbang there. Unfortunately, it's a nice setup. But Ultimate, he wasn't blinded at all. Going to get the kill on Masinio and leaves it 4 versus 5 here. Still plenty of time. And it looks like they're going to be going for this A split.
Timing for Blitz. Did toss in the HE as well after the opening pick came in, but Shui calls for them to just back away. 9-10 though through the smoke, putting one of those 2 AWPs in play. The downside though for the Mongols is if you concede a plant, 2 AWPs ain't it, Chief, for a retake. You're in real trouble at that point, and they'll already be thinking about just pulling the plug and saving. And that sucks, man. That sucks to be in that position. You're 2-5 down, eyeing up a 2-6 deficit. It's a 3v3. You've done a bit of damage to a few players, but you still have to pull the plug. I say that they may be going back in.
Double up retake? Really? That is... Think of the money that's on the line here. You're throwing away so much. I think that's the reason why they say, you know what, like, it's just not worth it. I was as confused as you were, Vince. We don't normally see that. And they will decide to pull the plug, like you said.
Oof, important kill. I thought it was going to be like the kind of scenario that you've been talking about on Nuke, you know, like where, guys, you can actually go for that defuse at the end if you're feeling it, because most of the time teams are going to pull away. I thought that's what the Mongols were going for, but it's like, are you mad with 2 ops? That's just lunacy.
You just can't risk it, right? One of the things that's going to make the comeback possible for the Mongols is going to be the economy. And if you start to throw away that kind of cash, then it'll be so much harder. So, yeah, at a minimum, they're going to be able to save that. It's a small thing to be allowed to celebrate. And Liquid are just going to power on here. Could be fun if they throw in a really fast round. They're certainly setting up for a potential A execute, but the bomb is a little bit further back, so they will take a deep breath before they actually go for it. But that's something else that Liquid could definitely do at some point here is simply change the pace of one of these rounds. And because Mongols are used now to these slightly slower rounds where it's a little bit excruciating. Straight A execute. It's a classic case.
The old classics. We haven't really seen it even from Liquid. They've been a little bit more stagnated, slow and steady, but Mazzinho's going to punish the small gap in the smoke, and he's exploited that one. Blitzner, meanwhile, though, comes in with one of his own, and although it's a classic, the outcome is anything but. Liquid, I want to forget about this round real quick. They've been picked apart from multiple angles. Mazzinho chips in with 2, as does Blitz. Great shot from Ultimate, though. He can't feasibly dig his way back into this round, right? Another flick. Ultimate may be on for something truly special, and he's got the time to facilitate the clutch.
How sick would it be? He should have had none of these kills. But you're right, he has carved out a little bit of space. He spots it out. Oh, he wants to swing it, but thinks better of it. I wish that he would take this into his own hands. He's going to be dropping Sensu out of this world. Could he get the last one? Blitz on the other side. He's going to have the shadows showing. He misses the shot. It's so close for Ultimate. But Blitz swinging wide. And with the missed shot, he's going to be able to clutch the round. It's as close as it can get, Vince. I thought he had that one.
So did I, man. He did all the hard work. It's such a great effort. Some beautiful flick shots in amongst that as well. But when it really mattered, he misses out. However, to play devil's advocate, you lose the round, you heavily weaken the Mongols' economy, though, man.
Right.
1 player left alive. They'll be feeling the effects. He may not have got the round, but he may have injected enough venom to get the Mongols further on down the line.
Oh, my God, what a clutch it would have been. Well, that was insane. They're right, and you should be bigging up your teammates when they get that close. And as you pointed out, really making it hard for Mongols to celebrate that kind of a win. See how much they find out over at the B bomb site before they go A. They're putting on pressure here, and the design of the pressure here is to try and keep at least 2 people at the B bomb site. If you can force more rotations, that's great, but you just want to make sure that it's at least 2. In the meantime, they're actually not even waiting that long at all. Mazzinho has gone down, Nerds with an entry, and they are going to get smoked out of this position by quite a lot. Twist is running, but he did realize someone could have been there. Comes back to check. Smart play, but he still loses the fight.
It's going to be another post plant, though, on A. One more time. Run it back. Techno this time just with the MP9, feeling the reverberations from Ultimate's valiant attempt in that previous one. But it's Nerds that takes and dismantles Senzu. Not had a great map so far. Typically one of their heavy hitters, their firepower fraggers, star players, not really been shining. And Techno's been dulled down alongside Blitz. It's all coming apart. And this is where Ultimate will have the last laugh. Sure, you took me down. You didn't allow me to have that amazing moment. But your economy is in the toilet.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to get his revenge just a round later. 7-3. Liquid looking smooth right now. There's nothing to complain about at the moment. With the understanding of the game, both as a team, but also some of the individual moments right here. Even if Twist fails that fight, if you could see how good the read is, he understood exactly what the potential danger was. Here we go, round number 11. Blitz already realizing that he was going to get potentially Molotov in that position, so tries to carve out a bit of space for him to stay alive. It's Senzu finding the opening, but he's immediately traded out. It's a long spray here for Blitz, and got to be careful you don't run out of bullets in that M4. Okay, it's going to keep a bit of mid-control here, at least for them. Mongols still with a man advantage, but Blitz, how does he get out?
Not like that, Anders.
In an ambulance.
He tried to go for the flash. Yeah, exactly. He goes out in a hearse, unfortunately. Good counter frag from Techno, though. Getting the drop on Twist, so they maintain the player advantage. Bomb still at the top of middle. Tons of time, but like you say, it's one of the first times that we've really seen the Mongols fully establish control over middle and dictate the pace. It may still fall apart though, but 9-10 is in a good position. The smoke's going to start to clear. Two separate angles, and he wisely decides not to take the head-on fight. Instead, funnels them out into a Molotov. A 1-for-1 trade should be good enough for the Mongols, but Naf now has a chance to make amends. He's had a rough tournament. Is this his moment to pull off a 1v3?
He's set up pretty decently for it, and he's got a couple of things in his favor. One, they're not exactly sure where he is. He still has about 35 seconds. But the downside is, if he plants in the wrong position here, Messinio is going to be able to just swing and kill him. A little bit of a flashbang to try and distract, and he's going to try and play this deep. Again, he's got the experience for it. This is the kind of play he could pull off, but it does feel like Techno is just going to be waiting for him behind that pillar. And yeah, he's going to hear absolutely everything. Naf probably going to get the bomb plant here. I doubt he's going to be able to do more. It's just, he's got no information about what's happening from this point on. And Techno crouches in, taps away, deletes Naf. It's a really nice setup for Nafly, but he just has no way of knowing where they actually are. So, important round here for the Mongols. They need more. They need everything at this stage. They got to win the pistol in the second half too, but yeah, it's been tough for them.
Naf is chill as always. Not letting the situation get the better of him. Such an even keel kind of guy. Feels like nothing really phases him. There was a moment where I began to believe, you know, he gets the post plant, he runs off, but like you said, Techno was just slowly snaking his way from the back. There's a way that the Mongols could pick up 5 rounds here. It wouldn't be that bad, Anders. Like, considering how horrible this half has gone, that honestly would be pretty solid.
Yeah, I agree, and that is, it's really worth keeping in mind. As much of a cliche as it is, sometimes you just have slow starts, and it's okay. And we said that last time in Mongols, and it wasn't a slow start, it was an entire slow series for them. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt and see if they can't spin this into something more and just let it be a slow start, you know, get into it a little bit later on, and then everything is good. Nice grenade lands there on Senzu and Blitz. Now, they are pushed, like I said earlier. You could try and push them top mid here, but you're going to have to do it right now. Otherwise, you're going to get sandwiched and crushed by Liquid that are coming up from that underpass right now. The time is really running out for this, although they have some backup on the catwalk. And actually, Techno able to get the shot against Suhei there. Look at the trades coming in. The Mongols, at least for a brief moment there, were in control of the fight. Twist is going to make sure it does balance out. And Liquid back in a 3 versus 3, and plenty of time on the clock, and a lot of pressure with Messinio very nearly getting grenaded down.
It's been a real chaotic round, hasn't it? Back and forth, as you highlighted, and it's good to see Blitz at least, who's been kind of like off the boil, I think it's safe to say, for the last couple of tournaments maybe, having a much better individual performance and really being the spearhead of these mid-control aggressive plays. They do have Twists, though, who started this half very solidly once he had an AK in his hands, and he is still alive and ready to pounce, but it's Naf making moves, inroads, out onto A, finding information, but it's not just him. He's got Ultimate as his duo partner. Messinio, in this whole time, is hearing all of this noise, though. He's perched up in Palace.
They won't know exactly where he is, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be spotting it the whole time, because it is suspicious that there's nobody at the A bomb site. All right, nice timing. Gonna get that first kill, but not enough to follow it up and also drop ultimate, so the bomb's gonna be planted. And we're in a 2 versus 2 with Twist lurking around in the middle. Nice lineup there for ultimate, a fight that he probably could have won, maybe should have won. But it goes the other way instead. Techno to hit the shot. Now it's on Twist, and he gets handled. Techno, a sick round coming out from him. A triple kill, saves it for Mongols and gives them that 5th round. I did not expect that, but that is a very, very cool round out of Techno.
neither did I, because I was along with you. You know, the idea of like Mazinho does have the element of surprise, but I was assuming that they would get like this suspicious sort of vibe, a sixth sense, their spidey sense tingles, and like, all right, there's no way they've just given up A side completely. Like, surely it's going to be CT Box, it's going to be Palace, but they had their backs turned, and Mazinho did the rest. And Twist, unfortunately, not only was he the last player alive, the bomb wasn't even planted for him, Anders. Like, even if it was like a 1v1, Mazinho could have just stuck that defuse and probably won outright. So it felt like there was a disjointed part of the attack, but let's be real, that's to be expected from a team that's going through a transitional phase with IGLing.
I want one guy.
And that's, you know, if this is the level that we can kind of see out of Liquid right now, I mean, it will be better, you know, day for day, week for week going into the future. There's no easy, you know, we're not living in a world of Counter-Strike right now where you're going to have a lot of time to fix mistakes. Like, you're fixing them on the road, live, on, you know, when it's happening, which is just the nature of how the circuit is working out at the moment. But from what I've seen, I haven't really seen the other Liquid games, and obviously this is an 0-2 game, so I can guess that, you know, this hasn't been the best showing for Liquid so far, but in general, for now, I'm saying what I'm just seeing in this first half, it's pretty good. Second half is coming up, though. Liquid now on the CT side. One, Incendiary on Naf. He's playing B alone. I hate Incendiaries. I don't think I've ever seen that Incendiary work, but maybe Naf could do it. No, he's not going to get a chance. So maybe he could use it for an afterplant. That actually would be better, I think.
Yeah, that may very well be the idea. He'll stand and die on his shield if they push B, or he can have that incendiary further on down the line, but it won't be required, Anders, because Nerds has said, nah, it's cool, I'll just kill everybody. Don't worry about it, boys.
What is even happening? It's just so lightning fast. I don't even think they know. The Sui doing very much the same thing. 9-10 bomb plant would be amazing. Deep incendiary. Eventually, it's going to be Twist to take him down, but yeah, the Nerds kills just happened so fast. I felt like I'm not even sure they could see Nerds. It was like over the smoke, I guess, but very deadly, very accurate, and not a good mood on the Mongols side, and for good reason. They are dropping behind in this opening matchup. Still the first map, obviously, but yeah, okay. Whatever.
Just Nerds things. Peeking out from the window jungle position and just nailing 2 headshots. Twist as well, showing his mechanical aim. Sure, he's feeling it. Why not? Very important round. Extends that lead again. It's just been getting closer and closer towards the end of the first half. And Nerds finalizing the frag. No post-plant means no real weaponry available for the Mongols. Going in with a few deagles here and there. Good damage from Twists. More importantly, information attained, and Nerds, so that grenade could be huge. Lands on the face, and Twist finishes off the rest.
So aggressive. Nice to see. Not giving a lot of space here. And it's good, right? If you've got Mongols a bit weakened, you're feeling the flow of the game, you should push to try and end the game without them having a chance to bounce back at all. By the way, this is the Mongols map pick. The second one is going to be on Anubis for Liquid, which is great news. You guys are going to get a chance to hear me complain about Anubis a lot, so bet everyone's looking forward to that.
The other thing as well is, like, this is their pick, like you said, and it's typically their strongest map, or at least it's up there with Ancient. Right. So the fact that they're being bodied this hard, like, they've got wins against Na'Vi, G2, you've got wins against Vitality as well in the past, GamerLegion, who've been looking sharp recently, Eternal Fire, now Aurora, of course. Like, they've got a serious amount of wins on this map, and yet Liquid are making them look like a very ordinary Mirage team.
And I think that was exactly the word that we used when we were talking about Apogee versus Mongols, where, you know, they just made them look really ordinary, and that can't be the case, you know. You've got to do something more. Sui with a nice shot onto 9-10 down the long stretch of the middle. It's Twist to take down Senzu. And suddenly, once again, we're back into a 3 versus 4 here. Twist quite hyped up. The kind of play that you would probably say in retrospect, it's not needed at all. But I would say it's also the kind of play you're probably making when you feel like you're in the closing stages of a game. You think, I am going to close this game right on top of them, you know? Fingers stuck in the drawer and all, but Nerds and Sui still alive. And actually, Nerds not in a bad position here. Could maybe find a way to get a quick kill and delay that bomb plant.
Nearly. Thing is, though, hubris can lead to a downfall. And so you don't want to underestimate the Mongols. They are weakened right now, no doubt. But if you back a caged tiger, expect to get scratched and torn to shreds. So be very wary. Shui, in the meanwhile, though, gets the upper hand onto Mazzinho, found information, and the two players, both with their eyes trained on the CT side. Actually, I say that. Blitzers decide to wrap around into window. This effectively leads Shui in a one-on-one, but the timing for Techno could not be sweeter. Wide swings, takes down Shui, and secures a 6th round for the Mongols.
Economy in a strange position right here for Liquid. They probably will find a way to invest something. I don't know if they're going to go all in with it, but yeah, 4 versus 3. I would probably say this round is not necessarily a big deal, not a big loss for Liquid. But if it spirals from here, we're going to really remember that 4-on-3 with Twist peeking the underpass, right? Not to put it all just on him, but sometimes those small decisions really can have big consequences. All right, we are seeing a full-on investment here, so they're going to be lacking a lot of utility, and that's probably part of the reason why they're being this aggressive in the underpass. If you're on the CT side and you don't have grenades to slow down the Ts, then slowing them down becomes less of a thing you worry about, and it just becomes about trying to see if you can actually fight them and kill them a little bit earlier on so that they can't execute onto the bomb sites themselves. Nice attempt from Ultimate, but he's going to get caught. Nicely done from Blitz. It's nobody on B.
That's a very good point. Mongols don't know that information just yet. They're not privy to it, but as they move forward, that information will be attained. And Liquid don't seem interested in taking a player over and rotating. They're still stacking 3. The call, the read is off, but the Mongols, again, they don't know this. And so they've not pulled the trigger. They've not got out into B. It's allowed the rotation to come in. Naf now here, albeit on just 42 HP, with no grenades to help him out.
45 seconds. Just one single player. Naf, a little bit of a burst. Doesn't get the immediate headshot. We're down to 3 bullets. He had to get that first one. He's in so much trouble right now. And with the Molotovs landing all around him, he's going to end up going down there. Definitely one of those moments where, you know, if he gets that burst right at the beginning and takes one of them down, there's still a lot of fighting to be done, but he buys himself so much space to move around on the bomb site. And also time for everyone else to rotate in. So not exactly what you'd want to see. Again, maybe a little bit jumpy there, Naf. It's going to be round number 7 for Mongols. So this game, I think this map at least, is officially back on, Vince. I think there's a really good chance now Mongols can make their way back into the game.
Yeah, especially as they are a Mirage specialist team that typically have very strong T sides. So we've reached that kind of point now where, again, you can't fully blame Twists for that 4v3 that kind of got threw away because he still had a very good map overall, 12 and 8. You can't argue with that, and he was one of the main reasons they got their T-side kicked off with those connector peaks. But those are the kind of mistakes, those are the kind of lapses in judgment that can let a juggernaut team like the Mongols really start to pick up pace, and we've discussed this a lot. They are very much a momentum-based team. If they get rolling, they're incredibly difficult to stop. Oh. I haven't seen that much from Naf.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Oh, man. That makes me sad, dude. He's normally just vibing. He's not happy.
Probably like the coolest person I've ever met.
Yeah.
That might be a
go give him a hug.
I will say this. He did also, I'm going to be honest, he did do that rage moment like someone who's never tried it before, so it did kind of look like it was, you know, like he wasn't really sure how to do it, and then he started smiling immediately afterwards, so, you know, it's pretty low effort, but, you know.
It's like a toddler throwing a tantrum, and then halfway through they're just like, you know what, I can't be asked, actually.
Yeah, exactly like that. Just as a, you know, if he's going to go down this road, I would strongly recommend you watch some Nico highlights. Like he's someone to learn for if you're going to be angry, then there are some experts out there, is all I'm saying.
Learn from the master.
He's angry even when he wins.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that a couple of times, staring off into the abyss. That being said, though, this round, it's still up for grabs. It's still up for debate, but it does seem like the rotation onto the B site is more of a kind of safety net. Like if they push B, we can maybe win the round. If not, we just save.
Yeah, reasonable choice. So a lot of petrol going to be expended here for absolutely nothing. Molotovs raining and no one there to catch them on the other side. But yeah, for Liquid, I think it's a sensible choice So we know closing out a map with no money is just generally not going to be that easy. But also in terms of the scoreline now, we're going to be at 8-9. We're down to a 1-round gap, and you know, Mongols really for a lot of that first half, one of the big problems was just the fact that they weren't dangerous at all. They kept fighting in the middle, and Liquid just kept opening up. But now you're starting to see it a little bit more. Blitz is up to 14 kills. We got 9, 10 up to 12. Techno there with you had a couple of really important rounds. It's slowly starting to come together here, and honestly, I'm really happy about that. I was a bit sad watching the Mongols last time, but my sadness was overshadowed by the fact that I was just happy to see Polish Counter-Strike doing some great stuff. But I don't want to see it continue. I do want to see Mongols show what they're all about here.
A bit of a concerning sign here is I feel like, you know, calling the police and opening a missing persons report and asking where the hell is Senzu, by the way. 4-13. But the fact that the Mongols are even still in this game with one of their best players on 4 frags in itself is a little bit concerning for Liquid. Because if Senzu does start to pick up the pace, that could be the determining factor.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Hopefully, we won't have to put him on the back of any milk cartons anytime soon. Yeah, he's not really been playing. He's not been playing too well. 4 kills, 13 deaths. We know he could do so much more. Round number 18. Chance now to do something here for Liquid. They do need a bit of a boost in the second half. It's been real tricky. Sui's already a little bit low. And Naf is jumping around over at the B bomb site with an incendiary already primed. So he's just looking to buy time if anything happens. But they're rotating another player in here. They can't really keep 3 at the B bomb site. I'm so confused about the setup for Liquid. Not necessarily a big fan, especially because they don't have the AWP at the A bomb site. If they had that, you could maybe balance it out and say it's gonna kind of make sense. I think this is very, very risky.
Risk, no reward, Anubis.
True.
You gotta go big. They have bypassed the Molotov as well. They baited this out completely in Senzu. The player that we've been looking at, not just the fact he's got 4 frags, he's got 36 ADR as well, by the way. So it's not like he's got a ton of assists. It does sometimes happen. Yeah, unfortunate. Or watching with Techno. But it is Senzu, the man of the hour. Had a slow start, but looking to try and pick up the pace. Go straight for the jugular on the site. Blitz doing his due diligence, making sure Twists can't throw a wrench in the works from over on Catwalk. And there's no position, no chance for Liquid to stop this late plant. And now they have to think about saving, but Ultimate will not be given that luxury.
Oh, just 10 different things I did not enjoy about that kind of a setup. I don't know about the timing. I have to go back and watch the demo, but there's a point in this round where, as they're pushing up through the connector, they throw a Molotov towards the catwalk side, towards B, and that's to stop anyone from shooting them in the back. That should be a really strong indication for the 2 A players that something is going on, and I felt like Nerds, he got smoked out, but at the same time, he had an incendiary. I just felt like they didn't react at all to the communication. Maybe there was no communication, I don't know, but Liquid definitely in an awkward position. Sui's going to be going down. Nothing is saved. The Mongols going to be tying up the game at 9-9, and they are officially right back in this one. Elimination on the line. It's not the last time that we're going to be saying that. The pressure is on for both these teams, and probably a good call for a timeout here for Liquid.
Yeah, I think it's a wise decision. Try and calm things down just a little bit. Plus, their economy's in a bit of a weird spot, quite top-heavy. Ultimate, Shui, Naf, all good to buy, but it's Twists and Nerds that are more of the issue right now. In a really awkward spot, kind of a fulcrum point of this map. Because if Liquid decide to go all in and force up here and they lose, then I have to say it's pretty much 1 foot out of this map already. So a lot to play for. Senzu with the frag through the smoke, and yeah, Blitz has been really good on these middle portions on both sides of the coin, whether it be CT or T, he's been just bossing this.
Yeah. He stepped it up a lot. All right, quiet celebrations from Mongols there, but they're not feeling it yet. They're not 100% sure that they've really made it. And I guess they haven't. That is insanely close to being an actual wall bang. You can shoot through those walls. You could also shoot Naf where he is now, or Nerds where he is now. It's doable with an AWP, but probably not worth spending the time on, for being perfectly honest. Just to say, if you're a wall bang enthusiast at home, you can go and have some fun with that.
try and wrap around the back of this smoke, but there's multiple AKs pointing his direction. They did put a few bullets just through that smoke to fend off any possibility, and it has done its trick because Twist has to back off. The thing is, though, 910 is overextending in this position. If Twist goes for the white swing, he could have him, but they also had a player up on the chair. So 910's opening pick goes without any retaliation or confrontation. Liquid just basically have to tap out of the mid-control portion.
Yeah, and Ultimate, he was trying to use that mid-fight as a bit of a distraction to maybe push into the palace, but that was being watched as well. The only other concern that I had for a round like this one is the fact that the bomb was all the way back in T-spawn with nobody picking it up, but once they get the kills, it sort of doesn't matter. But it's just sometimes when you forget the bomb really far away, it's awkward because you can get important kills that would allow you to speed up the round, but you can't because you don't have the bomb with you. And that can lead to some weird communication. But none of that is relevant right now. I am just yapping. It's what they pay me for. Twist and nerds are left.
It's kind of the job, isn't it? Really?
Yes. But also what people tend to complain about, you know? Why is he talking so much?
How dare you do your job, Anders? What are you, some like kind of egotistical caster or something?
I mean, yes, but that also is apparently is a requirement for the job, to be honest. So otherwise, why on earth would we be working in esports? Like, you don't have to be a detective to figure out what's going on here. Everyone's a little bit broken here. Nerds trying to get close. It's not a bad idea, and he will try and steal that AK-47. And everyone's so far away. He's actually really successful in that. We're actually at a point in the game where stealing one AK is important for Liquid. In spite of the giant lead that they had earlier and all the momentum, that's now the kind of thing that we're going to highlight and celebrate and say, that's nice. Maybe that could be something they could use going into the rest of the half here, because they're in a lot of trouble.
No, they are, and when you look at the score, it doesn't seem like they're in that much trouble, but it's the context of how it's came to this point. They had a huge lead at the half-time. They won 6 rounds in a row on their T half, but they had to grind out the wins and then pick up the second pistol, but this is now 5 unanswered rounds in favor of the Mongols. Pressure directly applied straight to Liquid. And although it is 10-9, if they were to lose this round, their economy is broken. Can they finally get a stranglehold over middle? Because that seems to be the portion of the map that's really eluded them here, Anders, on their CT side. Constantly they've tried, they've kind of dipped their toe in the pool and decided, nope, it's too cold, not interested.
One round gap here. You're right. Not getting any access on that part of the map. Smoke going down. Still plenty of space to spot over that one. But no one's going to be walking in on the T side, so not going to get any chances to snipe anyone away just yet. Minute on the clock, and a re-smoke towards that window. They are getting this mid-control. We'll see if Liquid could do anything. They need some rounds. They need to get back and warmed up. Going to be putting pressure on Naf once again. Nice Molotov to try and put him back in there, but he did throw out a grenade himself, and that's going to push them back just enough. 40 seconds. They're coming in from the catwalk position. I still think Naf is in a lot of trouble. He's going to have very little backup. Twist is trying to get their nuts through the smoke. And 30 seconds as they're going to push this B site.
Naf needs to go percolating here, but unfortunately not quite strong enough to withstand the weight of the T's pushing into him. And now the Mongols will have the easiest of post plants. And Shui, as I highlighted before, because the economy is so dreadful, the best thing he can do is hold on to this AK-47, but there's not going to be much to play with going into that next one. And the Mongols, I mean, to be honest, Anders, like, after that first sort of 8 or 9 rounds, I thought the Mongols were dead and buried. I was getting flashbacks to that Apogee game.
Oh, yeah.
No one was looking alive. It's like you're poking them with a stick and they're not moving. But they have turned this around so rapidly.
And you know what? For a team that's this high in the world rankings and have now at this stage a lot of experience together, that's what you want to see. That is a quality of a strong team. The game plan can't be that we're going to go into every game and have a strong start and just close out the game from there on out. And you know, like, there are going to be times when you just don't start well, something isn't working, you're a little bit, you know, someone's maybe a little bit sick or whatever the case is, and you have to battle your way back. And having, you know, knowing that for Mongols, it's good to see that they're able to show it here. It's not just a you know, oh, we're cruising through and rolling right through every game. Sometimes it's got to be done the hard way, and that's what Mongols are doing at the moment. 11-9, and for Liquid, unfortunately, it's a very, very uncomfortable situation because their T side was really sick. The entries, the individual stuff, they had like almost nothing but positive signs, really. But the second half CT side has been very quiet and very disappointing.
Yeah, and the way that Liquid have been playing as well, it really does seem like a team that is relying more on firepower than necessarily calling. And that's no disrespect to Shui, he's still very new into this roster, but like, where are the differences in pace? You were discussing earlier about how cool it is when teams are playing aggressively on a map like Nuke. They're getting outside, they're pushing through like on the ramp, they're getting for lobby crunches. We haven't seen Liquid try an aggressive mid-take yet. We've not seen them push into ramp and try and wrap around and go for these kind of flanks or even push B apps. They're sitting back and trying to absorb all of this punishment, and they've not been able to do so. However, Ultimate picking up the opening kill in a round for the first time that Liquid can really boast of on the CT side could be the winning ceiling moment.
Yeah, they do need something, and I mean, that's as good a thing as any to pick up on, right? One opening kill, close it down from here. Nerds has been pushed up, and almost gotta wonder if that's you know, an attempt to save the CT side as much as to save NAF at this stage. I do like when you swap around some of the CT positions because it makes it very, very hard for the Mongols to figure out what's going on. If they get a kill, well, if they get killed by NAF somewhere else now, or if they run into Nerds or on their side, they're going to be wondering, wait, that's not normally the B anchor. What is going on? Like, where does that mean for the rest of the setup on the CT side? So it's worth it to do something like this. That's the bomb on Techno. Oh, dear. I hate it. 45 seconds. What could they do? He doesn't have any incendiaries here, Nerds. So at a very minimum, I don't know if actually they could pick one up on Techno. Did he have a grenade? If he does have a Molotov, it's so much harder. NAF is going to get trucked once again. And now they're pushing in. Nerds very nearly taken down, but he does escape the flames, and Twist is there to help him out just at the nick of time. Senzu with 25 seconds, and it will be Ultimate to seal his fate here. Very nicely done. Nerds at forward position. They did, as the song goes, Vince, they did meet him at the Apatapata or whatever the fuck. I'm so sorry.
They did, Anders, absolutely. I have right alongside you. I actually grimaced and face palmed when I saw Techno had the bomb by himself pushing into the apps. Clearing the apps, completely fine with that. But when you have the bomb, it is going to waste so much resources, so much time, so much effort from the rest of your teammates to have to now look over to that period of the bomb site and try and clear it back to get the bomb. And in doing so, you just get backstabbed from market. You just have multiple CTs shooting you in the back. It's horrible. It's one of the few mistakes that we've seen the Mongols make on this T side, so we'll let them off, but you can't make that again.
Yeah, I think that's worth highlighting. We haven't seen a lot of mistakes from that, but it's worked out this time for Liquid. 11-10, one round gap once again. Liquid, it can't just be the one round. It can't just be one and done. They have to roll this one back. They were favorites by quite a margin to win it coming out of the first half. It looked so good with so much fire. And now they've got to step back up to that level again. They've stolen 3 AK-47s, which is definitely something that you should be highlighting because it does equalize some of those battles. It's so common that we see the M4s will get the dink and then die. In this case, it doesn't matter at all. It's Nerds to go down. Strong shot from Senzu. We were wondering about him earlier, but he's starting to pick it up a little bit.
Yes, he is getting some impactful kills, I think it's safe to say. He may not be drowning in frags just for the time being, but it feels like the opening picks, he only had 1 in the first half, and now he is up to 4. So he is going in the right direction. It has been a bit of a difference maker. And it is a very important piece that's been removed in the form of Nerds, who has been playing well. So a hugely impactful moment in this round. The Mongols this time, though, dialing back in, looking for that classic A execute, waiting for potentially Blitz to go and have a bit of impact on the mid side, lining up the smokes, 40 seconds left on the clock, and now they're going to go in.
AWP on Ultimate, just 1 kill might make the difference. It's a huge shot to begin with, and he is ready for anyone to come out of the palace there. Deep Molotovs is going to push him back just a little bit further. It's 26 seconds, but the smokes are up towards Connector, so the bomb should be going down here. Senzu, you've got to be careful. There are shots that are able to come through, but with the bomb planted, the retake, we'll see if they could do it. They have kits. They don't have a lot of smokes or anything else here on the Liquid side. 4 versus 4 in the after plant, and Senzu instantly taken down. What a nice clear coming out there from Twist.
Oof. And Shui shows his worth as well, 9-10. Sent reeling out of the round. Blitz and Mousinho, a bit of a one-dimensional crossfire, but they line up for Mousinho, and he will spray them down. The Mongols have 2 map points, somewhat stealing this away from Liquid. Huge turnaround.
That just couldn't have been any better, could it? You're right. Like, it's not even necessarily their fault. It just happened to be that when they took the first fight, they stood right on top of each other, and all he has to do is hold down that mouse one. Sickening lineup for him. Everything else from Liquid on that retake was looking very good, but yeah, that is just so devastating.
Do have enough money, enough finances. It is a double up, taking a page out of the Mongols playbook. We saw it happen a couple of times over there on their CT side. Will it fare better for Liquid? Twist and Ultimate, respectively. As Naf plays B alone one more time, has just a smoke, no incendiary. So once he does jump peek and spots a pixel, he'll toss that one down and then hope for the best and hope for a rotation. But they're very one-dimensional here. Double stacking connector, no one window. So it'll take a while before a rotation comes in. Naf could very well hold this entire map in the palm of his hands.
A lot of responsibility for someone that's not had a good tournament so far. Don't mind the fact that he's trying to put down a bit of a smoke. I would say the spray there is so risky. You don't know if they're going to be coming through, and you've just emptied your entire magazine. This time it doesn't backfire on him, but that's actually in itself made me wonder a little bit, why would you ever want to do that? He's back up, taking a look here, just jiggling away, which I don't hate, but the push-up here is dangerous. There's nobody nearby. It's just him. He's the only plan for defending the B bomb site, and I can't make sense of it. They're going to lose in the middle as well, just almost losing ultimate, but more than that, they're getting slowed down. This whole defense for Liquid, I'm so confused. And they did it earlier, if you remember. I was confused about the fact that they had the 3-man B setup. This one, just as much. I don't mind having 4 people at the A bomb site, but then at least hold middle so that you have some idea of what's going on. But they were so far back, and they should be losing this round every single time, Vince.
Oh, 100%. Ultimate is low, 2 ops on the retake. We've been here before, and no real utility apart from Ultimate with an incendiary and a flash, but Nertz just brute forces his way through on Cat. What a shot from Ultimate! It was rapid, and now Senzu on 29 HP. Now 20. Has to try and secure this round, trying to find a lineup, but nothing is going to help him out, and Liquid have got away with murder. They have no right to win that round. They should have been punished, but they're still somehow in this game.
I mean, credit where it's due. I'm not going to take it back. They should lose that round every single time. It's going to be a testament to how sick that retake was, because it's very, very hard to pull off. They were so far away. I mean, again, like I said, because they're not in any control of the middle, it's not as though they have to rotate from mid to B. When Naf dies, they have to go so far from the other side of that A-bomb side to try and get there. Yeah. Mongols, shocking that they ended up going that way. So the 2 map points down to the 1 here. Another timeout being called. Liquid looking for overtime to see if they can recover this first map here. Mongols. I mean, the fact that they're even in this position is wild to begin with, because they looked so flat at the beginning of it. But here we are. All the rounds.
Yeah, I'm also really curious. I would love to hear the comms of Liquid there. Who called for Naf to push the ups? Because I don't believe for a second, playing by himself with no fast rotations, that he's just made that heads-up call. Someone must have goaded him into that, whether it's Twist, whether it's Shui. But man, yeah, what a horrendous call it was. It nearly cost them everything.
But it's the whole round. It's the fact that he empties the magazine earlier. There's just so many small things that I just do not understand. Sue goes down early on. Bombs being rotated back through T-spawn. If this is an A crunch, what it absolutely will be with this window position for Senzu. Oh, he's in such a great... I think Naf is going to be dead instantly here. Yep. Blown up, and that means the A defense is wiped out. There's nothing left. You would see it coming about 20 seconds before that happened. Every piece of the puzzle was there for Mongols. Ultimate in a 1 versus 5, and I don't care how much faith you have in him, how good he's been playing, which he absolutely has been. This cannot be won. Nice shot onto Techno, but wow, Mongols. Opening map. It is their pick, but it was such an incredibly slow start that it looked like Liquid were going to do what seemed like it was going to be possible from the start of it here and actually steal the map away. It's not going to happen. Instead, Mongols with an insane recovery, and Liquid showing that CT side was not at all ready for the Mongols.
Yeah, they really picked up the slack on that T side. Senzu started to come alive, but I think it's also the fact that we started to see a lot more entries coming through from 9-10. He's a player that often goes under the radar, normally eclipsed by the likes of Senzu, but with that AWP, he was putting in some serious effort. And it just goes to show, like, Ultimate Nearly, I would argue, if he clutched that one you were calling there, Anders, that might be the play of the entire tournament, with how crazy that clutch would have been with those flicks. So he played like stellar. Nert's really, really solid, but it still wasn't enough. Too many mistakes, too many questionable calls. But again, I do want to make it clear, it's understandable. They're a team that's still finding their way with a new IGL. These things are going to happen.
And very often, unfortunately, the CT sides are a little bit harder to make sense of when you're a new team. The rotations and the sort of the dynamic that you normally build up over time, where you sort of have a good understanding of how to play and how to flash for each other and what kind of communication works, it can take a really big hit. Whereas a lot of the T-side stuff, you can go back to some of the more regular stuff. Most of us know how to do some A executes and know how to throw the flashes or grenades for B. It can be a little bit easier to do earlier on in the life cycle of a team like this one, but really tough. And obviously Naf, I mean, whatever it is that's going on, like I said, I've been a fan of his for a really, really long time. I think he's a fantastic player. But we have to highlight the fact that that was an obvious weakness for this one too, or that B bomb side. And the Mongols knew about it. They were ready to fight Naf and they wanted to take advantage of that. So something is definitely up. And Liquid, it's not their map pick, but still, that's a hard loss to take when you've got that kind of a lead.
Oh, no doubt. I guess if we try and spin this in an optimistic way, though, they made a lot of mistakes. Naf isn't playing well. He is bottom of the stats overall in terms of plays at the entire tournament, and yet they still nearly beat the Mongols on their choice of map, a map that's one of their best ones, if not their best map. So there are things to take out of this and be kind of pleased about. I know it's difficult in the moment because you're bitterly disappointed with not winning, but now they're moving across to their sort of turf, and this is where maybe they can return the favor on Anubis.
Yeah, I like that framing. I think that is definitely a perspective that's worth keeping in mind. Like you said, hard in the moment for Liquid, but for the rest of us to just look on, it is pretty good. And I mean, it's also, we should also say, Mongols still not looking anywhere like themselves. Obviously, in the second half, it was better, but they have a ceiling that's much higher than this also. I'm curious how it'll be playing out. Anubis, I am going to continue to say, I think it's an incredibly treacherous map, meaning that when you end up picking it, you start on the CT side, and very often that can completely collapse. So I'm almost never confident when people pick Anubis. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. It's going to be coming up after the break, where we do have the second map in this elimination series. So stay tuned, and we will return after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He's back and he's gone from red to blue. He's come in with Liquid now. We got Shuhei. It's great to see you back, mate, to start off with. And just, how are things? How are you feeling?
Thank you. It's good to be back. I was waiting for this moment. Been sitting at home, couldn't get away from the game. now I'm finally at a tournament, so I'm really enjoying this time.
So you removed from MongolZ. A lot of the community didn't expect it, but obviously a lot of the community, and this is talent, players, praise your in-game leading. So I think there would be a lot of teams that would want to have you on the team. How did you end up on Liquid? How did this all come together?
I couldn't stop thinking about the game. Maybe I should have taken some time off, but I really want to get back as soon as possible because I knew this is something I love to do, and I want to continue doing it as fast as possible. Yeah, and I was looking for the best possible option. I feel like I made a right decision with Liquid.
And it's interesting here because you're going on trial for Liquid. So do you guys have some like expectations, or is there some requirements, or is it just learning and seeing how it goes?
I don't think there's any expectations. I think it's more about me joining here, helping the guys out as well as they're helping me out at the same time. Whatever will happen in the future, we don't know. Esports is a very fast and developing department, so I'm not looking too much into the future right now. I'm focused on the moment.
Did you have more time than that to play and prepare with the team to get ready?
We did have some time to practice. I wouldn't say a lot of it, but just like the announcement, it is a little bit last second right before the tournament. Yeah, we made the most out of our time that we could.
Can you tell me how many days?
I think you can count on two hands for sure.
What does that mean though for you and implementing your way of leading and taking over the leadership roles? Like, how is that going to work with such little time, comparing old Liquids to now what you want to do?
I try to make it as stress-free as possible for the guys. I know that I am the one coming in, and the four guys here have already played together, so they have somewhat of a playbook already ready for tournaments. But I came in and I wanted to also feel comfortable in my own ways and how I approach things. So I made sure that we balanced both things at a time. Coming into this tournament now, I think we reached a point where both me and the rest of the guys, we found a spot where we could feel somewhat comfortable what we have prepared for the tournament.
I have to ask around Twists. Does he just go back to star roles now and doing what he does best? How is it working, and how much of an input is he having, considering obviously he was the IGL before?
Twist has been really helpful with me coming in. He's been giving me a lot of good feedback, and I'm learning a lot from him even in such a short period of time. In terms of his roles and the position he's taking now, I would rather that he speaks on it more.
Okay.
I think he will give you a better answer on it. Rather than me, but I'm happy to see him in that position and him able to shine again, because he is a great player.
How much does this opportunity mean to you, be it a trial or whatever it is, right? About what you can do in this short time, what you can show here, and the players you have now to work with?
I'm not too worried about the short time. I know that if you start off on the good foot, you can get a long way from this. So I'm not worried how much time is left or how much time there is to go. I'm very motivated to start from here, even though we had a few days of practice this tournament. I'm motivated to play here and more than happy to be here. So yeah.
What are the expectations? Have you guys spoke about that for this event? Because obviously this is the first run of it.
We're coming into this event and we're just gonna take what's given to us here. My role is to not put any stress on the players. They have amazing personalities and they're amazing people, and they know how to also adapt to situations like this. So. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of roll with it. We do have some things prepared, and we are feeling confident coming into it. Just gonna be a matter of using that to the best of our abilities.
Well, I'm looking forward to see it. I wish you the best of luck, man. It's good to have you back, and I'll see you on the server.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're back once again, and it looked like it was going to be Liquid sweeping away the map pick of the Mongols on Mirage to begin with, but the Mongols did wake up in that second half, and Liquid, I think, also displaying that their CT side just wasn't what it should have been. So ultimately, it gets stolen away from them right at the end. A 13-11 win there. Pretty heartbreaking for Liquid in some sense, but like you pointed out, it's not also their map pick, and Anubis is coming up, so it might not be the end of the world here. I hope Liquid can bounce back. I'd love to see Ancient. I'm pretty sure both teams are going to be ready to play that one, so they'll have to get for Anubis first. So what do you think, Vince? I mean, how likely is it that we're going to see that third map?
I feel like the Mongols will still be the favorites for me, but this is a map that they've typically struggled a little bit more on. Liquid also. Obviously, this is Maya and Shui have decent-ish results on Anubis. It's one of their most successful maps. Also, the map they've played the most as well over the last 3 months. So it's really, for me, about the growing pains here of how Shui is going to come into this squad, and is he going to be changing too much this quickly? Are they mainly going to be focusing on kind of what Twist has already laid down as a groundwork? There's a lot of questions and variables, but I think we did see a lot of the growing pains over there on Mirage, unfortunately, and so I would expect now the Mongols are feeling a little bit sharper, looking a little bit better. We saw glimpses of brilliance from Senzu, 9-10, Blitz as well. I think that should carry them ahead, especially if Naf, who unfortunately, obviously on your screen right now, has had a rough tournament. If that continues, they may very well pinpoint his position and try and exploit it again.
I mean, they should, right? If you have a sense that someone's not doing super good at the moment, then you know what they're playing, which is not going to be that hard to research. Why not try and double and triple down and see if you can really put the pressure on? It's such a rare sight to see Naf even a little bit frustrated and just not really doing what he's supposed to be doing. So we'll follow that story and more going into this second map. I think Anubis is a very interesting map, but I also, like I said, and I'll, to reiterate it again, it's one of these maps where if you have a slow start on that CT side, if you don't win the pistol or you don't win that first buy round, things get very, very tricky. And I've seen it play out so many times in the last couple of months that it no longer surprises me. But we'll see if that's going to be the case here. There is a kit on Sue, which I always like for pistol round. I think it makes it a little bit more fun. A couple of flashbangs too, but other than that, it's going to be Mongols to decide where the fight will happen. The ultimate just snipes away. What a jiggle to take down 9-10, but Naf also getting a chance to chime in. Techno's the next victim.
What they don't want to do, though, is potentially throw away a life or two, continuing to peek. They've got the advantage they were seeking. Your 5v3, there was no reason to peek from Dark anymore through on the canal side. Just let Senzu be with his P250. Use the strength advantage that you have with the numbers to try and choke them out. Now, the downside is, though, that they're playing Shui alone on the A side, and so he's effectively going to be in a 1 versus 3 for the time being. This should yield a pretty straightforward kill into a post plant, but Shui is keeping himself alive, almost tapping out and saying, fine, you can have the site, we've got kits, and we've got 5 players still on the server.
But you're right, it is a bit of a concession, and the fact that they get a bomb plant in itself is a bit of a victory already. A couple of kills, one of them with that dreaded P250, like you mentioned. If they get one more, this round is going to spiral out of control. Nerds, he's very exposed here, has to be quick with the kill, and he will be. But they lose ultimate at the very same time, and the other problem is the kit is up here, so Liquid have to fight their way up onto the high ground. They might not even be allowed to. Nerds alone versus 2. The round is unraveled as Mongols claim it back in a 3-on-5. That is absolutely spectacular for them.
It's spectacular, but man, what a collapse for Liquid. Like, I know hindsight's 2020 and it's easy for us to poke at this, but why are you sending 2 players up mid to clear that out rather than sending one of those players onto the site to help Shui? Because you know that he's effectively in a 1v3 if they decide. Like, it just feels weird for me to coin flip an advantage when you are the team that should be forcing your will and imposing yourself on the opposition. That's so reactive rather than proactive. I just can't get my head around it.
I couldn't tell you, but I agree with everything you just said. I mean, that is one of those decisions that just unfortunately, you know, it starts with one little thing and then pretty quickly it just completely spirals. A lot of USPs, but that is spotted and they are super ready to receive here. Sineo going to keep on pushing forward. Pretty good job ultimately, but for Liquid, I don't mind that they try to do this. I think it's a nice idea. That pistol round, it's hard to get over though. Incredibly winnable, but the communication or the understanding of what was happening in that round really failing Liquid.
Yeah, and whereas you can make concessions and you can understand, like, you know, making a mistake when it comes to a full-on execute or a protocol in a full rifle round where there's tons of grenades flying around, that's a pistol round where it's a pretty straightforward call. Like, Shui being on A alone with the kit, basically against the 3 Mongols players, it just didn't need to happen. It would be super easy to send over one player. You can then lock down middle with the one player and have that early warning system that if it gets tripped, you can rotate at that stage. But, hell, that's all in the past, Anders. They've got to get their hands and their minds on the task, and that is they've got rifles to play with. They've got to turn the tide right now.
Yeah, like I said, you don't win the pistol, and if you also don't win that first buy round here for Liquid, even if it is your map pick, it can just spiral so quickly. Curious how Mongols are going to start to approach this, but there are a number of really popular strategies right now on the map. One of them actually involves what Messinio is doing right now, which is clearing out the front of the A bomb site, because once you do that, you can rotate back to the B bomb site pretty quickly. Now, Liquid, from losing that control, they're actually going to be pushing in the middle. I like that 3-man setup. I wish they would keep going with it, because that's a fun way to try and play the round. Senzu, bit of a chance here, does re-peek against Naf. He really wants to take the fight, and not going to be able to get it just yet. Messinio's going down at the same time, and the push did continue in the middle. I love this for Liquid.
As do I, but they've got to make sure they at least keep the foundation of controlling the B side. This rotation around the back will mean nothing if they just get felled. And they're getting destroyed through the smokes. It sends you this time with a P250, but this is where the fast rotation may come to fruition. That smoke is going to clear momentarily, but Techno gets aggressive, spots 2 players, can reload the infill, and switches to the M4. He had that stashed away for the push. And although the aggression through on mid was looking so good, it's now down to twists and Senzu decapitates him.
Absolutely bizarre round. There was so much going on there. Half the battle was, you know, in and around the smokes, and there was really no time to breathe whatsoever. Senzu, though, with a very powerful triple in this one. I think this initial push in the middle for Liquid is really sick. It's a nice mid-round call to try and switch things up. Like I said, they lost control at the front of the A bomb site, and they decided to take middle instead. I'm all for it, but they just did not make it work. All right, getting a bit fired up. That's a very close round, and for Liquid, it could easily be the kind of round that, looking back at this first half, you're going to say, if you win that one, you know, that's what powers you on to have a really good map. Instead now, going to be upgrading some pistols, trying to be aggressive outside of the B bomb side, but Mongols, they're in a good position here.
And that's the problem with pushing up mid like that. It's like, if you have control over A, it will keep players like Techno that was going for those con peaks time after time and getting success with them. His attention's going to be spent towards the back of the map, which allows you to go for the backstab, the flank frags. So as soon as the players like Naf drop on the site, that's basically it over. Naf, speaking of which, though, is going to pick up the frag with the 5-7, but he is very low and can't get his hands on the weapon that just fell on the ground. He's not even try and grab a hold of it. Runs out into the open, bit more damage done to 910. And out comes Twists, gets his man. The hit and run is good, but 910 lays him down. And suddenly it's down to Shui in a 1-on-3.
Nice attempt for Naf. I mean, you're absolutely right. He really wanted that gun out there, and that could have made a huge difference. Sui not going to be able to do anything at this stage. Just enjoying the scenery, staring at the sun, which I've heard you're not supposed to do. I haven't tried, Vince. Maybe that's what they want us to believe, you know?
Some hidden power. I mean, we are on Anubis, right? So
exactly. Sun guards coming out and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Conversation here.
We can start in Brokey.
Let's do it.
Alright. And actually Twist, coming up with some ideas, which is fun to hear. I guess early on, you might as well try and see if you can get everybody pitching in.
I guess the problem here, though, is if you peer into the sun on Anubis, it's actually the god of death. So that doesn't bode very well. And so far, it has Liquid in the palm of its hands. Anubis has been feasting on the souls of Liquid, and there's not really been much in terms of being excited for the CT side. Twist maybe baited the T's into a false sense of security, but they had the right idea. They didn't fully commit, and Twists will punish for one.
How is he alive? They actually tagged him right at the beginning, and he's solo on help. I can't explain it. Very fortunate turn of events there. Steals the AK, gets out of there. Super well played. Techno checking the corner. He had the right idea. He knew there was a chance that Naf could have been there, but a nice shot coming out. It actually gives Liquid a round or a one-man lead here. They need it. They need these rounds, these early rounds for the economy and for the momentum and everything else. It's so important for Liquid that they get the job done, even if it's early on. And look at the push coming out of the A-bomb side. This is great fundamentals. Actually really good Anubis teams on the CT side. This is the kind of stuff that you're going to see. They did spot up Messinio. They know that he's there. But just closing the map on the Mongols. There is an AWP holding this. He got the dink off, but still. 9-10 with the shot. Are they going to be expecting a second player to be pushed out of A? I doubt it.
Twist will devour at 9-10. And then, yeah, it was a beautiful shot from Nerds. How he wish he had the AK over the A1S. Yeah. Would have been a very different outcome. Twist, though, has fell back. And remember, he was the player that Blitz nearly had. Body bagged up on middle. He somehow lives to tell the tale and will also finish off the round. A huge individual performance by Twists, keeping Liquid in this game.
That was fucking crazy, bro.
So sick. And that forward movement, it's something that so many teams struggle with because it is hard to push out of really both A and B on this map. It feels like you're walking through some pretty big choke or some small choke points, and also it just feels like there's so many angles once you get on the other side of the choke point that you have to look for, but it's so worth it when you end up doing it. Very well played.
He's had quite a bit of success early on in the map, up to 8 frags. 9 for Senzu. Blitz yet to get off the mark, but he has only died the 2 times. Just waiting out for Liquid. They did have very aggressive peaks last round. We saw Nerds and then Twists. So they're going to sit out there and just bide their time and wait. Crack open the smoke, but it's Ultimate that goes for the wide swing, and 9-10 punishes his overextension.
Yeah, Liquid still trying to see if they can fit in some of this aggression on the CT side, and unfortunately this time it does backfire a bit on them. Ultimate's got 1 kill, Sui's got 1, Nerds has got 1. It's really Twist and Naf right now that are trying to do some of the work here, and they're at risk of losing all of the economy once again. Twist just caught, rotating back out in the open, and there's absolutely no chance that Nerds is going to be staying alive here. Shocked in some sense that he actually stuck around for it. Naf and Sue left, and in a 2 versus 5, they are already going to be hunted. Not that there's that much cash really on the Mongol side, but they must be able to guess roughly where Liquid are themselves. So if they can steal some of these rifles, even if it costs them a bit here, Mongols, it's probably worth it. They are going to go back and... Yeah, just to reiterate again, there's a huge deficit right now in potential, you know, last-second ninja diffusion on the A bomb side, it's such an open thing a lot of the time because the T's just tend to rotate really far away early on. So I'm calling it. I'm going to keep saying it because eventually it's going to be true.
Oof, that's a pretty big whiff. Blitz. He'll be disappointed with that one. He knew that Shui was in the corner of Temple. He had the drop on him with the AK, and that has allowed Shui now to upgrade to the AK-47. And like you said, the money's not great for the Mongols. Like, they have been hemorrhaging kills even in the rounds that they've been picking up, so that could hurt them just a little bit. That's the peak. Early doors, the ultimate walks straight into the crosshair of 910. And yeah, I mean, barring a miraculous 3 HP 4K from Twists, there's been nothing really to talk about from Liquid, and that's the point you're raising, right? It's like everyone is just so slow to start off.
Yeah, when you put it like that, Vince, that's a grim thing to think about. That if Twist hadn't, if he would have died in the smoke early, like he probably should have in the middle, then that round isn't even happening at all. Oh, man, 5-1 Mongols. Now, for anyone that's brand new that hasn't been watching any Anubis yet, it is a T-sided map, and I think it's the most T-sided map still in the pool at the moment, so it's not surprising to see Mongols play really well at the start of this, but that's also why I think it's dangerous to pick Anubis as a map in general, because if you don't have a really good formula, or you don't win some of those critical rounds early on, it's just very hard to recover. And that's what Liquid are experiencing at the moment. Again, it's Twist trying to really bring his team back. He's doing whatever he can to make this work. Sui's going to go down on the other side, and it does leave Naf at the site, lacking a little bit of backup, but the rotation is actually fast for Liquid. Maybe it could be done.
A lot of damage on Ultimate, though. Has been taken to pieces. Techno with a double. 3K in the round. A Twist tries. He may with a 5-7. Is posting up a heroic last stand, but ultimately there's not much he can do about the round going the way of the Mongols. 6-1, and it kind of feels like this cursed position to be a Liquid fan, right? You're like, please, Twist, stop IGLing, be a star player again. He's like, I got you guys. I am going to be the only player to frag, though, so we're still going to lose.
That's how Counter-Strike is, you know? You get what you want, but then there's always a catch somewhere, you know? 6-1. The problem is also, I was praising them for the early CT aggression, and I really do love it, but the only issue is, if it doesn't work early on, you've now conditioned Mongols to play a much slower start here, and that's what they're doing. You can see the default. They're ready. They're far back. They're looking for Liquid to do something. So that means, you know, it's possible now Liquid are going to have themselves to go back and play just a much slower round and being further back, and typically on Anubis, that's sort of a recipe for failure, because once the T's take over dark, like they're trying to do now, and they push you back outside of the A-bomb site, you have no idea what's happening on the map. And even worse, I would say, in sort of the meta for the last couple of months, this mid portion of the map has just become such a populated area. You can smoke off and you can do wraps around both A and B, and it's devastating. So you have to stop the T's from getting that much map control.
Yeah, this is some of the lack of proactivity that we saw in Mirage as well, because you could make the same kind of arguments for Mirage CT side, you know, like, if things aren't going well, try and take control of middle, try and get through B, try and push through down on ramp, and it never happened for Liquid. They were so defensive. It's like you said, they were playing not to lose, not necessarily to win. Trades are good this time around, though, in favor of Liquid, and Ultimate goes back in for more.
So sick. Stays around for that one more kill. Just Blitz left here. Missed opportunity, but Twist will be there to help out.
Good job,
a lot of things gone perfectly in that round. I mean, obviously Ultimate with the AWP, but apart from that,
keep it up and
the smoke timing there that went down was just so sick, and you could see that Mongols made a choice to say, we're going to flash our way through that smoke and try and get the job done, but they weren't ready. They weren't able to get those early kills, so super well played by Ultimate.
And those are the kind of flicks and kind of aggressive plays that saw him have a lot of success on Mirage as well. So a confident Ultimate is a good Ultimate, and we do have a double AWP setup coming into play again here. Let's see how it fares. It's going to be a Tech9 running and gunning through on the con side, and oh, it's so awkward. They got backed off. He had a grenade in hand, but unfortunately they tripped over each other's shoelaces, and they both get fragged.
What a devastating way to start a round. I mean, it's not a question, right? The bomb site is wiped out so early that you are never going to be dreaming of retaking this, and most especially not with a double AWP setup. But how absolutely cursed for the side of Liquid. It's, again, unfortunately, that dark position, I mean, it's one little slip up there. And the truth is as well, because of the state of the current incendiary grenades, even if you throw down an incendiary, you know, on top of them as they're running through dark, they're not going to care. They're going to run through. It just doesn't matter. It's fine if you can land it before they show up, then they definitely won't risk it. But if it sort of lands on top of them or maybe, you know, right at their feet, there's not that much of a penalty on the T side for just running through one of those incendiaries. And people, I mean, everybody knows it, but people sort of, I think they're cheated by the fact that it feels like you should be able to stop, you know, the T side from doing anything with it, but in reality, it's often not the case at all. Regardless, very nicely done for the Mongols. It does buy them around almost for free there. 7-2. We're moving into round number 10 here, and we are lacking the rest of Liquid. Twist is playing well, but where is everybody else?
That's the question, isn't it? Sorely lacking. Ultimate, though, has had some moments of brilliance the last few rounds, so maybe this is his time to shine. Chewy with 2, and Ultimate back called upon to try and stave off this push. The flash is good, but it's too late. And Ultimate then pivots round and takes off Blitz's head. Holy, that's a hell of a round by the pole.
I mean, when he's hitting those shots, that's very encouraging. It looks so sick. Enough to force a timeout for the Mongols. They really want a chance to say, all right, how do we get the last couple of rounds here? 3 rounds on the CT side of Anubis. It's doable. It can be. You can win it in the second half, but it's not as much fun, right? So if Liquid can get this next one, there's actually a pathway here to get 5. And if they get 5, I'm going to be super happy. If I'm Liquid and I get 5 rounds right now, I'm celebrating that for sure.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, in a strange kind of way, it sort of echoes how Mirage went, but in reverse, where it felt like the Mongols were so far behind, there wasn't a possibility for them to get a solid half of CS under their belt, but they'd managed to get it done, and then they clawed their way into a 13-11 victory. There is a way that Liquid can seal this one up themselves. That's a hell of a shot into Blitz. That flick. Jesus.
Yeah, more of that, please. If you're a Liquid fan, you're going to be hoping that that isn't the last time. Ultimate up to 6 here. Round number 11. All of the money expended on this one for the Mongols. Crouching around the smoke, but Naf is there to call them out. He gets the first one, but they are going to power through. Why would they stop? They're all here. There's nobody else anywhere on the map for the Mongols. They might as well keep going. Ultimate back in the same position. Guesses up first, but he's traded out this time. Blitz has his number. 3 versus 3 for all of a second as 9-10 goes down. Sui with the USP, and Blitz, even with the Glock, it's not going to be enough here. Twist will take him down. A real battle at the B bomb site, but Liquid, they were quick to rotate. They had people in position, and now that dream of getting the 5th round is very doable.
This is exactly why you've just got to dig in. Dig your heels into the ground. Have a terrible start. Things can be looking so dire. But if you can just battle your way back, you could come back into a really solid half. 5 rounds on the CP side of Anubis? Let's go! That's damn good. And, like, they got a Galil and basically 4 pistols. Like, Liquid have basically pulled this off, assuming they don't make a huge mistake and fumble it.
I was going to say, if they do, Vince, you are going to have a lot of angry Liquid fans in your DMs saying...
He's cursed it.
Exactly. Why? Why are you trying this?
Why not, Anders?
Well, that's always the other question. Now, Ultimate's going to be taking on Senzu. They have got very close to disaster here. This is incredibly scary. Messina goes down on the other side. Nert's going to have the shock of a lifetime, but unfortunately, if they still have Messina alive on the other side, it'd be so much more interesting, because then they could have put the crunch on Twist there. And also the fact that the bomb is really far away. So in general, even in a 3 versus 4 here, it's a minute on the clock. It's going to be a long time before anyone can actually find that bomb. Blitz with a bit of mercy, decides not to knife Naf, and hold the phone. 2 versus 2, 50 seconds. The bomb is going to get picked up again. Who knows? This actually could be done.
The one downside is how disjointed the 2 Ts are, but that may end up working in their favor. because they're covering more of the map and there's more opportunities to maybe try and get around the back and exploit the momentary weakness. And that's it. That's the moment. Techno finds Twists, knife in hand, and puts him down with authority, and he has the bomb, so he can go for the straight-up plant, knowing that his teammate has heard the footsteps of Ultimate elsewhere. It is actually happening, Anders. There is a possibility that the Mongols have just broken the hearts of Liquid.
Ultimate running in. It is Techno to take him down. Vince, it's on you. I'm tweeting your phone number later on. You could call him yourself. Oh my god. That is shocking. From that kind of a beginning in the round, with the weapons that they had, it should have never happened, but Liquid find a way to give that one back. And I'm not gonna lie, that's easily a way to lose the map, and as a result, the whole series, and get knocked out.
I mean, that's just wild, isn't it? I mean, obviously we're joking around about curses and jinxes and everything, but it's down to Liquid to get the job done, guys. Like, you've given yourself a real opportunity of a solid half on Anubis. If you offered them 5 rounds at the start of the game, I think they would have accepted that. They would have been okay with it. 8-4 is still not a complete disaster, but they know that this should be a 7-5. They know how many times they made really poor mistakes and decisions. I mean, even if you go back to the pistol round, Anders, that should have been Liquid's all day, every day.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about that, but you're absolutely right. Oh, what a roller coaster of a first half here. Didn't see it coming, but I mean, you're right as well. You said halfway through, the 2-on-2 with the Mongols being so far apart right at the end here, that actually did work out really well for them, which traditionally wouldn't necessarily be a strength, but oh, yeah. Looking a little bit dejected is Naf, and you could understand why. Here we go. Second half is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over yet. If Liquid win this pistol, they can bounce right back. It's not at all lost yet, but they do have their backs to the wall. It's going to be an execute-heavy round. I'm guessing they're going to set up the smoke wall and then with the Molotov try and get the job done. But before they get there, they've got to get rid of Sensu, and already he is biting back. Sui just gets deleted across that river.
Well, that is a delicious snap headshot from Senzu. Immediately removing any presence up on the canals. And it has kind of isolated Nertz from the rest of the team. He's had a rough game as well. 2 kills for Nertz. It's not often you say that. He's been towards the top end for Liquid since joining. And there's Senzu again. Speak of the man, and he will deliver twice, knocking 2 players into their graves here on Anubis. And although there's only 2 in total for the Mongols on the site, they know 1 is in the con. They're not sure about Techno's presence as well, and he does have Julies.
Honestly, this could still be 1, right? The smoke wall here might just... 1 kill behind this, and you get the bomb plant. There is a way to get back. Now, unfortunately, the smoke wall is really, really far behind, so they're going to be playing in front of it here. I think if they'd set up the wall a little bit closer to the actual plant zone, there's a chance that they can sort of, wrap their way in, but they smoke so far behind that the 2 CT players that are there, they've got full vision, and they're hitting the shots as well. So, well done on the Mongol side. Obviously, a tough round for Liquid when you lose a couple of players. Wow, it's very crisp.
It's gross. It's just filthy, isn't it? Like, how do you counter that? Hey, guys, I'm going to quickly chill. Oh, I'm dead. All right, cool. Nice one, Senzu.
Yeah, there's not much else to say. And it feels bad when you die like that, because what do you even say when you call it out to your teammates? Yeah, he's cracked, unfortunately.
He's just a god. GG.
Oh no. Yeah. Chicken doing a burnout, I think. It's a technical term, Chicken burnout. It's a rare thing.
Okay. There's a chance.
There is a chance. At least to get a little bit closer. You're going to get a bomb plant right now. It'd be very nice. Add to the economy. Twists here. Chaos with the FAMAS. I don't know, but he got the kill. I'm not even going to comment on it. Bomb plant was close. But unfortunately, that doesn't count. Nicely done, honestly. Denying the bomb plant is kind of a big deal right now. You're looking to close the book on Liquid before they can wake up in the second half. So limit the economy. Make sure they have as little as possible to work with early on here. Everything, I would say, is on track for a 2-0 victory for Mongols. And Liquid, man, there's something left to be decided here in terms of what they're building. Which Again, I'm going to give them a lot of runway, and you know, I know it's early on, but still, it would be more fun, wouldn't it, for all of us if they came in and they just looked rock solid.
Well, maybe that chicken had the right idea. Flee, run for your lives, Liquid. That's the only way you get out of this alive right now. Run as far away from this Mongol squad as possible. They had a terrible opener. Got wrecked by Apogee, but it looks like they're finally arriving to PGL Bucharest. Better late than never.
Yeah.
And the opening kill, though, will go in favor of Liquid. That's so important. Techno's been finalized. It's going to allow them control over the canals, and they can pick and choose where to go next.
I mean, the Mongols are going to have the same kinds of problems that Liquid were dealing with when they were on the CT side, so I wouldn't get too carried away if I was a fan of the Mongols here. This is not done yet. Bit sloppy there for 9-10. Will allow Sui to get the kill. It's a bit weird to watch. But there's like 10-4 deficit, about to be a 10-5 deficit, no question about that. You can recover that if you're Liquid, so don't start celebrating yet. They're not knocked out yet, Liquid, and there is a way. Also, to be totally honest as well, the fact that they even have 4 rounds, and it's more or less only been Twist and Ultimate that have been doing almost anything on the map so far, if they get Sui and Nerds, I mean, you said it, Nerds at 2 kills. He's a way better player than that. Get some of these players fired up, and Liquid could look drastically different in a couple of rounds.
It's great for the confidence, right? Like, you've at least not gone down without a fight. You're going to get yourself into a position where you can try and exploit some of the weakened economic variables on the Mongols team. I mean, you got blitzed down at $650, a couple players just around the $1,000 plus mark. So they can at least see the light at the end of the tunnel at this point. And like we've already discussed multiple times, and it's like Anubis, it does lend itself to T-sides having a lot of prowess and being able to string together many, many rounds. So I completely agree with you. Yes, it's looking bleak, it's looking a bit grim, it's looking dire, but it's not done just yet. You keep scrapping away. We kind of wrote them off in the first half. They had a horrible start, they brought it back towards the end. They can do it again.
I actually don't doubt it even for a second here, but there are some crucial rounds that they need to convert. This one should be a bit easier. There's limited utility, and the weapons aren't that good for the Mongols. They're pushing right into it here, and I like the attempt from Massinio, but he is going to get punished almost immediately. They get Techno at the same time. They know that there's another player here because Massinio was flashed in, so they're not going to be in any doubt about that. It's great information, and they have so much time on the clock. I would hate to see Liquid fight that position early on. Blitz goes down in the middle. Very nice to see Liquid not just, fighting headlong into the A bomb site. When you've got the man advantage, you've got the better weapons, you've got so much time on the clock, why push into something like that? Twist's going to be taken down 9-10, and like I said, they already know where Sensu is, so huge round here. And the money is not there for the Mongols. So the next one also should be more or less for free. That'll make it 10-6. When the Mongols buy at that point, that's the round that's interesting. If they can kill that first or the next buy round, the next rifle round for the Mongols, that's where Liquid can make a real comeback.
Right. Absolutely. They can bounce back so quickly. This 5-round deficit can quickly become 1. It can become 0. And I'm going to be very curious to see what the Mongols come through with into this next one. It's not going to be a full buy. It's not going to be a full-on investment. Well, I assume it won't be. You never know with the Mongols, I guess. But I'd love to see them do something proactive. Whether it's getting aggressive outside of, down in the mid portion, or if they want to try and get aggressive outside of A, take the fight to Team Liquid because they're still shaky. They haven't been knocked out just yet, but their legs aren't quite beneath them.
Yeah, there are a lot of things to fix. I would say a lot of it just looks like it really does come down to some communication. So, for me, it looks like a lot of the mistakes right now, they're of the type that you would expect to be fixed fairly quickly, which is probably good, This is the first time that we're really seeing them, so not too surprising. Right now, things shaping up, I would say, in a pretty decent way here. Liquid on the right track. They do have 1 AK on Sensu, so assuming that doesn't just tear up the Liquid team here, they should be fine.
Twist has been a linchpin of this comeback. He, by the way, coming into this round, has 7 multi-kill rounds. That's more than the rest of his team combined. It probably won't surprise you to hear that statistic, considering how lopsided it was in the first half especially. They didn't go for the hyper-aggressive plays, but they are at least sticking together. They can try and safeguard and bodyguard Senzu's AK-47. 9-10 perched up with the deagle. Problem is, though, they're about to get flanked in from Ultimate. If his toes get singed, it will allow them to be alert to his presence. And although Techno's watching the con, it's just a USP. But there is a smoke there to greet them. This is going to stall off the push just that little bit longer and allow Senzu to start to activate through on middle. They know the slow push onto the B side so far. They can try and snap a couple of headshots across. We saw just how good Senzu's aim was in the pistol, but he's not able to get more than one.
You could see that Senzu knows one kill isn't enough to change the round. He feels like he has to stick around. Could have a debate about that, but I understand why he's doing it, because he's trying to really win the round for his team there. Now Blitz is going to be able to pick up an AK. See if he can do anything with it. Nerds is quickly on top, and there would have been a Molotov there to really burn him up from behind the cake. It's going to be 9-10 with the deagle. 20 seconds left. The bomb is here on Twist. It's a little bit exposed right now, but he's planting on the safe side of it, and I don't think they're going to be allowed to come through the smoke. Bomb is already planted. Well done for Twist. His 20th kill right there. And Liquid up to 7. But this was the easy one. Like I said a couple of rounds ago, this next one for the Mongols, when they were able to actually buy, that's where things are going to get really interesting. And as a result, they're also taking a bit of a timeout. I think they understand the gravity of the situation. If they lose this next one, then Liquid are... they're quite far back in the game. There's a really good chance they're going to be able to take the map.
Yeah, I feel like if Liquid win this next round, they may even be favorites. Sure, they'd still be 2 rounds behind, but I think it's the nature and how the T side of Anubis operates, the way the economy will be looking for the rest of this half on the side of Mongols. And there is also another component that we touched on a couple of times, but didn't really fully sort of go into. Nerds has 3 kills and 38 ADR, and he is typically the guy, him and Twists, like obviously before Twists was IGL, and you'd say Nerds is up there as one of the most talented, mechanically gifted riflers. He's just had nearly no impact in this game. If he comes alive, like, the Mongols could be in serious trouble here.
I fully agree, and it's a very rare sight to see Nerds in this kind of a position. He is such an exciting player, and it's one of the big reasons why I hope we get to see Ancient between these two teams, because Nerds is just a mid-god on Ancient. It is so much fun to watch. Not many, I would say almost no players in the world that can keep up with him when he's doing what he does, so yeah, I love to see him dance through the smoke and the flames on that map, and still not there yet, of course. It is the deciding map if we can get to it. AWP on 9-10. He's going to be... I don't know why he fired the shot there, but regardless, he's going to fall back, and does give a lot of map space here for Liquid to work with.
I wonder if he fired that shot, anticipating there were T's up close and he was trying to bait them into Blitz.
Could be.
Blitz was with the A4 right next to him, and if you want to try and punish the AWP pick, you could be running headfirst into a trap. I wonder if that's what they were going for. Regardless, though, they have got their man, and it is the key. Talisman himself, the monumental Twists with 20 is down.
I wonder if we could see a replay of the Molotov that Napfly just tossed into the dark position. I don't know if we have the ability to do that, but regardless, I'm curious about that grenade. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds left. He's going to have to put out that Molotov. It nearly burned him alive. He misses the shot afterwards. We're down sub 30 seconds. It's Ultimate to get the kill on 9-10, and they're still trying to flood onto the bomb side here. Senzu with a great couple of kills. Slows them down. Bomb's being picked up again, but it's Sue on his own. 1 versus 2, and he's planted the bomb inside of the smoke. He's trying to escape. Blitz, what confidence drove him to just spray into it. If he misses that, there's a chance he's going to get traded, but it absolutely worked, and the Mongols now up to 11.
And this is exactly why Senzu is almost a victim of his own success, because when he is not performing like this, just this juggernaut of a player, it's very, very apparent for the Mongols. Like 19 frags, massive double spray down there with the A1S that basically saved the round for them. Because if he goes down, it's going to be 2v2. They can get into better post plants with the crossfire. Shui can be safe to go for that plant. It makes a huge difference. Great flick from 9-10 as well early on in the round. But that really goes to highlight how good the Mongols are when it comes to their mechanical aim and their dueling abilities.
Which is something that for at least some of the games that we were watching, and especially if you go back and think about the Apogee game, Mongols had nothing of that kind at all. So, you know, it's good to see They haven't completely forgotten deep smoke. You can throw one that lands a little bit further up. When you don't throw it that way, then you could see Sui. He's always going to be aware that someone could be there. So unless you throw another smoke, you're going to be careful about that one, because you can block off the CTs from actually pushing down and looking in. Forward position, though, for Techno, which is kind of fun to see. For a minute here, there's only one player at the A-bomb side. So Massinio got to make sure he doesn't get easily killed. He has no more utility to hold him back either. He's got a teammate with him now. Blitz going to be trying to rotate in there. And he does pick up a smoke in the meantime. But yeah, a lot of pressure on this bomb side. Here we go.
Blitz, you're gonna have a move, bro. You can't stand there. Flashes are good, but so is Blitz. He's gonna stand and deliver. Baits them out. Allows Mazzinho to close the guillotine. And he chops them to pieces. Although Blitz may go down for just the one frag, the follow-up was so on point from Mazzinho, who goes in for a 4K, and the baby-faced assassin strikes one more time.
Oh, I think when we see the replay here, Vince, I think we're going to see that it's actually Liquid that blow open the smoke that allow for Massinio to get the first couple of kills. If that smoke was still up, I don't think he's able to spray them both down. So that might have been... I mean, it's impossible to know how that's going to be playing out when you blow open that smoke, but this particular time, I think it absolutely backfired on Liquid. Timeout been called. They've got their backs to the wall. They are 1 round away here from getting knocked out of the tournament. 2-0 bracket here is merciless at this stage. But yeah, Massinio, you know what he could do. He's still young. He's got a long career ahead of him if he keeps playing like this. Look at that. The smoke gets blown open, and they're both just sat there in the open. Both Liquid players fighting towards the back of the A-bomb side. They're not ready for that smoke to disappear. Oh, it's devastating.
That's a masterclass in repositioning as well from Mazzinho, by the way. Scoring 3 separate frags from 3 separate angles and constantly keeping Liquid unaware of his position is so vital. 9-10, though, has a good spawn, but he's just missed the timing. Just missed the timing of 2 players getting across. Now, he'll realize that's a distinct possibility. Oh, the smoke had a slight gap, but it's not able to be exploited just yet.
Here we go. They're going to try and do the same thing, Vince. They say, you know what, it almost worked last time. Let's see if we can just put the pressure on. Straight onto the bomb site. The Blitz is ready. Massinio, he is going to burn in the fire, but he'll take Naf with him. 3 versus 4. And still plenty of time for the bomb plant. Nobody's nearby here for the Mongols. They're going to have to reset and try and go for the retake, or maybe not. Ultimate is already down as the bomb is getting planted. Suhei put under some pressure here in front of it, and Twist trying to see if he could follow up his captain right next to each other in a 2 versus 4 to try and hold on to dear life. It's 9-10, drops Suhei, and now it's just the Canadian left. Gets the 1, but there's so much work to be done, and Techno will take it out of his hands. It's the Mongols on the retake, knocking Liquid out of PGL Bucharest.
Heartbreak for Liquid, but an understandable exit, all things considered. The Mongols finally showed us a glimpse of what their capabilities truly are as they keep themselves alive. And I wouldn't put it past them to go for the reverse sweep here from 0-2 to maybe even making it through to the playoffs. But this is going to have to be an improvement. It was a solid performance, Anders, but they did struggle on Mirage. That, for me, was the biggest surprise.
And it's more of a surprise because the first half of Mirage was just so good. Everyone got hyped up. Liquid really looked amazing, but the CT side was lacking in a lot of different ways. And then coming into it here, you could tell that the confidence was maybe a little bit bruised. There were a couple of things that really weren't working out. And also starting on that CT side of Anubis is never going to be easy. So a lot of things to point out and you know, maybe criticize for Liquid. But we're going to have to view it all through the lens of the fact that it is, you know, with a new captain in place, and what seems like also some of the players maybe having a harder time adjusting to the roles. Naf being the most obvious one, but Nerds in this particular map also lacking completely. I'm sure things will get better from here for Liquid. It just sucks that they didn't have more time to iron out some of the kinks here, because the Mongols, once they got fired up, once they got into it, they look like the team that we want them to be. We know they can do this, and I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to sweep their way back in and make the playoffs here.
They're definitely good enough to make it happen, right? It really depends on themselves. Like, it seems like a weird thing to say, but they're one of the favorites, you know, coming into Bucharest to win alongside, I would say, like maybe Aurora is up there. Some people even having like Virtus.pro as a dark horse. So that didn't necessarily go too well for them, but they do have the possibilities. And listen, this Liquid team, it's way too harsh to judge them off this event, Give them another couple of months, and then we'll see what they really have in store. Let them bed in, get those tactics down, everyone be comfortable with their roles. There is a ton of potential on this squad. I will say, though, to play on the other side of things, we've said that before about other teams, and they never amounted to anything. So it's up to Liquid to prove us what they're really capable of doing is this 5-man.
I mean, that's an interesting point that you bring up, and I think it bears a little bit more analysis, because we're not living in a world of Counter-Strike right now where you have many months to figure things out. Like that just isn't the case, right? If things aren't working pretty early on, then you know the calendar is going to slip you by. The VRS points are going to be decaying and disappearing. You kind of have to make it work pretty quickly. It's brutal, but it's also the world that we happen to be living in at the current stage of Counter-Strike. So I mean, I agree. Liquid, let's not judge them too harshly right now. But pretty soon, they're going to have to try and pick this up. It was fun to see Twist play well, which he absolutely did. But the rest of the team, that scoreboard it's a bit rough to look at, isn't it? For the Mongols on the other side, just, I mean, nice to see Senzu pick it up and everyone else kind of getting into it. Very cool game. A shame we didn't see Ancient, but we can't have it, all our own way. Unfortunately, it is the way that it is. What a fantastic day of Counter-Strike, though. I've got to be honest. Very, very cool to see. And if you are still in the mood for more, I do still believe that Aurora and 3D Max, I think that game just went to overtime of the third map. I'm just saying it now so you guys don't just disappear. You don't want to be missing that Aurora. That is the old 3D or the Eternal Fire team. So, don't miss out on that particular thing. But yeah, some surprising results here. Falcons, they avoid elimination. Everyone's happy about that, right, Vince?
Yeah, probably apart from paying gaming fans and probably apart from everybody else. But yeah, I mean, like, let's be honest as well. The Falcons team still hasn't really fully captured our confidence. I think it's safe to say. I would imagine a lot of people don't necessarily expect them to clean sweep like maybe the Mongols will. But I guess we'll have to see what the draws are looking like as well, because there's going to be a lot of very good teams in that 1 and 2 bracket now.
That's the most polite way you could have said that. They haven't really captured our confidence. That's like, when the realtors show up and they show you what's essentially just like a broken down shed, and they said, you can have your own impact on this new house, like you can set your own, identity on this. And it's just like, yeah, because it's going to get torn down, no question. Anyway, enough about Falcons. Listen, it's been great. You guys have been awesome in the Twitch chat. I've seen you and you've been behaving like true gentlemen over there, so I appreciate that. There is a match going on. Go watch it. We're not going to be waffling on for too much longer. We'll be back tomorrow with more Counter-Strike here on the channel. Stay tuned, and we'll see you there.